You are listening to Deep Sea Embers by Yuan Tong. Novels from Novel Fire. Chapter 751, Amidst the Night. In a dystopian future where the world had been consumed by fire, the planet lay in ruins, reduced to nothing but ashes. This cataclysmic event wasn't perpetual. Even the supply of firewood in the sanctuary had dwindled to its end. Beyond the drastically transformed landscape of land and seas, an omnipresent barrier continued to envelop the world. This barrier marked a threshold. When everything within its confines was incinerated, the world succumbed to a prolonged period of cooling. This cooling phase spanned for 4 centuries, ultimately giving way to the era of embers. In this era, a blanket of cold ashes had smothered the world. No new fires were kindled, no life stirred, and the silence of extinction prevailed. The world was arrested in this state of desolation, where neither birth nor death occurred. In this context, the sanctuary embraced a perpetual stillness after enduring an immense cataclysm. The embers of the past remained just that, embers. The apocalypse was indefinitely halted at this juncture, with no further calamities befalling the land. Duncan, amidst this backdrop of desolation, casually took a seat on a large stone, indifferent to the omnipresent ashes. Gazing at the plains, where the remnants of cities continued their descent into dust, he reflected momentarily before concluding, "So this path leads nowhere." Crete, who had approached Duncan, stood beside him, his thin, emaciated figure cutting a stark contrast against the cold breeze, reminiscent of a withered branch bending in the wind. "You can reshape everything," he suggested, implying a possibility of change with one notable exception. Understanding the implication, Duncan softly acknowledged, "I cannot redefine myself." After a moment of silence, Crete finally spoke again. "If there truly is no other way, embracing the future of fire may at least offer a semblance of continuity. However, I urge you to proceed with caution. Time is akin to a river. While many of its branches can be altered, the main current, once crossed, offers no return." With a gentle shake of his head, Duncan responded, "Don't worry. The moment I declined Navigation One's proposal, I had already come to terms with these realities. Your insights have merely helped refine my initial theories. More importantly, I've come to a crucial realization." As he spoke, Duncan extended his hand, closing it in the air. A spectral green flame spontaneously ignited between his fingers, dancing and flickering like a ghostly apparition. This solitary flame had seemed to momentarily awaken the dormant world of ashes as the wind atop the mountains surged, and the surrounding ashes appeared to stir. Yet this was merely a fleeting illusion. In the next instant, both the wind and the ashes reverted to their previous state of inactivity. In this concluded chapter of history, nothing remained that could propel it forward. Duncan watched the flame in his hand for a moment longer before nonchalantly turning his palm over, extinguishing the flame. The ephemeral green flame in Duncan's hand had vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, breaking apart into countless tiny sparks that shimmered momentarily at his fingertips. For an instant, these sparks mimicked the ethereal glow of distant stars, casting a ghostly radiance. Observing this fleeting spectacle, Duncan's face was etched with a contemplative gravity. "These fires are nothing more than illusions," he remarked, acknowledging the transient nature of the flame. He then shifted his gaze to Crete, who remained silently at his side. "Given that you can observe this timeline, can you perceive the outcomes of my other potential decisions?" Duncan inquired, seeking insight into alternatives beyond their current reality. "I'm sorry, I cannot," Crete responded, locking eyes with Duncan in a moment of frankness. "We are but specters caught within the temporal confines of the sanctuary, limited to witnessing events that unfold within this time loop. Your other possibilities exist beyond our reach, in what to us is akin to a vast, impenetrable void in the cosmos, beyond my ability to see." "Outside the loop, so you're saying they lie beyond the known world of the sanctuary?" Duncan quickly grasped the implication. "Then, is the true challenge to transcend that omnipresent barrier?" "I'm sorry, I don't know," Crete admitted, unable to provide a definitive answer. "Is that so?" Duncan responded, his voice tinged with a hint of longing. "At this moment, I find myself envying Duncan Abnamr from a century ago. Despite it being unintentional, you unveiled the future to him, giving him a direction. To wander in obscurity is a torment, yet to be aware of one's destiny is equally torturous. At the end of everything, solace is elusive. I apologize, for we have never had uplifting news to share since our journey began." Crete faintly bowed his head. "That's all right, I wasn't anticipating any favorable tidings. Gaining some insight this time is satisfactory," Duncan declared as he rose from the stone, remarkably unblemished by the ashes. "It's time for us to depart from this place." He cast a final, sweeping glance over the surroundings, the dim sunlight struggling through the clouds and the cathedral spire amidst the ruins, a silent witness to their conversation. Duncan refrained from questioning Crete about the fates of others or their current locations, choosing instead to turn away without a backward glance. Behind him, the timeline they had explored had disintegrated, much like the catastrophic blaze that once engulfed Planned. Duncan found himself once again in the dimly lit, enclosed space of the cabin, the entrance to subspace quietly present at its base, as if their journey through potential timelines had never occurred. Crete remained by the doorway, his hand paused from its previous motion of touching the door frame. Withdrawing his hand, Crete faced Duncan and offered a respectful bow. "I hope this experience hasn't troubled you overly." "No problem, I'm already beset with enough concerns. This doesn't add to them," Duncan replied with casual dismissiveness. "At least now we're certain that one path leads nowhere good. The structure we've been calling a sanctuary is now beyond salvage. Attempting to repair it would be futile, although I perhaps shouldn't say this." Crete sighed heavily, a hint of resignation in his voice. "Its ruin was inevitable. Ever since the cataclysmic event that devastated our worlds, the apocalypse has been relentlessly pursuing us through the corridors of time, and it seems it has finally overtaken us. This notion of an impending doomsday, it's the same prophecy those enders obsessed with the apocalypse have been preaching all this time. Everyone assumed it was nothing more than the ramblings of minds broken by despair." Crete's face remained impassive, his voice steady. "Madness and sanity are merely two sides of the same coin, and truth remains indifferent to which side is facing up. Maybe in a different light my peers weren't insane. They were merely exhausted, opting to accept every facet of reality, thus being deemed mad by the rest of the world." Intrigued by this perspective, Duncan inquired, "Could you end up like them, either in some alternate timeline or perhaps soon?" "I can't say for certain," Crete hesitated briefly before shaking his head. "The twilight of this world is upon us, yet its light will not be snuffed out abruptly. My journey is not yet over, and to have this conversation with you, I had to bring forth the most coherent aspect of myself. Therefore, the me standing before you now is unaware of what the future holds, or what the me at the end of my path has witnessed. Perhaps." He trailed off for a moment, gathering his thoughts, then added, "Maybe one day our paths will cross again. The figure that greets you then might be a confused madman, or perhaps something even more unrecognizable, a being twisted by its journey through the abyss. If that happens, it would mean I've explored the darkness for too long and possibly—" Crete stopped abruptly, his gaze drifting as if he had caught a glimpse of a beacon in the vast expanse of night, a sudden insight. The lines on his face seemed to soften, and he looked directly at Duncan. "Indeed, I will make every effort to see you once more, be it as a clear-minded individual or a figure consumed by madness. Though the chance for direct communication might be slim, and you may not even recognize my presence, I will find a way to leave a mark, a message for you." In the dimly lit expanse of the cabin, Duncan stood alone near the entrance to subspace, his silhouette etched against the doorway. He remained motionless for a long stretch of time before finally turning to pick up a brass lantern hanging nearby. With slow, measured steps, he began making his way towards the exit at the bottom of the deck. 12 hours had passed since the expected time of night's end, yet the darkness persisted. This vision aligned with the dire predictions of scholars. The sun had failed to emerge, and no hint of dawn graced the horizon. For those who had clung to the hope that the preceding 72 hours of unending darkness were merely a supernatural anomaly, anticipating the return of the morning sun, such hopes had now been thoroughly dashed. The perpetual night had ceased to be a mere possibility, and had become their stark reality. Near the coast of Wind Harbor, 4 massive arc ships remained anchored, a testament to humanity's resilience. On the east coast, the glowing object, a marvel of engineering, continued to emanate a soft, pale golden light reminiscent of sunlight, warding off total darkness from engulfing the city-state. Within the Academy Arc, all was aglow, a beacon of light and learning in these dark times. Loon, a figure of short stature and robust build, was entrenched within the Temple of Knowledge located at the Arc's summit. He stood before a statue of Laham, the deity of wisdom, offering prayers with fervent devotion. His prayers, composed of a digital liturgy of Zir, S, and 1S, carried a distinct rhythm and pronunciation, now nearing their conclusion. Incense burned within the temple, its smoke swirling around the statue of Laham, which was not depicted in human form but rather as a black rectangular monolith. This monolith, adorned at its peak with the Eye of Wisdom, rune and covered in a dense array of symbols and complex patterns, seemed to briefly stir with life under the cadence of Lun's prayers. However, as the prayer concluded, the fleeting semblance of life within the monolith faded away. Turning to a truth priest who had been at his side from the start, Lun inquired, "How do things stand now?" "The unfortunate news is that the sun remains absent, and it appears this extended night will persist for a considerable duration. On a brighter note, data from various city-states indicate that the rate of temperature decline is beginning to decelerate. According to our current projections, it's unlikely that temperatures will plummet below the historical record lows during this prolonged night. This suggests that the feared total freezing of the world may not come to pass," the priest reported. Hearing this, a brief moment of relief crossed Lun's face, but his brow soon furrowed once more, prompting him to ponder. But is that truly reassuring news? Chapter 752, On the Road to the Apocalypse. The Pope's reaction seemed to confuse the priest standing next to him, prompting him to begin with a note of caution. "Surely, the fact that the world hasn't plunged into eternal winter despite the sun being absent for an extended period is a piece of good news, isn't it?" "Yes, if we consider only this aspect, it indeed is good news," Lun, the truth Pope, responded with a gentle shake of his head. "However, what does this say about the sun's supposed influence? What about our fundamental understanding of the world in terms of the rules that are meant to be obeyed?" The priest, a man in his middle years, furrowed his brow slightly as he began to grasp the depth of the Pope's concern. The sun is essential for providing light and warmth. Its rising heralds a gradual increase in temperature during the day, and its setting brings about the cool of the night. If the sun were absent for a significant period, we would expect the boundless seas to turn to ice. This follows the natural order as clearly as ice melting when exposed to fire. But now it appears that the night's temperature drop doesn't depend on the sun, Lun explained with a serious tone. "Do you understand the implication?" Without waiting for the priest's response, Lun continued after a short pause. "It's as if we're dealing with a machine that's been taken over by malevolent forces, a spinning axle that doesn't stop even when the steam core has gone cold, a different engine that continues to produce paper tape despite its gears being stuck. The way things work and their expected outcomes are increasingly at odds. It seems some of the natural laws are breaking down." A heavy silence enveloped the temple for a moment until the middle-aged priest broke it. "Perhaps we should reach out to the other three arcs." "They're already observing these anomalies. They probably don't need our warning," Lun interjected. "What's more crucial, has our border fleet set sail yet?" The priest nodded immediately. "Yes, they passed through the veil an hour ago, and we are still communicating with them. The fleets from the other three churches have also entered the border from various directions. So far, there have been no incidents." Lun nodded slowly. "And what about the evacuation routes at sea?" "We've established 26 rally points along the primary maritime routes, centrally positioning large church ships and supply vessels at each. Numerous ships that couldn't make it back to the city-states in time have heeded our call and are now converging on these rally points for safety. According to our plans, these refuge ships will then be led to a safe distance, a 3-day sail away from the nearest city-state, where they'll remain until the end of the night. The true effectiveness of these makeshift night shelters at sea remains uncertain. We have no way of predicting how the night might evolve over time. For now, our only option is to prepare as thoroughly as we can and brace ourselves for the possibility of the worst-case scenario unfolding." Lun listened in silence, nodding in understanding. Suddenly, a series of bells rang out, cutting through their conversation, a sound that came from various sectors of the ark, each ring infused with a palpable sense of urgency. Caught off guard, Lun paused then, as if a realization dawned on him. He listened more closely. A faint smile broke across his face as he said, "They've returned." Against the backdrop of the night-covered seas, the Vanished and the Bright Star made their presence known with their eerie green fires, appearing as beacons in the darkness. These two ghostly ships bypassed the warning lines set by the church and city-state fleets near the shore, making a beeline for Wind Harbor. Having been instructed beforehand, the patrolling fleets made no move to intercept them. With no effort to hide or delay, the Vanished and the Bright Star made landfall on the eastern coast of Wind Harbor. Duncan, taking the lead, walked confidently into the city. Nina, gripping Shirley's hand, trailed behind Duncan and Morris. They navigated the deserted streets of the port area with furrowed brows. "The last time we were here, it was bustling with life. Now it's only patrolled by guards," Shirley responded quietly. She had blindfolded herself with a strip of black cloth to hide her unsettling eyes, but she quickly realized that such precautions were perhaps unnecessary. Upon entering the city, they scarcely encountered anyone. I've heard the martial law could last a month or two. Under martial law, the city-state of Wind Harbor should have been teeming with activity by morning. Yet, aside from essential personnel and those in special positions, the majority of residents were adhering to directives to remain indoors. The dim, golden, sunlight emanating from the sea cast a ghostly glow on the abandoned streets, evoking the atmosphere of a ghost town. In contrast, the city's other half, untouched by the glowing body's sunlight, was engulfed in an even more oppressive darkness. However, as they moved from the outskirts to the more populated areas of the city, they began to encounter the occasional hurried pedestrian and saw a few shops bravely opening their doors. "Shops are actually open here," Shirley expressed her surprise upon seeing a few open storefronts along the way, "and there are people walking around." "You've mentioned it yourself. Martial law is expected to span a month or two. During this period, some semblance of normalcy in daily life has to be preserved," Morris explained, shaking his head. "It's likely that each city-state has come up with a sort of daily routine tailored to the prolonged night, permitting people to leave their homes for shopping or work despite the martial law life has to continue, after all." While Shirley and Morris exchanged thoughts, Duncan remained silent, his attention fixed on the deserted street ahead. Without joining the conversation, he simply stated, "We've seen what we needed to AI." Suddenly a flame appeared out of thin air, and a fiery skeletal giant bird began to circle overhead, emitting a piercing screech. "Who summons the fleet?" "Take us to 99 Crown Street," Duncan instructed. A trail of fire blazed through the sky above Wind Harbor, resembling a shooting star. It traversed the city part bathed in the artificial sunlight from the sea and headed directly towards the witch's mansion in the upper city district. This fiery spectacle caught the eye of many onlookers, but to those in the know, it was a sign of reassuring good news. Upon the flames' descent, the scene before them came into focus, revealing Lucretia facing the unexpected visitors at her doorstep. Among them were Helena, commanding presence in her sea-blue robe, Loon, somewhat stout in a scholar's robe, and a group of unrecognizable clerics and scholars, appearing as attendants or aides accompanying the two high-ranking church figures. It seemed they had been waiting there for some time. "Wow," Nina whispered under her breath, observing the gathering. "Quite a crowd has shown up." "It's not that surprising," Duncan remarked, his tone nonchalant. Lucretia's initial response was a frown. She scrutinized the guests who had been waiting at her entrance and stepped forward without concealing her irritation. "I'm not fond of having visitors, especially not this many." However, Loon didn't take offense to the Sea Witch's forthright demeanor. It appeared he was well acquainted with Miss Witch's personality and quirks, and he gestured for his group to depart. "Then the rest of you may return now." Following suit, Helena signaled for her own clerics and guards to leave, then nodded towards Lucretia. "Now you only have 2 guests to entertain." With a glance at the 2 high clerics at her threshold, Lucretia exhaled a resigned sigh and moved aside. "Fine, my father indeed wished to speak with you. Looney, please open the door." The mechanical doll Looney immediately moved past the group to unlock the door, while Duncan gave a slight nod to Loon and Helena. "Let's discuss this inside." The mansion was a beacon of light and warmth in the midst of the night's darkness. The chill that had settled outside was no match for the cozy fireplace within. Loyal to the mansion's mistress, mechanical dolls and tin servants had meticulously prepared the house for her return. The table now bore hot tea and freshly baked snacks, their warmth a testament to the oven's recent use. Inside this illuminated and inviting space, the outside world's perpetual, unsettling night and its unraveling seams could easily be forgotten. The living room became the setting for their gathering, with Duncan adopting a relaxed posture on the sofa. He acknowledged Helena and Loon, who were seated opposite him, with a nod, expressing his surprise at their personal presence. "I hadn't anticipated you would wait here for me. I was under the impression that leaving the Ark was a matter of great seriousness and caution for individuals of your stature. Indeed, without a compelling reason, we would not venture from the Ark lightly. However, convening with you at the earliest opportunity constitutes such a reason," Helena responded, acknowledging the gravity of their meeting, "particularly in light of the current situation." "What is it that you seek to understand now?" Duncan inquired. "Are you curious about the state of the world at present, the origins of this apocalypse, or perhaps what the future holds?" A moment of silent communication passed between Loon and Helena before they responded. "We are eager to learn everything," Loon declared, shifting in his seat to lean forward, his demeanor growing more earnest. But foremost, we wish to hear about the occurrences on the Holy Island and your interactions with the creator of this world. Helena chimed in, mentioning that they had received preliminary reports from the tide, but we suspect you possess a deeper knowledge of the truth. After a brief reflection, Duncan gave a slight nod. Then let me start by presenting a fundamental premise, he began, preparing them for what was to come. At the mention of a conclusion, a sense of foreboding enveloped Helena. A conclusion. Yes, a conclusion. The fate of our world is sealed. The possibility of mending is exhausted, and at best, any efforts can only delay the inevitable for a brief period. Duncan's delivery was calm, his voice not raised, yet each word seemed imbued with an immense gravity. Chapter 753, Another Plan. Everyone looks forward to receiving good news, but unfortunately, as Crete conveyed to Duncan, there simply isn't any positive news to share when it comes to the end of time. They found themselves in a modest sanctuary, created from the remnants of destruction, now rapidly hurtling towards its inevitable demise. This impending doom wasn't the result of anyone's mistake, nor could it be attributed to a specific flaw in their plan or an act of human treachery. It was the culmination of everything coming to an end as the era of the apocalypse had arrived. Lune and Helena listened in somber silence as Duncan recounted everything to them. He shared insights from the exploratory team's ventures into the border waters, the discoveries made on the Holy Island, his unsettling encounter with the Nether Lord, and even his audacious scheme to conquer the world. Duncan chose not to keep this last detail a secret. He seemed unconcerned about revealing to the two popes before him that there existed another option for saving the world. Similarly, he didn't shy away from discussing the grim future foretold by the future of fire, nor did he conceal the ultimate demise of everything, as revealed to him by the Ender. Lune and Helena remained quiet for what seemed like an eternity, even after Duncan had finished sharing all he knew. They didn't utter a single word for a long time. After a period of reflective silence, Lune finally let out a gentle sigh, remarking, "Some truths are perhaps better left undiscovered. To those unburdened by knowledge, ignorance is a luxury, but you, unfortunately, do not have that luxury," Duncan responded calmly. "Given all that you now know, what are your thoughts?" After pondering for a moment, Helena slowly lifted her head, her gaze firm, and said, "Despite the seemingly inevitable end of the world, it doesn't mean that all other paths are closed to us, does it?" She paused, locking eyes with Duncan. Her deep blue eyes, as vast and mysterious as the ocean, seemed to mirror the distant, churning waves. "You have another plan in mind, don't you?" Standing nearby, Vanna's eyes widened in surprise. As the Pope spoke, she thought she could hear the soft, distant sound of the ocean, though it felt almost like an illusion, a fleeting glimpse from a goddess paying them no mind. Suddenly, Vanna came to a realization and turned towards Duncan, about to speak, but Duncan raised his hand to stop her, then calmly met the intense gaze of the Storm Pope. "Hello." The female pope seemed to ignore his greeting, her focus unyielding on Duncan, a storm of emotions swirling in her eyes. She repeated, "You do have another plan, don't you?" Her voice carried a slight tremble, echoing as if surrounded by a chorus of indistinct whispers, transforming the atmosphere in the room to one that was moist, chilly, and tinged with the unique, salty scent of the sea breeze. Shirley and Dog could feel the shift in the air, an unease settling over them as the atmosphere in the room changed. Duncan, unfazed by the tension, exhaled softly and responded with calm certainty, "Create a new one." The female pope merely frowned slightly, offering no verbal response. The boundless sea sanctuary is beyond repair. Any attempts to patch it up are futile. They merely delay the inevitable struggle for survival. Initiating the Age of Fire is another way to survive, but it's a path of no return. Choosing this means sealing the fate of our entire civilization in a tomb. Duncan's words were deliberate, his gaze fixed on the female pope as he spoke. Then he made a decisive cutting motion with his hand. "If the effort to prolong the existence of our old world is destined to fail or proves to be unreliable, then we are left with only one option, not to extend the life of the old world, but to forge a new one." The female pope blinked, breaking her silence as the soft sound of waves seemed to rise around them. Her voice, trembling as if resonating directly with everyone's soul, asked, "Another sanctuary." "Another world," Duncan clarified calmly. He paused, allowing a moment of silence to envelop the room, during which the crackling of the nearby fireplace became the most prominent sound. A sanctuary is a confined, limited system, where disaster safety nets are minimal, resources can only circulate within, and vital life support systems are singular. There's only one sun, only one boundless sea, and even the number of city-states was capped at its inception. All these elements are confined under the same unchanging sky. This system's inherent fragility becomes apparent in the face of a cataclysmic disaster. It's like a building on the verge of collapse, with those inside unable to mend the entire structure, mere spectators to the gradual downfall of their sanctuary. No matter how long the sanctuary has stood or how many years the civilization within has flourished, their fate is already sealed. The limit of any civilization's development within the sanctuary is defined by that shell, the unchanging sky. Under the intense scrutiny of the female pope, Duncan spread his arms wide, his expression gravely serious. Hence, we require a world far larger than any sanctuary, capable of embracing endless possibilities, allowing civilization to evolve beyond its current confines. Ideally, even when faced with the apocalypse once more, this world would possess the capacity to preserve more seeds of life, rather than plunging into oblivion as the last light of the sun fades away. Female Pope observed Duncan intently, and after a brief pause she softly asked, "We understand the concept, but how can it actually be implemented? After the cataclysmic destruction, managing to sustain a sanctuary like the boundless sea amidst the fiery remnants of chaos is already a feat of near impossibility. Beyond our sanctuary, the concept of order has been shattered, and we have waited endlessly without ever glimpsing a sliver of hope for the chaos to subside. This boundless sea represents the last vestige of order, and beyond its confines, there is nothing left from which to construct a new refuge." As she spoke, the ambient sounds of waves subtly mixed with distant, unsettling noises. Helena's eyes gradually took on a chaotic gleam, hinting at an internal turmoil. Something seemed to stir within her as delicate, deep purple scales, reminiscent of some aquatic creature, quietly surfaced on the skin of her cheeks. Yet she maintained her composure, sitting upright on the sofa, her gaze fixed on Duncan, awaiting his response. Morris, Lucretia, and the others remained silent, fully aware that this was not the moment for interjections. Duncan then addressed the core issue. "So, it boils down to order, the foundational order necessary for the sustenance of the entire world. The sanctuary's finite existence is also a consequence of deficiencies in this order." Looking into the female pope's insightful eyes, Duncan seemed to connect with a distant realm beyond them, and then he exhaled softly. "This aligns with my thoughts exactly." He gestured towards himself, affirming, "I carry that order, the complete order." The room lapsed into silence. In that moment, Duncan felt a warm touch on his hand. Turning, he saw Nina clutching his palm, her expression tinged with concern. Duncan offered her a reassuring smile, gently stroking her hair. "Don't worry." Nina inhaled deeply, nodding with conviction. Yet, from her perspective, Duncan's comforting smile began to blur and dissolve into a myriad of stars. That smile transitioned into a celestial spectacle as grand and luminous as the Milky Way itself. A figure constructed from starlight gradually rose to dominate everyone's field of vision. This cosmic entity, composed of ancient stars, nebulae, and regions of star formation, seemed to envelop everything in sight. Despite standing within the confines of the living room, it appeared vast enough to encompass the entire universe, bearing the weight of all creation. The figure then leaned towards Helena, with the celestial illusion around it pulsing and quivering as if on the verge of a massive expansion, ready to unleash and transform into devouring starlight. The order of the entire universe, intact and uncorrupted, unaffected by the great annihilation, Duncan declared, his voice resonating through the stellar expanse. It exists briefly in a moment, yet from the standpoint of data, it is whole and complete. As Duncan immersed himself in the sensation of his own existence amidst the grandeur of the cosmos, he experienced what felt like a galactic-scale breathing for the very first time, a profound realization of his own cosmic essence expanding and contracting. Yet, almost immediately, he curbed the urge to indulge further in this cosmic respiration. He was acutely aware that his transformation had been accelerating ever since he left the Holy Island. Initially, Duncan's only glimpses of his altered self came from the fleeting, inadvertent looks from others. After encountering the pale giant king and uncovering a fragment of the truth, he began to observe the shimmer of starlight on his own reflection in mirrors. More recently, he had noticed his transformations directly in his bachelor apartment, and now he recognized the necessity of exerting control to maintain his human facade. Time was running out for the sanctuary and for Duncan himself. Looking into the female pope's eyes, Duncan perceived the vision of a distant entity, a creature long perished, lying coiled atop a gray-white stone within a palace-like nest, surrounded by numerous deceased offspring. This ancient being lifted its head, its myriad eyes locking onto Duncan's gaze. Through Helena, the creature's voice reached him, so beautiful. Dressing the current predicaments, Duncan, striving to reign in his celestial manifestation, stated, "Now we face two issues." He forced the cosmic brilliance to recede, reverting to his Duncan persona. "First, data alone is insufficient for constructing a new world. I require physical materials and a vast quantity at that, yet I'm unsure of how to undertake this task. I only have a broad, intuitive sense that what I need cannot be found within this boundless sea. It's simply too limited, not nearly adequate. Second, it remains unclear to me how to safeguard everything within this sanctuary while ushering in a new world. In the moment of the new world's inception, its dazzling emergence might cause everything here to dissipate like smoke." Chapter 754, Sunrise. In an awe-inspiring spectacle, countless stars seemed to cascade from the heavens, their distant and brilliant lights gradually coalescing into a human form. This was Duncan, transitioning from the ethereal glow of starlight to a realm that both Vanna and Morris could grasp. However, Duncan's voice retained an otherworldly quality, resonating as if from a higher dimension. The complex overlay of whispers and noise, intertwining reason with cognition, overwhelmed Vanna, rendering her nearly incapable of coherent thought. Time became an elusive concept, blurring into what felt like a mere instant. Eventually, Vanna senses the cacophony in her mind and begins to ebb. She caught Morris with shaky hands, preparing his pipe, his voice barely audible as he remarked on becoming accustomed to such experiences. "Incredible, it feels like I'm meeting the Nether Lord again," declared Dog, lying at Shirley's feet, convinced he had glimpsed the Nether Lord during the ordeal. Nina appeared comparatively composed, momentarily stunned before she lapsed into deep contemplation. Now and then, she stole worried glances at Duncan. Meanwhile, Duncan himself maintained a serene composure, locking eyes with Helena. It was as if he was peering into the soul of this ancient being through her eyes, which mirrored the vastness of distant oceans. After what seemed an eternity, a voice finally merged with the gentle lapping of waves, reaching everyone. "I understand, we will meet again." As the sound of waves faded, the damp, fishy scent that pervaded the air began to dissipate. Helena blinked, her inhuman traits vanishing rapidly before she doubled over, gasping and retching violently. Vanna was quick to her side, offering support and employing her divine magic to soothe Helena's distress. Once Helena's breathing eased, she looked up, her face pallid yet adorned with a heartfelt smile. "It's been ages since I've felt her presence," she whispered. "I had nearly forgotten the sensation." "Never mind your feelings, you were close to death. You need to return to the Ark immediately for mental recuperation," Loon interjected, clearly concerned for her well-being. His attention then shifted to Duncan, suggesting it was time to depart. Duncan signaled his readiness with a gesture. Helena, now somewhat recovered, stood from the sofa. She and Loon bid Duncan farewell before embarking on their journey back to the Ark. However, as she reached the threshold of the witch's mansion, Helena paused, looking back at Duncan, who remained in the living room. "Continue with your duties," Duncan encouraged, sensing her hesitation. "Even as the world faces its end, we must persevere if only to extend the lives of others by one more day." With a silent nod, Helena turned, stepping into the vast, dark night outside while accompanied by Loon. As the popes departed and the door swung shut, it severed the connection with the expansive, dark night beyond. A blanket of silence swiftly enveloped the entire living room once more. Amidst the subtle crackle of the fireplace, it appeared as though each person was lost in their own world of thoughts, their heads bowed in quiet reflection. After what felt like an eternity of contemplation, Duncan shattered the silence with his sudden insight. "Considering we've merely been hosting a guest for a short period, and now one of the two popes has nearly met their demise, losing nearly half their life, do you think the Storm Church might suspect that we've laid a trap, imagining that we've surrounded them with no less than 500 armed attackers right within these walls?" Lucretia, who had been deeply immersed in her own thoughts, was abruptly brought back to reality. She looked up, her eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and incredulity. "All this time in silence, and that's what you've been brooding over?" With a look of earnest concern, Duncan replied, "Isn't it a valid concern?" He continued, addressing Lucretia directly. "Given the notoriety your household already endures within this city, with rumors abounding that you've been responsible for all manner of sinister deeds, ranging from cooking pots filled with children to ensnaring stray dogs from across the world. Lucretia responded with a sharp look, though her irritation soon gave way to resignation as she gazed back out the window. Well then, I suppose I should be grateful for such rumors. Perhaps they'll spare me from the weekly barrage of sales flyers in my mailbox. She paused, then added with a hint of resignation, though I doubt I'll be seeing any more of those flyers now. With a soft sigh, Duncan rose from his seat on the sofa. I've spoken more than enough and I find myself weary. I'll retire to my room for some rest. Please don't delay lunch on my account. As he ascended the stairs, which emitted a gentle creak with each step, Duncan's tall silhouette gradually vanished from view at the top. The remaining individuals in the living room exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Shirley was the first to break the ensuing silence. I must admit I was kind of lost during their conversation just now, she confessed, but one thing did make sense to me. The Pope earlier, she wasn't the same one, was she? Vanna nodded slowly in agreement. The goddess has revealed to me that their bond with this mortal realm is to be fortified one final time. It seems that process has already begun. Unable to contain her curiosity, Nina posed the question in everyone's mind. What happens next? Morris, cradling his pipe thoughtfully, responded with a somber tone. In times past, optimists could confidently say the sun will rise as usual tomorrow. Yet even that assurance lacks its once comforting certainty. He added, but come what may, tomorrow will arrive regardless of whether the sun graces us with its presence. Just as the captain remarked, life must go on. He has his duties and we have ours. The tobacco in his pipe slowly smoldered away, its final embers fading into the lingering smoke. A gentle breeze meandered through the living room, carrying with it a whirl of colorful confetti that danced briefly before vanishing from sight, leaving a sense of mystery and anticipation for what the future might hold. As Duncan felt the breeze behind him, he was immediately aware of a familiar presence drawing near. Turning around, he witnessed Lucretia's form materializing from a swirl of vibrant confetti that danced in the air. I would have thought after the mishap we had last time, you'd refrain from making such a grand entrance with all these colorful papers in front of me, Duncan remarked, a playful smile on his face. Aren't you concerned it might fuel my already keen curiosity? Without directly addressing his comment, Lucretia fixed her gaze on Duncan, her expression unreadable. You're planning to venture beyond the eternal veil, aren't you? To cross the critical threshold of 6 miles. Duncan paused before responding. Why do you ask? It's clear you're in search of something beyond the boundless sea. Though the specifics of your conversation with that Pope elude me, I'm certain you're preparing to traverse the veil once more. And this time, I sense you intend to journey farther and remain absent longer. Duncan took a moment to consider the witch standing before him. After a lengthy silence, he finally said, Lucy, you must have seen it for yourself by now. In that moment, the room seemed to be touched by a hint of starlight, casting Lucretia's gaze into the depths of a distant cosmos. I see it, the sea witch admitted openly. Indeed, from the moment you first appeared before me, I've seen it. As the starlight dimmed, Duncan looked at the witch, taken aback by her admission. Then you must understand I'm not exactly. It didn't matter to Nina whether you were her Uncle Duncan or not, Lucretia interjected calmly. Duncan let out a sigh, a mixture of resignation and bemusement on his face. Amid the starlight, I've glimpsed the silhouette of my father, regardless of your acknowledgement, Lucretia continued, shaking her head slightly. It's evident to me that you have indeed returned to our world, albeit through means beyond my comprehension. Yet here you are, standing before me as you do in my memories, and now you're preparing to leave once more, just as you did before. She then became more somber. Do you recall our conversation on this matter? About taking you with me, yes, I remember, Duncan acknowledged after a brief pause. All right, Lucy, I'll confess, before you arrived, I did entertain the thought of departing alone, just for a moment, mind you, with no real intention of acting on it. Perhaps it was the intensity of the witch's unwavering gaze that compelled him, but Duncan found himself adding, somewhat awkwardly, I only considered it briefly, truly. To his surprise, however, a faint smile began to form in Lucretia's eyes. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lucretia burst into laughter, her joy evident. Duncan, puzzled, asked, What's so funny? You used to get so flustered trying to explain things to me, though it happened only rarely, Lucretia managed to say through her laughter. The last time was when you accidentally broke my hairpin. Duncan stood there, a picture of bewilderment, his hands outstretched in a gesture of utter helplessness. Suddenly, a brilliant streak of light outside the window cut through the air, abruptly halting whatever he was about to say next. Without hesitation, Duncan and Lucretia hurried to the window to get a better look. Bathed in the thin, golden glow cast by a glowing geometric object in the sky, a more intense arc of light began to emerge on the distant horizon of the city. Duncan gazed at the emerging light arc with a mix of confusion and dawning realization. From the vantage point of Plant's antique shop, his view through the open window on the second floor offered a clearer picture. A radiant, golden light was gradually ascending from the horizon, its brilliance unmatched. In those first few moments of awe and wonder, almost everyone was convinced they were witnessing the dawn. However, as the golden arc rose fully above the sea and started to ascend into the sky with breathtaking speed, its fragmented nature became increasingly apparent. The structure began to disintegrate further as it climbed higher. Finally, Duncan now had a full grasp of what was truly happening. What he was seeing was a fragment of a ring structure, apparently a section of the outer rune circle belonging to Vision 1. The bright edge of the arc was marred by visible black cracks, leading to the eventual fragmentation of the entire light arc into a dozen or so loosely connected glowing pieces. Within mere minutes, this disintegrating, glowing array had ascended to a position in the sky comparable to that of the sun around 9 or 10 o'clock. Then the isolated segment of the rune circle that had ascended into the heavens fell apart completely. With a world-shattering roar accompanied by a fearsome howl and a blinding flash that ripped through the sky, the glowing array transformed into a dozen meteors. These fiery trails streaked across the sky, hurtling down toward the unsuspecting people below. Chapter 755, Crossing the Border. This event was akin to witnessing a magnificent burst of light, almost as if 1/4 of what could be described as a magical circle of solar energy had suddenly fragmented in the heavens. This fragmentation then transformed into about a dozen radiant, larger formations. In the moments following this initial breakup, these formations seemed to continue their ascent and movement across the sky, mirroring the expected path of Vision 1. It appeared as though each of these luminous entities retained some form of residual energy and directionality. However, this semblance of control was fleeting. Soon after, these radiant formations began to deteriorate, breaking into both large and small shards of light that scattered across the sky. This spectacle resembled a fleet being torn asunder by a tempest, leaving behind bright trails that slowly dissipated. Among the chaos, numerous smaller light particles detached from the larger masses. These smaller fragments, akin to fireflies in their inconspicuousness compared to the larger pieces, descended from the heavens in a dance of flickers and a cascade of minor explosions. From the clouds, light poured forth, spanning from the eastern frontier to the western isles, casting the night into a surreal glow of potent, otherworldly golden light. The descent of the larger fragments was marked by a gradual pace, continuously releasing glowing debris as they traversed the world. Their paths were predominantly directed towards the southwestern seas, although a handful of smaller pieces ventured towards the central and northern territories. 18 hours into what was considered nightfall, the boundless sea was momentarily bathed in light, reminiscent of a significant solar disintegration. The relatively low altitude at which these objects descended meant that even a fraction of the magical solar circle was sufficient to illuminate the night sky. What might have been seen as a harbinger of doom, a meteor shower, instead bestowed upon the world a fleeting period of daylight lasting nearly an hour. During this transient day, an eerie silence enveloped the world. Duncan found himself observing this vision from the second-floor window of an antique shop. He had opened a slender window at the corridor's end, inviting the outside breeze and sounds into the building. The surrounding neighborhood lay in quietude as if the usual city noises of carriages and pedestrians had vanished into thin air. Yet, the reality was different. Individuals of all ages, men, women, the elderly, and children, either stepped out of their homes or peered through their windows, captivated by the celestial spectacle. On the streets, groups formed, comprising quickly mobilized sheriffs and guardian squads. It was as though an unseen force had seized everyone by the neck, holding them in a uniform stance, their gazes locked skyward, mesmerized by the cascading light. Amidst this silence, the only audible sounds were the roar and whistle of the glowing entities as they streaked through the clouds, accompanied by the distant tolling of church bells. After an indeterminate span of time, the brilliance in the sky began to wane. The final glowing entities made their way past the zenith amidst the clouds. For a moment, They lingered aloft as if striving to fulfill their destined role to cast light upon the world. Yet ultimately, they too succumbed to a loss of energy. Like their predecessors, they descended towards the ocean, their once resplendent trails dimming into obscurity. Darkness reclaimed its hold, enveloping land once more. The entire world was plunged back into shadow. A whistle pierced the quiet of the neighborhood, startling the gathered crowds out of their reverie. Stirred by the sound, people began to disperse in an organized manner, heading back to their homes. Before Duncan closed the window, other sounds reached him. Children's voices filled with confusion and curiosity, questioning their parents about the night's events, wondering why their routines were disrupted, why they could no longer meet with friends. Murmurs of frustration, sighs of resignation, and the soft sounds of weeping filled the air. The last noises to drift in from outside were the foghorns from the dock's direction and the ringing of church bells, signaling that warships had received orders and were making ready to depart. Frem redirected his attention from the window back to his task, his hands moving with deliberate precision as he etched the final symbols into a ritual stone tablet. Bathed in the light, the figure of this Pope of the Flame-Bearer stood in stark relief, a silhouette poised between illumination and shadow. His face, reminiscent of carved stone, betrayed no hint of emotion, his entire focus seemingly absorbed by the record stone tablet he manipulated. Inside the temple, the fire blazed intensely. A priest garbed in black stood nearby, delivering an update to the Pope. The patrol fleet stationed in the southwestern seas has observed the trajectory of several primary luminous fragments and has dispatched high-speed vessels to investigate. Currently, there have been no reports of these objects making landfall near any city-states. It appears that the remnants of the sun have all plummeted into the ocean likewise. There are no accounts of sea vessels encountering these descending fragments. The world's creation has once again become visible in the heavens. Over the last 18 hours, 3 city-states have reported a marked rise in incidents of supernatural corrosion within their confines. For the moment, they do not seek additional support, though they request that the nearest fleet draw closer. A shadow demon assault occurred in the port of Mozalara. It remains uncertain whether this attack stems from the recent event or if it signifies an opportunistic strike by the remaining annihilators amid the turmoil. As Frem attentively absorbed the series of updates from the priest, he gave a small nod of acknowledgement before handing over the newly finished gray-white stone tablet. "I've documented everything. Ensure this gets to our archives." The priest clad in black robes accepted the stone tablet, its surface etched with meticulous carvings that chronicled the dates and observations of the sun fragment's descent. The act stirred a memory of a doctrine from their holy texts within him. Even at the brink of the world's end, it is imperative to meticulously document until the final moment. The last whisper of civilization should be captured by the historian's pen. With the record stone tablet in hand, the priest departed, leaving Frem standing alone for company, with only the sound of the fire crackling in the basin. Time passed unmarked until Frem seemed to perceive something unseen and turned towards the fire basin. "Helena, how fares your recovery?" "My mental state could perhaps be likened to that of the living, yet far from truly recovered," came Helena's voice from the flames, her tone wavering slightly, revealing her unrest to Frem. Clearly, resting idly is not an option at this stage. Frem responded, informed by a prior conversation. "I've been briefed by Loon. The news is profoundly unsettling." "Does your concern lie with the divine intervention I received, or is it the captain's strategy?" "Both," Frem admitted after a pause, his voice carrying a weight of contemplation. "Naturally, the latter presents the greater shock." A brief silence ensued before the voice from the fire resumed. "Frem, I am listening. Do you continue to document our history?" "Without cease, I fulfill the scriptural command to chronicle our times. Should the world meet its demise, and we with it, do you think the stone tablets you've inscribed will one day be deciphered by future beings? If such a day were to dawn, it would signify the collapse of the captain's strategy, the deity's defeat, and the extinguishment of the era of fire." Frem spoke softly, his gaze fixed on the dancing flames. "Our histories would become indecipherable, for on that day the very notion of history would cease to exist. Yet you persist in your recordings and in safeguarding the beacon of legacy. The act of recording history holds intrinsic value. Even absent future inheritors, history itself stands as testament that we existed as a civilization unto extinction, echoing the final verses of the deranged poet Puman. Time bestowed upon me life, and in return, I endowed time with memories. I hadn't pegged you for a connoisseur of poetry. Poetry is intertwined with history. Is that so? The voice from the fire hesitated briefly, then pressed on. In that case, assist me in documenting a new entry. When next you pray to the eternal flame, etch it upon a stone. Without hesitation, Frem reached for a parchment and readied his pen. Proceed. On the 21st of the first month, 1902, according to the new city-state calendar, the Sea Song embarked on a momentous journey across the critical boundary of the 6 miles notch at the Eternal Veil. They stand at the forefront of our civilization's exploration. The Sea Song, 21st of the first month, 1902. Got it, it's been recorded. What? The fog had morphed into an almost sentient entity, far from the simple, drifting mist it once seemed. The steamship, the Sea Song, labored through the fog that seemed to swallow the world whole, its progress hindered as if pushing through a dense, invisible barrier, ensnared and constrained by unseen forces. Within this heavy shroud, the usual demarcations of the world blurred into obscurity. The waters beside the ship transformed into a nebulous mass of gray-white. The sky above shed its clouds for a uniform haze, and a diffused daylight cast everything in a vague glow. Only sporadically could the lookout discern the undulating seawater through the fog's fleeting breaches. These glimpses of water, distant and ephemeral, were like visual illusions. Adorned with the Storm Church's flag, the white vessel, a pioneer of exploration, seemed suspended in the fog. Despite the steam core's persistent thrum, the absence of fixed points and the ever-shifting fog rendered the crew unable to ascertain their advancement, or if they were ensnared in this anomalous sea. We've lost all signals from the flagship, and at present we could barely catch the beacon from the temporary lighthouse, reported a church sailor clad in a dark blue cloak to the Sea Song's captain on the bridge. The steam core is at maximum output, and we're holding our course. The captain, a formidable woman with an aura of stern resolve, acknowledged the sailor's update. She then directed her attention to an adjacent priest. In this direction, can you discern anything more distinctly? She inquired of an aged priest garbed in a flowing robe. His face lined with deep wrinkles, eyes recessed, and posture stooped, marking him as an unlikely voyager for such an extended maritime expedition due to his frailty. Nevertheless, he was seated near the captain, cradling a finely crafted brass incense burner in one hand and a talisman made from sea breath wood in the other. The venerable priest concentrated as though receiving a transmission beyond the ordinary senses. A hush fell over those present, wary of interrupting his concentration. After an extended pause, the elder priest finally lifted his gaze. He had caught various speckles of sensations, the vestiges of a whisper, the faint sound of a final breath, and the odor of decay. Over here, the priest indicated with a raised hand, pointing through the thick fog, that way. Chapter 756, The Far Voyager. In a fog so thick and clinging it felt almost like moving through a dense, sticky substance. The immaculate white exterior of the Sea Song glided forward like a spectral presence. At first unnoticed by the crew, the once steady roar of the steam core began to transform. It morphed into a strange, low groan that intertwined with layers of echoes. This sound was punctuated by occasional sharp screeches from the pipes, mingled with soft murmurs that resembled the unintelligible whisperings of someone lost in a deep dream. The machine seems to have taken on a life of its own, the priest reported after returning from the engine room to the bridge, where the captain stood in command. The calming effect of the incense we've been using is starting to wear off. Sever the connection to the differential engine's drive shaft, switch every piece of machinery to manual operation, and release some of the steam core's pressure until it's back in the yellow zone. Also, change the metal ore catalyst in 2 hours, the captain instructed with calm authority, and reduce the engine room staff's shifts to 3-hour rotations. Yes, Captain, the priest responded, his head bowed in respect. Suddenly his voice dropped to a hoarse, deep tone, as if a rush of uncontrolled air had forced its way out of his lungs, though it seemed to go unnoticed by those around him. He then turned to leave, and the stern-faced lady captain watched him go before diverting her gaze elsewhere. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a patch of rust beginning to form on the railing next to her seat. It spread slowly, emblematic of the relentless passage of time, years seeming to dissolve before her eyes. But then, as quickly as it had appeared, the rust vanished from sight as if it were merely a trick of the light. Caught off guard and without a moment to process this anomaly, a deep, vaguely familiar yet eerily unsettling voice whispered directly into her mind. Ah, you have come, my little fish. Swim, swim back to the currents. The sound of waves gently lapping reached her ears as though she were engulfed by the sea itself, a chilling sensation creeping across her skin. The captain felt momentarily bewildered by the sensation, but quickly regained her composure. From afar, the ship's first mate's voice broke through the silence. "Captain, there's something in the fog." This snapped the captain to full alertness, and she immediately turned her attention to the side of the bridge. Peering through the broad expanse of the cabin windows, she caught sight of a faint green glow, slowly intensifying within the mist. It seemed as though a massive creature was making its approach, its form gradually becoming more distinct and revealing itself to be another ship. A colossal ship with a towering bow and sails that appeared almost translucent emerged from the fog, approaching from the side and rear. It caught up to the Sea Song, which was running at full power with an eerie ease. This mysterious vessel was always enveloped in a sort of distortion that made it difficult to discern its finer details. However, the Sea Song's captain instantly recognized the distinct features of this imposing ship. "It's the Vanished," the captain cried out, her voice laced with astonishment. "How did it get here?" "That ship has appeared." "The Vanished? Wasn't it last seen at Wind Harbor?" "It's drawing near." These exclamations filled the bridge, creating a cacophony of shock and disbelief. Swiftly, the first mate approached the captain, urgency in his step. "Captain, that ship is closing in on us." "Signal them with the light, ask what they want," the captain quickly decided, then commanded, "Everyone to your battle stations. Increase pressure in the church boiler. Remember, we are at the frontier. Do not hastily trust what you see. It may not be the Vanished as we know it." Without hesitation, the first mate relayed the orders, and soon, the Sea Song began flashing a series of light signals from its side. These rhythmic pulses of light cut through the dense fog, sending a silent, urgent message across the enigmatic border sea. All eyes on the bridge were fixed on the shadowy figure of the approaching ship through the fog, which seemed to become even more indistinct and spectral as it neared, resembling a mirage. Suddenly, the captain spotted a bright light flashing near the bow of the Vanished, shining through the mist in a repeating pattern. Could it be, had the phantom ship actually acknowledged their signal and was now communicating with them? The flickering light captured the attention of many on the bridge. The captain scrutinized the signal, her brow furrowed in concentration. Moments later, the first mate rushed to her side. "Captain, the Vanished has signaled a salute to us, that's all." Confusion momentarily marred the captain's stoic face, but another development quickly overshadowed this. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the shadowy figure of the large ship starting to accelerate away through the fog. The Vanished unfurled its ghostly sails and silently picked up speed, swiftly surpassing the Sea Song and venturing into the more obscure parts of the sea. Its massive form soon vanished, swallowed by the ever-changing mist. "That direction is," the first mate began, a realization dawning on him. He whispered in awe, "Captain, the Vanished is heading towards him." The captain, however, offered no reply. She remained silent, her gaze fixed on the horizon. It was as if, in the moment the Vanished disappeared, she glimpsed a distant destiny through the fog. Suddenly, a soft, deep voice resonated in her ears. "Little fish, you've all done well. Now it's time to rest. Don't be afraid. Every weary soul has a destination. If you can't return, this will be your new haven." A profound sense of peace enveloped her, touching the very core of her being. With a slight tremor of resolve, the captain gently closed her eyes and murmured, "Please bear witness." When her eyes snapped open again, they shimmered with an unfathomable depth, reflecting a storm within. "Bear witness to my return journey. My mission is far from complete." Fragments of forgotten memories abruptly flooded back into the captain's consciousness, reigniting the tale of her journey through the disjointed streams of time. She recalled the arduous passage after crossing the boundary, the myriad challenges and shadows she faced, the obscured sea lying at the fog's end, an ancient island frozen in a moment of time, the colossal temple, the final resting place of titanic creatures and the deceased deities within the temple, and her homeland shrouded in perpetual nightfall. "You must traverse that boundary, cross the critical threshold of the 6 miles. They are reaching out to the mortal realm. Go seek them. Convey our regards and return with their message." The counsel given under Queen Helena's crown still resonated within her, though it now seemed like millennia had passed, leaving behind nothing more than a faint memory. The captain shook her head, her steps leading her toward the helm. Unbeknownst to her, the uniform she once wore with pride had degraded into worn, ragged cloth, and the once orderly and glowing bridge had decayed into a crumbling wreck, worn down by the relentless sea breeze and the passage of time. All illumination had faded. the pervasive fog creeping through shattered windows and blanketing the bridge. The vessel appeared deserted, devoid of any crew members, as if they had long since departed, remaining forever in the Lord's domain, in that everlasting sanctuary of peace. As the captain navigated through the desolation, her footing unsteady on the ship that seemed lost to centuries, she caught sight of a figure trembling near the helm. Likewise, the figure slowly turned to face her. He appeared desiccated and grotesque, as if the sea wind had mummified him over a century, his features contracted and distorted into a visage of horror. This was no more than a grotesque mummy, but then the captain realized with a jolt that it was her first mate. The mummy spoke, its voice grating like coarse stone on stone. "Captain, welcome back to the ship. It seems your retirement is yet to come." "You remained as well," the captain responded, her voice now just as raspy and chilling as the figure before her. "Yes, my tasks remain incomplete," the first mate murmured. "The others have found their rest, but I was haunted by a dream. In it, a ghost ship ablaze with green fire emerged, and you beckoned me to signal it. Alas, that signal roused me from sleep. I despised that ship, the Vanished, for it shattered the tranquility bestowed by God. Those cursed green flames ensure I'll never find peace again." The captain barely registered the first mate's bitter recounting. Though she noted his drastic changes, her weary mind struggled to focus on these minor details. She simply made her way to the helm, observing the first mate's efforts there. "Can this ship still embark on a voyage?" "No," the first mate replied, turning his head to reveal a ghastly grin. "The steam core ceased to function ages ago, and the hull beneath us has decayed into nothing more than rubble. We're utterly devoid of any power." "Then what exactly are you attempting to do?" "I'm trying to make this ship move again, Captain," the first mate explained with deliberate slowness. "If you grasp the steering wheel and will it like a ship, it will begin to move. Believe me, Captain, eventually we'll navigate through this perpetual fog and return to the blasted expanse of the boundless sea." The captain took a seat, absorbing the first mate's words. After a considerable silence, she murmured, almost as though she was engaging in a private conversation with herself. "Then I must also find myself a task." "I would advise you to leave behind some form of documentation," the first mate suggested. "Once we cross that boundary again, it's uncertain what transformations might occur. The changes could be profound. You might no longer be yourself, and I may evolve further beyond my current state. It's possible we'll forget our identities and our actions. Only sacred scripture has the power to offer lasting insight." "Sacred scriptures?" The captain's eyelids fluttered slowly, her mind briefly sharpening. With a moment's pause for consideration, she extended her hand to retrieve something from the pocket of her frayed coat. What she found was her logbook, a possession of every captain who sailed the sea. Time had also left its mark on the logbook, yet the paper, sanctified by divine blessing, had resisted the ravages of time and decay. Its inscriptions remained legible. She bowed her head, drawing a pencil from another pocket, and began to inscribe a new entry on its pages. "I am Captain Caroline of the Sea Song. Herein lies the record of my voyage home. We encountered him, approximately 50 years after we crossed the critical threshold beyond the 6-mile marker." Chapter 757, Misaligned Reflection. Suddenly, the quiet atmosphere above land was shattered by a deep, ominous rumble of thunder. Mere moments later, the skies opened up, unleashing a heavy, torrential downpour that swathed the small city-state, nestled in the southwest sea region in a dense, misty veil. Fleeting light burst, which had streaked across the heavens only to disappear over the distant horizon of the sea, had left the citizens of Pland in a state of anxious speculation. They were left wondering about the final resting place of those massive, glowing objects that had plummeted from the heavens. This abrupt deluge of rain added an additional layer of foreboding to the atmosphere, transforming the already dark night into an even more impenetrable blanket of darkness. The wind howled mournfully through the streets, and the relentless patter of rain against the windows piled up layer upon layer, stirring feelings of annoyance and unease. Lawrence made his way through the hotel lobby, observing numerous guests who, stranded by the storm, had congregated near the windows. They engaged in subdued conversations about the mysterious flashes in the sky, the relentless downpour, and the recent departure of a Guardian patrol team. Not too far away, the comforting crackle of a warm fireplace filled the space, and the bright glow of electric lights waged a silent battle against the encroaching darkness of the night outside. In this unsettling, rainy backdrop, the flames and lights served as beacons of hope, bolstering the ever-weakening sense of security within the hearts of those present. "It's just ordinary rain," A soft reassurance came from the small mirror pinned to Lawrence's chest as Martha whispered to him, "I've checked with the spirit world. There's nothing to worry about." Acknowledging her words with a slight nod, Lawrence peered out the window. The rain smeared the views of the street into a blurry tapestry, with water streaming down the glass, casting distorted patterns of light and shadow. Martha's reflection briefly appeared on the window, offering him a reassuring smile. "I've just visited the White Oak through the mirror. All is well aboard the ship. There's no need for concern." "Thank you," Lawrence responded in a hushed tone, barely audible to anyone but himself. "Please be cautious when venturing into the spirit world. Our realm has grown perilous." "I'm aware," Martha acknowledged before adding. "Also, I noticed several ships hastily departing from the military port, disappearing into the night heading northeast. Among them were 2 engineering vessels, equipped with large winches and towing arms. They must be on a mission to recover the fallen object. It appears a celestial body landed near planned," Lawrence quickly deduced, expressing a hopeful sentiment. "Let's hope for a smooth operation." With a gentle nod, Martha's image slowly faded from the window pane, leaving Lawrence once again enveloped by the misty curtain of rain and the flowing water. After a moment of contemplation, the old captain turned away from the window and made his way back through the hotel's corridors and stairways, heading towards his temporary accommodations on an upper floor. He retrieved the key to his room, its paint showing signs of wear, and prepared to enter. However, upon opening the door, Lawrence abruptly halted in his tracks. In the dead of night, a gaunt, skeletal figure was perched awkwardly on a chair within the confines of the room. The faint glow from a street lamp outside cast its light upon this unanticipated visitor. Upon hearing the sound of the door creaking open, the figure slowly craned his head, unveiling a face as desiccated as a skeleton's, adorned with a macabre grin. "Ah, Captain, you've returned." The pungent aroma of alcohol immediately assaulted Lawrence's senses. Raising his hand, Lawrence flicked on the room's light switch, the sudden burst of illumination banishing the shadows and rendering the grotesque figure somewhat less ominous and fearsome. He eyed the intruder with a mix of irritation and concern, asking sternly, "Sailor, why are you here rather than in your own quarters?" "Captain," the sailor's response came as his head tilted, nearly severing from the neck, hanging grotesquely. Clutching a large bottle of alcohol, he took generous swigs, with the liquid then cascading through the crevices in his chest and neck, pooling onto the floor below. "I found this in my room. I didn't take yours. I'm aware of the rules. Taking from the captain earns one a hanging from the mast." Lawrence's initial reaction was one of anger towards Sailor's state, but a feeling of unease quickly took its place. He stepped closer to the corpse-like figure, eyeing the bottle. "What entity has taken hold of you this time?" As he spoke, Lawrence raised his arm, and a slender thread of ghostly spirit flame danced to life at his fingertips. Contrary to expectations, Sailor, who would typically react with vigor at the sight of Duncan's ghost fire, showed no sign of alarm. Instead, he merely placed the bottle on the table and looked blankly at the flickering flame, taking several moments before finally lifting his gaze to meet Lawrence's. "Captain, I'm all right, just recalling some memories." Lawrence's expression grew more concerned, his gaze fixed on Sailor as he slowly articulated, "Recalling memories. I once, it appears, truly existed as a human." The corpse made an effort to sit up straighter, an attempt to correct his slouched posture, though he struggled and ultimately failed to do so. "We ventured to a place far beyond, and then it took an eternity to return to this cursed boundless sea." What? Frem was abruptly roused from his meditative trance, his peace shattered by a vivid, fiery vision that sent a sharp pang through his head. This towering figure, a member of the forest folk, snapped open his eyes to find himself still in the prayer room, kneeling before the fervently burning fire pit. The remnants of his vision seemed to flicker within the leaping flames, slowly dissipating as moments passed. With a growing sense of unease, the Pope's gaze lingered on the fire, his brow furrowing in concentration. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he abruptly rose and made his way to the door. His unexpected emergence took the priests stationed outside the prayer room by surprise. One priest, adorned in a robe of black and red, quickly stepped forward, concern evident in his voice. "What's wrong?" "I'm heading to the archive," Frem responded curtly, not pausing in his stride. "There's no need for anyone to accompany me. Ensure the fire of the Chronicle Pillar remains guarded." The priests shared a look of confusion among themselves. But Frem was already advancing down the corridor, leaving the sacred confines of the prayer room behind. His form then seamlessly transformed into a stream of fiery light, weaving through the sanctuary's myriad of candlesticks, fire pits, and bonfires. In what seemed like an instant, he traversed the entirety of the ark's upper reaches, arriving at the heart of the flame-bearer's ark, beneath the great bonfire, and into the archive guarded by a massive stone dome. This repository held an immense collection of historical documents, scrolls, and precious stone tablets. The archive was a well-lit expanse, its heavy, wall-like shelving units arrayed in neat rows within the vast hall. Unlike ordinary bookshelves, these shelves were built on long tracks equipped with hidden traction mechanisms powered by steam engines, enabling them to move between the internal library and the external reading area as needed. However, Frem's destination lay beyond these massive shelves, in the secret chamber nestled deeper within the archive. He bypassed the shelves and tracks, approaching a solid stone wall at the hall's end, where two knights clad in heavy armor and wielding flame-shaped swords stood guard. "The secret chamber is locked," one knight declared, his voice muffled by the helm yet unwavering even in the Pope's presence, diligently adhering to his duty. "May I ask the reason for your visit?" "I need to consult the stone tablets left by the predecessors," Frem stated with a gravity that matched his role. "I suspect we are facing an event of historical timeline penetration." The knight's armor clinked softly as they shifted. "Time range?" inquired the second knight. "New city-state era 1600 to 1755, Frem specified. The knights exchanged knowing looks, each taking a synchronized half-step to the side while simultaneously raising their flame-shaped swords. They positioned the tips of their swords above designated slots on the ground in front of the stone barrier, one knight casting a cautious glance towards Frem. "Please confirm the current date." "New city-state era 1902, 22nd of the first month." As the swords were inserted into the ground slots, the sound of gears and mechanisms echoed through the chamber, and the stone wall began to slowly withdraw, revealing the path forward. "Confirmed, New city-state era 1902, 22nd of the first month," the Knights of the Flame Bearers announced with a formal solemnity. "Please ensure your return before today's end. May your path be safeguarded." "We have lost communication with the Sea Song," reported a middle-aged man, his attire signifying his role as a priest of the storm. He stood before Helena, his voice laden with both concern and regret. After it surpassed the critical distance of 6 miles, it managed only sporadic contact with the temporary lighthouse for about an hour before silence ensued. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Following the failure of psychic attempts at communication, we ventured to activate the radio, yet still, no signals were received from the Sea Song." Helena remained silent for a moment, absorbing the news, then gave a slow nod of acknowledgement. "You may leave." "Yes, Pope." With a respectful bow, the priest exited the room, leaving behind a palpable stillness. Time passed quietly until Helena stood up, her movements deliberate as she approached the statue of the storm goddess Gamona. She offered a sea breath wood amulet to the flames at the feet of the statue, then lifted her gaze towards the deity, shrouded in a sheer shawl. Beneath the veil, the goddess's visage remained hidden, as mysterious and unfathomable as the ocean's depths and the threads of fate. "The emissaries we dispatched in search of your domain, have they arrived safely within your realm? Or have they vanished into the vast, unknown void beyond our world?" The statue offered no response, and not even the semblance of wave sounds filled the silence. After what felt like an eternity, Helena exhaled softly, her attention shifting back from the enigmatic statue to the fire pit before her. "Loon, the vanguard fleet of the Storm Church that we dispatched beyond our borders has ceased to communicate," she spoke softly into the flames. "Will you still proceed with our plans?" "Proceed," came Loon's voice, emerging from within the fire. "Mathematical law is ready and will set sail for the southern boundary in 24 hours. We've detected a stronger signal in that direction, potentially more promising than the Sea Song." As Helena absorbed this information, mulling over her thoughts, her contemplation was suddenly interrupted by an unexpected crackling from the fire pit. Her eyes widened in surprise as Frem's voice unexpectedly broke through the flames. "Apologies for the intrusion, but I come bearing crucial intelligence regarding the Sea Song." "Frem," Helena's voice carried a tone of surprise, followed quickly by realization. "You're referring to the Sea Song? You've come with news." "Yes," the fire responded with a crackle, Frem's voice emerging somewhat distorted from the flames. "The Sea Song has made its return." "It has returned." Helena's astonishment was palpable, her voice tinged with disbelief. "But when? How come I wasn't informed?" 1675, the 12th month, Frem clarified with a calmness that contrasted the bewildering nature of his news. Chapter 758, 758, The Intelligence Brought by Sailor. Under the cover of darkness, the night sky was briefly lit up by dazzling lights, like pieces of the sun breaking apart, disrupting the otherwise peaceful appearance of the long night. This dramatic event unfolded when a quarter of the mystical runic ring broke apart and plummeted to the world for all to witness. In response, at least 7 city-states hastily organized expeditions, launching fleets towards the boundless sea to retrieve the glowing fragments that had descended into its depths. In the first 2 days of this extended darkness, the boundless sea, which had known peace for centuries by this point, teetered on the brink of war like never before. Thankfully, the situation was diffused when the massive fleet of the Truth Academy, led by their formidable flagship, Balance of All Things, reached the Central Sea's largest crash site before any other city-state. By securing the majority of these sun fragments, the Academy reaffirmed the Church's dominance and preserved the delicate peace among the city-states. The competing fleets of various city-states did not engage in battle for the fragments. Instead, they accepted the Church's proposal for distributing them, putting aside their rivalries to ensure that the cities in desperate need of sunlight received the precious fragments. However, during those tense 4 hours, an unsettling undercurrent of discord began to silently spread among the numerous city-states surrounding the boundless sea, highlighting the impending struggle over sunlight, now a critical and dwindling resource for survival. Yet for Duncan, who remains in Wind Harbor, these events are still distant concerns because he had received unexpected news from Captain Lawrence of the White Oak in regards to Anomaly 77, Sailor. Inside the witch's mansion, Lawrence's image materialized in an oval mirror on the wall of the first floor, his voice emanating from it. He claimed to have been the first mate aboard the Sea Song, stating they crossed a critical boundary 6 miles beyond the border on the 21st of the first month, 1902. Hearing this, Duncan, who stood by the mirror, showed a puzzled expression. But today is only the 22nd of the first month of 1902. Are you suggesting Anomaly 77 was still actively serving as a priest for the Storm Church on a mission across the border just yesterday? Lawrence responded with a grave tone, indicating the seriousness of his claim. That's exactly what he told me. He mentioned his captain was named Caroline, and he vividly recalled the moment their ship embarked on its journey. He acknowledges it's been only 2 days since the Sea Song ventured past the border's 6 miles limit, yet he insisted Captain Caroline and her crew have been adrift for 50 years after crossing that line. Duncan remained silent, absorbing the shocking information, while Lucretia, who had overheard the conversation, could only express her astonishment with a gasp. 50 years. Perhaps even more than that, madam, Lawrence replied, his expression turning serious as he cautiously elaborated. According to what Sailor has shared, for the initial 50 years, they managed to keep account of the days using their clear-minded rationality. However, after that period, they completely lost any sense of time. They found themselves adrift in a perpetual fog, existing in a state that wasn't truly alive but not dead either, reminiscent of those psychiatrists who tragically stumble into void faults at the fringes of dreams while treating patients. Similarly, the Sea Song encountered such a fault at the very edge of our world, and as a result. Lawrence momentarily halted, his attention seemingly caught by a sound in his vicinity. Then a raspy, barely distinguishable voice emerged from the mirror's edge, belonging to Sailor, his voice rough with age. And so we were forgotten, Captain Ahaha, forgotten by death, forgotten by the sea, and ultimately even time and reason ceased to acknowledge us. This led to our becoming undying, eternal wanderers at the edge of the world. But then, by the divine intervention of the goddess, we were once again remembered by her, and thus we found our way back to the rightful path, Duncan, his forehead creased in thought, quickly seized upon Sailor's words and inquired, the rightful path you're referring to is? We found her, a great, Sailor began to exclaim, his voice growing louder, but he suddenly stopped as though his words were physically stifled. Following a series of indistinct mutterings, he resumed, I can no longer recall her appearance, but we truly found the source of the call. That was our mission. The Pope had dispatched us in search of her after she had sent a revelation to her grace. Most of us remained behind there. They had no desire to return to confront a world they deemed already forsaken. The endless drift through the fog had worn away all their once grand aspirations and steadfast beliefs, and we came across, what was it again? My memory fails me, Captain. I cannot recall it clearly. All I remember is that Captain Caroline and I made it back from the fog. In truth, it was only me. By that point, Captain Caroline had become nothing but a withered shadow, having lost even the memory of her own image, forcing me to assume command of the vessel. Sailor's voice trailed off into a series of unintelligible murmurs, indicative of a mind struggling with clarity. The fleeting memories that had surfaced seemed to whirl around in his deteriorated mind like scattered pieces of a puzzle, leaving him alternately coherent and bewildered. Duncan, choosing to overlook Sailor's rambling, reflected briefly before stating, "But now you are known as Anomaly 77, a peculiar entity that was sealed by the city-states many years back. You've been manifesting in this realm for centuries, with your first known appearance being aboard an exploration vessel that vanished 3 years prior." Sailor lapsed into silence, not uttering a word for a considerable stretch of time. It was an interval whose length remained undetermined until Lawrence unexpectedly shattered the quiet. "He's at a loss. He can't recall how he found his way back to our world, nor the fate of the sea song, nor the reasons for his current form, one that conjures storms as an anomaly. He observes that the world as it stands now is discordant with the one preserved in his memories, yet he finds himself unable to articulate the specifics of this difference to me." Duncan took a moment to absorb this, then exhaled softly. "I understand. Ensure Anomaly 77 is well looked after first. I'll get in touch if need be." "Understood, Captain." As their conversation concluded, the glow within the mirror dimmed, reverting it to a mere reflective surface. Lawrence's attention then shifted from the now inert mirror to Anomaly 77, who was seated in the corner of the room, clutching an empty bottle with a vacant expression, its movements repetitive and futile as it tipped the bottle towards its mouth, as if expecting an elusive sip. "Alcohol really has no effect on you," Lawrence remarked, a note of frustration in his voice as he stood and approached. "You can't get drunk to alcohol, nor can you be poisoned, and not even a bullet from a gun can harm you. After all, you've tested all those methods already." The figure halted its pointless motion with the bottle, casting it aside, and after a brief pause raised its gaze to meet Lawrence's, its expression listless. "What about a 12-pound cannon?" it muttered after a delay, its voice carrying a tone of desolation. "If you're still around when the end comes, I suppose you could give it a try. Maybe even the 64-pounder at the dock would interest you," Lawrence said, settling beside the mummy with a hint of humor. "But considering the world's end is nigh, such endeavors might be futile. We're all bound for rest, though your journey has been unusually circuitous." Sailor turned to face Lawrence, his gaze empty. His eyes, dried and withered, shifted slightly, the brief illusion of inebriation induced by self-delusion fading swiftly. After a moment of vacant staring, the restless entity slowly bowed its head, cradling it within the caverns of his skeletal hands. "I've misplaced the log," he whispered, his voice a blend of confusion and despair. "What did you say?" "The log, Captain Caroline's diary. She penned much before she disappeared, entrusting me with its return. That was our mission." The figure's voice trailed off, its tone verging on the tearful, yet it seemed to have lost the capacity for such distinctly human expressions of grief. "It's lost. The captain's diary is lost. I had it with me when the sea song ventured back. It was in my possession, but now its whereabouts elude me. Everything's altered. My memory fails me." Lawrence absorbed the somber admission from Sailor, his reaction one of silent astonishment, while Martha's silhouette materialized quietly in the mirror beside him. They both remained motionless, their attention fixed on the mummy. The only sound in the room was the figure's subdued, low-toned mutterings, reminiscent of a being that had long forgotten the art of weeping, now struggling to rediscover how to express sorrow. Turning to face his companions, Duncan realized that a crowd had quietly assembled behind him. Their gazes were divided between him and the now inert mirror that had captured their colleague's reflection. "So that mummy actually has such a remarkable backstory," Shirley murmured under her breath, a hint of astonishment in her voice. Deep in thought, Vanna reflected aloud. "The sea song, crossing the critical 6-mile threshold just a day ago, I recall Her Highness Helena discussing this issue. She mentioned that the major religious orders had begun dispatching advance vessels to penetrate the border boundary, aiming to gather insights from beyond our known world. But how does the first mate of a church ship turn into Anomaly 77? They only went into the fog a day ago." Nina expressed her confusion. "And then there's the matter of that half-century. Perhaps it's an indication that the very notion of time is starting to unravel," Duncan proposed quietly. "Or maybe this anomaly is intrinsic to the outer sea regions beyond the borders. The Sea Song's crew might have paid the ultimate price to uncover this first property of the boundary." Upon hearing Duncan's speculation, Morris's brow creased in contemplation, as if a sudden insight had struck him. However, before the seasoned scholar could articulate his thoughts, an unexpected knock at the door from the entrance cut through the room, halting his train of thought. They had a visitor. Chapter 759, Piercing Through History. As the door swung open, Lucretia was greeted by two figures she recognized, but hadn't anticipated seeing at her doorstep. Helena, adorned in a flowing dress the color of the ocean, stood beside Frem, a towering orc whose skin bore the rough texture of stone. In the distance, the glow of headlights cut through the darkness, belonging to a pair of nondescript steam-powered vehicles stationed near an intersection. A handful of church guardians, motionless as if they were sculptures, kept watch by the cars, blending into the night. Lucretia's expression soured at the sight of her unexpected visitors. "What's with everyone's sudden fondness for dropping by unannounced?" she asked, with a mix of annoyance and curiosity. "We apologize for the intrusion, Lucretia," Helena began, her tone dismissive of the clear displeasure on Lucretia's face. Without hesitation, she proceeded into the house, her presence commanding yet uninvited. "We need to discuss something of grave importance," she continued, hinting at the secretive nature of their visit, eager to avoid drawing any unwanted attention to their presence. Before Ms. Lucretia could even think of a response, Helena, the esteemed leader of the Storm Church, had already made her way past the threshold, with Frem trailing behind. He offered a clumsy apology to Lucretia. "My apologies, Ms. Lucretia. Helena has a way of taking matters into her own hands. We've come because we've stumbled upon something supernatural. It's something that might catch the captain's interest." Lucretia, finding herself unable to halt their advance, could only respond with a sharp retort. "This is my home, you know." But her protest fell on deaf ears. Despite her usual aversion to unexpected company, Lucretia found herself powerless to turn away the determined duo. The pair, both high-ranking officials within the church, had effortlessly made their way into her sanctuary. By the time she fully grasped the situation, Helena and Frem had firmly established themselves within her home. Inside, Duncan, already alerted by the commotion at the entrance, looked up to find Helena and Frem making their entrance. Helena was a familiar face, having visited previously with Loon, but Frem's presence was a novel sight within the city-state, piquing Duncan's interest. "Is it common for popes to roam about so freely, especially during times like these?" he asked, his tone laced with a light-hearted jest. Unfazed by Duncan's playful ribbing, Helena seated herself opposite him with a seriousness that belied the gravity of their visit. "We come bearing a message from the divine, news from beyond the threshold of the borders." Duncan's initial amusement faded, replaced by a sudden intensity as he pieced together the implications of her words. Even Lucretia, approaching with a look of impatience, paused, her expression turning to one of deep thought, recognizing the significance of the information Helena hinted at. The room fell into a tense silence until Vanna, standing beside the sofa, ventured a guess. "The sea song?" Her words cut through the quiet, drawing everyone's attention. Momentarily caught off guard, Helena adjusted her posture, acknowledging Vanna's insight. "You," she began, her voice trailing off as she prepared to delve into the heart of their sudden visit. Duncan initiated the conversation with a sense of purpose. "Had you not come today, I would have sought you out myself," he said, pacing his words thoughtfully. "I've recently come across some information regarding the sea song as well. It appears our meeting today is more than mere chance. However, I'm eager to learn what you've uncovered first. What became of that ship?" Frem and Helena exchanged a meaningful glance before Frem, with a somber expression, took the lead. "The sea song made its way back in the year 1675, he announced, his voice heavy with the weight of history. A hush fell over the room, a silence that was abruptly shattered by Shirley's incredulous outburst. "What, 320 years ago?" After a moment of mental calculation, the room sank into an even deeper silence, during which Alice corrected Shirley with a gentle nudge. "Actually, it would be 220 years ago." Shirley, momentarily taken aback, recalibrated her reaction. "What, 220 years ago?" Unaccustomed to such interjections in their discussions, the popes remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Duncan, familiar with Shirley's occasional lapses in arithmetic, swiftly redirected the conversation back to the matter at hand. "So, the sea song returned in 1675. How were you able to verify this?" Frem responded with a grave tone. "We discovered a disruption in the usual flow of history, a gap, so to speak. I detected this anomaly and then uncovered corresponding evidence within the stone tablets left by past flame-bearers." He paused, collecting his thoughts before elaborating. In December 1675, a ship appeared on the eastern frontier. It was in such a state of decay that it seemed almost ghostly and disintegrated into the sea soon after its appearance. The only detail that could be verified before it sank was its name, Sea Song, etched on its hull. This incident is documented in the Flame-Bearer's cathedral archives. Yet strangely, there is no other record or mention of it in any historical documents or files from that year. It's as if this event was a shadow, slipping through a crack in history into our reality, observed and remembered solely by the flame-bearers of that era. In essence, only the bishop's account from that time has left any mark on history. Morris, puzzled by the discussion, interjected, "Why would something like this occur? Is it a case of historical contamination, or perhaps alteration?" Frem shook his head slowly. It's an instance of temporal discontinuity that led to this historical anomaly. The Sea Song must have been displaced from its intended timeline by some mishap, wandering in a 34,567 temporal void before finally re-entering our world at the 1675 time node. After a brief pause for reflection, he further elucidated. Imagine a tire rolling along, carrying countless specks of dust within it. If one of those specks were to detach from the tire's inner wall and begin to drift freely, it could reattach itself at any point on the tire's surface. As Frem detailed the concept of being untethered from the traditional flow of time, wandering without chronological anchor, Duncan's face took on a contemplative expression, his brows knitting together in thought. Lucretia and Morris, too, seemed to grasp the gravity of Frem's words, their faces lighting up with a dawning understanding, as if pieces of a complex puzzle were beginning to fall into place. In contrast, Alice and Shirley, faced with a theory that ventured far beyond the realm of common understanding, remained visibly unaffected, their clarity of thought seemingly untouched by the intricate discussions of temporal anomalies. Lucretia, breaking the momentary silence with a soft voice, shared a look of mutual understanding with Duncan. "So that explains the experiences of Sailor," she mused aloud. "Sailor," Helena echoed, her curiosity piqued, evident confusion on her face. "Who's this sailor you are referring to?" "The first mate of the Sea Song. He still walks this world, though he is much altered from the man he once was," Duncan revealed, choosing not to withhold the insights gained from Lawrence, and proceeded to share all that he knew over the next few minutes. Helena and Frem exchanged a glance, absorbing the new information. After a brief pause filled with contemplation, Helena spoke up decisively. "I need to meet this sailor. He's currently located near the small city-state of Pland, on the southwestern frontier, in the company of another group of my associates," Duncan responded, his tone accommodating. "I can arrange for his return here at any moment, but I prefer to seek his consent first." Helena seemed momentarily puzzled by this approach. "Seek his consent." Duncan explained, his voice laced with seriousness. "His experiences are beyond what most can fathom, and it's possible that the Sea Song's odyssey beyond the confines of our known world has closed a historical loop, causing his memories to resurface almost instantaneously. He may no longer be the person you remember as the first mate of the Sea Song, and he might not wish to engage with anyone from the Storm Church again." Helena's expression softened, a mix of understanding and surprise evident. "It's somewhat unexpected to hear of your consideration and respect for the feelings of your followers in such matters." Duncan's response was marked by a slight twitch of his mouth, a hint of bemusement in his voice. "And what exactly is the image you hold of me?" Helena quickly tried to correct any misconceptions. "A reliable captain, a respected explorer, we've had our misunderstandings, but—" accompanied by an ever-present entourage of shadows from other dimensions, rumored to concoct brews from children and stray dogs from around the world. Frem chimed in nonchalantly. "Helena, that wasn't my claim," Frem clarified, looking towards Helena with a stoic expression. "That was a discussion between you and Banster." Helena, slightly agitated, retorted, "That was a gross exaggeration, and it was last year, why bring that up now?" Unfazed, Frem simply turned his gaze back to Duncan, maintaining his composed demeanor. "They indeed said that." A heavy silence fell, broken only by Duncan's sigh as he turned aside awkwardly. Lucretia, who had been quietly standing by, now visibly struggled to contain her emotions, her face a portrait of restrained indignation. Her silence served as a final gesture of respect towards her father. Finally, after a moment's pause, Duncan resignedly concluded, "I'll get in touch with Lawrence." "Well, that's the current situation," Lawrence began, positioning himself directly opposite Anomaly 77. His tone was grave, underscoring the seriousness of the matter at hand. Captain Duncan is eager for a meeting, and the Pope from the Storm Church is also awaiting your decision. Should you choose to, we can set off without delay. The captain has granted me the privilege of utilizing his flame to call forth a portal. Through Eye's capabilities, you could be transported to Wind Harbor almost instantaneously. By this point, Anomaly 77 had managed to navigate the initial wave of shock and the bewildering flood of memories that had recently returned to him. He had found a semblance of his old self, though now he was grappling with a new wave of anxiety. "I am at a loss," he confessed, his voice laced with the tumult of his inner turmoil, making no attempt to mask his feelings from Lawrence. "My memories are a jumbled mess. The days leading up to the Sea Song's departure are particularly hazy. I recognize my role as the first mate of the Sea Song, yet it feels as though I'm looking at a stranger when I ponder this identity, and perhaps more distressingly, I've misplaced that journal." Lawrence paused momentarily, his next words measured. "If it's Captain Caroline's journal that's weighing on your mind," he trailed off, then continued with deliberate slowness. "It's possible that it hasn't been lost after all." Sailor's attention snapped up, a flicker of hope crossing his features. "Ah. You've mentioned remembering placing her journal by your side just before Captain Caroline vanished, and that you've kept it close ever since. The truth is, it has always been near you," Lawrence explained, locking eyes with Sailor, emphasizing each word with deep sincerity. "Can you recall what has always accompanied you?" In that moment, Sailor seemed to be piecing together a puzzle, realization dawning upon him slowly. "It's the faint traces we discovered on your shroud," Lawrence revealed, adding another layer to the unfolding mystery. Chapter 760, Reunion After a Long Separation. The ancient and worn fabric, now resembling more a relic than anything else, bore only fragments of words such as Caroline, Border, and Leviathan, their shapes barely discernible. Making out even these few words was a feat, requiring keen observation and the ability to make connections where none seemed to exist. Anomaly 77 gazed at the fabric laid before him, a piece that had been transferred from the storeroom of the White Oak upon the captain's command. Since his transformation and induction into the crew of the White Oak, this fabric had been stored away, out of sight in the ship's containment room. "It's been ages since I've taken a good look at this. Actually, I don't think I've ever truly seen it for what it is," Anomaly 77 whispered, his aged fingers gently tracing what seemed like mere stains but were in fact the remnants of faded writings. "I never knew these texts were here." "That's understandable. Unless you're actively searching for something, it's easy to overlook these kinds of details, dismissing them as insignificant smudges," Lawrence replied, his tone nonchalant. "Had Martha not been so observant and considered this angle, we might never have linked these smudges on the fabric to Captain Caroline's diary. Especially now, when so little of it is left, the elements have claimed nearly all its substance." "Yes, there's hardly anything left," Sailor responded, his voice filled with a sense of loss. "It's hard to believe this was once the captain's detailed log. Now what remains is barely coherent. It was meant to be a comprehensive record, not this. This transformation likely relates to your journey back from the realm beyond the border to the boundless sea. Crossing that 6-mile threshold seems to irrevocably alter the essence of certain objects," Lawrence speculated. "It turned you into Anomaly 77 and transformed Captain Caroline's detailed log into this piece of fabric. But regardless, these fragments are vital clues, and he needs them." Sailor stood silently next to the fabric, engulfed in a profound stillness. An inner turmoil seemed to grip him. After a lengthy pause, he gave a slow nod. "All right, lead me to him. He has been waiting for too long." Lawrence let out a quiet sigh, stepping back slightly. Almost immediately, a ghostly green flame flickered into existence where he had just stood. The heart of the flame then twisted and contracted before expanding and pulsing, and from this fiery maelstrom emerged a skeletal bird, its visage striking terror. The appearance of the skeletal bird and the swirling portal of flame immediately caused Sailor to take a half-step back, his gaze shifting from the rotating flames to the creature circling near the ceiling before he turned to Lawrence with a look of disbelief. "Is this thing really safe? Are you having second thoughts now?" Lawrence's eyes widened in surprise, his tone incredulous. "You're not seriously reconsidering at this moment, are you? If he has to come personally to fetch you, it won't be nearly as gentle as this." Feeling the weight of Lawrence's words, Sailor visibly tensed, a look of inner conflict crossing his face as he hesitantly moved 2 steps towards the flame portal, stopping midway with a question. "Does passing through hurt?" Without a word, Lawrence moved closer, positioning himself just behind Sailor. Sailor's whole body seemed to react, shuddering as if feeling a chill he hadn't experienced in centuries. No, 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 I'll go in myself. With that declaration, he approached the swirling flames, bracing himself before tentatively reaching a hand into the vortex, only to quickly retract it, exclaiming, "Ah, damn, it's kind of hot, Captain, isn't there another way?" Lawrence, losing patience, gave him a nudge. "Quit your complaining." Sailor's startled yelp was swiftly swallowed by the roaring flames. "Get a move on! Get a move on!" the skeletal bird screeched, diving into the flame portal. However, in a surprising turn, it re-emerged from the portal a moment later, seizing the neglected shroud with its claws before disappearing back into the flames. Lawrence let out a weary sigh. Just as he was about to leave, the flame portal burst open once more, and the giant bird reappeared, approaching Lawrence with an urgent, grating demand. "Get some fries! Get some fries! Get fries!" Lawrence nearly jumped out of his skin at this unexpected request from the messenger, stumbling back to regain his composure. It dawned on him then that he had forgotten to prepare the necessary offering and medium for the summoning, his forehead beating with sweat. "I forgot to prepare." The skeletal bird fixed Lawrence with a stare, its empty, flame-filled eye sockets boring into him, causing Lawrence to stiffen. In those tense moments, Lawrence's mind raced through various notorious incidents among the boundless seas captains involving summoning and sacrifices. A wizard met his end against a wall, crushed by the violent backlash for presenting an incorrect offering to a spirit from the Shadow Realm. A cultist was fatally struck down by an irate demon for an inadequate sacrifice. A truth saint, while examining an ancient artifact, inadvertently activated a spell to call forth malevolent spirits, and lacking a proper offering, was forced to eliminate the uncontrollable entity in a desperate struggle, letter 1D64D. Uncertain how to interpret the behavior of the peculiar messenger known as AI, that the captain frequently mentioned, Lawrence quickly realized that confronting this entity with aggression was likely not an option. The idea of physically overpowering AI, much less resorting to violence, seemed increasingly impractical as he contemplated the situation. With a nervous gulp, Lawrence began to second-guess his earlier oversight. Given their allegiance to Captain Duncan, it was uncertain whether AI, this seemingly otherworldly messenger, would recognize the concept of camaraderie or allegiance among the crew. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed AI, the skeletal bird, suddenly pull back, turn around, and head back through the portal, all the while muttering under its breath about the indignities of its position. Slave labor, not even compensated for overtime. With that, AI and the portal vanished from the room, leaving Lawrence in a state of bewildered silence. What? Meanwhile, Duncan observed Anomaly 77 being unceremoniously ejected from the portal by AI. He then turned his attention to a visibly agitated dove pacing on the coffee table, puzzled by its demeanor. "What seems to be the issue with this bird now?" Alice, equally baffled, responded, "I'm not sure. She appears to be quite upset." "Let's not dwell on it. Perhaps feeding her will improve its mood," Duncan suggested nonchalantly, dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand and turning his focus back to Anomaly 77, who was struggling to regain his footing. "It's been a while, sailor." Upon hearing Duncan's greeting, Anomaly 77, who had been cautiously avoiding making eye contact with anyone in the room, stiffened. It was as if the direct address confirmed there was no escaping this reunion. He slowly stood up straighter, his nervous gaze scanning the room. Captain, it's been a long time, and everyone else, too. I haven't seen any of you in quite a while." He proceeded to greet each person in the room, reverting to the formality he once displayed in Duncan's presence, but then he halted abruptly when he met Helena's gaze. Responsible for the Storm Church, Helena watched the mummified figure before her intently. She scrutinized Anomaly 77's desiccated and ghastly form, her expression gradually shifting as she endeavored to reconcile the sight before her with her memory of the Sea Song's loyal first mate, whom she had met personally not too long ago. Despite her efforts, she found it impossible to associate the dignified first mate with the disfigured, hunched figure of Anomaly 77. After a moment of silence, Helena spoke, breaking the tension. "I can't recognize you." "Yes, it has been over 200 years, perhaps even longer," Anomaly 77 responded with a grin that produced a grating sound. He took a few steps toward Helena, attempting a polite gesture but hesitated, his hand faltering midair. "I've forgotten how to make that gesture properly." Helena's query carried a weight of formality rather than genuine curiosity. "Are you the Sea Song's first mate?" "Yes, as far as my scattered memories can confirm," Sailor replied, tapping his temple as if to summon clarity from the chaos within. What remains in my mind are fragmented pieces. I vividly recall the moment before we embarked on our journey. Captain Caroline and I were aboard the Ark under your watchful eye, receiving your sacred blessing. You anointed our wrists with ointment. The day had not yet yielded to night. Helena paused momentarily, her acknowledgement tinged with a sense of temporal proximity. Yes, that was relatively recent. To me, it feels like eons have passed, Sailor said softly, turning his gaze towards Duncan. I've shared everything I can recall. Captain Lawrence must have already briefed you on any details I've omitted, correct? Duncan offered a nod of confirmation as he approached the low table, his hand unhesitatingly grasping the filthy, shredded cloth, its unsightly condition notwithstanding. Is this the shroud Lawrence referred to? As Duncan's fingers made contact with the cloth, all eyes in the room shifted towards him. Sailor confirmed with a nod. Yes, that's the one. It bears Captain Caroline's handwriting, though I'm at a loss as to how it ended up in this state. It's supposed to be the Sea Song captain's log. Captain Caroline entrusted it to me before she disappeared. It's one of the few memories I hold with absolute clarity. Duncan scrutinized the dilapidated fabric, its inscriptions barely discernible, his expression morphing into a frown. It's illegible now. The transition back to the boundless sea likely caused its current state, Sailor lamented, shaking his head in resignation. That boundary, it acts as a barrier, preventing us from transporting secrets from beyond back to our world. Duncan absorbed the information in silence, his contemplation casting a reflective mood over the room. The quiet was so profound that the only sound was the clock's ticking, marking the passage of time in the otherwise still atmosphere. Breaking the silence, Duncan finally looked up, a decisive tone in his voice. Would you object if I were to conduct some extreme tests on it? Chapter 761, Captain Caroline's Log. The moment Duncan began to speak, Sailor was struck with an immediate realization of what the captain intended to do. This insight wasn't new. Ever since Lawrence had awakened him aboard the White Oak, Sailor's greatest fear had become a stark reality, the terror of being ignited into flames by Captain Duncan. Regrettably, this fear had materialized when Sailor was struck by a colossal fireball, a deadly gift from a messenger known as AI. Having endured the horror of being engulfed in ghost fire, which seemed capable of vaporizing his very soul at any moment, Sailor was understandably on edge, voicing his concern with a tremble in his voice. Will this directly set the shroud ablaze? Theoretically, it shouldn't, Duncan replied with unwavering confidence. I possess the ability to fine-tune my flames to reveal the hidden reality beneath the facade of various mystical objects. This technique has allowed me to safely examine and discover secrets of numerous artifacts in the past. Before Duncan could further assure him, the conversation took a turn as Shirley, who had been listening intently, interjected with a reminder. Except that black leather book we retrieved from the Annihilators was reduced to ashes after you merely glanced at it. Not to be outdone, Nina chimed in with her own example. And let's not forget the golden mask from the Suntists in Plan that also succumbed to flames. Atlantis too burned not long ago, Lucretia added softly, highlighting the recent event. Faced with these reminders, Duncan's confident facade began to crumble, and the air filled with a palpable tension. However, Alice, who had been distractedly feeding pigeons, sensed an opportunity to lighten the mood and eagerly interjected. But my wooden box didn't burn. After a brief pause, she continued with a grave tone, though it did become part of the vanished after the captain inspected it. Trying to maintain his composure, Duncan managed to address Alice with a strained smile, suggesting she could have omitted that last detail before turning back to Sailor. Despite the awkward exchanges, he endeavored to project an air of assurance. Regardless, it's extremely safe. Sailor, observing the captain's strained dignity and the mixed reactions of the crew and the two impassive popes, took a moment before reluctantly offering his trust. I believe. With a palpable sense of relief, Duncan approached Sailor, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, I recognize its value as potentially the last remnant of the Sea Song. I'll handle it with utmost care. Acknowledging Duncan's pledge, Sailor nodded, albeit still somewhat dazed by the gravity of the situation. Duncan then proceeded to a low table, where he solemnly laid out the shroud, his demeanor reflecting the seriousness of the task at hand. Helena and Frem found their attention inexorably drawn to Duncan's actions. After a moment of hesitation, filled with the weight of the responsibility they bore, Frem felt compelled to voice his concern. This is the sole piece of knowledge that has made its way back from the uncharted territories. Should there be any indication of harm, I implore you to cease immediately." "I understand," Duncan responded with a gravitas that matched the significance of the moment. With the eyes of his companions fixed upon him, he carefully positioned his hand above the ancient shroud. "Let me have a word with it," he whispered under his breath, a soft murmur meant only for himself. From his fingertips, a stream of ethereal flame, resembling liquid more than fire, sparked to life and gently descended upon the shroud. With the fluidity of water, this ghost fire instantly permeated the fabric, seeping into every crease and fold as it explored the hidden secrets within. Duncan, with his eyes gently closed, focused intently on guiding the flames as they wove through the shroud. He was deeply attuned to the fragments of information being relayed through the fire, seeking to connect with a reality that was fractured, remote, and seemingly lost to time. Though familiar to him, this process required a level of concentration and precision he had honed over many such endeavors. In the realm of his perception, a tumultuous void unfolded, initially revealing nothing but the chaotic absence of form or structure. However, abruptly, as if a lost era had been plucked from the annals of history and thrust into the present, a faint illumination pierced the void within this tumult. Feeling a pull towards this light, Duncan advanced mentally, and before he could fully engage with it, a soft, indistinct voice reached him. "I am Caroline, the captain of the Sea Song, and this message is what I've managed to send back from our journey. We encountered her, roughly 50 years after we crossed the critical 6 miles limit." At this revelation, Duncan's metaphorical eyes widened in his visionary state. The light amidst the chaos began to take shape, forming the silhouette of a woman donned in the Storm Church's naval attire. Her stature was imposing, yet her features remained obscured. Letter 213. She seemed to stand alone, speaking to the ether, unaware of Duncan's presence or observation. Beyond the frontier, time is not linear. It took years of being adrift to understand that the 6 miles critical limit is more than a physical demarcation. It defines the limits of our world's order. In the mists, detached from the familiar flow of time, I witnessed an array of surreal visions. In the densest fog, the very edge of our world appeared to crumble and decay. There the specters of explorers lost to the frontier, devoid of both substance and self-awareness, roamed. Caught in a tumultuous, disjointed temporal stream, they moved without purpose, like fog, coalescing and dispersing. The Sea Song encountered some of these phantoms, and through these interactions I came to realize we were beginning to mirror their fate. My crew, they began to lose their sense of self, transforming into something unrecognizable after nearly 50 years adrift. This realization came to me much later, and by that time I was scarcely in better condition than they were. Throughout it all, the first mate remained steadfast at his post. His endurance is beyond my comprehension. Then, as if by some miracle, we found ourselves once again amidst the call of the waves, drawn to a suddenly materializing sea. This sea pulled the Sea Song towards an island. I came to my senses then, astonished that such a vast physical expanse could exist beyond the known frontiers. It was then I understood that these islands were actually the sacred resting grounds of our deity. There she was, the sovereign of storms, the essence of the deep sea, the goddess Gamona. The revelations I share may astonish or unsettle many, yet they are the truth of my experiences. The realm of the divine is not situated in a higher dimensional plane, nor does it lie at the foundation of our universe. The concept of a divine kingdom as a distinct place is a fallacy. The gods have always been amongst us, encircling the world, beyond the mists at the edge of our reality. They and their offsprings form part of the outer barrier. At this point, Caroline's phantom paused, her narrative interrupted by a gap in her recollection. Duncan, drawn in by her account, sought to engage with the captain's visage, questioning the nature of her revelations. "The gods encircle the world and are integral to the outer barrier," he inquired abruptly. "What lies beyond this barrier? What exists further out? Were you able to see it?" The phantom of Caroline offered no reply, trapped within the confines of her recorded message. After a brief silence, she resumed her account, still echoing Captain Caroline's words. "Many of us remain there. The goddess of storms slumbers at the heart of those primeval islands. These islands are in truth the carcasses of leviathans, arrayed around the sea, cradling her in their midst. The largest of these hosts a temple, a structure reminiscent of a tiered obelisk, crafted from an amalgam of dark green and pitch-black stones, adorned with enigmatic, convoluted markings that hint at some form of script, though none I recognize. The entity at the temple's core is beyond description, differing vastly from any preconceived notion of the goddess I held. In the moment I beheld her form, It felt as though my consciousness was shattered and reconstituted countless times. Yet, it was a soft voice that restored us, a voice that integrated us into her being, shielding us from dissolution into the formless entities of the mist. Then she expressed her regret to us. She confessed her inability to maintain control. She revealed that she had perished yet struggled against the encroach of death. Now she required our assistance. She tasked me with delineating a pathway, a specific course leading from the boundless sea directly to the outer barrier. Only through navigating the correct route within the fog that lies between the boundary of the 6 miles limit can travelers hope to reach. It was essential for someone to make the journey back to bring this information. As Caroline's spectral form spoke, her head bowed gently, her voice carrying a tone of solemnity. Exhaustion had claimed most of my crew. They opted for a final rest in the divine anchorage of the Lord. I harbor no resentment towards their choice, for it is an intrinsic aspect of humanity to seek solace. In the end, it was just my first mate and I who embarked on the journey back to familiar shores. The sea song had been claimed by the islands, yet the goddess crafted its semblance from the mist before its complete engulfment. My first mate and I boarded this spectral ship, guided by the direction she imparted, navigating back towards home. Now the end of our voyage draws near. I sense the gradual fading of my own existence, as well as that of the sea song. We are but phantoms conjured by the goddess amidst the fog, and the tangible world does not permit such phantasms to linger. This sensation of fading. It signifies our nearing home. Yet my first mate and I are not the same. He is no illusion birthed from the mist. He has remained vigilant throughout our journey, from our departure until this moment, manifesting tangibly within this realm, loyally executing his duties. Hence, the responsibility of the route falls to him. He carries the knowledge to navigate back to our world, and equally to return to those islands, regardless of the passage of time. I am Caroline, captain of the Sea Song, and I bequeath the entirety of the Sea Song to my devoted first mate, marking this as the final entry I record as captain. Goddess, please bear witness. Within the enveloping chaos and dense fog, the luminous figure of Caroline stilled into silence once more. Then, as the fog lifted, Duncan found himself returning to his senses. He was back in the living room, surrounded by the familiar yet now seemingly distant reality of his own world. Chapter 762, The Temporary Sailor. As soon as Duncan regained consciousness, everyone quickly converged around him, eager to hear what he had experienced. The eerie, soft glow of a ghostly green flame, which seemed almost alive in its gentle ripple, was still visible, nestled within the creases of the shroud surrounding him. With a slight blink, Duncan managed to quell the flame, preventing it from fully engulfing the shroud in its ethereal fire. He took a brief moment to collect his thoughts, piecing together the vision he had just witnessed before his eyes landed on the mummy. Sailor stood at a cautious distance, yet its curiosity got the better of it as it seemed to lean forward slightly, its demeanor a mix of hesitation and intrigue. With a blend of concern and curiosity etching her youthful face, Nina approached Duncan. "Uncle Duncan, what did you see?" she asked, her voice tinged with an earnest need for answers, gently tugging at his arm. Opting for transparency, Duncan responded without any attempt at evasion. "Captain Caroline's memories," his voice soft yet clear. "It showed me what happened after the Sea Song was lost at sea and how they managed to find their way back home." At the mention of these events, Sailor's interest was visibly piqued, and it edged closer to the group, drawn in by the narrative unfolding. Withholding no details, Duncan recounted everything revealed to him in the vision. Upon concluding his tale, all eyes instinctively turned towards Sailor, who had subtly moved to stand beside the coffee table by now. Caught in the moment, Anomaly 77 was momentarily absorbed in the story until Duncan mentioned Captain Caroline entrusting him with the route to the outer world. This revelation caught him off guard, causing his demeanor to shift abruptly as he took a step back, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Hey, don't look at me, I don't know anything about the route. What route? I'm clueless," he protested, his hands gesturing his ignorance. Helena's skepticism evident in her expression pressed him. "You don't know," she was puzzled. "Captain Caroline said she entrusted that route to you. Do you not remember anything?" "I don't." His response was a mix of confusion and a hint of panic, his arms spread wide in a gesture of complete bewilderment. "I vaguely remember something about the log, but honestly I can barely recall my own journey back." Frem, the tall and usually silent orc, studied him for a moment before posing his question. "Then what else do you remember?" After returning to the boundless sea, do you not have any other more vivid memories? This prompted Sailor to think deeply until a moment of realization struck him. Yes, I remember waking up in a box with two individuals draped in blue and black robes sprinkling bone dust and spices over me. And there was another as big as you, Frem, poised to seal the coffin with me inside. I resisted, and in response he struck me with a hammer blow. The next thing I knew, it was 1864. The revelation hung in the air, leaving a brief silence in the room, punctuated by an awkward atmosphere. Alice, seemingly unfazed by the tension, leaned in with genuine interest. "Ah, then what happened?" Her question broke the brief lull, her curiosity undimmed. Following Sailor's recount of waking up to a second hammer blow in 1901, the mood in the living room shifted as everyone exchanged knowing looks. Helena let out a cough to break the tension, and with a helpless shrug, Duncan signaled a mutual desire to steer the conversation away from these unsettling tales of resurrection and hammering. Undeterred by the awkward atmosphere, Alice's curiosity remained piqued. She leaned in closer to Sailor, her voice tinged with genuine intrigue. "Hey, how did you know it was 1864? Weren't you just knocked unconscious when you woke up?" Sailor explained that he had later asked Captain Lawrence, who informed him that historical records mentioned only that one incident where he nearly lost control completely. He added, "Besides, I actually woke up several times, but those memories are a blur." Alice, ever so interested, inquired about his sleep quality, to which he replied, "Not bad, the chanting was never too loud, though now I spend half my time out of the box since the captain gave me a bed." Their exchange, veering into an oddly casual chat about sleeping arrangements, was abruptly interrupted by Duncan, who felt compelled to steer the conversation back to the pressing matter at hand. Clearing his throat, he interjected, Now is not the time for this." With the room's attention back on him, Sailor ceased his banter. Duncan then addressed Anomaly 77 directly, acknowledging Sailor's forgotten memories regarding the route, but also suggesting that what Captain Caroline recorded in her log held equal weight. The route might not have been something you were simply supposed to remember. Captain Caroline's words, "entrusted the route to you," suggest she might have passed on this information in a more tangible form, anticipating that there might come a day when mere memory wouldn't suffice. Duncan's theory suggested that just as Captain Caroline's log had traversed boundaries in a tangible form, she might have employed a similar method to ensure the route remained with Sailor unaffected by any alterations to memory or self-awareness. "This route could still exist with you in a form we've yet to comprehend," he concluded, hinting at a mystery deeply intertwined with Sailor's own being and possibly hidden within the enigmatic shroud or another form entirely, waiting to be discovered. As Sailor absorbed Duncan's hypothesis, a flicker of acceptance crossed his face, tempered by skepticism. Could Captain Caroline really have implemented such a method? I always assumed her log's transformation was an unintended mishap. She was, after all, only human. Helena interjected with a perspective that lent the conversation a deeper significance. "But she once stood before our Lord," her voice cutting through the silence with a hint of reverence. "Any human who has looked into the face of a god can scarcely be deemed ordinary anymore." This assertion left Sailor speechless, contemplating the weight of Helena's words. Seizing the moment to outline the next steps, Duncan fixed his gaze upon Anomaly 77 with renewed intensity. "We'll need time to determine how we might uncover the information that's purportedly within you," he said, his tone underscored with seriousness. "For now, you'll remain with us, and when the time comes, be ready to join the Vanished on our voyage." The prospect of a prolonged commitment seemed to catch Sailor off guard, his initial shock palpable. "I assumed my role was merely to pass on what I knew." Duncan's silent stare prompted a swift adjustment in Sailor's demeanor, his expression hardening with resolve. "Of course, as you're well aware, my allegiance to the Vanished fleet is unwavering. To board that legendary vessel has always been the dream of my lifetime." A softening smile from Duncan eased the tension, mirrored by the others' encouraging grins. In a gesture of camaraderie, Shirley gently patted Sailor's skinny arm, offering words of reassurance. "Don't fret, the captain is truly kind, and life aboard the ship is far from dull. Every day is an adventure." She then left unsaid her own role in contributing to the ship's adventures. The moment, though light-hearted, was not lost on Helena, whose gaze carried a mix of emotions. The memory of those warriors who had sought her blessing prior to the Sea Song's departure, their vibrant faith now a stark contrast to the present, weighed heavily on her. "It's time we departed," Helena finally declared, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy, acknowledging the length of their visit and the duties awaiting her and Frem at the church. Noting the mechanical clock's late hour, Duncan acknowledged their need to leave without the customary farewell, citing his own preparations as his focus. As Helena and Frem made to exit, Helena paused, turning back towards Duncan with a momentary hesitation. She then imparted crucial information. The Storm Church's border assembly point lies in the southeastern border, close to the waters where you last encountered the tide. Duncan's acknowledgement was subtle yet firm. Understood. I'll reach out before we embark. This exchange, layered with unspoken understandings and commitments, underscored the gravity of their shared cause and the uncertain journey ahead. After the departure of the two popes, the night swallowed the sounds of their cars fading into the distance. Once abuzz with conversation and speculation, the living room settled into a brief silence. It was Shirley who broke the quiet, unable to suppress a wide yawn, signaling the night's toll on her. "Ayo, I'm sleepy, I'm going to bed." Following Shirley's lead, Vanna and Morris also excused themselves, leaving the room in search of rest. Assuming her role as the hostess, Lucretia turned her attention to making the new member of their unusual household comfortable. She eyed the mummy with a practical gaze, inquiring about his lodging preferences. "There are plenty of empty rooms here. Do you have any preferences for the room, floor level or ventilation?" The mummy, taken aback by the consideration, quickly dismissed the need for any special arrangements. No need," he said, waving his hands in a dismissive gesture, his voice tinged with nervousness. "Just find me a place to stay, I don't sleep anyway." His attention drifted to the stair railing nearby, an idea sparking in his eyes. "Hey, this railing is nice. Just give me a rope and I can hang here facing the sun, perfect for sunbathing in the morning. Oh, although there hasn't been much sun recently." Duncan, intrigued yet skeptical, arched an eyebrow. "Are you sure? Just so you know, Nina wakes up the earliest, and that girl can be quite groggy in the morning. If she groggily comes down the stairs and looks up to see you hanging on the railing, it won't just be a simple scare. You'll really be seeing the sun." Lucretia, overhearing this plan, was immediately flustered and insisted, "You must stay in a room." Her tone was firm, almost motherly in her concern. "Don't scare Nina, then I'll have no house left." Nina, who had been quietly listening behind Duncan, chimed in with a small, meek voice. "Actually, I've got it pretty under control now." Observing the interplay between Captain Duncan, Miss Witch, and the Sun Fragment, expressing her grievances in a softly wronged tone, Sailor sensed an atmosphere far removed from what he had anticipated. Intrigued and perhaps a bit amused by the domestic dynamics at play, he couldn't help but let a smile creep across his face. A smile that, despite its intent to be reassuring, carried an eerie quality. "All right, I'll follow your arrangement." His agreement, while grudging, signified his willingness to embrace the peculiarities of his new surroundings. Chapter 763, Before the Long Voyage. Sailor had recently become a unique addition to the inhabitants of the Witch's mansion, though his presence seemed to barely ripple through the daily life within the mansion's walls. Unlike any ordinary person, Sailor had the peculiar ability to remain stationary for extended periods, much like a mummified corpse. He required neither sustenance nor sleep. If left unaddressed, he might spend days without uttering a single word, often found in his secluded corner, lost in thought or staring blankly into space, giving the impression he was in a perpetual state of contemplation or disconnection from his surroundings. This unusual behavior almost led the other residents to occasionally forget the presence of an extra occupant within the mansion. Interaction between Sailor and others was minimal, with the exception of Looney. Their exchanges were brief and functional, mainly consisting of simple requests and responses such as, "Ah, could you shift a bit to the side?" followed by a quiet, "Yeah." Once the task was completed, "All right, you can move back now," would be met with a nonchalant, "Oh." As days turned into a routine, a curious incident occurred on the third day that prompted Lucretia, the mansion's mistress, to confront Sailor. She found him in the basement storage room, sprawled amidst various items, mimicking a corpse. She expressed her bafflement, recounting tales from her father about Sailor's once vibrant and active demeanor aboard the White Oak, questioning why he had adopted such a subdued presence in her home. In response, Sailor, while maintaining his position among the clutter, locked eyes with Lucretia in the dim light and posed a question. "Is it bad to seek calm?" He suggested that his calmness was intentional, hinting at a preference for peace and quiet, possibly shared by Lucretia herself. Lucretia attempted to articulate her thoughts, but was swiftly interrupted by Sailor's revelation. He explained his current state as a form of preparation, conserving energy for an upcoming, significant journey that seemed to be in the planning stages. Despite the captain's silence on the matter, Sailor was convinced of the impending voyage, and had been instructed to rest and attempt to recollect anything related to the sea song. Curious, Lucretia inquired about his recollections, to which Sailor shared vague memories of life aboard the sea song, highlighting the disorder, the noise from the crew during the second shift, and an endless omnipresent fog. He concluded somewhat apologetically that despite the captain's confidence, he had yet to remember anything specific about the route they were to undertake. It was a bold move to exhibit such a lackadaisical attitude in the presence of the sea witch. Her eyebrows arched in a reflex of surprise at Sailor's audacity, but she quickly masked her reaction, resuming her typically impassive demeanor. Father always has his methods. Sailor sprawled amid the mess, nonchalantly smacked his lips before abruptly shifting the conversation. What about you? Is your bright star ready to set sail? Lucretia offered no verbal response, her expression tightening into a frown. Observing her closely, Sailor noted, You're still resistant. I can see your hesitation, his voice calm yet carrying an underlying seriousness. I somewhat understand what you're resisting, but please be prepared. This voyage might turn out to be the greatest in history, perhaps even the last. This time, at least, you have the choice to embark alongside your father. His words prompted a silent but intense stare from Lucretia, compelling Sailor to halt his speech. Has anyone ever told you that you talk too much? He pondered briefly. I've been here 3 days, and only today have I spoken this much. All right, I'll hold my tongue. Lucretia watched him silently for a moment longer before redirecting her attention towards the door, stating, The bright star is always ready for a long voyage. However, as she initiated her departure, Sailor halted her. Hey, wait a moment, there's one more thing. Curiosity piqued, Lucretia turned back, inquiring, What is it? Could you help me reconnect my spine and shoulder? He continued, his posture still lax in the heap of clutter, evidently having dislocated a joint during his earlier lazy stretch. Lucretia's face subtly shifted as she regarded him, but then she decisively turned and exited without offering assistance. Just lie there. What? The scene transitions to Duncan, who paused his writing to glance towards the window. Despite the darkness outside, the bright indoor light bathed the study. Alice sat quietly by the window, the light gently illuminating her, her eyes nearly closed as if on the brink of sleep. Her attention snapped to Duncan as he observed her from his desk, her face lighting up with a smile. Captain, have you finished writing? Alice's curiosity was apparent when approaching Duncan, even though she knew she couldn't decipher the contents of the captain's diary on the desk. I'm done. If you're tired, you don't need to stay here on my account. Go rest in your room, Duncan answered. I'm not tired, Alice quickly responded, her eyes momentarily caught by the cryptic entries in the captain's diary. Is this your diary? I can't understand a single word. Duncan offered a warm smile, choosing not to delve into the intricacies of diary writing, but instead posed a simple question. Do you want to try writing a diary? Alice, caught off guard by the suggestion, hesitated before responding. Me? I don't even know where to begin. I'm not sure what to write about, and doesn't it require a vast vocabulary? Her concerns were met with Duncan's laughter, an encouragement in its melody. You just write about anything that feels important or captures your interest. A diary isn't about showcasing a vast vocabulary. The words you already know are sufficient. And if words fail you, why not express yourself through drawings? As Alice absorbed his words, her initial hesitation transformed into enthusiasm. I can draw, she exclaimed with a newfound joy. Her declaration of artistic ability was modest, to say the least. Duncan had taught her the basics of drawing, enabling her to produce simple sketches that could be recognized as either a man, a woman, a person, or perhaps dog. Despite the simplicity of her skills, she held a proud belief in her ability to draw. Seeing her excitement, Duncan reached into his desk, retrieving a brand-new diary and a pencil, which he then offered to Alice. This is for you, a little something I brought back from the ship. It's a place for you to keep the memories you cherish. Alice's delight was palpable as she accepted the diary, eagerly flipping through its blank pages before settling down next to the desk, poised to write. However, curiosity got the better of her, and she asked, Why do you suddenly want me to start a diary? Duncan paused, taken aback by the question. After a moment's reflection, he shared his rationale. We're on the cusp of a journey to places far and unknown, where we're bound to experience a myriad of sights and events. Memories can be elusive, and to ensure you don't lose sight of the journey's essence, it's wise to anchor them in writing. Alice seemed to grasp the significance of his words, showing a flicker of comprehension before nodding earnestly. She then focused on the diary, inscribing Alice's diary on its title page with a level of seriousness that marked the significance of the moment. "Look, I'm done," she declared, showcasing her work to Duncan. The letters were uneven but represented the best of her efforts since Duncan had taught her to read and write. "Excellent," Duncan commended with a smile, adding a gentle reminder. "Just remember, diaries are usually private. It's important to keep them to yourself." Alice gestured towards Duncan's diary with a puzzled face. "But you showed me yours." Caught in a moment of contradiction, Duncan's face stiffened slightly as he explained. "That's because I'm aware you can't decipher the contents." Feeling puzzled, Alice scratched her head and glanced down at her new diary with a mixture of uncertainty and concern. "Is it also not okay for you to see it?" Duncan responded firmly, "Not okay," emphasizing the privacy of a diary. However, seeing Alice's troubled and somewhat disheartened look, he softened his stance, suggesting, "But if there's something you really want to share with me, feel free to. Apart from that, I won't peek. Your secrets are your own." This reassurance brought a smile back to Alice's face. "Okay." Duncan couldn't help feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation at the situation, but he was glad to see Alice's mood lift, which in turn lightened his own spirits. Alice, not dwelling too deeply on the complexities of human emotions, was simply glad to see the captain in a better mood. She then changed the subject, her curiosity piqued about their upcoming journey. "Captain, are we heading to the border next?" Duncan was caught off guard by her question. Alice quickly clarified. "Miss Vanna told me," eager to explain her source. "She mentioned we're leaving in a few days and that we need to stock up on plenty of food and water because where we're going might be very special." Acknowledging her information, Duncan confirmed, "Yes, it's going to be a place unlike any other, a place I'm not entirely sure of myself, what it looks like, or what awaits us there. Further than the holy island we visited before." "Much further than that?" Alice's O was drawn out, her mind trying to grasp the concept of a destination even more distant and unknown than the holy island, but finding it difficult to visualize. Duncan looked at Alice with intrigue, expecting perhaps a hint of worry or apprehension, but found none in her clear, untroubled gaze. "Aren't you scared?" he asked, probing for any sign of fear regarding the uncertainties of their expedition. But Alice simply shook her head with conviction, dismissing any notion of fear. Duncan decided to paint a grimmer picture to test her resolve further. "We could get lost beyond the border, face anomalies in time, and despite our best preparations, it might take a long time to return if we can return at all." Yet Alice's response was to shake her head again, this time breaking into a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I'll bring us back." "You bring us back?" Duncan couldn't hide his astonishment and a touch of skepticism. Yes, Alice's confidence was unwavering. "And how do you plan to do that?" Duncan asked, already anticipating her answer. "I don't know," she replied cheerfully without a hint of doubt. Duncan was left speechless, looking at Alice, who radiated a bizarre confidence despite her confusion. However, as he continued to observe her, his expression of bemusement gradually blended with a thoughtful gaze, as if Alice's unfounded confidence had sparked a new train of thought, mingling his helplessness with contemplation. Chapter 764, Sailing into the Night. As the night stretched on, marking the 22nd day since darkness had enveloped the world, a series of eerie and unsettling events began to unfold, as reported through messages from distant lands. In the far-off cold port, an enormous shadow emerged momentarily above the sea, standing tall and imposing like a cliff yet appearing ethereal as fog. This shadow moved silently, gliding from the sea into the air, ominously advancing toward the city-state as if to envelop it in darkness. During the night, the shadow went largely unnoticed until the night watchmen, experiencing what they believed to be a watchful presence from above, triggered a panic that led to all the churches ringing their bells in unison. It was this clamor that seemingly scared the shadow away, making it disappear back into the darkness from whence it came. Meanwhile, in the warmer climate of Mach, the entire lower district found itself engulfed in a bizarre fog of a crimson hue that carried a repulsive odor. The fog's arrival coincided with the malfunctioning of lights across several blocks, and this ominous mist even seeped into churches and night shelters for a brief period. It was only when the city-state's guardians managed to clear the fog, which had mysteriously formed during the night, that the affected districts reported several unnerving disappearances, including 2 technicians who had been out checking on the steam hubs. From the Parman Islands, there were reports of a mysterious fleet suddenly appearing in the nearby waters under the cover of darkness, making its way toward the city-state. Despite being issued a no-docking command and being directed to a designated waiting area, the fleet seemed perplexed by the ongoing long night. Inquiring about the night with confusion and claiming it was experiencing normal daylight with warm and bright sunshine on their decks, even going so far as to question the sanity of the city-state's inhabitants. As the fleet disregarded the orders and continued its approach, the city-state's navy was left with no alternative but to engage, resulting in the destruction of the unidentified ships amid a chaos of terrified screams, desperate curses, and pleas for help, leaving the sea littered with burning debris. The nature of the ships the Navy destroyed that night remained a mystery, as did the source of the sunlight they claimed to be basking in. Now, on this 22nd night of uninterrupted darkness, the world's usual order is desperately clinging on, and the fragile semblance of peace is gradually eroding in this seemingly endless night. In the lower district of Planned, outside Duncan's antique shop, a gas street lamp cast a weak yellow glow, standing guard on the deserted streets where other lamps flickered with an almost imperceptible green flame. Inside, Duncan was seated next to the shop window, meticulously cleaning a brass ornament while idly browsing through an old book. The book was a treasure from Morris's collection, a renowned work by the infamous mad poet Puman, cherished for its brilliance and madness alike. On the page before him, Duncan admired the elegant cursive script that flowed across the paper. "We shall have a long journey." While Duncan didn't usually find the poetry of his world particularly captivating, the pervasive silence that had swallowed the city-state made any distraction welcome, even the rhythmic beauty of verse. It had been ages since the last customer had entered his antique shop. The stories behind each item in the shop seemed to have aged along with their physical forms, doubling in richness, and Duncan had resigned himself to the likelihood that this quiet would persist. However, this solitude was abruptly interrupted by the sound of the door creaking open. The bell above it rang out clear and sharp, pulling Duncan from his thoughts. He lifted his gaze to the entrance and saw a man and a woman stepping into the light from the enveloping darkness outside, their movements tinged with a cautious nervousness. How rare, Duncan observed them with a fleeting glance, noting their unmistakably human appearance which piqued his curiosity, to see people wandering about at this hour. The young man, evidently unsettled, adjusted his jacket and quickly surveyed the room before responding. "We noticed your lights were on. It seems every other place is locked up tight." "We're employed at the steam pump station and the power facility," the young woman chimed in hastily, her words laced with an eagerness that suggested they were eager to assert their reason for being out so late. "We carry passes that allow us to be here." "Oh," Duncan responded with a nonchalant tone, setting aside the brass ornament he had been cleaning and regarding the two with a flicker of amusement in his eyes. "So, what brings you here? Looking to purchase something?" "We were hoping to find a pair of porcelain plates, the decorative kind you might place on a mantelpiece," the young man said, quickly specifying. "Nothing too pricey." To Duncan's surprise, they had come with a purpose. Raising his eyebrows in mild intrigue, Duncan rose and made his way to a shelf, remarking over his shoulder, "This is an antique shop, so our items aren't what you'd call cheap. Though given the unusual circumstances, I'm willing to consider a discount, reducing the price from over 4,000 to merely 26. He paused, turning to look back at the couple with a curious gaze. "But I have to ask, why now? What I mean is, what's the urgency of making such a purchase during these times?" The couple shared a look, and the young woman offered a shy smile before replying, "We're getting married." Surprise flickered across Duncan's face at this revelation. "We're in the process of setting up our new home," the young man elaborated, "and we wanted to add some decorative touches. With most places closed, we heard rumors of your shop remaining open and thought we'd take our chances here." "To think, amidst this enduring darkness, I'd meet a pair of newlyweds," Duncan murmured almost to himself as he selected a few ornate porcelain plates from the shelf, his voice tinged with wonder. "Why not wait for daylight to return?" "What if daylight never returns?" the young man countered abruptly. Duncan paused, turning to meet the young man's gaze squarely. "Now, with the future so uncertain, our wedding was initially planned for the week before last, but we ended up delaying it until now. However, we've come to realize there's no point in waiting any longer," the young man explained, his voice carrying a mix of resolve and a hint of defiance against the unending night. "Our ceremony will be a modest one, in compliance with the night's curfew restrictions. We've arranged for the church's priest to officiate at our own home, should the sun choose to never grace us with its presence again." The young woman's voice trailed off after she broached the grim possibility of an eternal darkness, her attempt at a smile betraying the effort it took. Their words may have been simple, but the depth of their message was profound, echoing a sentiment that transcended eloquence. Life must continue, regardless of the circumstances. No amount of fear or lament could hasten the sunrise. "Pick any that catches your eye," Duncan suddenly offered with a warm smile, gesturing towards the illuminated shelves adorned with exquisite plates, each accompanied by a wooden stand for display. After a moment of contemplation, the couple selected a pair of light green plates adorned with intricate golden patterns reminiscent of the craftsmanship of southern elves. They watched Duncan carefully wrap their choice in protective paper, and then, with a hint of timidity, the young woman inquired about the price. "It's on the house," Duncan declared casually. The surprise at his unexpected generosity was evident in the couple's eyes. "Let this be my wedding gift to you. The night may be long, but may this gesture bring a bit of luck your way," he added, his voice imbued with a sincere wish for their happiness. "But we couldn't possibly," the young man began, only to be interrupted. "Don't let time slip by. Your pass has its limits," Duncan gently reminded them with a smile, moving towards the door of the shop. "And don't worry, you've already provided ample compensation." Puzzled, the young man asked, "Compensation, what do you mean?" As Duncan opened the door, letting the light from the street lamps spill into the shop, he gestured towards the illuminated path that stretched into the night. "A moment of joy," he said, sharing the source of his contentment. With the couple gone, the shop once again surrendered to the quiet of the night. Duncan lingered at the doorway a moment longer, his sigh blending into the silence as he retracted his gaze from the street. Meanwhile, at Wind Harbor, a different scene unfolded under a surreal, golden pseudo-sunlight. The Vanished, with its towering masts, began to show signs of life as ethereal sails, as translucent as ghosts, billowed into existence. The exploration vessel leaned into its journey, departing from the harbor with a quiet dignity. Not far off, the gleaming bright star activated its paddle wheels, the sound of the sea accompanying its departure. "What's making you so happy, Captain?" Alice asked with curiosity after noticing Duncan's rare smile on the deck. Turning away from the receding view of Wind Harbor, Duncan's eyes lingered on the city-state they were leaving behind. With its myriad lights dimming into the distance, and the faint, struggling sunlight fading from the coast, the island was gradually engulfed by the omnipresent shadow of the night. Duncan took a moment before responding to Alice's inquiry, his answer laced with a sense of optimism. There are indeed moments of happiness to be found. Alice, still not entirely understanding but sensing the significance of his words, cast a lingering glance back towards the fading lights of the city-state, her voice carrying a note of hope mixed with uncertainty. "Will we ever return there?" In that brief pause, Duncan seemed to weigh countless thoughts and considerations about their impending journey, the myriad of paths that lay ahead, and the vast array of futures that could unfold from their decisions. Yet he settled on a simple yet resolute affirmation: "We'll come back." This assurance brought a noticeable lift to Alice's spirits. Duncan, too, allowed himself a small smile at her reaction, then took a deep breath, easing his hold on the helm, symbolically letting go of the immediate concerns and focusing on the journey ahead. They had now officially departed from Wind Harbor. Their next destination was the designated rally point on the eastern frontier, where they would join forces with the Storm Church's border fleet. Together, they planned to navigate towards the Eternal Veil, tracing the path once charted by the Sea Song in a bold quest to uncover the truths that lay beyond the known world. For Duncan, this expedition was more than a mere voyage. It was a crucial step in gaining a broader perspective on their world, to observe this shelter from the outside, and perhaps to understand the larger forces at play. However, before embarking on this grand adventure, there was a matter Duncan felt compelled to address directly. He turned his attention to a solitary figure that seemed to shrink away at the edge of the helm, a gaunt and hunched presence trying to make itself as inconspicuous as possible. "Sailor," Duncan called out gently. At the sound of his voice, Anomaly 77 stiffened, a mix of surprise and apprehension flashing across his features as he stammered, "Ah. "Come here," Duncan said, his voice warm and inviting as he took a step back to make room, gesturing towards the helm of the Vanished with an encouraging smile. "Take hold of it." Chapter 765, The Course. Suddenly, a sharp crack sound came from Sailor, startlingly indicating that a bone had just snapped out of place as the mummy twitched. Then Anomaly 77's voice filled the air with dramatic pleas. Captain, Captain, please, I beg you don't scare me like this. I promise I'm loyal, diligent, honest, and truthful. If I've made a mistake, just tell me and I'll correct it. There's no need for this kind of intimidation, or, if you prefer, you could just load me into a cannon and shoot me away. While begging, the mummy tried desperately to drag himself toward the ship's railing as if he might throw himself over at any moment. He actually managed to swing his body over the railing, but before he could jump, a rope quickly shot out, wrapped around his ankles, and pulled him back onto the deck, tightly coiling around him. Duncan approached with a half-smile that seemed more mocking than genuinely amused. He stopped a short distance away, simply watching. Anomaly 77's cries stopped suddenly. He shivered, pulled his neck in, and froze, eventually managing to say, "If you're looking for entertainment, you might as well cook me. I could even do sit-ups in the pot for you." "There's not a pot on board that's big enough for you," Duncan replied lightly, though his brief smile faded as he became more serious. "I'm serious. I have some experiments in mind." The change in the captain's behavior and voice caught Anomaly 77's attention, prompting him to look up at Duncan with a puzzled expression. "Experiments." "Release him," Duncan said casually. The ropes, which seemed to have a life of their own, started unwinding from Anomaly 77, making a quiet rustling sound as they retracted. Sailor, now standing and visibly confused, managed to fix his dislocated joint, explaining the crack noise Duncan heard earlier, and began to follow the captain, filled with both curiosity and worry. He eyed the ropes cautiously and approached the dark steering wheel but hesitated to touch it. After a moment of hesitation driven by curiosity, he finally asked, "This experiment you're talking about, what is it?" "The course," Duncan answered with indifference. Sailor seemed to ponder for a moment, a hint of realization crossing his face. "I know you don't remember the course. Lucretia told me," Duncan continued, locking eyes with Sailor, "but I trust the observations Captain Caroline recorded in her log. She believed that the experiences you'd have upon returning to the boundless seas would change you. She met the gods herself and was fundamentally transformed before she recovered. She gained knowledge that goes beyond what's normally understandable." Duncan motioned towards Sailor as he spoke. "Now I need to understand you and discover the truth behind your various qualities. Just like Captain Caroline's logbook that was found with you, I suspect you're a kind of medium. And for this experiment, letting you use your power seems like the best way to get answers." Sailor looked down at his hands, pondering my power. With a tone of clinical curiosity, Duncan shared what he learned from the church's documents about Anomaly 77 Sailor's unpredictable abilities. When Anomaly 77 is active, it tends to take over the nearest ship, causing it to teleport to random places in the boundless seas, he explained, and each teleportation brings the ship into a storm. This behavior particularly interests me. Sailor began to understand what the captain was suggesting. Looking at the helm, his hesitation was clear, but if I actually touch the helm? "Don't worry, the Vanished isn't really affected by your powers. I just want to study how they work," Duncan assured him casually. "And even if teleportation and a storm happen, it wouldn't be much of a problem for this ship, nothing more than a breeze." You misunderstood me," Sailor quickly corrected, looking around anxiously. "I was worried the ship itself might fight back against me. I've noticed this ship seems to have elements that could start a fight easily. In just 2 hours on board, I saw at least 3 fights break out." As he spoke, Alice showed off her pride on the side. Duncan's face twitched when he saw the doll's smug expression. "What are you so proud of?" Alice proudly tilted her head. "I won my fight with the bucket." "Duncan." Ignoring the doll's strange behavior, Duncan refocused on Anomaly 77. "I'm in charge of everything on this ship, and I'm allowing you to take over the steering for now. Don't worry about any negative consequences, but if you're hesitant, I have another research strategy we could use." Sailor immediately looked happier. "You have another plan." Duncan didn't say anything but raised his hand, showing a small flame flickering at his fingertip. Seeing this, Sailor's excitement faded. "I think I prefer the first idea." Duncan flicked his finger, snuffing out the flame, and subtly motioned towards the steering wheel. "Go ahead and do what needs to be done before I change my mind and bring the flame back." Feeling resigned, Sailor took a deep breath, puffing out his chest as if drawing courage from the cool night air. He clenched his teeth, stepped forward, and with a decisive motion reached for the steering wheel, his eyes closed. The moment Anomaly 77's withered, claw-like fingers touched the wheel of the Vanished. It was as if the first mate of the sea song was taking command of his ship. Likewise, as soon as Sailor's hand touched the wheel, Duncan heard a surreal, thunderous noise, like a huge ship launching into the ocean for the first time, surrounded by massive waves, with the sea itself shaking and breaking around the Vanished. At that moment, the ship seemed to be caught in an unexplainable force, and Duncan felt this presence trying to take over the ship. Normally, such a presence would have caused any regular ship to be swallowed by a dimensional rift, lost to some random location in the boundless seas where a storm would be taking place. However, the Vanished continued on its path across the waves, under Duncan's careful command, immune to the mysterious force trying to alter its course. Duncan's concern grew as he felt an odd influence on the Vanished. Then, he suddenly sensed something out of the ordinary and looked around. At that moment, a figure that blurred the lines between being there and not being there appeared in a corner of the bridge. Agatha emerged from the mirror realm, steadying herself on the railing with a sway. She looked at Duncan, her expression a mix of confusion and worry. "Captain, what's happening? The spirit world here is." Before she could finish, Duncan quickly closed the gap between them. "Agatha, I need your eyes." Caught by surprise, Agatha understood what he meant and reached towards her eyes. "Okay, just give me a second to take them out." Duncan, startled, quickly said, "Stop, you don't have to do that." Confused, Agatha responded, "Ah." Duncan wasted no time in explaining further and conjured a spectral green flame, placing it gently on Agatha's forehead. "Just stay calm, it won't hurt you." Before he could even assure her fully, the connection through the flame was established. Now Duncan could see through the gatekeeper's eyes. Suddenly, everything around Duncan seemed to shake briefly and intensely, as if the very light and shadows around him were shifting and realigning. Duncan's vision flipped rapidly, then stabilized, giving him a unique view unlike any shared vision with Alice he had experienced before. He found himself in a black and white world, looking up at the ghostly reflection of the Vanished in the sky above the sea. He saw unseen currents swirling violently at the edge of reality and illusion. In this strange, overlapping realm, he watched the sea's surface in the distance continuously break apart and then reform. In front of the Vanished, the sea acted like a faulty mirage, caught in a loop of breaking down and coming back together. Waves appeared and disappeared out of nowhere, and the entire surface of the sea would suddenly vanish, leaving a huge void, only to fill back in and reappear seconds later. The scenery in the distance kept getting misplaced, and with each second this pattern repeated as if stuck in a never-ending reset loop. From the back of the mirrored Vanished, Duncan looked out at the ever-changing landscape before turning his attention to the helm. There, a faint, nearly invisible figure could be seen holding the wheel, its features blurred and fading, like a lingering echo tied to the helm. Next to Duncan, within this mirror world, Agatha appeared much more solid. As she watched the incredible scene on the distant sea, she asked, "Captain, what are we seeing?" "It's the course," Duncan replied quietly, "the true path from the border to the outer barrier set by the gods." Agatha's eyes widened in amazement. Duncan continued calmly. As Captain Caroline noted in her log, she passed the course to her first mate. "The course hasn't disappeared," Duncan explained. "Anomaly 77, he is the embodiment of the course." Again, the distant surface of the sea went through its cycle of breaking down and rebuilding, with a ghostly roar filling the sea as if resonating with the entire world. This phenomenon, which has been misunderstood as Anomaly 77 taking over and causing the ship to teleport randomly, is actually a form of guidance. It's the Sea Song's first mate trying to steer the ship towards the destination, ingrained in his memory. However, this effort could never succeed within the boundless seas, hence. He paused briefly, then added softly, "Hence the creation of those storms." Chapter 766, The Helmsman. Anomaly 77 turned out to be the key to unlocking the way to the external barrier, a secret cleverly hidden within his unique traits from the moment he was identified as an anomaly. In the realms of the spirit world, the strange event of the sea collapsing and reforming around the Vanished continued without pause. Duncan and Agatha occasionally caught glimpses of a distant, alien landscape, as if they were looking at an image flickering due to a weak signal. This phenomenon was fueled by the obsession linked to the Sea Song, which sought to guide those to their final destination. However, in the Eternal Vale, a place known for its instability and isolation, Anomaly 77's powers did not work as expected. As a result, the path he was meant to create became chaotic, misaligning time and building up a tremendous force with each failure. When the energy finally achieved a spatial transition, this accumulated energy erupted in the real world, creating a violent storm as a consequence. Duncan reached out towards the horizon, where flames began to spread across the sea's surface. He had ignited the storm's growing intensity, but he quickly extinguished it, causing it to vanish harmlessly into the air. He then disconnected the link with Agatha and returned to the real world. Sailor stayed at the ship's helm, gripping the wheel tightly, his body tense as if he were about to break. When Duncan looked back at him, Sailor immediately said, "Captain, about me." Duncan nodded in acknowledgement. "You can let go now." Relieved, Sailor quickly stepped back from the wheel as if it were extremely hot, moving to the farthest corner from the helm. His behavior showed a mix of nervousness and fear. He cautiously watched the ropes and buckets around him, occasionally looking back at the wheel with a look of fear and awe. Seeing Anomaly 77 in such a state, Duncan felt a rush of complex emotions. He remembered Captain Caroline amidst the chaos, the fleeting experience of steering the wheel in an alternate reality, and the Sea Song's long, fragmented journey through time. The mummy crouched in a corner of the helm, nervously looking around. It was as if the essence of the first mate, who had survived the time-lost journey, had been stripped away, leaving behind only the captain's log of the Sea Song and the path that had become part of him. Duncan stayed silent for a while, before softly sighing and approaching the wary sailor. "Captain, did I do my duty correctly?" Sailor asked cautiously, his voice filled with fear of not having met expectations and worried he might be asked to steer the ship again. Duncan confirmed with a serious expression, "You have this time," looking Sailor in the eyes to convey the importance of his statement. "But this was just a preliminary test. As we go deeper into the eternal veil, I'll need you to take on the role of helmsman again to officially guide us until we reach the destination once achieved by the Sea Song." Upon hearing Duncan's words, Sailor's already worried face seemed to sink even more. He instinctively tried to step back, only to realize the ship's railing was behind him. But the seriousness in Duncan's eyes made him stop. Duncan spoke earnestly. "The vanished depends on your guidance. You must realize the path Captain Caroline left behind hasn't disappeared. It lives within you. You are the manifestation of that path. Your unique abilities and the supernatural occurrences you've initiated all originate from it. We need it now. I need your help." Sailor paused, seeing the spectral figure of the captain before him in a different light, feeling a deep sense of purpose and value he hadn't felt in a long time. "Can I really do it?" Sailor murmured, his voice filled with uncertainty. "This ship, it's not just something anyone can handle. I'm afraid it might overwhelm me the moment I try to steer it." Duncan reassured him with a steady voice. "You are more than capable of navigating this ship." This statement left Sailor momentarily lost for words. Duncan recognized the weight of such a task. "I know this is a heavy responsibility. Very few people in the world would be brave enough to guide the vanished without being crushed by the mental strain. But you, as the Sea Song's first mate, have traversed beyond what most can imagine. You are qualified for this challenge." Duncan paused, then with a firm nod, he added, "If you accept as the captain of the vanished, I will formally name you our helmsman for this journey." Duncan then mentioned with utmost seriousness, "Of course you're free to say no without any consequences. I'll find another way. If you prefer to go back to the White Oak now, that's also an option." Letter 1E5F. Sailor, clearly overwhelmed, considered his words carefully, wrestling with the decision amidst a flood of thoughts. After a long moment, Sailor made up his mind. With a smile that was almost daunting, he nodded slowly, "All right, I'll do my best." As he spoke, the environment seemed to react. The ropes near the helm softly rustled, wooden barrels on the aft deck gently rocked. The sail ropes on the mast creaked quietly, and deep within the ship, the ancient structures whispered as if in conversation. These noises blended together, creating a sound that felt like a welcoming round of applause. Sailor took in the sounds with a mix of astonishment and confusion, his expression one of someone momentarily overwhelmed. Yet, as he understood what was happening, the deep lines on his face eased into a smile like the one he had when he first got promoted on the Sea Song years before. Duncan, sharing the moment, smiled back and gently patted Sailor on the shoulder, comforting him. "Just do your best. That's all we ask. Now take some time to rest. We still have a long way to go before we reach our meeting point at the frontier." Looking slightly unsteady, Sailor left the helm and crossed the deck, his uneven steps disappearing into the night. Duncan watched him leave and then turned back towards the middle of the deck, only to see Alice crouched near the helm, complaining to a coiled rope. "You didn't welcome me with such excitement when I first came aboard." There was even applause now. The rope moved on the ground, extending a part of itself towards the railing as if trying to explain something. An induction ceremony for the helmsman? What is that? Alice asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. And what about me? Didn't I get a ceremony too? It already happened when? The chaos in the kitchen was my ceremony. Why didn't anyone tell me earlier? I thought that was just a big mess. We almost destroyed the kitchen that day, and dinner was delayed because of it. Duncan, who was about to talk to Alice, stopped, watching her lively chat with the rope. He hesitated for a moment before awkwardly looking away, puzzled by her odd interactions with the ship's inanimate objects. As he reflected on this, he suddenly felt an intuition, hearing Goathead's voice in his mind. "Captain, have you chosen a temporary helmsman?" "Do you have any objections?" Duncan asked mentally as he walked back to the helm to navigate the Vanished further. "Are you worried about an outsider taking on this role?" "No," Goathead quickly replied. "The captain has complete authority over the crew, including appointments or dismissals and creating or removing roles on the ship. The helmsman you support is the helmsman the Vanished recognizes, but I am concerned about what destiny awaits Sailor after he completes his duty." Duncan was silent for a moment, considering the consequences. Goathead spoke again, this time more quietly than before. "It seems you've thought about this thoroughly. He was destined to be carried away by the currents of time, to vanish like the last sparks of a fire. On the day he returned to the boundless sea, he was meant to disappear. However, the log of Captain Caroline served as a shelter, preserving him, and the final journey of the sea song became a path, grounding his existence. He became an eternal traveler. Now there's only one last task for him, Captain Caroline's final order. And now, Captain, by making him the helmsman, you've given him the chance to fulfill his ultimate mission." In the cool night breeze at sea, Duncan looked out over the dark waters, pondering these thoughts for a while before finally speaking. "I understand, and honestly, Sailor knows this too." Goathead remained silent, allowing the quiet to settle. "Our voyage is still ongoing." Duncan then said softly, his mind recalling a book he had recently read, where the lines of a famous, mad poet struck him, remembering from the text. "Our journey is still ongoing, until the moment when time itself comes to an end." What? The door to his cabin closed softly behind him, and the withered figure returned to the interior, easing onto his bed with careful, measured movements. The room was filled with warmth and light, sensations that had become unfamiliar to him over time. As he lay there, he felt enveloped in a sense of coldness and isolation, with broken, scattered memories of the sea song passing through his thoughts, as remote as if they belonged to another person. He murmured to himself, repeating verses that had once been cherished by Captain Caroline, lines that shimmered in his faint memories like stars in the night sky above a desert. "Dusty sails shall rise again, leading us to lands long forgotten. On the day destined for us, set forth fully ready. We will all become explorers, embarking towards unseen lands with the wind at our backs." Sailor shifted in his bed, his dry, deformed eyes slowly closing. Sleep continued to escape him. Nevertheless, a slight smile appeared on his face. The moment of truth was nearing. Chapter 767, Border Base. Duncan found himself once again enveloped in the majestic fog that bridged the sky and the sea. However, this time his arrival at the frontier was shrouded in the secrecy of night, a stark contrast to his last visit. The sky above was a tumult of darkness, pressing down as if it could touch the world. The only light came from the eerie glow known as the world's creation, which bathed the cloud edges and the fog wall in a pale, cold light. This massive fog barrier, visible through the night, seemed like a living entity, a dark, undulating mass that stood tall and distant. Its surface occasionally shifted to reveal unsettling, bizarre shapes, striking fear into the hearts of all who glimpsed it, evoking a primal dread. The edges of this fog wall, touched by the light of the world's creation, appeared to be adorned with countless eyes that stared down coldly and malevolently from the sky, overseeing the hubris of humans daring to explore the unknown ends of the world. At the base of this imposing curtain of fog, human ambition had gathered in the form of fleets, poised on the brink of the unknown. Upon sighting a distant lighthouse, Duncan commanded the Vanished, leading it to adjust their course slightly. Heading towards the southeast, they soon encountered the border, a massive floating mobile port that sat atop the mist-enshrouded sea. It was a marvel of engineering, with its large steam core releasing plumes of white steam into the air and a differential machine's towering presence, its rotating lights occasionally slicing through the darkness to reveal the shadows of ships of various sizes nearby. Surrounding the floating port were over a dozen ships, each distinct in design and size, while small patrol boats wove through the waters, their lights flickering in the darkness like fireflies dancing over an endless abyss. Here at the edge of the world, the usual rules of light discipline were abandoned, allowing these beacons of human presence to shine freely. They stood as a testament to humanity's persistence, a striking contrast to the vast and unfathomable sea and fog wall. Yet brave as they were, these lights of civilization seemed almost inconsequential against the backdrop of the boundless sea, and the towering fog, tiny specks that the ever-shifting fog could engulf at any moment. In this world on the brink of collapse, these lights on the sea represented humanity's fragile, yet defiant reach towards the crumbling edges of their sanctuary. The arrival of the vanished and the bright stars did not go unnoticed. Patrol vessels nearby quickly relayed their approach, and a welcoming steam whistle sounded from the mobile port, its echo carrying through the night. A beacon from the port's lighthouse then reached out across the sea, guiding the two ships to dock at the port's edge. Once docked, Duncan led his crew onto the pier, where they were met by a gathering of figures there to welcome them. Among these figures, one in particular caught Duncan by surprise. Pope Helena herself stood among the welcoming party of clergy, a sight that Duncan had not anticipated. "Welcome to the border base. We have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Pope Helena took a step forward, her smile warm as she greeted Duncan and Lucretia, giving a slight nod in welcome. Duncan, visibly taken aback by the sight of the high priestess, couldn't hide his surprise. "How come you're here?" he asked. "Shouldn't you be on your ark right now? Can it really travel here so quickly?" Helena's smile broadened at Duncan's question. "Should the need arise, the church's ark can sail at speeds that rival your ship," she explained, her tone light. Yet she quickly clarified, "But no, I'm not physically here. The Storm Cathedral remains at Wind Harbor. What stands before you is merely one of my avatars. It seemed fitting for me to personally send you off as you embark into the border." Duncan's eyebrows arched in surprise at her revelation. The figure before him showed no obvious signs of being an illusion. "Really can't tell," he admitted, impressed. With a graceful motion, Helena raised her hand toward Duncan. Mist began to curl at the edges of her arm, and her skin turned as transparent as water, revealing the illusionary nature of her presence. "Creating illusions in water and fog is a gift from my lord," she said, as her hand returned to its normal appearance and she started walking again. "This isn't considered a significant divine power. Most high-ranking members of the Storm Church can perform it." As Duncan followed Helena deeper into the border base, he glanced back at Vanna, who was trailing a bit behind. "Can you do this too?" he inquired, curiosity piqued. Vanna hesitated for a brief moment before lowering her gaze, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Actually." Before she could elaborate, Helena interjected from ahead without needing to look back. "She can't," she stated plainly. "Despite my efforts to teach her, she never mastered it." Vanna remained silent, her head still bowed in a mix of embarrassment and disappointment. Shirley, who had been quietly following, seized the moment to tease, stepping closer to Vanna with a look of mock astonishment. "Hey, didn't you claim your divine art skills were pretty decent?" Caught in a moment of humiliation, Vanna felt compelled to defend her expertise, albeit reluctantly. "Divine arts are vast, encompassing combat, healing, support, and several specialized fields like research, secrets, and miracles. I wasn't proficient in all of them. My focus was quite specific." Half understanding yet curious, Shirley was about to guess. "Oh, so you're skilled in combat." Still leading the way, Helena cut off the speculation without looking back. "She excels in healing," she corrected, setting the record straight. This revelation surprised not only Shirley, but most of the group. Duncan, in particular, found himself reassessing Vanna, the formidable warrior beside him, trying to reconcile her prowess in battle with her proficiency in healing arts, a combination that seemed at odds with her formidable exterior. In the typical portrayal, healing clergywomen are imagined in light cloth armor, clutching a short staff, positioned safely at the back of the battle formation due to their low defense and susceptibility to damage. They are the fragile lifelines that could perish with a single misstep. Then there's Vanna, a figure capable of effortlessly overpowering demons single-handedly. How had she become associated with the role of a healer? Duncan found himself grappling with this incongruity, though he kept his thoughts to himself, choosing not to voice the glaring question. However, the crew of the Vanished was not known for their reticence, often characterized by their direct and unfiltered curiosity. "Why, though?" Shirley couldn't hide her bewilderment, her gaze fixed on Vanna. Her confusion was palpable as she gestured towards Vanna's imposing stature, her question trailing off into a puzzled, "Why?" Helena provided an answer with a nonchalant tone. She became adept at setting bones on the training field after practice sessions, revealing that Vanna had mastered this aspect of healing in merely 6 months. Shirley's puzzled expression dissolved into understanding, and even Duncan found himself nodding, albeit with a complex mix of emotions. That makes more sense. Vanna, the subject of their discussions, remained silent, her head bowed, lost in thought. Duncan, however, was struck by another realization. But you've been with us on the ship for so long, and I've hardly seen you perform any healing. Why is that? He inquired, looking at Vanna with a thoughtful expression. Vanna's response was laced with a hint of resignation. Do you think anyone on the Vanished actually needs healing? Duncan paused, considering her words. He looked around at his crew, realizing the unique composition of the Vanished occupants, predominantly non-living beings, making the necessity for a healer somewhat redundant. The only somewhat human figure, Old Morris, was renowned for his resilience, seemingly more durable than many saints. Vanna sighed once more, her gesture towards her greatsword and the clasp on her shoulder speaking volumes. I think it's better this way, preventing harm by eliminating threats before they can cause injury. That way, nobody has to suffer. Helena's gaze then shifted to Anomaly 77, who lingered at the back of the group. She slowed her pace, giving the mummy a contemplative look before posing a question. Do you remember this place? Sailor's response was calm and measured, indicative of his complex relationship with his memories. I remember, but it's vague, he admitted. Despite having regained some of his memories, including those of this very location, they felt detached, as if belonging to someone else. Even the deepest memories seem foreign except for those involving Captain Caroline, he concluded, reflecting on the peculiar nature of his recollections. Helena's voice was gentle, refraining from delving deeper into the extent of Sailor's recollections or his emotional connection to the place. It was a delicate acknowledgement of the chasm between Anomaly 77's past life as the Sea Song's first mate, a role he played until not so long ago, and his current existence as a distant echo of that life. For the port's guards, the transition might seem recent, but for Sailor, it was a chapter from another lifetime. You're essentially a stranger here now, Helena reassured Sailor, her words offering comfort. Aside from myself and a select few within the church's higher echelons, no one knows of your current appearance. You needn't fret over bumping into old friends, unless you wish to, of course. Sailor appeared caught off guard by Helena's assurance, his response carrying a tone of genuine gratitude. Thank you, he said, bowing his head slightly in appreciation. It was at this juncture that Lucretia's curiosity bubbled to the surface. Has this port always operated in the border region? She inquired. My own ventures have taken me near these waters, yet I've never come across it. Helena provided a comprehensive overview of the port's history and function. This mobile port has anchored the border waters for the better part of a decade, she began. However, the dense fog that blankets this region often obscures its presence. It serves a dual purpose. As a border patrol and exploration fleet's base, it's also a hub for research. Equipped with extensive laboratories and observational equipment, it delves into the mysteries of the spirit world and the marine ecosystem. Its missions often necessitate ventures deep into the fog. When not on a specific assignment, it patrols the eastern border. Its movements and stops are cloaked in secrecy by the church. It's no surprise that you've never stumbled upon it. Lucretia expressed her admiration for the port's operations and its role in the border waters. Impressive. Helena echoed the sentiment, her voice tinged with a mix of pride and nostalgia. Yes, it is indeed impressive. This place was forged by the collective efforts of many remarkable people. Her gaze then drifted towards a point in the distance, lost in thought for a moment. The Sea Song it set sail from dock number 2 right over there, she noted, pointing out the location with a hint of wistfulness. Chapter 768, The Black Fog. At the historic location where the Sea Song once embarked on its journey, the dock now stands deserted. The ship had found its way back through an accidental journey to 1675, but it's clear that it can never return to this spot again. I remember this place too, Sailor whispered, his gaze fixed on the pier that was now bathed in the bright glow of powerful lights. The docks, extending from the movable harbor, seemed like the sprawling limbs of a colossal creature, each stretching out towards the infinite expanse of the night sky. In this remote area, far from the glow of city lights, stepping beyond the illuminated docks felt like venturing into oblivion, a leap into the dense, dark fog that required immense bravery. We've got 3 escort ships lined up for you. They'll act as guides, Helena explained. Once they're all set, they'll accompany you through the fog and lead you to the lighthouse, the last known location from which the Sea Song transmitted its signal. From that point, you'll push forward, crossing the 6-mile limit. The 3 battleships, serving as your navigational guides, will remain near the lighthouse, awaiting your return. Duncan responded with a silent nod. Fueled by curiosity, Lucretia inquired, "How long will you wait for us here?" "Indefinitely," Helena replied with a light tone. "The era of pioneering patrols is coming to an end. The eternal veil is slowly disintegrating, leading to an increase in ships encountering strange and perilous mutations. Most of the patrol paths have become impassable. As a result, aside from maintaining some critical observation points, the patrol fleets are withdrawing to safer areas within the boundless sea. This movable port and my presence here will remain until you return. Or..." She trailed off, then took a deep breath and fixed her gaze on Duncan, expressing her hope for their safe return. "We'll make it back safely," Duncan assured her confidently, his arms crossed as he stared out at the foggy horizon. "Both the Vanished and the Bright Stars have managed to return from beyond that boundary, and now, with Captain Caroline's map, nothing will prevent our return." Helena gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Following this exchange, Duncan and his team finalized their preparations at the frontier outpost. When the 3 escort ships, designated as their navigational guides, were ready, they embarked on their journey. It was a moment that would blend into the countless others in the vast expanse of the night, marked by the resounding farewell whistle from the movable port. 3 modern warships adorned with the emblem of the Storm Church, accompanied by 2 ancient ghost ships that had witnessed a century, departed from the dock. As they moved further away, the bright illumination of the port dimmed, leaving them enveloped by the thickening night. The dense fog, alive under the cover of darkness, turned an even deeper shade of black, exerting a formidable pressure that seemed almost alive. Standing on the ship's elevated stern deck, Duncan couldn't help but cast his gaze back towards the port. As they moved further away, the bright lights of the port began to fade into the distance. In this moment of transition, Duncan recalled the parting words of the Cretan he once met, advising him to walk against the light. This notion of moving against the light wasn't new. The Doomsday Survey team had embraced this approach, as had the Sea Song during its historic departure from this very port. Now, it was the turn of the Vanished and the Bright Stars to embark on this challenging path. Following those who dared to confront the unknown, each venture against the light represented a step deeper into the unexplored. Now, the crew of the Vanished was on the cusp of reaching the true beyond of their world. Standing beside Duncan, Alice was visibly fascinated by the ominous fog ahead. The closer they got, the more she craned her neck upwards, eventually expressing her astonishment with a mix of fear and wonder. "Wow, it's even scarier than during the day, bah." Predictably, as she looked up beyond a certain angle, her doll head came off. Duncan, without even looking, caught Alice's head by the hair and brought it in front of him, slightly annoyed. "When will you ever learn?" With her eyes blinking, Alice protested, "Captain, don't grab the hair falling out." Nonchalantly, Duncan handed back Alice's head, which she quickly reattached to her neck. She then noticed a single strand of hair had come loose, which she held sorrowfully, lamenting, "Another one, por kelnifiskina portitas anguinistan leforgen IV." Duncan, caught off guard by the elaborate name, asked incredulously, "Have you started naming them that outrageously?" Alice remained silent, her head bowed as she twirled the strand of hair with a somber expression. Observing this, Duncan cautioned her, "Be careful not to get it stuck in your finger joints. Last time it was quite the task to clear the hair from your joints." While they exchanged these words, Duncan's attention returned to the eternal veil that was beginning to envelop the bow of the Vanished. He noticed something peculiar. The fog was becoming darker, not just from the absence of light, but its very essence seemed to be shifting in color. Under normal circumstances, fog, even at night, would appear lighter in color and become more visible when lit. The stark darkness of this fog hinted at something unnatural. Concerned, he promptly communicated with Vanna, who was positioned on the forward deck, asking her to check on this anomaly. Vanna quickly relayed information from the leading ships through their mental link. "The color of the fog has been gradually changing over the past 2 days, Vanna informed him, notably after the Sea Song ventured beyond the 6-mile mark. However, this alteration is only on the surface. Deeper within the fog, its color remains lighter as expected." She briefly paused, apparently still in mental communication with her colleagues at the church for further details, before adding, "The scholars have conducted numerous examinations. Other than the alteration in the color of the surface layer, these dense fogs have remained unchanged. There's no presence of toxins. It's as though only the color attribute is affected in this superficial layer." Hearing Vanna's update, Duncan's face took on a contemplative seriousness. nodding slowly as he watched the dark fog increasingly shroud the bow of the Vanished. In response to the growing darkness, all ships in the fleet reduced their speed and activated various warning and navigation lights along their structures. The Vanished, the escort ships, and the bright stars tightened their formation, carefully maintaining a safe distance from one another to prevent any mishaps. The visibility around them diminished rapidly, necessitating this close formation to ensure that no ship strayed or collided with another. Surrounding the Vanished, ethereal flames of a ghostly green hue began to emerge, casting a spectral light. These spirit fires seemed to cut through the dense, dark fog, faintly illuminating the shapes of nearby ships amidst the swirling mists. The black fog that enveloped the fleet moved like living, undulating veils, creating a surreal atmosphere around the ships. After setting the green flames ablaze, Duncan remained focused on the fog, his brow furrowed in thought. Abruptly, he headed towards the captain's quarters. Prescription. Captain, where are you going?" Alice called out, puzzled by his sudden departure. "Just stepping away for a moment," Duncan replied with a casual wave. "Don't worry, I'll be back shortly." As he moved, he mentally signaled his first mate. "Goathead, you're in charge of the Vanished. I need to step out for a bit. If we reach the 6-mile mark and I haven't returned, inform the others to hold position." "Understood, Captain." Duncan quickly arrived at the door to the captain's quarters. Before him stood the enigmatic Door of the Lost, silent and imposing as always. He inhaled deeply, then pushed the door open, stepping through. The transition was marked by a cool breeze and a brief moment of disorientation, a sensation now familiar to him. Zhou Ming found himself back in his modest bachelor apartment, the window revealing the perpetual gray-white fog that obscured the world beyond his small dwelling. This time, however, Zhou Ming didn't head towards the window to peer outside. Instead, he turned to observe the path he had just taken. The main door of the apartment stood ajar, revealing the surging black fog outside. This was not the first time he had encountered it. On the day he had first chosen to step through this door, the same black fog had greeted him. It was this very fog that had served as a conduit from his shelter to the boundless sea, marking the beginning of his journey aboard the Vanished. Zhou Ming's expression deepened with concern as he pondered a mystery that had intrigued him. Why was it that the fog obscuring the world outside his windows was a benign gray-white, yet the fog that lingered outside his apartment's main entrance bore an ominous shade of black? Now this same unsettling black fog had begun to manifest at the edges of the boundless sea. Could this phenomenon be a harbinger of impending doom, a sign that the barriers between worlds were weakening? Or perhaps it signified that from the moment he dared to traverse the black fog, his fate was intertwined with a pivotal moment on the brink of the end. The sea song, in its return to the boundless sea lacking precise navigation, was misplaced into the year 1675. However, when Zhou Ming stepped through the black fog, he was transported directly to the Vanished in the year 1900, eerily close to what felt like the eve of the world's end. Beyond the 6-mile boundary, time loses its continuity. Without precise navigation, the point in time one arrives at when re-entering the boundless sea through the 6-mile threshold is unpredictable. There must be some way to determine the time landing point with accuracy. Zhou Ming whispered to himself, attempting to organize his jumbled thoughts. After a moment, he began to move towards the room. However, as he walked past the window, he abruptly stopped. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of something on the window glass. There, etched in faint, mist-like, mirror-reverse script, was a line of text. At this discovery, Zhou Ming's sense of astonishment and disbelief surged. He stood frozen for a brief second, then swiftly moved to the window as if propelled by a sudden gust of wind. Chapter 769, Visitor in the Mist. After hurrying to the window, Zhou Ming was able to confirm, much to his astonishment, that what he had seen was indeed real. There were actual words written on the window. Even more intriguing was the fact that these words were inscribed from the outside, using the widely recognized language of the city-states. The appearance of the words was peculiar. They seemed to quiver slightly on the glass, creating an unsettling effect. It was as if they weren't directly etched onto the firm, unyielding surface of the window, but rather appeared to be suspended in a sort of ephemeral, mist-like illusion. Zhou Ming had to concentrate intensely on these letters for a considerable duration before he could decipher the message from the indistinct and reversed script. "I am outside, you are inside." This revelation left Zhou Ming utterly bewildered. He couldn't fathom why anyone, or anything for that matter, would go to the lengths of leaving such a seemingly simplistic and cryptic message on the exterior of his shelter cocoon. At first, he couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing, yet a moment later, his amusement gave way to contemplation as a vague idea began to form in his mind. Zhou Ming gradually moved away from the window, casting his gaze towards the gray-white fog that shrouded the exterior. He had been attempting to piece together what lay beyond his apartment, with only vague guesses up until this point. While the finer details eluded him, he had started to discern a certain pattern, or, more precisely, a fundamental logic underlying the deepest essence of this world. He realized that the notion of information carried profound significance. The way information is conveyed lays the groundwork for order. Building on this realization, he understood that symbolism in this realm possessed a tangible and potent function. With this epiphany, Zhou Ming looked back at the text, his perception subtly shifting. He began to suspect that the phrase wasn't simply meant for communication with him. Instead, it served as an anchor point, a marker placed by some entity that comprehended and had the power to manipulate the truth of their reality, marking its presence outside his room. Suddenly, Zhou Ming's train of thought was interrupted by a recollection, the mysterious knocking sound that emanated from the black mist during his last return to this place. In the next instant, as if his memories had the power to influence reality itself, the moment this thought crossed his mind, a sound abruptly emerged beside him. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Ming quickly turned towards the apartment's door, only to realize that the sound wasn't emanating from there. The knocking was coming from the window, suggesting the presence of an unseen visitor outside, obscured by the gray-white fog, persistently tapping on the glass, invisible yet undeniably there, as if awaiting recognition from the little house's inhabitant. This scenario inexplicably made Zhou Ming think of those fish. Zhou Ming approached the window once more, this time placing his hand against the glass where the knocking originated in an effort to both feel and hear more distinctly. The knocking persisted, and slowly he began to sense an actual vibration transmitting through his palm. Lifting his gaze, he peered into the dense fog outside, engaging in a silent confrontation with the visitor obscured within it. He envisioned a guest, a being that, among all conceivable possibilities and logical paths, might possibly manifest here. Who could it be, reaching out to him from the very edge of order, from a realm nearly severed from all other existences, at the very foundation of reality itself? A shadowy figure briefly materialized within the mist, and just as this shadow came into view, Zhou Ming sensed a familiar essence piercing through the dense veil, a spark of his own, a blast from the past he presumed lost forever. This realization instantly validated his perceptions. The visitor in the mist materialized into a definitive presence. Abruptly, the gray-white mist dissipated, and the once perpetual landscape outside transformed in an instant into a brightly lit, elegantly furnished room, a stark contrast to the view from his side of the window. Across this newly revealed setting stood a woman with silver hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes wide in astonishment at the dramatic shift unfolding before her. "Ali," Zhou Ming found himself uttering instinctively at the sight of her, but he quickly corrected himself. "No, Ray Nora, is it really you?" With this acknowledgement, the truth ushered in a directed collapse, and the view outside the window solidified. There stood the Frost Queen Ray Nora, the enigmatic visitor in the mist. Now she continued to gaze intensely at Zhou Ming, or more precisely, at an unfathomable presence enveloped within some vast, chaotic expanse. Her eyes mirrored the infinite depths of distant galaxies, their light piercing through the glass into her surroundings, casting a subtle celestial glow over what was once a part of Alice Mansion's bedroom, as if it were on the verge of being engulfed by the cosmos itself. However, under Zhou Ming's watchful eye, Ray Nora's expression suddenly shifted, as if she had managed to shake off the mesmerizing effect of the cosmic light, regaining her clarity. She attempted to speak, but through the barrier of the window, only indistinct sounds could be heard. "I see light." Zhou Ming, driven by an urge to comprehend her words fully, instinctively pushed the window open. He remained motionless, staring in disbelief at the now open window, taking a moment to grasp the reality of the situation. The window had indeed opened. After an interminable duration, during which the dense fog had enveloped this room, rendering it seemingly inaccessible, the window had unexpectedly swung open with startling ease. Zhou Ming was momentarily paralyzed by disbelief, struggling to process the ease with which the barrier between him and the outside world had been dismantled. Regaining his composure, His attention was immediately captured by the figure of the Frost Queen, Rhaenora, stationed across from him. For Rhaenora, witnessing the barrier of light that she had been facing suddenly give way was beyond astonishing. It was an event that defied all expectations in her drifting journey across realms. To encounter an entity endowed with intellect, perhaps even humanity, at the very edge of time and space was a revelation that shattered all her conceptions of the universe. Despite the overwhelming chaos of starlight that obscured any definitive shape, making it impossible to discern any logic or reason within that bewildering expanse, she intuitively recognized the intelligence behind it. It had heeded her call, unveiling a portion of its enigmatic domain. A limb, now extended towards her, adorned with millions of eyes that flickered and emitted a discordant sound. "It's really you," Zhou Ming expressed his astonishment upon seeing Her Majesty the Queen again, grappling with his confusion. "You'll have to wait a moment, I'm a bit confused. How did you find yourself here? You departed from Alice's mansion, and since then you've been wandering at the fringes. Was it you who knocked last time?" The cacophony among the stars was overwhelming, yet amidst the turmoil, Rhaenora's clarity was being incessantly reforged. She watched the limb oscillate before her, the myriad voices at its end clamoring for her attention, but gradually she began to decipher their message. She realized she was beginning to comprehend the whispers of the cosmos. They were inquiring about her quest. "I'm on a journey," she responded instinctively, recounting her odyssey. "I was adrift in the spirit realm, then caught in the currents of subspace. At the edge of all existence, I found myself ensnared by the mist. Yet a beacon of light emerged, guiding me here to this grand." Rhaenora paused, stepping back to fully appreciate the structure before her that appeared to transcend time itself. A cocoon, suspended at the brink of oblivion, its duration in this liminal space unknown, now revealing a sliver of itself. An ancient and profound presence communicated with her through this opening, each utterance, each vibration laden with truths so profound they could unravel the mind 1,000 times over. Yet amidst this confrontation with the unfathomable, she found herself gaining steadiness, becoming resilient enough to withstand the onslaught of these cosmic truths. Her mind, too, began to anchor itself more firmly amidst the chaos. Rhaenora found herself unexpectedly adapting to the situation, regaining her sense of logic and clarity after what could only be described as a reckless encounter with the unknown. It hadn't even dawned on her that her own voice had taken on a vibratory quality, echoing the tumultuous interaction. Nor had she realized how the intense luminescence of starlight had become a permanent fixture in her field of vision. "You fell into subspace?" Zhou Ming expressed his astonishment with a frown, noting the peculiar tone in Rhaenora's voice as she responded. Despite sensing something off about her condition, he didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, he scrutinized her for any signs of subspace contamination, half-jokingly lamenting, "Why does it seem like everyone's been taking subspace dips lately?" Feeling somewhat bewildered by the ongoing stir within her soul, Rhaenora couldn't grasp the significance of the new tremors. Yet, amidst this confusion, she began to perceive a more coherent entity, amidst the chaotic swirl of starlight and the extending limb. It appeared as though a figure was standing within that vast and impressive nest. With a slight tilt of her head and a furrowed brow, she ventured, "Are you inviting me in?" Zhou Ming was caught off guard by her question. Had he extended an invitation? Shaking off the momentary confusion, he embraced the idea. Having been isolated in this secluded cage for so long, the prospect of entertaining a guest was genuinely appealing. He hadn't anticipated company, but now that the opportunity had arisen, he found the idea rather pleasant. Feeling somewhat sheepish, he glanced down at the windowsill and chuckled awkwardly. "Then you'll have to climb through the window. I'm not quite sure how to usher you in through the door." In response, the supernatural presence made way for her. The fissure in the cosmic nest widened as if opening its doors, and the light, brimming with truth and enlightenment, beckoned her forward. Without a second thought, Rhaenora advanced towards the beckoning light. As Zhou Ming observed her bold, unhesitant approach through the window, he was struck by the realization of why she had been the one to spearhead the deep dive project decades earlier. Her determination and decisiveness far surpassed that of the average individual. Nonetheless, he couldn't resist cautioning her, "Hey, be careful, don't fall." Rhaenora transitioned through the window, her surroundings undergoing a dramatic transformation. And then, with a solid impact, Her Majesty the Queen landed on the floor. Ouch! Chapter 770, The Visiting Frost Queen. The atmosphere in the room was momentarily filled with silence. Zhou Ming chose not to break the quiet. feeling that any words spoken in this peculiar situation might only serve to make things more uncomfortable than they already were. Similarly, the Frost Queen remained silent as well, continuing to lie on the floor, making no attempt to get up. In this way, the two of them found themselves in a strange sort of standoff. The Frost Queen was busily engaged in chewing on the floor, while Zhou Ming, unable to tear his gaze away, found himself fixated on the back of her head. This unusual scene persisted for about 30 seconds until Zhou Ming felt compelled to intervene. It simply didn't seem proper to watch silently as a lady gnawed at the floor. Gently bending over, he cautiously broke the silence, asking, "Do you need help getting up?" Raynora experienced a sudden shift in her perception. The incessant buzzing, the cacophony that had filled her mind, abruptly clarified into coherent human speech, understandable without the need for focused effort. This unexpected clarity prompted her to react swiftly, propelling herself off the floor with force. In the process, her head collided with Zhou Ming's chin, a painful encounter that preempted any vocal reaction from her, before she found herself once again in her initial position on the floor. Zhou Ming, taken aback by her sudden movement, momentarily saw a burst of stars in his vision. Quickly shaking off the disorientation, he ignored the lingering stars before his eyes and moved to assist the queen who had stumbled once more, apologizing with a hint of awkwardness. "Sorry, I was standing in the wrong place. Are you okay?" Despite the buzzing in her head, Raynora felt unprecedented clarity. She realized that her reasoning faculties had fully re-engaged, and a complex understanding had reassembled in her mind. This newfound clarity allowed her to perceive the surrounding chaos in a new light, revealing another aspect of this nest. She observed the room's floor, tables, chairs, and various other objects that seemed ordinary to humans, all suspended in a vast expanse of dimly lit darkness. This space seemed to be bordered by walls of illusion, perpetually expanding and contracting in her vision, creating an effect similar to a series of mimicked illusions. This perception led her to feel as though some unnamed, non-human presence inhabited this space, expertly imitating human characteristics and surroundings. She also noticed the entity that had spoken to her. Although it appeared as a bewildering array of stars, these stars now formed a vaguely human silhouette. While she couldn't discern any facial features within the radiant starlight, she could see the hands that were supporting her arms, and she heard the starlight articulate in a human voice, conveying a sense of friendliness and kindness. "I am okay," Raynora responded, her voice tinged with hesitation. Despite the wisdom and poise typically associated with the Frost Queen, she appeared somewhat bewildered by the series of unforeseen events. Seeking to engage with this entity that seemed to emulate human behavior, she apologized. "Sorry for disturbing your peace. I was merely curious, and then this curiosity ensnared me in your pee." Zhou Ming's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something peculiar in the manner in which the Frost Queen addressed him. However, he didn't dwell on this feeling for long, as he was equally bewildered by the situation. The vision of stars swirling before his eyes hadn't yet cleared, and he could only manage a vague gesture with his hand, saying, "It's okay, I never imagined you would be the first human to visit this place." Driven by her escalating curiosity, Raynora gestured towards a spherical object hovering near what could be assumed to be the entity's head, given the constellation of stars forming its semblance, and inquired, "What is this?" Zhou Ming glanced upwards, his face momentarily adopting a contemplative silence before he attempted to grasp the small celestial body, which was enveloped in a faint yellow hue, seemingly detached from his own essence. Upon his touch, the miniature planet silently merged back into him. "This is Venus," he explained, striving to maintain a neutral expression and tone, "a star." Raynora observed this vision with wide-eyed wonder, spontaneously reacting with, "Incredible." "I also find it incredible," Zhou Ming admitted earnestly. "Before you collided with me, I could never have envisioned such an event occurring." He then looked down at his hands, which appeared normal, but as he focused, imagining the cosmos, faint stars began to materialize before his eyes. His transformation seemed to deepen small-capar. Puzzled by the stellar entity's actions, Raynora was simply astonished that it exhibited human-like intelligence, marveling at the fact she was engaging in conversation with such a remarkable being at the world's edge. Feeling reassured by the entity's friendly demeanor, she ventured more boldly, "Have you always resided here?" Zhou Ming's frown deepened, as he suddenly identified the subtle oddity in Raynora's way of speaking. "You don't recognize me?" he queried, his surprise evident. "Recognize you?" Raynora responded, her gaze filled with confusion as she looked at the non-human figure. "Have we met previously?" After a brief pause, Zhou Ming had a realization. Of course, Ray Nora had never actually seen him before. She had encountered Duncan. Thus he opened his palm, summoning forth a flame for Ray Nora to see. A greenish flame emerged amidst the stars, establishing a connection instantly. The flicker of flame that Ray Nora had previously encountered resonated with the one now before her. Do you remember now? The constellation of stars vibrated as it communicated in human speech. Ray Nora was momentarily paralyzed by the revelation, taking several seconds to regain her composure before looking at Zhou Ming in utter disbelief. You are the captain. That's one aspect of my being, Zhou Ming reflected, attempting to clarify for the queen his multifaceted nature, or rather one of my forms, a vessel. He paused for a moment, then felt compelled to share his thoughts. You are the first human to witness me in this form, now you're privy to a secret unknown to others. A wave of profound realization surged through Ray Nora's consciousness, akin to the overwhelming awe she experienced upon her first encounter with the enigmatic cocoon. A seismic shift in her understanding, revealing truths previously concealed. Yet perhaps due to her prior venture through the crack into this cocoon, and enduring an initial awakening, the disorientation this time was fleeting. She swiftly regained her cognitive clarity and pieced everything together. She had stumbled upon an enigmatic force at the edge of existence, a confluence of countless forms, an entity whose tentacles reached into the fabric of reality itself, manifesting in myriad ways yet stemming from a singular origin. This origin lay dormant at the end of all time, and now she, a daring explorer, had uncovered it. We haven't seen each other for a long time, Zhou Ming remarked with a smile, aware that the revelation would momentarily disorient Ray Nora, yet noting her prolonged daze, he felt compelled to engage her in conversation. Don't just stand there, come sit down. Tell me about your adventures after you escaped, how you discovered my little abode, and what those symbols you were tracing outside mean. With that, he made his way to the sofa. Don't be put off by the simplicity here. After the apocalypse, resources are scarce, and this place can't hold a candle to the grandeur of your former palace or your opulent bedroom now, and there's little here for entertainment. But then, as a ghost now, you probably don't have much use for food, do you? No need. Ray Nora responded almost reflexively, still somewhat in a trance as she followed Zhou Ming to the sofa. Her steps were uncertain, as if the ground beneath her shifted and undulated, sparking Zhou Ming's curiosity. Feeling dizzy. Internally, Ray Nora lamented. Everything in this realm hovered in a state of perpetual flux, hardly a stable environment for mortals, hence the dizziness was to be expected. However, she hesitated to voice this complaint in front of the stellar entity, instead bravely admitting, a bit, but it's manageable. Oh, then please take a seat quickly. Zhou Ming suggested, his tone reflecting a hint of concern as he touched his nose, musing over the fact. The queen had indeed suffered a couple of harsh falls to the floor, quite forcefully at that. It appeared those impacts were not trivial. Yet he didn't dwell on guilt. He too had been struck hard enough to see stars. Once seated on the sofa, Ray Nora found her surroundings marginally more stable. Though the sofa itself was shrouded in an enigmatic dark mist, its surface pulsating with a vibrant hue reminiscent of a living organism, at least seated, she was spared the disorienting sensation of traversing through chaos. Zhou Ming took a seat on an adjacent sofa, his gaze filled with curiosity as he regarded the Frost Queen, long lost to time. All right, now share the tale of your journey. After I managed to escape from that confining space, I've been navigating through the intricacies of time and space, Ray Nora began, succinctly capturing the essence of her adventures post her escape from what she referred to as Alice's mansion with her bedroom. The journey I undertook was nothing short of peculiar. As I mentioned earlier, it even involved traversing the disturbances within subspace. My little house served as a sort of sanctuary, shielding me as I ventured through these chaotic, fragmented passageways that exist beyond the conventional dimensions of our reality. My travels were laden with remarkable occurrences, tales of which I'm eager to share with you later. However, what might capture your interest at this moment is the manner in which I stumbled upon this location. To summarize the experience, I was inadvertently drawn here by a sudden current. After enduring a prolonged period of entrapment, the beacon that initially directed me to your home was a lamp. A lantern, Zhou Ming reacted, his eyes growing wide in astonishment. Indeed, a lantern adrift in the mist, Ray Nora affirmed with earnestness. Specifically, a lantern of the type commonly used aboard vessels. Chapter 771, Ray Nora's Journey. The atmosphere in the nest became eerily quiet for a brief moment, so much so that the constant, low-grade tremors that usually echoed between the stars seemed to pause. Ray Nora noticed the humanoid figure in front of her freeze, almost as if her words had put it into a temporary state of suspension. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the area of space that had been still, where the starlight had paused, started to pulsate and shift once again, breaking the silence. Is there only one lantern? Can you tell me more about its surroundings? And where exactly can it be found? Zhou Ming pressed, his gaze locked onto the Frost Queen's eyes with intense curiosity, bombarding her with questions. Ray Nora answered quickly, "There's just a single lantern and it's hanging from a broken piece of wood. That's all there is, no other objects around. It seems to be suspended in midair, enveloped by a dense fog," she explained. "As for its location, it's incredibly close to your palace, almost directly beside it." She paused momentarily as if a flood of additional details had just occurred to her. After organizing her thoughts, she resumed, "The lantern itself doesn't emit a strong light. Logically, it shouldn't be visible from a distance through the fog. Yet the instant I arrived here, it caught my eye. I maneuvered my drifting house closer to it, and it took a considerable amount of time to actually reach it. It's as if the lantern's light isn't hindered by the fog or how far away one is. As long as it remains lit in this place, its light seems capable of reaching any location within this fog." Upon hearing her detailed account, Zhou Ming sank into a deep contemplation. Ray Nora added, "Of course, these are merely my own observations and speculations. You must understand, many phenomena here are unusual, making it challenging for me to discern whether my perceptions or feelings accurately reflect reality." "I understand," Zhou Ming responded softly. Then something seemed to jog his memory, prompting him to suddenly stand and walk over to a desk a short distance away. Ray Nora stayed seated on the sofa, wary of moving. From her perspective, she watched as the mass of previously stationary starlight started to stretch and move in an unpredictable direction, eventually coming to a halt. Not paying heed to the confused look, Zhou Ming reached for a sheet of paper at the edge of the desk and grabbed a pencil, quickly beginning to sketch. He drew a lantern with a traditional design, crafted from brass, attempting to accurately capture the intricate details of the lantern that hung in the captain's quarters. After a short time, he returned to Ray Nora with the drawing in hand, showing her the depiction on the paper. "Does the lantern look like this?" he asked. The entity made of starlight extended its limbs, each ending in numerous eyes that converged their focus on a singular point. In front of these eyes, a holographic projection of a lantern materialized as if summoned from the void. Ray Nora's body stiffened in response. History had shown that the casual demonstrations of high-dimensional beings could prove fatal to the unprepared mortal, capable of driving even the most seasoned scholars to the brink of insanity with a mere glance. However, she quickly realized she was not descending into madness. The multitude of eyes fixed upon her with a softness, displaying a patient and friendly anticipation for her reaction. It appeared she had become thoroughly acclimated to the presence of these starlit beings. "It's very similar," Ray Nora found her voice, scrutinizing the projected image with a careful eye. "The details elude me, but the resemblance is striking, somewhere between 70 to 80% accurate." Zhou Ming exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing her assessment, his theory now gaining substantial credence. The lantern was his, a beacon left by Duncan Abnammer during his final journey in the year 1800, a marker akin to a guiding light in this otherworldly domain. Zhou Ming's mind was awash with contemplation, silence enveloping him as he pieced together fragmented thoughts. The lantern amidst the fog took on a symbolic meaning beyond mere illumination. It served as a beacon of guidance. For vessels adrift in the fog, a light piercing the gloom signifies the path to safety, a beacon towards refuge. His own abode, shrouded in the fog, might mark the boundary of this realm or perhaps lay even beyond. Here, the passage back to the realm of order is veiled by chaos. The presence of the lantern established a connection, geographically pointing towards the boundless sea and temporally marking the moment when the vanished would re-emerge into reality, signaling the impending conclusion of the boundless sea's existence. Lost in his thoughts, Zhou Ming's gaze drifted, reflecting on the profound implications. His experiences had led him to a vague understanding of the deep rules governing the world, among which the critical role of information in the fabric of reality stood paramount. Evidently, the captain who had ventured to the world's edge had also encountered these truths. It appeared that in the final voyage of the vanished, He had come to know many secrets. Zhou Ming's attention shifted towards the apartment door. Under his intense stare, the door seemed to swing open, revealing the swirling, pitch-black fog beyond. On the other side lay the vanished, specifically the captain's quarters adjacent to the door of the lost. That was the lantern's rightful place. Thus it was confirmed. The lantern had always been right at his doorstep, a constant presence. Zhou Ming's focus returned from the vivid imagination of his contemplations. The door in front of him remained closed. A silent guardian awaiting its owner's return to reality from the depths of thought. Raynora, in the meantime, was careful to keep her silence. While she couldn't discern any human-like expressions from the swirling mass of starlight that represented the being in front of her, she sensed its deep engagement in thought. The thoughts of this entity sent ripples through the surrounding chaos, accompanied by a constant, low, indistinct moan that seemed to fill the space around them. She remembered the rigorous training from her youth, designed to keep her from listening, thinking, or trying to comprehend these sounds that sought to invade her mind. Her goal was clear: to prevent her own thoughts from dissolving into the entities, to avoid becoming just another transient idea within its vast contemplation. Thankfully, this intense period of reflection seemed to come to an end. The omnipresent low moan slowly subsided, and the entity's attention returned to her with a gentle focus. "Sorry, I got a bit distracted," Zhou Ming offered courteously. "Now let's shift our conversation to your other experiences. I'm quite intrigued." Raynora let out a sigh of relief, grateful for the shift in focus. She found it far easier to talk about her experiences than to listen to the entity's thoughts. "After I broke free, I had trouble controlling my drifting house at first, so I ended up wandering for what seemed like an extended period. In fact, I believe I experienced a longer duration than you might expect, encountering numerous strange phenomena related to timelines along the way." Zhou Ming listened without interruption to Raynora's recounting of her adventures post-escape. His attention was unwavering and filled with interest as she described the remarkable and supernatural things she witnessed upon gaining her freedom. For the most part, the tales of her travels didn't offer much in terms of solving the current puzzles Zhou Ming was pondering over. They were largely accounts of peculiar landscapes and phenomena one might encounter in the realm of spirits. However, for Raynora, these experiences were beyond anything she could have imagined or encountered during her rule as the Frost Queen. She had achieved her desire to explore, witnessing a myriad of vistas throughout her extensive journey. Eventually, Raynora came to the topic of the last disturbance she faced, and how she arrived in this fog-enshrouded location. "The disturbance occurred after I escaped subspace while I was navigating just above the abyssal deep sea, under that dome with the stagnant starry sky," she reminisced. "Suddenly, a shockwave erupted from the depths of the sea, seemingly aiming right at me and forcefully ejected me outwards. Following that was a lengthy period where I lost complete control over my drifting house. By the time I managed to stabilize, I found myself here." Zhou Ming was deep in thought, his brow furrowing as he pondered the situation. "Could it be the Nether Lord?" he murmured to himself in a low tone, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "But that doesn't seem quite right. There has to be a reason behind this." "The Nether Lord?" Raynora, catching his muttered speculation, reacted with visible surprise. "Do you mean to say that the Nether Lord was responsible for creating that shockwave and intentionally sent me here?" "Just speculating," Zhou Ming clarified with a shake of his head, aware that no definitive answer was at hand. Thus, he quickly steered the conversation away from the topic. "Let's not dwell on that for now. Let's talk about this fog. Are you familiar with what this place actually is?" Raynora took a moment to consider his question, her silence stretching for a long moment before she gave a complex nod. "In the beginning, I was clueless, but after spending some time enveloped in this dense fog, I began to witness phantoms. Knowledge seemed to flood into my mind out of nowhere," she spoke softly, a hint of awe in her voice. "This is the end of the world. Here I've glimpsed the shadow of the end of all things. You should consider yourself fortunate for having followed that lantern to my doorstep and stopping outside my place," Zhou Ming responded gravely. "It's a good thing you didn't venture further into this fog. Otherwise, you might have never found your way back." At this moment, even the brave Frost Queen felt a shiver run down her spine. She realized that she had been like a traveler on a raft, powerless against the current, hurtling toward the brink of a waterfall. Just as she was about to be swept over the edge and into the abyss, she was fortuitously stopped by the only rock in the rapids. Though the collision with this rock nearly shattered her. After a brief pause, however, a look of hesitation crossed her face, and she eventually voiced a troubling thought. "Actually, I ventured a bit too deep. Zhou Ming, momentarily caught off guard, responded with a puzzled hem. After I followed the light to your palace, I attempted to make contact with the large entity there, but you didn't respond at the time. Instead, a shadow surged out from your palace. That indescribable force struck my drifting house, causing it to lose control once again for a brief moment, and I was pushed deeper into the fog. Thankfully, it wasn't too severe this time. Zhou Ming's expression turned slightly awkward at her admission. Chapter 772, setting off on the journey again. When Ray Nora shared that an unidentified mass had emerged from his glowing cocoon, momentarily causing her drifting house to veer off course, Zhou Ming's face subtly changed. He took a moment to think, and then guessed that this mass might be the miscellaneous items he had discarded earlier. His original plan was to use these items as a conduit for initiating contact with an external entity. However, the method of communication turned out to be rather forceful. Luckily, Ray Nora seemed to have not faced significant difficulties due to this incident, and she also failed to notice the brief, telling silence of the thousand-faced bright star before her. Capitalizing on the opportunity, Zhou Ming steered the conversation in a new direction. So, after the momentary loss of control, what occurred? You mentioned you overshot. Could you elaborate on that? Ray Nora, not suspecting anything amiss, knitted her brows in concentration. After a brief pause, she recounted, "When my drifting house momentarily went off course, I found myself in the thickest part of this fog. Eventually, I came to a halt near an unseen border. Describing this border to you is challenging. It's intangible, invisible to the naked eye, yet the fog abruptly ends at its edge. Beyond this border is a vast emptiness." She hesitated, sensing that her explanation still lacked precision, her expression one of vexation. Zhou Ming's demeanor grew more serious. Emptiness. Yes, a true void. Not merely darkness or emptiness as we usually understand it. I'm struggling to convey this accurately. Even in places of emptiness, there's at least some notion of place. But what I encountered defies logical explanation, Ray Nora said, clearly finding it difficult to articulate and remember her experience. Consider the perception of the world by individuals born blind, those who have never seen light, who lack visual context. It's commonly believed their world is dark, but their vision is actually an extreme. She paused, using her hands to illustrate her point. They don't perceive darkness because, in a strict sense, darkness is still a part of vision. Having never seen any color or shape, the concept of a world of darkness is too abstract and unfathomable for them. Thus, from their perspective, their view isn't black but void, devoid of color and form, making the visual world utterly non-existent. That's how I felt beyond that border. I felt as though I should see something, yet it was beyond my comprehension and perception to the extent that my mind couldn't even form an image. I recall hearing some sort of sound then, and in my memories of it. Still, my mind was blank. I stood at that invisible threshold, fully aware it was a border. A border implies there's another side, but it simply didn't exist. Ray Nora gestured with her hand, her expression still clouded by the unsettling and unnerving memory she was recalling. There's no other side? Zhou Ming's brows furrowed in contemplation as he listened to her abstract and difficult-to-grasp explanations, his mind beginning to draw parallels. Is it like a sheet of paper that doesn't have a backside? Ray Nora's eyes widened in astonishment. Then she observed the stellar entity before her as it raised its appendages amidst a backdrop of countless eyes and shimmering starlight. A form started to materialize. Zhou Ming took a piece of paper, twisted it, and joined the ends together. A rush of insight flooded Ray Nora's consciousness, and in that instant she grasped the concept of a Möbius strip. The immense void she had encountered suddenly made sense to her. "That's exactly it," she exclaimed, snapping out of her reverie, her eyes locked on the structure ensconced in turmoil, illuminated by thousands of eyes. "This is what I experienced. A boundary without an other side, a sheet of paper lacking a back side. The ultimate limit, the very end." The form then discreetly disappeared. Zhou Ming let go of the Möbius strip, and as the paper loop settled on the table, he pondered, could this represent the outer limit? He was aware that the protective barrier erected by the gods was far from simple. The Möbius strip served merely as an easily digestible analogy. The two concepts weren't exactly identical, but based on Ray Nora's description of the boundary scene, there had to be some similarities. Ray Nora watched him, her gaze filled with confusion and curiosity. "You've ventured to the very edge of the world, maybe even beyond where the ancient monarchs ceased their exploration," Zhou Ming said to the Frost Queen, his voice carrying a hint of unease. "You witnessed what lies beyond the boundary, yet it was incomprehensible to you." A Möbius strip possesses no end. For an entity traversing its surface, no matter how far it travels within its continuous loop, it will never encounter the edge of the Möbius strip, nor will it be able to discern an invisible boundary there, which can invoke a sense of dread and bewilderment at the void perceived. Yet Ray Nora in her daring journey had at some point felt the presence of that end. She had undergone an ascension of dimensions. Although unable to understand the scene before her and feeling she encountered only void, she had, for a brief moment, become someone, standing outside of the loop. He painstakingly detailed everything to Ray Nora, elucidating the bizarre occurrences she encountered and the true nature of the dimensional ascent she underwent over time. Information surged into Ray Nora's consciousness, transforming her understanding and very being. Yet she embraced these revelations with open arms and sheer delight. This quest for knowledge was precisely why she embarked on her journey, precisely what she yearned for at this juncture. She was eager to explore more vistas, to grasp the full meaning of her observations. "I should leave now," she abruptly declared, rising to her feet. Zhou Ming regarded the Frost Queen with a mix of surprise and speechlessness, momentarily unsure of what to say. "I want to take another look there," Ray Nora said, turning to him with her gaze ablaze with starlight that seemed to have etched a permanent presence in her eyes. "With my newfound understanding, I feel, this time, I might actually perceive something within that void, perhaps. Entities that previously eluded my comprehension but truly exist." Zhou Ming remained silent for a beat, then slowly got up from the sofa. "Do you believe that something exists within that void?" "Yes," Ray Nora replied instantly, her voice carrying a depth of conviction and determination that might baffle others. "I've sensed them, heard them, akin to the wind whispering across stones, leaving no imprint on my consciousness as if fingers fail to discern colors or eyes cannot measure warmth. My logic was too limited to grasp the entities beyond that end. But now, I sense a shift. I can perceive them, even if only faintly." Zhou Ming locked eyes with the Frost Queen. "You're choosing a path fraught with danger," he remarked abruptly. "You nearly got swallowed by that end before, and yet you choose to return." "Yes, it's a gamble," Ray Nora responded, her smile radiant and eyes sparkling with an adventurous gleam. "Adventure inherently carries its risks. Akin to embarking on another deep-dive project." "Exactly like launching another deep-dive project." Ray Nora's smile faded as she solemnly nodded. "My personal deep-dive project." She averted her gaze, inhaled deeply, and after a brief pause reflected, "See, I really wasn't meant to play the role of a queen." Zhou Ming remained silent, his steps carrying him towards the window that linked to the drifting house. After a moment he spoke again. "I'm bound to this place, I cannot leave. So remember to share with me what you discover." Ray Nora nodded enthusiastically. "Of course, I'll be your eyes." She then made her way back to the rift, poised to return to her drifting house for another expedition, her spirit undiminished by the challenges that lay ahead. Zhou Ming watched as the determined Frost Queen embarked on her new venture. For a brief moment, he pondered the propriety of allowing this woman to exit through the window as the commencement of her grand adventure, feeling it lacked the gravitas such a departure deserved. Yet he quickly reconsidered, perhaps the informality was fitting. The Queen, once confined, now had the liberty to begin her journey in any manner she preferred. His visitor had departed. With a soft hum, the window sealed shut, and the view outside was swiftly swallowed by dense fog. Zhou Ming barely caught a glimpse of the drifting house before it vanished from sight. He lingered by the window, lost in thought for an extended period, then diverted his attention back inside, his gaze sweeping across the living room. The recent events felt surreal, as if someone perpetually secluded in a cabin had dreamt of receiving a visitor. Approaching the sofa, however, the sight of the Möbius strip fashioned from a paper strip, resting on the coffee table with its ends still gently curved, grounded the experience in reality. Beside it, a piece of paper bore the sketch of an old-fashioned lantern. There had indeed been a visitor. Zhou Ming exhaled, a sense of relief washing over him, making him feel a tad lighter. He then smiled, shook his head in amusement, and made his way to the apartment's door. Upon opening the door, the ever-present, shifting black fog greeted him as usual. Chapter 773, Leaping Across the Boundary. Duncan gently pushed the door to the captain's cabin open and made his way inside, immediately drawing the gaze of Goathead, who rested atop the navigation table. Under the subdued lighting of the cabin, Goathead's eyes followed him in silence, a stark contrast to the usual bustle of seafaring life. With a nonchalant air and a wave of his hand, Duncan announced his return. "Duncan Obnomer, I'm back," before peering out the window, curiosity lacing his tone. "Where are we now?" Before entering the cabin, Duncan observed that their ship had successfully navigated through the ominous dark mist. Now, he noted, the fog blanketing the sea had transformed back to its mundane shade of grayish-white. The dense fog appeared almost serene under the light, rolling silently in the distance. "We arrived at the boundary line of 6 nautical miles about 15 minutes ago. The fleet is currently on standby, awaiting your orders," the goat had responded, its voice creaking as it moved its head to maintain its gaze on Duncan. "You seem to have ventured far or been absent for quite some time. At first glance, I scarcely recognized you." Duncan listened to Goathead's words, which carried a hint of unease, but he merely gestured dismissively with his hand. Rather than approaching the navigation table as he typically would, he pivoted slowly, his attention seemingly caught by something else. His eyes settled on an antique brass lantern that hung unassumingly on the wall beside him, its presence as ordinary as any other item in the room when unlit. With a deliberate motion, he removed the lantern from its hook and scrutinized it closely, its antiquity evident in his careful handling. "Do you intend to visit the lower deck?" inquired Goathead from behind him, a note of perplexity in its voice. "The lower deck is presently calm, requiring no intervention, and given our critical juncture." "No, I'm not headed to the lower deck," Duncan cut in, bringing the lantern back to the navigation table and setting it down with a casual air. "What can you tell me about this lantern?" Goathead seemed momentarily taken aback by the captain's abrupt shift in focus, especially after his prolonged absence and sudden return. Nonetheless, it replied after a brief pause, its tone reflective. "In terms of its function, I believe I've already informed you. However, if you're inquiring about its origins, then, I must admit, it was already here when I boarded." "This lantern was part of the Vanished from the beginning," Duncan mused, a spark of realization igniting in his eyes. A question then dawned on him, one he had never thought to ask before. "Wait, how do you know about the lantern's purpose then? Who explained its function to you? And what about the other items on the ship?" "The ship itself imparted the knowledge to me," Goathead began, pausing momentarily as it adopted a more solemn tone. "I am acquainted with the purpose of everything aboard this vessel. A significant portion of this understanding is derived from the ship's own memory, while the remainder comes from—" It trailed off, allowing its gaze to drift towards Duncan, caught in a brief spell of hesitation. From a time long past, when the captain was still capable of thought and sporadic communication. Duncan acknowledged this revelation with a nod, signaling he did not wish to delve deeper into the matter, and redirected his focus to the lantern in question. Observing the captain's intense scrutiny of the lantern, Goathead's curiosity was piqued. It closely inspected the familiar object and noted Duncan's grave demeanor. "Is there an issue with this lantern?" "It's fine," Duncan momentarily hesitated, aware that discussing the subjects related to the other side of the door in Goathead's presence was imprudent. Thus, he opted for a more indirect inquiry. "I was just wondering whether this lantern serves any additional purposes beyond offering solace during inspections of the lower deck." "As far as I am aware, its sole function is as you described," Goathead replied after a brief contemplation, earnestly providing its understanding. "It accompanies the captain through the shadowy recesses remembered by the ship for this role. Perhaps you could seek insights from Miss Lucretia." Duncan considered this for a moment, when abruptly a shadow began to swell in a nearby mirror, soon giving way to Agatha's form materializing from within the darkness. "Captain, we've intercepted a signal from the direction of the lighthouse, inquiring if an incident has occurred." With a sigh, Duncan stood, replacing the lantern on the wall, aware that the bright star along with the trio of church warships that served as both escorts and navigators awaited his directive. Recognizing the importance of their mission to explore the border, particularly given the perilous nature of the outer seas, beyond the 6 nautical miles boundary line, he knew any delay was inadvisable. "Instruct Vanna to reach out to her peers. Tell the church warships to draw near the lighthouse and convey to Sailor that he is to be ready at the stern. We're poised to cross the boundary." "Understood, Captain." Agatha gave a respectful bow, her form gradually dissipating into the mirror's shadow. Subsequently, Duncan exited the captain's cabin, his steps taking him across the deck shrouded in fog until he ascended the stairs beside the cabin, leading him to the expansive stern deck. The boundless sea stretched out before him, its surface mirror-like and tranquil under the cover of a dense gray fog. The sky overhead was overcast, Yet there was a distinct glow permeating the clouds and mist, an illumination unlike that of sunlight or the world's creation, casting a diffuse light that saved the sea from total darkness. This unique glow that permeates the border seas is a phenomenon that persists even on days when the sun is hidden from view, casting a surreal light over the waters. So many breathtaking scenes, so many mysteries yearning for exploration. These words drifted towards Duncan from a nearby presence. Turning towards the source, he observed Morris standing at the edge of the stern deck, his gaze lost in the dense fog stretching into the distance. The venerable scholar was clad in an old, worn coat, an unlit pipe in hand, his features etched with contemplation. Feeling Duncan's eyes on him, Morris turned, offering a smile tinged with self-mockery. "Just a bout of sentimentality, Captain. It's hard not to feel a twinge of regret when faced with the prospect of the world's demise, and surrounded by innumerable phenomena that could occupy several lifetimes of study." Duncan remained silent, simply joining the old scholar to gaze out into the fog. Midst the mist, a monumental lighthouse loomed, an architectural marvel that merged the functionality of a lighthouse, the sanctity of a church, and the innovation of a steam-powered platform. At its foundation lay a steam core, powering a vast harbor atop which sat a church, its design inspired by the storm. The church's central spire served as the base for the lighthouse, around which a solemn black structure twisted upward, forming a spiraling exterior. Sacred steam pipes nestled between each twist of the spiral were visible, and crowning the structure was the torch, a blessed flame that shone with an intensity surpassing any mundane light, its brilliance a testament to the church's prayers. Even in the dense fog that blankets the border seas, its light pierced through the mist. Yet its reach faltered at the chaos beyond the 6 nautical miles, a realm no longer bound by order. That is the lighthouse, erected by the Storm Church at the eastern border. The other 3 major churches control similar beacons, Vanna added, having approached the stern deck as well. Her Grace Helena mentioned that these lighthouses represent the pinnacle of the church's achievements in their border expeditions. They can sustain communication and navigation for a short period beyond the 6 nautical miles boundary line, but that's the extent of their capability. The sound of steam whistles filled the air, a reminder of the nearby sea's activity. The 3 church warships tasked with navigation slowly passed the vanished and bright star, making their way towards the enigmatic lighthouse shrouded in fog. The church warships had fulfilled their role. The next phase of crossing the boundary was a journey they were not equipped to join. It marked the conclusion of the Living's contribution to the expedition, paving the way for the ghost ship to assume command. Duncan's attention was drawn by the sound of hesitant steps approaching. Turning towards the source, he observed Anomaly 77 making his way towards him, a figure of uncertainty. Adorned in a naval uniform that he had acquired from an unspecified source, the attire hung awkwardly on his emaciated, decayed form, a stark contrast to the remnants of his original, tattered clothing. The uniform, ill-fitting on his withered body, seemed an attempt to cloak the remnants of mortality. "This was provided by the church," Anomaly 77, catching Duncan's eye, quickly gestured with his hand. "I thought it proper to dress more appropriately. A touch of formality never hurts." Duncan offered a nod of acknowledgement and casually inquired, "Are you prepared?" "To be honest, I'm feeling somewhat apprehensive," Sailor admitted, his fingers instinctively adjusting a button on his uniform before he composed himself, striving to project a semblance of reliability. "But I am ready." Foregoing further conversation, Duncan lifted his gaze towards the bright star and silently communicated, "Lucy." "I'm here, Papa." "Sailor is set to take control. You'll need to maintain close proximity to the vanished," Duncan instructed with gravity. "Moving forward, I'll cease to restrain Anomaly 77's influence and will instead amplify his presence. Should all proceed as planned, the bright star will be enveloped by his powers as well. We'll navigate the correct course towards the final abode of the storm goddess." Lucretia responded with a voice that conveyed both calm and resolution. "Understood, I'll keep pace." With a nod and a deep inhalation, Duncan's gaze shifted back to Anomaly 77, who had now taken position at the helm. "Helmsman, execute your duties." "Yes, Captain." The declaration came with a force and volume that belied Sailor's typically raspy voice. Grasping the helm with both hands, he initiated the transition. Almost immediately, a greenish light began to shimmer around the vanished, gradually extending to encompass the bright star in its glow. The sound of squeaking and creaking filled the air as if the very fabric of space was contorting. The visages of both ships took on an ethereal quality before adjusting their bearings and surging forward into the denser fog. As they embarked on this boundary-crossing venture, Duncan was greeted by the sound of steam whistles. Initially, it was the trio of church warships bidding farewell, followed by the signal from the border-standing church lighthouse, and finally, the resonant calls from the vessels of the stormed church anchored near the lighthouse. These steam whistles, echoing at the edge of the known world, heralded the vanished and bright star as they accelerated once more, bidding adieu to the realm of the living and crossing into the unknown. Chapter 774, Convergence Window. After they sailed past the critical marker of 6 nautical miles, the environment around the vanished and the bright star underwent a strange transformation. The ocean and the fog abruptly disappeared, replaced by an odd twilight that enveloped the sky. This twilight spread everywhere, making it seem as though the entire world beyond the edges of the ships had lost its definition. Every distinct feature merged into a homogeneous and indistinct backdrop. The 2 ghostly vessels seemed to be gliding through this monochrome expanse as if they were floating in a void. "This isn't what the church's records suggested," Vanna remarked, gazing out at the transformed surroundings, her words flowing without thought. "The documents mentioned that even after crossing the 6 nautical mile threshold for some distance, the sea and the sky should remain visible. I recall Miss Lucretia pointing this out too." Duncan, deep in thought, quietly lifted his gaze to observe Sailor, who was now clenching the wheel with a noticeable tension. After a brief pause, he finally broke the silence. "Maybe this is the scenario that unfolds when Anomaly 77 is properly triggered. We're navigating through a unique corridor, shielded from the chaotic temporal disturbances that lie beyond the critical boundary." "But how long will we be traveling through this corridor, Captain?" Alice inquired, her curiosity piqued, standing beside him. After a moment of reflection, Duncan shook his head, indicating uncertainty. "Even I can't say for sure." Alice's inquisitive eyes then shifted to Sailor managing the helm. Feeling the weight of her stare, Anomaly 77's anxiety heightened, causing him to retract slightly and protest. "Don't look at me, I'm just as clueless. I'm merely handling the ship." As he spoke, he endeavored to maintain a stern demeanor, making slight adjustments to the wheel. Yet, in truth, he was unsure of the direction they were headed, merely moving the wheel back and forth to seem occupied. Given the surreal circumstances, the ship's precise course seemed irrelevant to the position of the helm. Duncan, perceptive but opting not to comment, checked the condition of the vanished to ensure all was well, then shifted his focus away from Sailor's predicament. He cast his gaze towards the nearby bright star, mentally reaching out. "Lucy, how are things on your side?" "Everything's as usual here, apart from Rabbi, who's so terrified he's barricaded himself inside a box, refusing to emerge," came Lucretia's immediate reply, her concern evident. "He's incessantly babbling that we're plummeting towards the end of the world. It's quite worrying." "Crashing towards the apocalypse?" Duncan's brow furrowed in concern as he mulled over Rabbi's frantic declaration. He turned his attention away from the conversation, his gaze sweeping across the deck to the ship's edge, which was enveloped in a uniform expanse of gray-white that seemed to represent a vast emptiness. "It could be referring to the external barrier," Duncan mused, "or possibly something that lies even further beyond that barrier." "Something beyond the barrier," came Lucretia's voice, tinged with confusion. "Ashes, the chaotic and unfathomable remnants of the old world that weren't used as building blocks for the new sanctuary," Duncan elaborated, his mind tracing back to a recent discussion with Ray Nora. He remembered the Frost Queen's words about the extreme purity and the terrifying void that exists at the world's edge. An insight struck him. For a fish, the world of air would indeed be an incomprehensible void and an apocalypse. On the bright star's bridge, Lucretia, upon hearing her father's interpretation, seemed to grasp something deeper. She then glanced at the box near the helm, which was gently shaking with Rabbi's ear peeking out, visibly trembling. Miss Witch scowled slightly. "As a creature meant to instill fear in others, must you be so frightened?" Rabbi isn't meant to instill fear, Rabbi is merely fear itself." Rabbi's voice was muffled inside the box as if trying to reassure itself, yet the tone shifted mid-sentence. "It's truly horrifying, mistress. We're plummeting, descending rapidly. Don't you feel it? It's becoming colder, darker, more constricted, like plunging headlong into a narrow tube from an endless abyss, about to choke, freeze, be crushed. Envision that scenario, imagine it." Without showing emotion, Lucretia walked over, flung open the box lid, and hoisted the rabbit up to slam it against the wall with a single hand. The dull rabbit made a pious sound upon impact with the wall, then fell silent. So it's your imagination that's vivid, isn't it? Lucretia fixed a stern gaze on the flattened rabbit doll as it slowly slid down the wall, and she unconsciously rubbed her arm to ease the chill. Stop sharing those wild fantasies of yours. Keep them to yourself. Otherwise, it won't just be a matter of being thrown against the wall next time. The doll rabbit inflated back to shape with a poof-bang sound, shakily stood up, and muttered an obedient "oh" before heading back towards its box. However, before it could get far, Lucretia seized its ear, dragging it back towards her. "Stop idling around, go find a task to occupy yourself," Miss Witch commanded with a tone that brooked no argument. "Take a handful of your mechanical companions, head to the rear boundary of the ship and stand guard. The essence of the ship's spirit seems somewhat disturbed in this area. Ensure that none of those devoid-of-soul shadows break free from within. I don't have the spare capacity to address such nuisances at the moment. Off you go." "Oh, all right, mistress," Rabbi responded, its head hanging low as it obediently made its way out of the bridge, taking small, dejected steps. Once the rabbit had departed, Looney approached, her voice tinged with concern. "Wasn't that a bit harsh on Rabbi? She's merely frightened." "She's excessively frightened. I needed to find her a distraction." Lucretia let out a light sigh and dismissed the matter with a wave of her hand. "She originated from the deep depths of the spirit realm, capable of perceiving many shifts that are beyond human detection. What seems trivial to me may appear vibrant through her eyes." She halted mid-sentence, then cast a speculative glance at the clockwork doll before her. "But now that you mention it, didn't you sense anything? In crafting your mimic soul, I incorporated elements from the spirit realm." Looney paused, reflecting deeply, then shook her head. "I haven't sensed anything." A hint of complexity shadowed Lucretia's features as she scrutinized Looney. Though perhaps it was her imagination, she couldn't shake the feeling that ever since Looney began interacting with that animated doll named Alice on the Vanished, there was a distinct and pure aura about her. This observation became especially pronounced after the dolls learned the peculiar act of exchanging heads. Yet when she last covertly evaluated Looney's cognitive abilities, no significant alterations were detected. She had yet to bring this up with her father. "Mistress," the clockwork doll picked up on the scrutiny, her head tilting in puzzlement. "It's nothing." Lucretia brushed off the fleeting thoughts, deciding to sideline the odd connections forming in her mind for now. Just then, something in the periphery of her vision caught her attention. Through the porthole, amidst the vast expanse of gray-white that blanketed their view, patterns and shadows that hadn't been there before began to emerge, becoming gradually discernible. "What's that?" Looney, too, noticed the enigmatic lines and shapes materializing on the corridor's outer wall, her eyes widening in astonishment. In the instant following her inquiry, the vague, seemingly detached outlines began to shift within the gray-white backdrop. The once indistinct black lines began to shiver and swiftly reorganize themselves into coherent shapes, while the shadows around them expanded, filling in the outlines with color. A ship, as if being printed onto the corridor's outer wall from the uniform gray-white backdrop, suddenly materialized and started to align itself with the trajectory of the Vanished and the bright star. This occurrence was akin to a wayward traveler abruptly bursting into the corridor, and the once abstract and warped shadow of the ship, upon coming into the view of the Vanished and the bright star, rapidly assumed a more recognizable form. Lucretia, caught off guard, dashed to the porthole with the swiftness of the wind, her gaze fixed intently on the newly appeared ship within the corridor. She instantly identified the faint emblem emblazoned on the vessel. "It's the Sea Song." That vessel was the Sea Song, known for its eternal journey, meandering through the shattered currents of time. It had navigated from a disjointed time stream, finding a brief moment of convergence to intersect with the path of the Vanished and the bright star. The atmosphere on the Vanished's aft deck turned eerily silent. Every onlooker was drawn to the vessel hovering in midair outside, observing its flag becoming more discernible and the name on its hull increasingly visible. The Sea Song was voyaging within its own temporal flow, seemingly oblivious to the nearby bright star as if the discrepancy in time veiled its vision. It passed alarmingly close, then approached the Vanished. There it adjusted its bearing and emitted a sequence of light signals. Anomaly 77's grip on the wheel tightened, his eyes widening as he scrutinized the blinking lights on the Sea Song, silently tallying the sequence and intervals as though he was counting the beats of a long-stilled heart. Short, light, dark, long, light. He halted his count midway, even as the Sea Song continued to flash its signals. Closing his eyes briefly, he then mustered all his strength and shouted with a raspy voice, "Captain, The approaching vessel is signaling their intent. Duncan exhaled quietly, his face etched with a blend of gravity and resolve. "Signal back with lights," he instructed softly. "Give them our respects." Chapter 775. Departed far away. Nina stepped onto the deck, extending her right hand skyward. Suddenly, intense flames erupted from her palm, morphing into a brilliant arc of light capable of cutting through the dense fog. This artificial sunlight danced above the ghostly vanished, serving as a homage and farewell to those who had perished in a different timeline. She pondered whether the Sea Song, another vessel entwined in this mysterious event, was aware of what transpired in this alternate moment. Were its crew heading towards their demise or returning from it? In that fleeting instance, as the two timelines brushed against each other and the lights shimmered, did the crew grasp the reality of their doomed fate? As the moment of temporal overlap faded, the silhouette of the ship began to rapidly lose its clarity, dissolving back into vague lines and shadows, only to plunge once more into the abyss of the deep sea. At the front of the vanished, a particularly stooped and frail figure stood against the wind, his form quivering slightly. Gripping the ship's wheel tightly, his gaze remained fixed on the Sea Song. For a brief second he seemed to want to cry out, but no sound came from his parched, withered throat. Then he lifted his hand in a gesture he wished to direct towards the ship he once served and the comrades he once knew, a salute he had reacquainted himself with thanks to Vanna. It was a simple motion, tracing the pattern of rolling waves across his chest, a sign meant to invoke the storm's protection and a prayer for safe passage. Yet abruptly, as if jolted by a shock, his hand retreated to the ship's wheel, gripping it firmly once again. Round the vanished, the uniform, gray-white inner wall of the ship momentarily roiled with dangerous, chaotic waves, only to quickly settle down as if nothing had happened. He couldn't afford to let go. He was the one steering the ship. The brief window of connection closed, and the last glimpse of the Sea Song vanished from sight, marking its final departure from the mortal realm across all conceivable timelines. Till the very end, Sailor never released his hold on the dark wheel of the vanished. Then approaching footsteps broke the silence. Turning his head with a hint of sluggishness, Sailor saw a tall figure making their way towards him, observing him with a calm demeanor. Caught off guard, he instinctively straightened up, managing to utter, "Captain." Duncan extended his hand, gently pressing against the gaunt shoulder of the ghoul standing at the helm. "Are you okay?" The ghoul glanced down at his hands, which were still clasping the wheel tightly. His face, a map of wrinkles, trembled slightly as he spoke. "Look, I'm holding on well. I just loosened my grip for a moment, the ship stayed on course, and then I never let go again, never let go." Duncan remained silent, simply offering a reassuring pressure on the ghoul's shoulder once more. As he started to turn away, ready to leave the helm, the quiet murmur of Anomaly 77 caught his ear. The words were whispered so softly as if Sailor was conversing with his own doubts. Will it make any sense? Duncan paused, his gaze returning to his helmsman. Will all this make any sense? This time, Sailor looked up directly into Duncan's eyes, his voice carrying a trace of newfound bravery. His eyes weren't searching for an answer as much as they were seeking a beacon of hope amidst turmoil. The Sea Song, the frontier folk, the city-state guardians struggling to keep order, and us, does any of it make any sense? After a brief silence, Duncan nodded calmly, "Yes." Turning back towards the deck, Duncan made to leave the helm area. Just then he heard Sailor call out from behind, "The first rule of the Vanished's crew, right?" Without a word, Duncan simply waved his hand in acknowledgement and continued on his way. He descended the stairs to the aft deck, which lay in quietude, and whispered in his heart, "Lucy." The Sea Witch's reply was prompt, "Yes, I'm here." Duncan took a moment before speaking in a measured tone. "I recall you once told me about a time you inadvertently crossed beyond the 6-mile limit into the Eternal Veil's depths. You got lost, and it was the phantom of the Vanished that guided you back to safer waters." There was a long pause from Lucretia before she finally spoke. "Yes, I always believed it was just a fleeting ghost of the Vanished, emerging briefly from subspace." Duncan chose not to respond further. From the way Lucretia spoke, it was clear that the perceptive witch had arrived at a realization similar to his own. The recent emergence of the Sea Song had sharply brought Duncan to an awareness of a truth he had known, but never fully contemplated before. Beyond the 6-mile threshold, the fabric of time unravels and reforms unpredictably, where cause and effect weave in and out of coherence. Ships that have completed their journeys may yet traverse these waters anew. It was here, amidst this realm of temporal anomalies, that Lucretia's vessel once found itself adrift, lost beyond the boundary where linear time ceases to hold sway. In her most desperate hour, it was the ghost of the vanished, like a beacon through the mists of chaos, that guided her back to the tangible reality of our dimension. Lucretia had always believed this spectral guide to be the vanished itself, either slipping through the veils of subspace back into our world, or casting a shadowy projection from its enigmatic journey through the realms between. Yet a new theory now emerged in Duncan's mind. Standing at the deck's edge, Duncan leaned against the railing, his eyes scanning the monotonous gray-white expanse that stretched beyond the ship's hull. His gaze seemed intent on penetrating this boundary, eager to glimpse the untamed maelstrom of fog and chaos that lay beyond, where the fabric of existence itself twisted in perpetual tumult. In that vast, obscured expanse, the vanished, under the command of Duncan Abnommer, could still be charting its course, perhaps just beginning its voyage, or on the cusp of returning. Maybe it was on the verge of uncovering some profound truth about the nature of their world, or perhaps it had just lit a lantern at the very edge of existence, illuminating the path to a dormant exile's refuge. The crisp sound of a match striking shattered the silence within the living room, a small flame inching closer to the wick of an oil lamp set upon the table. The light it cast was gentle, bathing the room in a warmth that, while not as brilliant as electric lighting, felt comforting. Heidi leaned over to ignite the lamp, casting a glance around the living room before approaching her mother. The glow from the oil lamp, though modest compared to the brilliance of electric lights, became their primary source of illumination following a directive from the government to ration electricity. This mandate came in the wake of a malfunction affecting several generators in the eastern district of the city, compelling the authorities to prioritize power for essential services like factories, shelters, and containment facilities, thereby relegating residential lighting to more primitive means. "I wonder when the power will be restored," Heidi voiced her concern softly, almost to herself. Her mother responded with her usual calm and steadiness, embodying a tranquility that seemed unshakable. "That depends on how quickly the generators can be repaired." She paused, then added, "Did the notice say how severe the damage was to the generators?" "They didn't specify the exact damage, but I heard the malfunction isn't related to machines being bewitched, so it should just be a normal operational issue," Heidi explained, her tone carrying a hint of optimism. "If past events are anything to go by, it should be fixed in a few days, maybe 2 or 3 days if we're lucky, a week at the most. Gas lamps and oil lamps can still be used, so the situation isn't that dire, is it?" Her mother offered a comforting smile, then reached for a piece of paper on the table, extending it towards Heidi. "This is the message paper that arrived this morning. Could you read it aloud for me? My vision is blurry these days, making it difficult for me to read." Heidi accepted the newspaper from her mother. As the night stretched on, engaging in ordinary reading activities had become a hazardous endeavor in the city-state. With the majority of libraries and book markets shut down, and most newspapers ceasing their nighttime publication, the thirst for information persisted. To satiate this need within the confines of safety, City Hall supervised the creation of the message paper. This publication was a streamlined form of a newspaper, crafted with both physical and spiritual safeguards. The paper itself was consecrated and blessed by the cathedral, ensuring its safety from malevolent influences. Its content was meticulously curated to limit the duration and complexity of reading, thus minimizing the risk of knowledge contamination. Additionally, the paper was adorned with sacred prayers and rune embellishments to safeguard the mental well-being of its readers. Despite these extensive precautions, the distribution of these newspapers was tightly regulated. They were not available for public purchase, but were instead delivered directly to individuals who met specific reading qualifications. These recipients were expected to possess a foundational understanding of mysticism and the skills to handle minor troubles that might arise. While the process and regulations surrounding the message paper might seem burdensome, they were emblematic of the city-state's commitment to preserving the flow of information within the bounds of modern civilization. Information needed to be disseminated among those qualified to interpret it, then relayed to the broader populace, including those not directly engaged with the city's governance. Although Heidi was not officially affiliated with City Hall, her interactions with the city's administrators had given her insights into their rationale. The night's challenges were manifold, yet the city-state endeavored to stave off the human decline into darkness for as long as possible, striving to prevent the erosion of civilization itself. With a sense of duty, Heidi unfolded the paper, steadied her nerves, and began to relay the contents to her mother. "The malfunction within the generator has been pinpointed, and the repair teams are working swiftly to address the issue. The engineers on site have provided an optimistic timeline, estimating that all necessary replacements and repairs will be completed within the next 2 days. The challenge of distributing food in the northern part of the city has been successfully addressed, ensuring that the city-state's food reserves are now adequately stocked. The lighting infrastructure is fully operational, confirming that the production output of the vertical farms remains unaffected. Additionally, there's good news regarding our mushroom cultivation efforts, which have seen a noticeable increase in yield. In international waters, a tense situation has unfolded in the northern seas. The naval forces of Cold Port and Morpheus Port have converged near a sun fragment. The fleet of the Death Church has stepped in as a mediating force, preventing the situation from escalating further. As Heidi read aloud each piece of news, she occasionally paused to offer silent prayers and invocations to Laham, the deity of wisdom, seeking guidance and protection. However, upon reaching a particular segment of the report, she halted abruptly. Sensing the shift in Heidi's demeanor, her mother inquired softly, "Is there any special news?" There was a brief silence as Heidi absorbed the significance of the final news item on the paper. After a moment of contemplation, she exhaled softly, her voice tinged with a mix of concern and awe. A dispatch from the Storm Church has announced that the Border Exploration Fleet has embarked on another daring, cross-border mission. The Vanished and the Bright Star have ventured beyond the 6-mile threshold. The gravity of this revelation lingered in the air, highlighting the courage and audacity of those willing to explore beyond the known boundaries of their world into realms where time and reality itself were fluid and unpredictable. Chapter 776, Cold Night. Beneath the subdued glow of an oil lamp, Heidi carefully placed a sheet of paper on the table. This paper bore news from a world beyond their small, quiet living room, illuminated only by the lamp's cozy light and the comforting presence of her mother's soft, watchful eyes. Heidi was no stranger to tales of distant adventures. The Vanished, including her father, frequently sent letters home, their words filled with mentions of the borderlands and the grand voyage that lay ahead. She had always known that her father, alongside a renowned captain, was destined for the far reaches of the frontier. Yet, it was only upon receiving official word through the city-state's networks that the reality of their departure truly sank in for her. This realization transformed what had been a distant, abstract idea into a palpable truth. As she stared at the concise message, it dawned on her that their journey had truly begun. Her father, the man she looked up to the most, had set sail into the vast unknown in the cover of night. "They will be safe," her mother assured her, pulling Heidi back from her reverie. Her voice was as steady as it had been years ago during a tempestuous night as she offered comfort. "You needn't worry so much, Heidi." Heidi turned towards her mother, her expression somewhat vacant. "Is it because of the skilled captain therewith?" "No, it's because of your father. He always makes it back safely," her mother responded, her smile warm with nostalgia. "He's taken on many daring endeavors, more than you could imagine, yet he always returns to us, eager to share tales of his supernatural ventures. This time will be no different. He'll come back with stories from worlds beyond ours, and you'll get to hear an amazing story from him, just like I have." Heidi absorbed her mother's words in silence. After a brief pause, she whispered, "Father and Vanna, they're part of something truly monumental, aren't they?" "Indeed, embarking on such a journey is always a significant endeavor." "What should I do in the meantime?" "First, you should wrap yourself in a warm coat, then head outside to the community gathering spot. Share this latest update with our neighbors. They're still awaiting news on the generators and the food supplies," her mother instructed gently. "Inform those who can't read, help alleviate their worries, and dispel the fear and tension that's been spreading. Encourage them not to succumb to despair, to stand strong against the darkness of this prolonged night. Fulfill the promise you made when you graduated from the academy, and then return home safely. I'll prepare your favorite mushroom vegetable soup." Her mother gracefully rose from her seat, setting aside the needlework she had been engrossed in, and walked over to Heidi. With a tender touch, she began to smooth out her daughter's hair, saying softly, "Heidi, these tasks are significant too." As her mother's fingers gently combed through her locks, Heidi paused, caught in a moment of contemplation, before offering a soft nod of agreement. Her eyes lingered on the makeshift newspaper spread out on the table, etching its message into her memory once more. Meanwhile, far off in the northern seas, a unique vision unfolded under the cover of night. A thin, pale golden sheen that could be mistaken for sunlight blanketed the ocean, casting a glow over the waters. Amidst this surreal light, a colossal, glowing geometric structure floated on the surface of the boundless sea, resembling a crystal mountain. Surrounding it, at the fringe of this illuminated zone, various warships of different sizes patrolled the darkness, their movements reminiscent of a school of fish cautiously encircling their prey. From the vantage point, Sarana observed the scene with a somber demeanor. Standing on the bridge, he peered through the expansive windows at the sea stretched out before him, where the artificial sunlight gently spread. At the sea's horizon, he could just make out the silhouettes of two small speedboats maneuvering ahead of the fleet, their movements deliberate, neither too bold nor too withdrawn, like probing tentacles. These were the advance guard of the Morpheus Navy, cautiously testing the defenses of the cold port navy. Nearby, several warships adorned with black flags sailed close to the zones controlled by the cold port and Morpheus navies. Basking in the faux sunlight, these flags bore the barely visible insignia of the Death Church. The main cannons of these warships were fully exposed, ready for confrontation. Sarana mused that the clergy aboard those church warships must be feeling the weight of the moment, a thought that briefly sparked a twinge of guilt within him. However, this fleeting guilt was quickly replaced by a steely determination. Just then, the communications officer received an external radio transmission. After processing the message, the officer looked up at Sarana, reporting, "Commander, the Mourner has reached out. They're requesting that we and the Morpheus Navy's vanguard each pull back 5 miles to clear the danger zone." Without a moment's hesitation, Sarana responded firmly, "Inform them that the other side should withdraw first. Make it clear once more that cold port needs that sunlight. This isn't up for debate. It's an ultimatum, a necessary outcome. The cold port navy will maintain its position here until we achieve our objective." A palpable tension filled the bridge, the atmosphere turning icy as if the cold wind from outside had infiltrated the room, circulating a slow, chilling breeze. The signalman was ready to relay Sarana's message to the church warship, which was acting as the intermediary in this tense negotiation. However, before he could transmit the response, a new communication broke through on the radio's open channel. "Commander, we've got a message from Morpheus's Navy." Sarana's expression turned to one of concern. After a brief pause, lasting only a second or two, he approached the communications desk and lifted the receiver to his ear. The voice that greeted him was familiar, one belonging to a middle-aged man who Sarana had known for years. "Sarana, I knew you'd answer personally. Listen, I'm aware of the dire situation in Cold Port, but things are even more critical here in Morpheus. An unknown entity is attempting to make landfall on our coasts. Despite numerous efforts by our defense forces to push them back, they persistently re-emerge from the depths. We're in desperate need of sunlight, if only to temporarily halt the anomalies encroaching upon our shores." Sarana replied with a calmness that belied the gravity of his words. "Farview Cliff vanished 12 hours ago, as though cleanly severed from the island." An unsettling silence followed his statement. Sarana continued, his voice measured yet carrying an underlying chill. "Cold Port is fading into the darkness. Hobo, after all these years, you know what's at stake here." The response from the radio was delayed, filled with tension, until finally it came through with undeniable urgency. "Your nephew is in Morpheus. He's part of the coastal defense. The people of Cold Port will honor his memory." With that, Sarana hung up the receiver with a deliberate motion. In the ensuing cold silence, he turned to face his crew, who awaited his command. "Spare the church's warships," he instructed, the calm in his voice masking the storm within. "Focus our attack on the Harp. Their command center is located there." "Understood." The bridge crew sprang into action, following Sarana's orders, setting in motion the targeted assault. But their efficiency was suddenly shattered by a sharp cry of alarm. Upon touching the control stick, a sailor found his hand instantly frostbitten, the skin freezing to the metal. In a state of panic, he ripped his hand away, leaving behind skin already turned to ice. It was only then that the reality of their situation became painfully clear to everyone on the bridge. The cold that had stealthily enveloped them was now impossible to ignore. Their thoughts slowed as if caught in the grip of the frost, the intense cold biting into their flesh and bones. A mist of ice, thick with crystals, filled the air, swiftly encasing nearly every instrument and control panel in a fine layer of frost. Reacting swiftly, Sarana made a dash for his captain's chair, intending to activate the fleet-wide alarm. Yet he barely managed 2 steps before being halted by an arm, dry and cold as steel, that obstructed his path. The bridge was quickly enveloped in a chilling fog, and through this mist, a ghastly figure barred his way. Dressed in the attire of Frost's navy, the figure stood divided, its body gruesomely severed at the waist as though cleaved in two by a cannonball. The figure's head slowly turned towards Sorana, its skull-like face cracking into a macabre smile as it greeted him. "Good afternoon, sir. Please try to remain calm." Frozen in place next to the captain's chair, Sorana's gaze shifted sideways, witnessing one horrific figure after another materialize from the dense, icy fog, each one seizing control of his crew members. Within moments, the bridge was overrun by these spectral invaders. Out of the corner of his eye, Sorana noticed the sea itself seemed to be rebelling, with vast swathes of white fog roiling over its surface. This icy mist swiftly condensed upon the sea, rapidly freezing the waters and entombing the area in ice. Amidst the shifting, fracturing icebergs, a ghostly fleet emerged as if conjured from the depths. A massive warship accompanied by a flotilla of both large and small vessels materialized, veiled in a shroud of ice crystals. Cascades of freezing seawater poured from their hulls like waterfalls, while their deck guns ominously swiveled to target every ship in sight. The eerie symphony of metal contorting and warping filled Sorana's ears. Turning towards the source of the noise, he witnessed the metal wall beside him undergo a bizarre transformation. The steel seemed to liquefy, displaying an unnatural fluidity before the molten segments coalesced into a chilling visage, complete with a single eye masked in frost. "Sorana, it's been a while." "Captain Tyrion, or is it Governor now?" Sorana's body tensed, his voice low and strained as he kept a wary eye on the Morpheus fleet. "You're certainly making a dramatic entrance." "I usually prefer not to resort to such displays of power against the city-states' navies, mostly to avoid unnecessary tensions," the admiral replied, his tone suggesting a rare departure from restraint. "But it seems today's atmosphere is already beyond tense." Silence fell between them, lasting several seconds. During this pause, Sorana's focus remained fixed on the Morpheus fleet. There, too, was no sign of resistance, a clear indication that the undead had also seized control of their flagship. Chapter 777, Dissipation and Alliance. The confrontation on the open sea took a turn for the complex when a formidable fleet, shrouded in the chill of mist, made its unexpected appearance, bringing a new dynamic to what was initially a three-sided standoff. Yet, in an odd twist, this escalation seemed to simplify the predicament at hand. The forces of Cold Port, alongside the Morpheus Navy, found themselves relieved from the immediate threats of crossfire and the daunting presence of the Church's fleet. Sorana, with a gaze fixed upon the metallic visage before him, displayed a remarkable calmness. His eyes betrayed neither fear nor uncertainty despite being fully aware of the prowess of the Iron Admiral commanding the emerging fleet. He understood that while these spectral adversaries could harness the element of surprise to overpower two of the flagships, they lacked the means to dominate the entire fleet. A chaotic battle, should it ensue, promised dire outcomes for all parties involved. It became evident through Tyrion of Namar's actions, choosing this mode of encounter, that his intentions leaned towards negotiation. After a prolonged silence, Sorana finally spoke in a voice resonating with depth. "Cold Port requires sunlight." In response, the metallic figure, its speech accompanied by a metallic resonance, added, "Yes, Cold Port seeks sunlight. And now Hob, your former ally and the commander of the Morpheus Navy, communicates the same need for Morpheus. But let me tell you, darkness is encroaching upon our world. Jotun City, Haper, Bandor Island, and even distant lands like Faron and Mach are succumbing to shadows. Only a handful of city-states remain bathed in sunlight. Everyone is in desperate need of it." Despite the tension evident on Sorana's face, his reply was even more composed than before. "Captain Tyrion, is there merit in discussing this now? My immediate concern is Cold Port's survival, unless you suggest you'll reveal the sun fragment that plummeted into frost." Maintaining its composure, the steel face revealed, "It's already en route to Cold Port." This revelation took Sorana aback, his prepared retorts dissipating into the air, leaving him momentarily speechless. A hush fell over the entire bridge. Tyrion's voice then filled the silence. "If you head back now, you should be able to witness its arrival on the northern shores of Cold Port." As the undead sailors, enveloped in the icy fog, subtly withdrew their hold over the crew, positioning themselves aside in a standby manner. "Allow the Morpheus Navy to escort the sun fragment here before this standoff spirals out of control." Sorana paused briefly before inquiring, "And of Frost?" "Frost is under more secure watch than any of you can imagine. We possess our own forms of assurance." "There's no need for worry," Tyrion assured calmly. The paramount task for you and Hob now is to return to your respective city-states, and with the sunlight's aid, swiftly re-establish order. Breaking the tense silence, Sorana abruptly inquired, "What do you want?" His tone carried a mix of suspicion and understanding, acknowledging the harsh reality that nothing comes without a cost. "There's no free lunch, I grasp that concept well. Share your intentions, Governor Tyrion." The figure, with a face as impassive and cold as steel, locked eyes with Sorana, revealing, "I seek to forge an alliance mechanism that thrives in the shadow of night," he declared, his gaze piercing, orchestrated by frost, spanning the entirety of the Cold Sea. "I demand unwavering support from both Cold Port and Morpheus Harbor." Sorana took a moment to digest the request, quickly piecing together the Iron Admiral's underlying strategy. A crease formed between his brows as he instinctively searched the horizon for the 3 warships of the Death Church, previously skirting the fringes of sunlight. To his surprise, they had already maneuvered closer to the fog-enshrouded fleet, aligning with the fog ship as though seamlessly integrated into their ranks. "I understand. Secure the sunlight and shoulder the responsibility. Those averse to bearing it will fall to our jurisdiction." Sorana shifted his gaze from the window back to the metallic figure, giving a nod of acknowledgement. "Regarding Hob." "He consented 3 seconds prior to you," Tyrion stated, his tone devoid of emotion. "Very well, I have no further questions." With that, the undead receded into the background, and the chilling fog that filled the bridge began to dissipate, leaving behind melting ice crystals. The immense ice floes scattered across the sea's surface also started to diminish, signaling the lifting of the fog fleet's menacing presence over the standoff. A buzzing broke the newfound silence, emanating from the communications station's handset, accompanied by a blinking light. The communications officer, hesitantly glancing at his commander, received a stern command from Sorana. "Answer it. Do I need to instruct you further?" Upon lifting the handset, the officer briefly paused before looking up. "It's the public channel from Morpheus." Stepping forward, Sorana took the handset with an air of expectancy, listening intently to the message from the other side. "Sorana, listen upon my return. You're free to recount today's events to my nephew, or perhaps I'll take it upon myself to do so later. You truly stand apart from the rest." "Yes, thank you. The sentiment is mutual." "Thank you, farewell." After hanging up, Sorana's gaze wandered beyond the expansive window, surveying the boundless sea now engulfed in the cloak of night. The fog fleet gradually receded into the enveloping darkness, becoming a part of it. As the last traces of pale golden sunlight vanished from the sea's surface nearby, Tyrion inhaled deeply at the ship's bow, his silence enduring. After a lengthy pause, he slightly turned, posing a question to an unseen companion. "Do you deem this outcome satisfactory?" The quiet that had enveloped the scene was shattered by a resonant, gravelly voice. Emerging from the gloom, a towering figure adorned in a long black coat, his body swathed in dense bandages, made his presence known. "There is no superior alternative. This is the paramount path," he declared, his voice echoing a mixture of resolve and somber realization. "The luxury of sunlight is finite, and the erstwhile approach of every city-state scrabbling for survival in isolation has become untenable. A unified alliance is imperative to maximize the chances of survival for the populace. Rationing sunlight, assembling combined defense fleets, managing resources on a macro scale, and orchestrating a collective defense against the myriad dangers that lurk in the darkness necessitate the formation of a cohesive union. Ideally, this monumental task would have fallen to the Church, but their influence, too, has waned." Tyrion's gaze drifted to the 3 Church warships, their outlines blurred against the night's embrace. After a pause filled with contemplation, he continued, "To transport a fragment of the sun from Frost to Coldport requires the mightiest of high-speed tugboats for 6 days, a duration that mirrors the average transit time for sun fragments among the city-states sprinkled across the cold sea. In the event of a city-state being suddenly besieged by a catastrophe without sunlight, the delay for aid can exacerbate the crisis to an uncontrollable extent. Hence, the need for several formidable fleets, perpetually patrolling the night, ready to rush to the aid of any city-state at a moment's notice. These fleets, in tandem with the Church's own, should safeguard the entirety of the Cold Sea, but solely the Cold Sea. Dedicating our efforts to the Cold Sea suffices. Other regions must devise their own strategies," Duncan interjected, his head shaking in dismissal of broader concerns. He then probed, "Yet, amid these preparations, do you harbor no reservations about my directive to dispatch the sun fragment from Frost to Coldport?" Tyrion's response was immediate, his head shaking in denial. Facing Duncan squarely, he elaborated, Holding the greatest share of sunlight prevents me from establishing a cold sea union that is perceived as equitable and trustworthy. My possession of the sun fragment in frost undermines any claim to impartiality in its distribution, he articulated calmly, his lips then curving into a smile. Moreover, the true safeguard for frost now lies within your flame, doesn't it? Duncan's response was a silent yet affirming nod. Tyrion's curiosity, however, got the better of him, prompting him to inquire further. How fares it over there? We navigate a fissure in time, its duration uncertain, Duncan replied nonchalantly, his gaze lowering to his own form. To his astonishment, despite bracing for a severance from his incarnations, upon crossing the boundaries of the 6 miles mark, it appeared these avatars of his being remained intact and operational. Duncan found himself in a unique position, simultaneously engaging in conversation with Tyrion and perceiving the events unfolding and planned, all while his primary consciousness embarked on an otherworldly journey aboard the Vanished, voyaging to the world's extremities. This dual experience was nothing short of supernatural. Noticing Tyrion's attention shift towards him, Duncan casually mentioned, "This journey, I chose not to bring you along but instead opted for your sister's company," his eyelids slightly lifting as he cast a brief glance towards Tyrion. "Do you harbor any resentment towards that decision?" Tyrion was momentarily caught off guard by the question but quickly regained his composure, his gaze, marked by the presence of a singular eye, returning to its habitual state of calm and severity. "No, I understand my duties. Your decision was made with good reason." Duncan detected the slight strain in Tyrion's tone, but chose not to comment, merely allowing a subtle smile to flicker at the corners of his eyes, hidden beneath the bandages. Together, they turned their gazes towards the horizon. Time seemed to stand still until Tyrion was startled by Duncan's voice breaking the silence. "Strive to ensure the survival of as many as possible, for as long as possible." Tyrion looked towards Duncan in astonishment. Without facing his son, Duncan continued, his voice reflecting on a reflective quality, as though he was imparting a lesson or perhaps reminding himself. "You, Lucy, and everyone aboard the Vanished, every individual within the city-states, each has their own role to play. The overarching mission uniting these efforts is survival, to safeguard everything in this world to the utmost of our abilities, life, memories, and civilization. Strive to preserve, to endure." His gaze remained fixed on the distance, on what lay beyond the night as he spoke further. "Even if the dawn ceases to break, even if the night engulfs all, even if the very fabric of reality starts to crumble, and hope seems a distant memory, remember this, persist if only for one more moment. That is your task. Leave the rest to me. I'll find a way," Duncan concluded, his tone resolute yet tinged with a deep-seated determination. Tyrion, visibly moved and somewhat overwhelmed by his father's words, found himself at a loss for words, sinking into a profound silence. Duncan offered no more words, simply staring into the abyss of the night, contemplating the journey ahead. In his alternate perception, the monotonous gray backdrop began subtly shifting, revealing faint light and shadow glimmers. It appeared their traversal through the temporal rift was nearing its conclusion. Chapter 778, 778, The Palace at the End of the World. Something started to manifest from the indistinct and uniform gray-white backdrop, resembling a long passage finally opening up, with the scene at its exit swiftly coming into view. With nimble movements, Shirley scaled the mast, her eyes widening in anticipation as she peered into the distance. She couldn't contain her excitement and joyfully called out towards the deck below. "There's something ahead. It's real, not just a mirage. It appears to be some kind of physical object." As the end of their path grew nearer, the scene became increasingly distinct. The monotonous gray-white surrounding them began to fade away, much like the morning mist vanishing under the warmth of the sun. Duncan was the first among them to notice the shimmering reflection of light on the water as the view became clearer. Then, the gentle drift of mist over the water's surface, and beyond that, numerous shapes, both large and small. These shapes, floating atop the gleaming water, slowly coalesced into a distinct group of islands. This was the enigmatic archipelago that Captain Caroline had referred to in her log. The entire crew of the Vanished congregated on the deck, their excitement tinged with a slight unease, as they gazed out at the sea and islands that seemed to have appeared out of thin air. They watched as the illuminated surface of the sea expanded towards them, encircling the Vanished, accompanied by the sudden sound of water crashing against the ship. Then, the ship jerked and vibrated as it entered this new body of water. After their prolonged and mysterious voyage through the space-time rift, the sound of waves lapping against the hull was a surprisingly welcome change. Gripping the ship's wheel firmly, Sailor stood on the elevated platform at the stern, his gaze fixed on the sea and islands that filled his entire field of vision. Fragmented memories began to surface, a mix of coherent and disjointed images flooding his mind, inducing an ineffable feeling of being out of place in time. He recalled this location. He remembered the moment the sea song finally made landfall on an island after a lengthy drift. He could hear the chaotic sounds on the ship, the crew emerging from a prolonged nightmare akin to the Walking Dead, the priest who had lost his way suddenly snapping back to reality. He saw people crawling on the deck, kissing the rusted and deteriorating wood, and then transforming into spirits and ashes carried away by the sea breeze. He recognized this place. It was as though he had never departed, feeling perpetually stationed on the bridge of the sea song. It wasn't until he felt a slight burning sensation in his hands, still clutching the wheel, that he was jolted out of his reverie. Looking down, he noticed a thin layer of flame briefly caressing the dark surface of the wheel before it disappeared, along with the stinging feeling. I still have a duty, indeed, there's an unfulfilled duty beckoning me. I'm grateful for the awakening, Sailor whispered under his breath, expressing his gratitude to the vanished for pulling him back from the brink of oblivion. Then, with a renewed sense of purpose, he raised his gaze once more, meticulously steering the vessel amidst the archipelago of familiar islands, quietly voicing a vow, "Captain Caroline, I've made my way back." The magnificent exploration vessel, the Vanished, glided cautiously through the mist-enveloped sea, weaving its way among the shadowy outlines of what were called islands, its crew vigilant for clear paths through the fog. Trailing closely behind, the bright star proceeded with equal caution, its silhouette looming through the mist. Before long, the deck of the bright star became a flurry of activity as myriad white shapes burst into the air. These were numerous paper seabirds, expertly crafted and released into the fog. They soared with purpose, initially encircling the Vanished and the bright star in a protective dance before daring to extend their reach, sweeping over the cluster of islands. Duncan, watching the aerial scouts deployed and guided by Lucretia, noted with a mixture of relief and curiosity that they remained untouched by the fog, uncorrupted and intact. This observation suggested a level of safety in these parts that was unexpectedly reassuring. These islands are surrounded by numerous slender shadows under the water, resembling sprawling limbs of some great creature. Lucretia's voice resonated within Duncan's mind, her observations adding layers to the mystery. Moreover, from an aerial perspective, these islands share remarkably similar contours, and on closer inspection one can discern biological structures on their surfaces. They align with the descriptions in the log, revealing themselves to be the carcasses of leviathans. Duncan hummed in response, his attention drawn to the islands amidst the fog. In areas where the waters ran shallow, he too could see the elongated shadows stretching beneath the islands, slender in comparison to the islands themselves, yet each shadow was vast, dwarfing the Vanished in size. These shadows lay motionless in the water, indifferent to the presence of newcomers, bearing the unmistakable mark of ancient demise. Memories of encountering massive tentacles and a hauntingly large eye beneath the ice surfaced in Duncan's mind. He understood that the leviathans carrying the city-states were no more than replicas fabricated by the Nether Lord. But here, in this remote expanse, lay the true leviathans. Her offspring encircled her in death, resting at the world's end. Morris's voice, tinged with a metallic resonance, unexpectedly joined the conversation. Duncan turned to see Morris had reverted to his cast form at some stage, his body a complex interplay of gears and valves, from which occasional sounds of machinery emanated. Morris, turning towards Duncan, his voice carrying the vibration of springs, remarked, "Conceiving it in thought is one thing, witnessing it with your own eyes is entirely another, wouldn't you agree?" He paused momentarily, then gestured towards himself, emphasizing a point. Being cautious is crucial here. After all, flesh and blood are exceptionally vulnerable in these surroundings. At least flesh and blood have the chance of being healed by Vanna, but your brass shell would require a blacksmith, something we're lacking aboard, Duncan pointed out. Actually, Nina could assist, Morris responded with ease, suggesting he had considered this before. I've entrusted her with the blueprints of my design. She's become quite adept. Duncan mulled over this information, recognizing the logic in Morris's suggestion. Nonetheless, the thought struck him as somewhat peculiar. At the same time, Vanna found herself at the forefront of the deck, her gaze lost in the distant sea, while an indistinct figure lingered by her side amidst the mist. I can sense her presence closer than ever before, she murmured, more to herself than anyone else. It's as though the entire ocean is filled with her whispers. She's speaking directly into my ear, yet the words elude me. It could be that our proximity muddles the clarity, or perhaps it's merely senseless babble. Agatha's voice emerged from the shadow, her tone serious. However, you must exercise even greater caution here. As her saint, your connection and sensitivity to her influence surpass others, even under the captain's safeguard. It's imperative you remain vigilant not to lose touch with your humanity. I understand, Vanna acknowledged with a slight nod, appreciating the caution. Agatha remained silent, lost in contemplation amidst the fog. Eventually, she broke the silence, her voice soft. Have you ever wondered what the realm of Bardock might look like? Vanna, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. The dead Leviathans here form this archipelago, with the storm goddess lying at rest among them. This sparked a curiosity in me about the final resting places of other deities. Agatha continued thoughtfully. My faith tells me that souls journey through a gate to find eternal serenity in Bardock's domain. My experiences affirm that the messengers of death exist, navigating the spirit realm, heeding the call of the gatekeeper. But where does this gate stand? Could it be located at the edge of our world as well? Are those messengers present there too? And the souls, the final wilderness they traverse, does it lie at the heart of a sea like this? The concept feels difficult to grasp. Vanna's eyes widened, surprised to encounter such queries from a saint and a former gatekeeper. Yet, Agatha's questions ignited a spark of curiosity within her, compelling her to ponder these mysteries alongside Agatha. She shifted her gaze, peering into the depths of the distant fog, contemplative and curious. The temple that the Storm Codex spoke of, the one that reigns over all storms and serves as the foundational pillar of the sea, what form did it take? There's a significantly large island ahead, Lucretia's voice resonated within Duncan's mind, tinged with a palpable sense of excitement, and it appears there's a substantial structure on the island. As if responding to their approach, the fog around the vanished began to withdraw, revealing a clear path ahead. At the end of this newly revealed stretch of sea, bathed in the enigmatic and chaotic light cascading from the skies above, a colossal island came into view for all aboard. This island didn't seem to be a mere work of nature. Instead, it bore the marks of an architectural marvel, a creation of an ancient civilization. It was constructed from countless enormous black stones, meticulously cut and arranged in complex patterns. These rectangular blocks, both large and small, rose from the sea's embrace, assembling into an expansive, undulating edifice. Atop this monumental base stood a vast palace. Crafted from stone-like materials that shimmered in shades of black and dark green, with crystal green elements interwoven among the blocks, it boasted a facade that was both somber and intricate. The palace's architecture was layered, supported by massive pillars at its base, while the upper sections featured numerous peculiar openings, seemingly designed to accommodate the passage of gigantic creatures. Amazing structure, Morris murmured, his voice a mixture of awe and disbelief as he beheld the grand palace in the dim light. After a moment's silence, he managed to voice his wonder. How was it constructed? Clearly, this is beyond the capabilities of our current civilization's technology, Duncan remarked, his observation casual yet profound. Then, something caught his attention at the periphery of his vision, those entities emanating from the palace's lower reaches. They resembled immense limbs or tentacles, akin to those of sea monsters, stretching from the palace's flank into the watery depths below. Gamona is there. We're drawing near, Duncan stated with a sense of gravity. We've located her. Chapter 779, Memories Lurking on the Island. As the vanished and the bright star made their way through the scattered, dark islands floating amidst the surrounding waters, they slowly neared the central island. This main island, composed of massive black boulders, gave the impression of a gargantuan man-made structure. Encircling the vessels, a thin mist meandered through the air like a sentient being, caressing the surface of the sea nearby. The breeze that wafted through this mist seemed to be laden with the soft echoes of whispers and murmurs, blending into a haunting chorus. Standing at the forefront of the deck, Vanna watched as the island of black rock loomed larger in her view. Without realizing it, her grip on the railing tightened. The sound of the gentle and rhythmic waves began to resonate within her mind, transporting her back to a memory long past. She found herself recalling the very first time she heard the sound of the ocean, which was in the prayer room of a cathedral, standing before a goddess's statue right after her baptism. It was then that a voice, soft as a sea breeze, whispered to her heart, "Ah, my little fish, you have come." Jerking back to the present, Vanna realized the voice was not a figment of her imagination. It was genuinely echoing in her heart. Almost simultaneously, she noticed the island transform. The imposing structure resembling a grand palace appeared to quiver slightly. From every door and window, countless massive tendrils stretched out, reaching skyward and then plunging into the sea, stirring the waters and intermingling with the mist. Then, as suddenly as they had appeared, the tentacles vanished, retracting into the structure. However, numerous large and small shadowy figures began to emerge near the island. They seemed to be an assembly of ships from which countless figures disembarked. Like pilgrims, they held torches and flags, stepping onto the black boulders and making their way into the temple through its side doors. Vanna thought she could hear music, a festive melody of flutes and percussion that played together, creating visions that flickered and faded before her eyes. She then witnessed crowds embarking on a pilgrimage, the scene shifting to artisans constructing the grand palace. She saw colossal sea creatures and humans alike gathering for a pilgrimage along the vast coastline, observed individuals in elegant attire lighting lamps on elevated platforms, all while the distant horizon slowly succumbed to a crimson hue. She saw eras of war and peace, heroes, travelers, young warriors safeguarding the masses as they reached the temple, only to find eternal rest on the morning of the second day. Within these visions, Vanna strived to keep her eyes wide open, peering into each phantom scene. She watched as the palace, crafted from black and dark green boulders, opened its grand doors to her. An entity, shifting through countless forms, emerged to greet her, finally taking on the guise of the Maiden of Tranquility and proclaiming, "We have been waiting for a long time." A sudden, deep vibration emanated from the depths of the ark, rousing Helena from her meditative state. In the prayer room, the main lights remained off, leaving only the gentle glow of a dim oil lamp burning in front of the statue. Its flickering flame cast moving shadows around the room, creating the illusion of whispering figures lurking within the interplay of light and darkness. Helena scanned the room, her gaze cutting through the dimness. As the whispering voices faded into silence, she drew closer to the goddess's statue, her attention fixed on a dark red pillar that rose from the floor. This was no ordinary pillar, but a nerve cord that stretched from the ark's depths to its current position. "I think I just heard its voice," Helena murmured softly. At that moment, an aged, deliberate voice reached her ears. "They have arrived safely," it said, carrying a tone of satisfaction. "My kin, they're filled with joy, even the queen is content." Confusion marred Helena's expression. Didn't the sea song also reach this place before? The old voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, replied, "It's different this time, young one. The visitor this time is someone the queen has awaited for many years." "Many years?" "Yes, since the day the sun first rose." Meanwhile, the vanished had completed a quarter circle around the Black Island, eventually finding a suitable spot for anchorage through a break in the boulders. Sailors skillfully maneuvered the rudder, guiding the massive ship to a halt near the shore. Subsequently, a smaller boat was lowered, ferrying Duncan and his companions onto the island. "Let's explore the island. Stay put here, don't wander off," Duncan instructed the small boat that had transported them as it bobbed in a makeshift harbor, framed by rectangular black stones. Following his command, the boat began to sway gently, splashing against the stones. Suddenly, a wind swept in from the sky, bringing with it a whirlwind filled with countless colorful pieces of paper. This maelstrom, originating from the direction of the bright star, landed about 10 meters from Duncan, where it took on the form of Lucretia. With everyone assembled on the island, the firm ground beneath their feet provided a small comfort amidst the foreboding atmosphere of this world's edge. Duncan stepped onto an elevated rectangular black stone, surveying the pathway that led to the palace. Vanna began speaking beside the man. "This is a place of pilgrimage. In my vision, I saw numerous people arriving from faraway lands by boat, igniting large bonfires around the island and adorning the temple's path with flags." Reflecting on her vision, she moved next to another large stone near Duncan, pointing towards a broad, stone-laid path. "This path leads directly to the temple. In the mornings, pilgrims disembark on the island, forming a procession that stretches from the shoreline all the way to the temple's entrance. The island itself was constructed by people using a form of technology that's beyond my comprehension. They melted and shaped stones from the depths of the sea into these massive boulders, and then commanded summoned behemoths to erect the island using these hefty stones." Duncan absorbed Vanna's recounting, his imagination painting vivid pictures of how this place must have looked in those bygone eras, now lost to memory. He hopped off the rectangular black stone and led the group down the pilgrimage road Vanna had envisioned, heading towards the temple. "What else did you see?" Shirley inquired, walking alongside Vanna with a look of curiosity. Land-dwelling humans lived in harmony with gargantuan sea creatures. They revered these giant sea beings, known as leviathans, as gods and divine messengers. However, their reverence wasn't just religious. It was part of a deeper, more symbiotic relationship, Vanna explained, trying to piece together the sudden influx of knowledge. They lived alongside many other titans of the sky of the underground, mastering the forces of mountains and glaciers. They forged pacts with these ancient entities and drew strength from the giants, a power so vast it could reshape rivers, lakes, mountains, and the very earth itself, creating wonders beyond imagination, but I struggle to detail these marvels precisely. I've only glimpsed fragmented visions and received knowledge from nowhere. I can't fully envision those scenes. They seem to be its memories. It shared these memories with me, then fell silent. Abruptly, Vanna's voice tapered off, her expression clouding with concern as she gazed towards the palace. Its condition is dire. It shared those visions and then ceased to communicate. Duncan paused on the side of the path. His attention was caught by something at the roadside, a withered piece of black material resembling dried seaweed, seemingly inconsequential. Yet he furrowed his brow, fixated on the desiccated seaweed bundle, sensing something amiss, his face a mask of contemplation. "What's that?" Nina noticed and moved closer to the object, tempted to pick it up for a closer look but stopped short, turning to Duncan with a puzzled look. "Did you find something odd?" Duncan brooded for a moment before bending down towards the withered black material, extending his hand. Then, something remarkable occurred. The desiccated material began to transform, causing a dizzying visual effect. It elongated, reconfigured, and by the time Duncan made contact, it had morphed into a crude cylindrical shape. As he lifted it, the cylinder's surface unveiled intricate patterns, along with features resembling buttons and indicator lights. Duncan examined the complex cylindrical object in his hand, with a contemplative gaze, before decisively pressing the most prominent button on its surface. Immediately, vibrant music emanated from the device, a harmonious blend of drums, bells, and flutes filling the air. He remained silent, his gaze fixed on the cylinder for an extended period. Without uttering a word, Duncan resumed his march forward, the device still in his grasp. Vanna paused, momentarily taken aback. The memories of the island that had flooded her mind now converged once more in her vision. She envisioned the original owner of this small device, a child trudging alongside a group of refugees. With hand extended and led by an adult, the child clutched the device as it played a lively tune. As the vision faded, Vanna realized Duncan had moved significantly ahead. She hurried to close the distance between them. Upon reaching the somber black temple, a vast circular plaza unfolded before them. A solitary figure stood in silence at the plaza's center. Lucretia reacted with swift precision, her short baton at the ready. However, before she could act, the figure in the plaza, seemingly the temple's last sentinel from an era long past, collapsed without a sound into a heap of ashes. These remnants were swiftly carried away by the wind, leaving Lucretia no chance to discern the guardian's appearance, be it male or female. "That was the vice-captain of the guard," Vanna abruptly stated. "The guard," Morris echoed instinctively. Vanna's expression was one of confusion as she furrowed her brow, shaking her head after a brief pause. "I don't know, the thought just came to me out of nowhere." Her explanation was cut short by a warping sound. The melody emanating from the cylindrical device in Duncan's possession began to warp, growing increasingly unpleasant to the ear. Simultaneously, its surface started to lose its color, rapidly withering and distorting until the music ceased altogether within a mere few seconds. The device reverted to a cluster of withered black material, akin to dried seaweed. Chapter 780 Remains. Crossing the expansive Pilgrim's Road, Duncan made his way to the majestic entrance of the temple, an immense opening that seemed designed for beings of giant stature, narrowing from its base to its peak. The entry was marked by an enormous doorway, guarded by two vast doors made from a material now unrecognizable, showing signs of significant wear and neglect. One of these doors had collapsed to the ground, while its counterpart leaned precariously against the temple wall. From within the doorway, the soft sound of waves could be discerned, blending with a series of deep, disorderly noises. These sounds suggested the presence of a colossal creature caught in a struggle between sleep and consciousness, its breathing and murmuring echoing in the shadowy expanse. A slight, fishy scent of the sea wafted over from the end of the Pilgrim's Road, bringing with it a noticeable coolness. Morris, marveling at the sight before him, approached the temple's exterior wall. He adjusted his eye socket, which retracted to make way for a series of lenses that slid out along a copper track, allowing him to meticulously examine the ancient, weathered dark green stones. Such flawless craftsmanship, he observed, as if these stones weren't assembled but rather grown into this formation. Vanna, reaching out to touch the temple walls, shared her sense of familiarity. "I've encountered such structures in dreams," she said, "and during moments of deep prayer, it's not uncommon for saints to have visions of towering walls or vast stones stacked high. It seems these visions were alluding to this place." Standing before the vast doorway, Lucretia casually tossed a piece of white paper into the shadowy corridor beyond. As soon as the paper left her fingers, it burst into flames, transforming into a figure of fire that resembled a human shape, flying briefly into the darkness before fading. "Inside, there's a deep stillness," remarked Miss Witch with a note of hesitation, "but my magic seems to weaken swiftly as if it's being suppressed by some unseen force." Turning his gaze from the dark interior of the temple back to his companions, Duncan pondered for a moment before raising his hand in a subtle gesture. Suddenly, a pale green flame sparked into existence from nowhere, gently enveloping each member of the group. Nina initially reacted with a jump but quickly became fascinated, playfully shaping the flames on her arm into a ball and tossing it back and forth in her hand. Vanna and Morris experimented with the flames, engaging in physical movements. Vanna swung a great sword several times, and Morris's joints emitted loud cracks, while Lucretia watched with a mixture of intrigue and discomfort. She was not entirely at ease with her father's tendency to conjure flames on a whim, and appeared visibly tense in the moment. However, it was Anomaly 77 who showed the most acute reaction, almost instantly leaping into the air with a scream. It jumped nearly 2 meters high, shouting in panic as it landed. "Fire, fire, fire, the captain's ablaze, I'm burning, ah." Shirley, reacting swiftly, conjured a bone spur from her back and knocked the desiccated corpse to the ground with a blunt force. "Quiet down with the howling," she scolded. "It's only a little fire, even Dog wouldn't make such a fuss, hey, stop your trembling." Dog responded with a jittery typewriter-like chatter. I'm not trembling, I'm perfectly calm." Turning to address his oddly spirited crew with a blend of resignation and bewilderment, Duncan couldn't help but compare their reaction to the dignified, solemn, or emotionally charged preparations of explorers in other tales. Facing the brink of world-altering discoveries, those explorers might reflect solemnly, mournfully, or even draw on poignant memories of loved ones. Yet here were his companions, treating the edge of disaster with the casual air of a day at the market. With patience, he explained, "We stand on the threshold of lands where ancient deities slumber. Your minds will soon be tested like never before. Thus, I envelop you in flames, not as mere spectacle, but as a shield against the temple's ancient influences." Anomaly 77, with a sudden spark of comprehension, exclaimed, "Ah, so it's akin to preemptively striking the hostage to spare them from worse fates." Without missing a beat, Shirley knocked him down again, yet upon reflection she conceded with a nod, "You know, you might actually have a point." "Why hit me then?" protested the animated corpse as it picked itself up, shooting a glare. Shirley, unfazed, retorted, "Because it looked like the captain was itching to do that himself," and then, with a playful glance towards Duncan, added, "Right, Captain." Duncan, maintaining a stoic facade, nodded. Yet as he did, he sensed an inexplicable shift in the atmosphere. Was it his imagination, or did the air itself transform with the application of his protective flames? Since their arrival on the island, a somber, oppressive aura had cloaked them all. But now, as if dispelled by the light of his flames, the group's inherent liveliness seemed to resurface with renewed vigor. With a thoughtful frown, Duncan felt a deeper connection to the island's mysteries, then redirected his focus towards the darkened entrance ahead. Their cautious steps into the temple disturbed a silence that had persisted for eons. The pale green glow of Duncan's flames cast their shadows against the ancient, discolored stone walls and floor, creating a tapestry of elongated, distorted shapes. The vastness of the palace interior, coupled with the intensifying scent of the sea and the ambiguous sounds that filled the air, created an atmosphere of overwhelming depth and mystery. "Mind the shadows at your feet and be wary of the deceitful silhouettes cast by our light," Vanna advised, leading the way with a vigilant eye. She cautioned the group against heeding any voices that did not belong to their own, adding, "And—" Her warning glance fell on Morris, "Do not touch anything here." "I haven't touched anything," Morris quickly defended, a shade of embarrassment in his tone as he raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. "I was merely observing with close interest." As Duncan led the group through the expansive temple, His vigilant eyes meticulously surveyed the intricacy of its grand design. The pale green illumination from his flame trailed his gaze, casting light into the shadowy recesses of this ancient structure. It was during this careful observation that Duncan's pace noticeably slowed. Above them, a vast, vine-like structure, pale and eerie, stretched across the ceiling. It snaked its way along the curvature of the dome, traversing the wall to thread itself through an opening at the top, vanishing into the further mysteries of the edifice. Shirley, catching the direction of Duncan's attention, instinctively lifted her eyes to follow his gaze. The sight momentarily seized her heart, a reaction shared by both. Her mind reeled twice over, teetering on the edge of insanity. The protective flames that encased her, however, flared up, pulling her psyche back from the abyss. These flames, burning at the periphery of her consciousness, mitigated the profound shock induced by the realization that they were in the presence of a god's remains. With a sudden clarity, Lucretia whispered, "It's the limbs of a god!" Her eyes, wide with awe, scanned the pale structures they had observed from a distance, now understood to be emanating from this very place. With a hint of humor in his voice, Dog remarked, "Seeing it up close truly differs from a distant glimpse. I almost believed I felt my heart beat once more." Duncan issued a casual yet stern warning, "Be cautious not to fixate on these limbs for too long," before urging the group onward. As they delved further into the depths of the temple, the sights became increasingly surreal. Enormous tentacles, some as robust as ship masts, others sprawling across the ceiling wide enough to rival the breadth of medium-sized vessels, entwined in a chaotic embrace. These tentacles pervaded every corridor and chamber like an invasive root system, intertwining with the architecture itself. They seemed to both nurture and consume the palace, integrating and outright replacing the original structural elements in some places. In one particularly striking hall, the amalgamation of tentacles and unidentifiable organic structures nearly occupied the entire space, leaving the explorers in a state of bewildered awe. The mere sight of this biological marvel, devoid of any divine mental influence, was enough to push the fragile-minded to the brink of madness. Duncan had every reason to believe that this overwhelming display represented merely a fraction of a larger, unseen entity. Much more of this is likely to lie concealed beneath the island or deep within the ocean's abyss. The temple, he surmised, served as a mere point of contact, a vestibule for terrestrial pilgrims to commune with a vast marine deity. The Leviathan Queen, extending merely a portion of her tentacles from the depths, created this sanctuary to engage with the humans once under her protection. Their journey through the temple culminated at the threshold of a long corridor, which ended not in another chamber but before a vast, lake-like pool of water, suggesting an indoor sea. This unexpected vista marked a pause in their exploration, hinting at the profound connections and mysteries lying ahead. They found themselves in a vast circular chamber, where the floor gently sloped downwards to form a depression that cradled a softly glowing circular pool. This pool, occupying the majority of the room's space, was surrounded by stone pavement. The walls around this chamber were punctuated with numerous doors and windows, through which countless tentacles, vessels, and what appeared to be neural threads wove their way. These appendages entered the room through the openings, plunging into the pool's depths and merging into an intricate, complex structure that was beyond the capacity of human sight to fully discern. Parts of this massive limb structure had emerged from the water, lying inert on the stone paving. Close to where these parts lay sprawled, there were bits of debris, suggesting some form of decay or destruction. Overwhelmed by the scale of what they encountered, Shirley finally voiced her disbelief. "Is the building really this big?" She was puzzled, feeling as if the hall they were in was almost as expansive as the entire palace they had seen from the outside. "Have you noticed that too?" Morris responded, casting a knowing look at Shirley before surveying the surroundings with a contemplative gaze. "The spatial dimensions here, they seem to defy logic. It's either significantly larger on the inside, or, once we passed through a specific door or corridor, we stepped out of the palace into a connected, secretive space." Vanna, meanwhile, stayed quiet, her attention fixed on the lifeless, pale appendages near the water's edge. Her face was a mask of complexity, tinged with a sense of melancholy. She was surrounded by whispers, the constant sound of waves in the background, yet she could not make sense of any of it. From the moment she stepped into the palace, the clear, guiding presence of the goddess had faded, leaving her unable to hear her voice anymore. Duncan stood close to Vanna, his expression one of intense concentration and doubt. He had come to this place with the expectation of engaging in a direct dialogue with Gamona, even in her peculiar state of being dead. He anticipated that he would be able to hear her voice in some form, be it echoes, visions, spiritual presences, or something entirely different, similar to his encounters with other enigmatic beings in the past. Yet there was silence. All that remained was the long-perished remains of what once was, with every trace of essence vanished from the entity. Chapter 781. A Glimmer of Life in the Hourglass. Frankly speaking, Duncan experienced a fleeting but profoundly disturbing notion for a few brief moments. Had he arrived too late? He pondered whether his slightly delayed departure or an unforeseen hold-up along the journey had caused him to miss a critical moment. The storm goddess Gamona, who had seemingly been suspended in a state of death for 10 millennia, might not have waited for him to make his entrance and could have fully succumbed to her demise. Was her consciousness now completely extinguished? However, this outlandish speculation quickly faded from Duncan's mind. He had verified that right up until the vanished anchored next to this mysterious island, Vanna had been able to read the thoughts of the storm goddess Gamona. This indicated that, at least until that point, she had remained in some form of active existence. Could it truly be such a remarkable coincidence? Duncan cast a thoughtful look towards Vanna, noticing that she, too, was turning to meet his gaze. Their eyes connected for a brief instant before both awkwardly looked away. After a moment of silence, Duncan softly spoke. "Let's not dwell on it any further. Let's head down and uncover what awaits us," leading the way with the others trailing close behind. They entered an enormous hall that seemed to defy conventional architectural principles, descending a spiral staircase that felt like navigating through a vortex leading towards a water-filled basin at its base. Nearby lay the immense, pale tentacles of the Leviathan Queen, their smaller offshoots intertwining with the dark stone blocks of the structure like roots, withering amidst the steps. Duncan had the eerie realization that this grand palace, and even the black island supporting it, resembled a colossal artificial shell, within which resided the ancient, divinely touched sea creature. As the creature perished, its body decayed and shrank, leaving behind numerous chambers, the corridors, rooms, and halls they were exploring. They were traversing the interior of the creature's shell, walking over the recesses left by the decaying flesh, drawing closer to the heart of the beast that had ceased to beat. A greenish glow emanated from the stairs, piercing the surrounding gloom, as Duncan reached the area where the circular pool met the staircase. There he discovered a slightly raised, arch-shaped stone platform. On it lay a mass of pale tissue, roughly the size of a neighborhood church's roof, lifelessly sprawled across the platform. And at its side, on the platform's edge, he observed what appeared to be remnants of tables, altars, and human skeletons. Lucretia was the first to spot the skeletons. She paused, then swiftly moved closer to the stone platform, carefully examining the scene with a gradually deepening frown. "These aren't the bones of standard humans or elves, but bear a structural resemblance. They're definitely some kind of humanoid." Duncan approached the platform, his expression serious as he surveyed the scene before him. The skeletons were diminutive in size compared to the massive form of the Leviathan Queen, tucked away in a corner of the platform in such a manner that they were initially overlooked upon entering the vast hall. "Who might have left these here?" Nina inquired, her voice tinged with nervousness and a hint of fear, instinctively seeking refuge behind Duncan. "Could they be explorers who preceded us, perhaps members of the Sea Song?" "No," Lucretia responded, having just remarked. "These bones don't resemble those of humans or elves. I doubt they belong to the forest folk either, as those individuals possess a distinct, singular sternum." Breaking the ensuing silence, Anomaly 77 added, "And I recall the crew of the Sea Song were ultimately enveloped by the mist and foam near the island, finding peace. It's improbable they would have left any remains in this temple." Without a word, Duncan continued to scrutinize the items scattered amongst the skeletons with a grave demeanor. Pieces of armor or clothing, broken weapons and ritualistic objects, and the ruins of a small altar. Then Vanna, with a quiet interjection, broke the silence. "These garments, they resemble what I witnessed in my visions, worn by those who once embarked on pilgrimages to this island." "A pilgrimage to this island?" Duncan replied, his voice reflecting his surprise, "before the Great Annihilation." The scenes Vanna had glimpsed in her visions were undoubtedly from the era when the storm goddess Gamona reigned as the Leviathan Queen, predating the Great Annihilation. They hinted at the existence of a civilization that had thrived alongside the Leviathan, akin to the elves before Atlantis's downfall, or the era preserved in Ta Ruijin's memories. Could artifacts from such ancient times have endured to the present? Duncan, marveling at the notion, examined the artifacts surrounding the skeletons. Outside the palace, Remnants from the ancient era had transformed into peculiar black, shriveled matter, or, as the sailors described, had dissipated into mist and foam in the sea, eluding human comprehension. Yet how had these skeletons and their accompanying relics remained intact? Just then Alice's voice pierced the contemplative silence. "Captain, look, what's this?" Prompted by her call, Duncan joined the doll at her location, directing his gaze to where she pointed, a dust-covered object shrouded in tattered cloth near the altar's corner. It was a delicately crafted, ornate, and ancient hourglass. After a brief pause, Duncan reached out, lifted the hourglass, and gently blew away the layer of dust covering it. The intricate symbols and script adorning the hourglass's surface came into sharp relief. An hourglass? Morris observed the object in Duncan's hand with visible surprise, his optical lenses minutely adjusting. Then, sensing something amiss, he remarked, "Odd." Intrigued, Vanna instinctively queried, "Odd in what way?" Morris paused, reflecting on his observations before sharing. "It's stylistically out of sync with the rest of the temple, particularly the inscriptions on the hourglass. While the temple's outer walls are adorned with many runes, the inscriptions on this hourglass clearly belong to a different tradition. It resembles." As Duncan listened to Morris's analysis, a realization dawned on him. Viewed from a side angle, the silhouette of the hourglass, with its two conical shapes pointing towards each other and encased by a decorative framework, bore a striking resemblance to Bardak's door. "It bears a resemblance to some of the sacred relics associated with the Death Church," Morris interjected. "The sacred relics of the Death Church, artifacts associated with Bardak, the deity of death." This revelation made Duncan's demeanor turn grave. Piecing together the clues, the preserved skeletons and artifacts within the palace, he began to form a theory. After a moment of deep thought, Duncan turned his gaze back to the motionless remains of the sea creature by the pool. He then gently inverted the hourglass he held in his hand. The hourglass contained pale golden sand that flowed silently, too faint for the human ear, moving like mist through the doors of death mirrored in its design. In an instant the world seemed to fall silent, as if divided into realms of life and death by some unseen force. Duncan's surroundings morphed into a monochrome landscape, where every object's outline shimmered with shifting, ghostly images. In this altered state, all living beings disappeared from sight, leaving only Duncan, clasping the hourglass, surrounded by the skeletons, which began to reassemble and flesh out before his eyes. The skeletons transformed into living figures, two armored men with stoic expressions, and a young woman in white robes who offered him a smile. Duncan, struck by the miraculous reversal from death to life, was about to speak when the woman in white robes gestured for silence and stepped back. At the pool's edge, the giant pale limb, as vast as a church's rooftop, stirred slightly, its surface starting to shimmer with a luminescent glow. Then a soft voice echoed in Duncan's mind, "We finally meet, usurper of fire." Gamona. With a hint of surprise, Duncan recognized the entity and glanced at the hourglass in his grasp. "I hadn't anticipated actual results. It was merely a speculative attempt." "Yes, your speculative attempt was fruitful. Within the temple's temporal flow, I was utterly deceased. This hourglass harbors a fleeting essence of life, intended to facilitate our communication under dire circumstances. Upon crafting this hourglass, Bardak had prophesied that you would inevitably turn it." Hearing the soft voice echo in his mind, Duncan's eyebrows arched in astonishment. "Hold on, are you suggesting you foresaw my arrival, my act of turning this hourglass, and even this exact conversation? Was everything orchestrated in advance?" "Indeed, from the moment this sanctuary came into existence, its destiny was sealed. Usurper of fire, for us, the concept of time does not resemble a river or a linear path. Rather, we perceive it as a vast expanse, a tableau fully visible from our vantage point. On this scroll of time, all conceivable outcomes have reached their conclusion." The voice took a brief pause before resuming in a tender tone. "In this grand scheme, your emergence, usurper of fire, marks the sole certainty at the tail end of this scroll of time. However, the outcome of this event remains unpredictable." Duncan, with a thoughtful look, shared his insight. "I've started to grasp the essence of time's flow. What you've described is within the realm of my understanding, though initially it's challenging to reconcile with tangible reality," he said, surveying his surroundings. "The peculiar flow of time within this temple, that explains why, upon our entry, neither Vanna nor I could detect your presence and the discovery on the platform." His gaze briefly settled on the figures beside him before diverting. Seeing those remains led me to suspect a discrepancy between the interior and exterior of this temple. Crossing its threshold seems to have ushered us into an isolated branch of possibility. What's the reason for this division? To prolong the decay of the external barrier, Gamona explained in a hushed tone. We are succumbing to decay, usurper of fire. It was imperative for us to seal our deterioration within, lest the sanctuary's natural decay prematurely unleashes our corruption upon this world. Chapter 782, Residue and Inertia. The fine particles of sand within the hourglass were gently making their way to the bottom, hinting at a passage of time that seemed as if it could go on forever. Duncan held the hourglass with extreme care, engaging in a meaningful conversation with an entity of ancient power. The gods are fading away, was a thought Duncan had come across more than once. The heads of the 4 gods had shared this dark revelation with him, explaining that the decline of the divine was not just an abstract concept, but a tangible force. This force was slowly infiltrating the world of mortals, signaling its eventual doom to a catastrophic end known as the Great Annihilation. Yet hearing these words directly from a deity themselves painted the crisis in an even more urgent light. It made Duncan realize that the gods had been fighting against this decline with everything they had for as long as they could. This sanctuary, which was created in haste, is full of flaws. Everything in it is ephemeral. The protective barrier, the artificial sun, the fundamental elements that support the islands and even us. Our end was decided from the start, determined even before the onset of what is known as the first eternal night, explained the ancient Leviathan queen. She spoke in a place that lacked color, defined only by shades of black, white, and gray. Despite her powerful nature, her voice carried a surprising gentleness, narrating their collective history to Duncan like a calm dream floating in the depths of the ocean. It took a long journey to come to terms with our end, and an even longer time for Bardock to decipher the enigma of our continuous death. We represent the inertia of a time long past. The inertia of the ancient world? Duncan mused, his mind racing to piece together his thoughts. If you understand the force behind the destruction of our world and many others, then you must also realize that the Great Annihilation didn't destroy everything in its path. Some fragments managed to survive the catastrophic collision of worlds, and we, who are known as gods, are among these fragments. However, by their nature, fragments are incomplete. Just as dust falling from a boulder eventually becomes sand and loses its original form, we too were irrevocably changed by the force of the Great Annihilation. From that moment, we were transformed into something akin to the glowing embers. Yet, unlike those embers, we were able to maintain our self-awareness. This consciousness of our past selves gave us the strength to rise from the ashes, trying to shape some of the surviving embers into something resembling our memories. At first, this gave us a flicker of hope, the ambition to rebuild all worlds, to breathe life back into everything that had been reduced to ashes. However, it wasn't long before we faced the reality of our reconstruction's limitations and began to acknowledge our own waning power. We exist in a condition that cannot truly be considered life. We continue as faint whispers of desire encapsulated in lifeless forms. Our ability to remember and be aware of ourselves, along with our memories of the world as it used to be, allows us to function. However, these capacities for recognition and remembrance are slowly diminishing over time. Bardock, who has the most profound understanding of death among us, has described this phenomenon as the inertia of the old world. He argues that our existence continues not because of any decision or strength of our own, but because the world refuses to fade into non-existence. The old world, despite being devastated by the Great Annihilation, has left behind a momentum from its existence that survives after the cataclysm, taking shape as the various survivors that outlasted the disaster, in essence, becoming us. The awareness of self and the nostalgia for the old world, Duncan pondered, holding the hourglass in one hand and thoughtfully stroking his chin with the other. Are these the critical elements that led to the creation of sanctuaries? Exactly, the voice answered, its gentleness masking the seriousness of their discussion. Using our memories and awareness of self as a foundation, we tried to reconstruct the original keystones from the surviving pieces, leading to the creation of numerous pseudo-records related to the Great Annihilation within the world. However, the quest for tangible proof of the annihilation is in vain, because no such proof has ever existed. Even the vast oceans are made up of bits and pieces we managed to recover from the survivors. Yet the stability of these remnants, as well as our ability to recognize and remember, is constantly weakening over time. This gradual loss is the reason behind the life limit concept built into the design of the sanctuary. Duncan pondered Gamona's words, occasionally pausing to reflect and quietly sharing his thoughts. Inertia is bound to fade away, which means the Doomsday Survey team will inevitably face that limit, no matter how perfectly they carry out their mission. The end of the world was predetermined at its beginning. He then recalled Crete's admonition, continuing with the sanctuary has no point. Truly, continuing with the sanctuary has no point, the Leviathan Queen reiterated softly, providing deeper insight into the statement. To delay the great annihilation any longer is pointless. A new realization lit up in Duncan's eyes as he looked up, noticing a pale limb beginning to rise from the edge of the pool, with eyes slowly appearing on its surface. You remember, the cataclysm brought about by the great annihilation is not over. It continues relentlessly, attacking the most basic logic of existence. The conflict of principles and the advance of chaos are just its visible symptoms. At its heart, it symbolizes the battle between being and non-being. As long as we, the living, continue to be, and as long as the sanctuary exists, the great annihilation will go on. It will persist until everything in the world is obliterated, and only then will the great annihilation come to an end. The pale limb in front of Duncan drooped. Its eyes, though non-human, shimmered with an intelligence and emotion akin to that of humans. It was as if in their gaze there was a sense of resignation or perhaps deep thought. What you see as a rift is actually a result, a crossroads where all possible outcomes from every universe come together into one inevitable end. It symbolizes the ultimate point of the vast ocean. In the silence that followed Gamona's explanation, time seemed to slow down for Duncan. After a moment he softly said, "So, from the very beginning, this world was haunted by the ghost of its inevitable end." After a short pause, he looked for Gamona's eyes again, piercing the quiet. "Thus, no matter what solution we might find in the end, our first challenge is to deal with this unending destruction. We need to find a way to stop the Great Annihilation, but the only way to stop the Great Annihilation is—" He trailed off, allowing Gamona to finish the thought in her calm voice. "To let the Great Annihilation come to its natural end." A profound silence fell over them, as if the universe itself had stopped to listen. After a long moment, Duncan exhaled slowly. "This cannot be the ultimate truth you wanted to share. There has to be more you haven't told me yet." Yes, there is more. Letting the Great Annihilation run its course could take different shapes, but with our current knowledge and abilities, total destruction seems like the inevitable outcome of every path. However, as I've mentioned, this conclusion is based on our current knowledge and abilities. The pale limb lowered once more, making way for a spectral figure, a girl in a flowing dress, her face hidden behind a veil, who approached the edge of the pool and bowed deeply to Duncan. Years before, she had perfected this gesture as a means of communicating with her mortal allies, reserved for moments of utmost importance. Usurper of Fire, your existence transcends our understanding and capabilities. Technically, you're even beyond the reach of the Great Annihilation. Though you are among the primordial beings, having awakened from the original flames, you aren't just a survivor. We can't fully grasp what you are, but Navigator Number 2's calculations hint that you might be the only, whole entity among us. Possibly, you have the means to protect the remains of the old world when that end comes. Duncan stayed quiet, his expression more troubled than before, his thoughts clearly burdened. Then it dawned on him, those objects that had appeared in his room. The Maiden of Tranquility spoke again, her voice echoing in Duncan's ears. Understanding and perception, memory and information, these are seen as the foundational pillars upon which the reality of our world is built. Navigator Number 2 shared with me that it comes from a civilization that was on the brink of uncovering the universe's basic laws, right before the onset of the Great Annihilation. It was at the peak of this civilization's in-depth and complex explorations that a certain thinker proposed an idea. This idea is the most remarkable piece within Navigator Number 2's collection of memories. That information is the core of all that exists. Everything is essentially a form of information. Information is the essence. Everything is a manifestation of information, Duncan repeated, his voice carrying a tone of deep insight. It was as though an intense, profound roar echoed from within him, shedding light on myriad questions. The space around him seemed to vibrate, edged with the transient glow of stars at the edge of his vision before these images gradually disappeared. Then heard the Maiden of Tranquility again, though her voice now sounded far away, muffled as though through a thick veil. To this day, Navigator Number 2 ponders over this concept, its originators on the verge of uncovering a pivotal truth. yet they only managed to pose this idea. With what we survivors have at our disposal in the conditions of the sanctuary, Navigator number 2 has come to accept the possibility that it may never be able to turn this idea into a solid theory or tool. However, your presence has sparked a thought. There might have been a civilization even more advanced than the one Navigator number 2 originated from that had already crossed that threshold. Chapter 783, Handover. The deafening cacophony that had once engulfed his senses began to dissipate gradually, clearing the fog from his perception and bringing the world before him into vivid detail. This experience felt akin to how once muffled and indistinct sounds suddenly sharpened and became apparent, as if a curtain of fog had been pulled back to reveal the landscape beyond. In the newfound silence, the voice of Gamona, gentle and comforting like the soft touch of a breeze over a calm lake, pierced the quiet, asking, "Usurper of fire, what is your view of the world?" Taking a moment to consider her question, Duncan repeated her words thoughtfully. "The world in my eyes." His gaze drifted across his surroundings, taking in the sight of Gamona, who stood before him with a serene presence, the massive, lifeless body of the Leviathan Queen lying nearby, and the peaceful pond where a fish momentarily captured his attention with its graceful leap. This brief distraction led him down a path of introspection. Turning his attention back to Gamona, Duncan took a moment before offering his insight. "My view of the world often diverges from that of others around me. The way I perceive things seems to alter them, and this alteration extends outward, influencing how others see them too. Navigator 1 describes this phenomenon as the power of the observer, but I feel the truth might be more intricate than that." Gamona's ethereal form seemed to brighten with a smile at his response. "It appears Navigator 2's evaluation was precise," she observed. "The civilization that stands by you, or, to put it more accurately, they have already discovered that answer." Pondering her words, Duncan mused. If we consider information to be the fundamental layer of existence, is it possible to preserve everything within the shelter while also completing the great annihilation? If information indeed constitutes the essence of all that exists, and we have the capability to rebuild the world from this basic level, then theoretically any scenario is imaginable, Gamona answered, her voice as soft as ever. "The absolute everything. Every possible and impossible scenario, every being that has ever existed or will exist in the universe, those that were eradicated, and those that survived the great annihilation. As long as information can define them, they can be recreated in any form, even allowing for a rebirth after destruction." Gamona then paused, her expression turning thoughtful as if she had reached the limits of her understanding. After a brief moment, she gently shook her head, conceding, "That concept is beyond my understanding." After a short reflection, Duncan admitted, "Truthfully, it seems beyond my comprehension as well, at least as the person I currently am." Gamona's face took on a thoughtful expression, her spectral features momentarily becoming less distinct, though the depth of her emotions remained as palpable as any human's. "You've previously mentioned that you possess complete order. Could you explain what you mean by that in more detail?" A hush fell over the temple, encouraging a moment of deep introspection. Duncan seized this opportunity to carefully organize his thoughts, sifting through the extensive information at his fingertips. He aimed to explain his current level of self-awareness and the unique state that characterized his being. After a thoughtful pause, he broke the silence with a carefully considered explanation. "Picture a civilization at the pinnacle of order, capturing a 0.002-second snapshot of the universe at the precise instant it recognized the inevitability of the great annihilation. In a bid to conserve a pristine sample of their time, untouched by the looming disaster, they sliced this moment out of the timeline, encapsulating it. This fragment, this essence, now exists within me." Duncan elaborated, his explanation becoming more lucid. "From what I understand, this minuscule piece of the universe serves as the vital seed needed to birth a new universe. It's like a start parameter, a fundamental blueprint from which everything else can emerge." He paused, wrestling with the complexity of the idea, but Gamona quickly understood and expanded on his point. "A flawless blueprint, embodying self-consistency and completeness." A spark of recognition lit up in Duncan's eyes. Precisely, that's exactly it. For the first time, Gamona showed a level of excitement Duncan had not seen in her before. "This is exactly what we've been looking for, a pure, undamaged blueprint. Neither our allies nor the civilization that backs us have achieved this, which is why our creations were temporary, like waves in the ocean, but with a complete blueprint." Time seemed to move faster, its passage marked by the accelerated trickling of sand in an hourglass. This sound gently pulled Gamona back from her excitement, reminding her of the need to preserve her limited vitality. With this complete blueprint at our disposal, we have a real chance at constructing a tangible world, she said, trying to remain calm. Our previous efforts at creation were unsuccessful mainly because we lacked a comprehensive understanding of the cosmic order. If information is the foundation of existence, then the universal order is the formula that allows all information to integrate flawlessly. We've never been able to grasp this formula, but you have it. But merely having the formula is just the start, Duncan added. As I've said before, I need resources, and a lot of them. Just as a single seed cannot grow into a giant tree without soil, a blueprint by itself cannot create a house without bricks and mortar. I believe we do possess the necessary resources, Gamona confidently claimed. A look of realization dawned on Duncan's face, signaling a shift in his understanding. Gamona, with a hint of reluctance, suggested, "Would our sacrifice be enough?" Her voice carried a blend of hope and uncertainty, as if she doubted whether their collective offering would meet the requirements. Duncan's face took on a mixture of emotions, his voice reflecting a complex blend of feelings. "Are you seriously considering that?" "We hold a substantial amount of information from the ancient world. Navigator 2 had informed us of this. Its research, initiated by its creators long ago, is still incomplete. Yet it has made strides towards the edge of understanding," Gamona explained with a tone of solemnity. "Its findings suggest that the information we carry exceeds our capability to wield or control. Its volume surpasses that of the boundless sea. Our failure to harness this information means we are wasting a massive store of basic information. A small portion is used in constructing the shelter, but the rest deteriorates with us, unused and diminishing. But your case is different, usurper of fire. Your civilization has reached such advanced levels that you might be capable of utilizing this power effectively. You could potentially orchestrate our detonation in a way that is efficient. Although we are just remnants of the old world, combining all pieces of the external barrier could be enough to support the creation process at least once." She paused, the hastening flow of the sands in the hourglass marking a moment of urgency. After a moment of silence, she continued in a gentler voice, "This is something Salmir couldn't accomplish back then." Salmir, known as the Pale Giant King, had the ambitious goal of reconstructing the stars. But his attempt ended in failure as the stars collapsed under prolonged darkness, caught in subspace. Duncan stayed quiet, his face revealing his reluctance to consider the Leviathan Queen's proposal. Both emotionally and logically, the idea of detonating the four gods along with the remnants of other ancient deities as fuel for a creation blueprint was daunting. He questioned whether the explosion of information would be sufficient for such a grand plan. Admitting this felt somewhat crude, yet Duncan couldn't ignore the thought that the informational content these gods contained, including Gamona, seemed minor compared to the vastness of a complete universe. These were minor gods, after all. A ship's mainframe, a recorder of planetary histories, a marine leviathan in charge of a section of the ocean, and an ancient deity of death and sacrifice. Their collective knowledge and memories from the old world appeared too limited to draft a comprehensive map of the cosmos. Despite his doubts, Duncan found himself unable to express his reservations aloud. The Leviathan Queen, positioned gracefully at the edge of the water, looked towards him with eyes full of hope. This being, though considered a minor god in his eyes, firmly believed that her ultimate sacrifice could significantly contribute to the birth of stars in the emerging world. After a notable period of silence, Duncan gave a subtle nod in acknowledgement. Internally, he harbored skepticism, considering this plan to be fraught with uncertainty. He thought it wise to consider other options. "We're running short on time," Gamona reflected, then quickly added, "Naturally, a more reliable solution would be preferable. But should time become too pressing, remember," she let her words linger, imbuing them with significance, "we will be here ready for your decision." As the flow of sand in the hourglass increased, the reality of their limited time together became unmistakably clear. "It seems our time to part is imminent," the ghostly figure of the girl remarked, as the immense, pale limbs in the backdrop slowly reached towards the water's edge. "Bartok had mentioned that the remaining vitality in the hourglass would suffice for our essential dialogue. It appears our window for conversation is nearing its end." Duncan glanced at the hourglass, observing the dwindling amount of sand. He recognized the necessity of conserving vitality for that critical moment when he must return to provide Gamona with the final answer. "Before we part, is there anything else you'd like to impart?" Duncan asked. A brief silence ensued until a woman nearby, dressed in a white robe that evoked the semblance of clerical attire, approached to hand him something. Duncan's interest piqued immediately. It was a brass key, distinctly crafted for winding a doll. "What is this?" His curiosity was piqued. "This is the root to all the nodes of the entire external barrier," Gamona explained softly. "Navigator 2 was adamant that it should be entrusted to you during your visit here. In your hands, it will reveal its true nature, and you will naturally understand how to use it." The idea that the object would manifest its true purpose in his possession intrigued Duncan as he cautiously accepted the brass key. The key felt cool and substantial in his hand. Unlike another key he was familiar with, which featured an infinity symbol, this one's handle was embellished with an intricate design, surrounded by a ring through which an arrow was threaded. "I trust this will be of significant aid," Gamona offered, her smile conveying hope. Taking a moment to securely place the key on his person, Duncan confirmed, "This will undoubtedly be invaluable." Gamona's spectral nod seemed to signify the end of their meeting. "With that, we have addressed all that was necessary." Chapter 784, The Key to the Apocalypse. Everything came down to this simple moment. As the hourglass was carefully turned over, the last few grains of sand began their descent, marking the passage of time much like the moments of life that slip away, never to be regained. Duncan disappeared into the spiritual rift, leaving behind the serene and color-muted hall by the water pond. In this quiet place, made up of shades of black, white, and gray, the enormous limbs of the Leviathan Queen rested gently along the shore. Nearby, a young woman dressed in a white robe, and two warriors maintained a respectful silence. It was time once again for a period of rest, though a brief span remained. The dwindling life force from the hourglass was scarce, yet it afforded a precious opportunity for long-separated friends to share a brief exchange. "Lillian, it feels like an eternity since our last meeting," came a soft, resonant voice, stirring the still air of the hall. The pale limbs near the pool's edge quivered ever so slightly, sending ripples of nostalgia through the room. The woman in the white robe, Lillian, offered a warm smile and took a seat by the edge of the water pond. She leaned back against a tentacle of the Leviathan Queen, finding comfort in its familiar touch. "Yes, Gamona, it has indeed been a long time since our paths last crossed. But remember, Lancelot and I have always remained close by your side. Do the days filled with gentle waves and radiant sunshine still visit your memories?" "They do. It feels as though it was just yesterday. I also cherish the memory of our first meeting when you unexpectedly entered my dream. You confessed how weary you had grown of your temple duties and longed for a brief escape. Together with Lancelot, Owen, and later Paltry, who now guards the temple's entrance, along with others from our circle, we embarked on an adventure. You wished to witness deserts, volcanoes, and snow-covered landscapes, and so we did. Eventually, I escorted you, our adventurous queen, who had fled from her responsibilities, back to your temple, and in turn, we were honored as your royal guardians. Those days were filled with such vibrancy and life. Indeed, those days were vibrant and alive. Despite the passage of time, the memories remained delightful. We even concocted a plan to covertly open a quaint shop at the pilgrimage's outset, imagining the Leviathan Queen herself offering souvenirs to pilgrims as a whimsical venture. "That scheme was solely yours," interjected one of the towering warriors, breaking the silence for the first time. "Lillian, Owen, and I never consented to it." "Perhaps we should have," Lillian mused softly, a hint of regret in her voice. "It does seem like it would have been a delightful endeavor." The area around the water pond returned to silence, only to be gently pierced once more by the soft, resonant voice. "I don't want to go to sleep." "But sleep you must, Gamona," Lillian replied, her gaze tender and caring as she caressed Gamona's tentacle with her hair. "You need to rest here and then awaken in the timeline beyond the temple. The other three kings are eagerly awaiting your message. Their concern grows by the minute." Gamona's expression conveyed a sense of loss, her voice tinged with longing. "But you won't be there outside the temple. I miss you." In an attempt to offer solace, Lillian spoke with a gentle assurance. "We will meet again one day in the distant future. Do you recall the predictions of Navigator 2? It has analyzed the fate of the sanctuary time and again. Despite its forecasts invariably pointing towards the extinction of all, no prediction is absolute. Though seemingly final, every outcome carries a margin of uncertainty, like a spectral variance that lurks after countless zeros in a decimal place. Her voice softened, carrying the weight of impending slumber as she continued. "Amidst the end, foretold as the extinction of all, what lies concealed at the edge of time may hold a glimmer of hope. It's there we shall meet once more, and then let us venture forth together, and perhaps open that souvenir shop once again." Her words faded, marking the return of silence as those briefly reanimated succumbed to their eternal rest. After a time indeterminable, the stillness of the water pond area was gently broken. "Good night, Lillian, good night." Reality's colors reclaimed their presence, the monochromatic hall regaining its lifeless hues. Duncan's vision was restored to the water pond, now emanating a soft blue light amidst the black and dark green stones, the Leviathan Queen's tentacle once again lifeless by the water's edge. Beside the tentacle lay scattered skeletal remains. Duncan, observing the dwindling sands within the hourglass, now less than a fifth remaining, their faint golden glow a beacon in the dimness, was approached by his companions. Shirley, leveraging her stature, pushed to the forefront, concern in her voice. Captain, what happened? You turned into a shadow just standing there. It was so freaky." After a moment's pause, Duncan placed the hourglass upon the altar, then looked up, his voice steady. "I saw the Leviathan Queen, and we spoke of certain matters." Vanna, moving closer, interjected with curiosity. "You spoke with the goddess. What is this place exactly?" Before she could continue, Duncan gestured for silence and explained. "This temple divides the timeline into two segments." This revelation prompted a mix of expressions among the group, with Morris adopting a contemplative look, quietly pondering. "The timeline is split into two parts." Duncan took a moment to gather his thoughts before sharing the insights he had gleaned, including some conjectures. "If my understanding is correct, the timeline outside this temple pertains to the Deep Sea era. Gamona, as one of the four deities of the boundless sea, oversees the external barrier surrounding this temple. Here she exists in a state that is neither fully alive nor dead, answering the prayers of her followers while maintaining the order of the boundless sea. That's the storm goddess, Vanna knows. And within the confines of this temple lies a segment cleaved from the Deep Sea era. Here, the Leviathan Queen Gamona has isolated her own demise and decay, alongside recollections of the cataclysmic event and numerous fragments of knowledge pertaining to the world's core essence. She has ensnared all these elements within the temple's timeline, aiming to shield the sanctuary outside from their corrupting influence." Duncan paused for a moment, his gaze shifting back to the lifeless tentacle beside the water pond, and the nearby skeletal remains scattered on the ground. This is the reason that upon entering the temple, Vanna found herself unable to commune with the storm goddess. All that was visible was a form that had succumbed to complete death, because Gamona confined her demise within these walls. In essence, the moment we crossed into this space, we were met with her actual death. Lucretia's attention drifted to the hourglass positioned on the altar, prompting her to ask, "So this hourglass is?" "It's a means of communication left behind for me," Duncan confirmed with a nod. "It's a creation of Bartok, the god of death, who fashioned a bridge between the living and the dead. By inverting the hourglass, I was afforded the chance to converse with Gamona, who was momentarily reinvigorated, although the remnants of life force it harbors are dwindling." A hush fell over the water pond area, the gravity of the revelation leaving the group lost in thought. After a brief silence, Morris, his voice imbued with reverence, finally spoke. "Remarkable. So, did the god of death and the storm goddess collaborate to forge this sanctuary?" Duncan responded with a gentle shake of his head, indicating there was more to the story. Not solely them. He mulled over the temple's intricate workings, slowly piecing together the puzzle. The hourglass's power stemmed from Bartok, the god of death. The strategy of segmenting the timeline to encapsulate information hinted at an association with the god of wisdom, while the archived information and memories linked to the great annihilation represented the eternal flame. Positioned at the boundary of the boundless sea, beyond the realm of structured existence, the calm waters served as the foundation for this barrier, clearly an influence of the storm goddess. This entire external barrier was a collaborative endeavor by the four deities, establishing the true limits of the world. It was here that the other kings were granted the chance to forge the world within the sanctuary, time and again. As Duncan pieced together his understanding of the world, his grasp of its mechanics grew clearer. The realization of how the external barrier functioned enlightened him and seemed to empower him with a newfound ability to interact with the world's fabric. This enlightenment quickly morphed into practical knowledge, the kind that could be applied to influence the entire boundless sea. More specifically, might be harnessed to bring about the great annihilation. This revelation halted Duncan's train of thought, casting a shadow of gravity over his demeanor. It dawned on him that he had uncovered the means to dismantle the external barrier and everything it encapsulated, This, he speculated, might have been Gamona's true message for him. Alice, picking up on the shift in Duncan's mood, moved closer, her expression tinged with concern as she clutched at his clothing. "Captain, you look quite troubled." Jolted back to reality by Alice's presence and the genuine worry in her violet eyes, Duncan's swirling thoughts began to settle. He inhaled deeply, a soothing gesture as he gently stroked Alice's hair, offering her a semblance of reassurance. "Don't worry," he said, his voice regaining its steadiness. "I've just come to a sudden realization." His gaze returned to what remained of Gamona, a symbol of a greater truth. "If my deductions are correct, the other three gods have likely made similar sacrifices. They've each sealed their deaths and corruptions within this temporal divide in an effort to stave off the world's inevitable decay." Nina, catching the serious undertone of the conversation, looked from Duncan to the nearby hourglass, then broke the silence. "So, what's our next step? Are we going to seek out the other three gods?" "Yes, that's exactly what we're going to do," Duncan affirmed with a subtle nod. His path forward was now clear. He intended to journey to each critical point along the external barrier to lay the groundwork for the Great Annihilation. Chapter 785, News from the North. In the remote and icy waters of the north, whispers tell of a group coming together under the gloom of darkness. This group is the Northern City-State Alliance, a coalition born amidst the eerie quiet of the northern seas. Leading this formidable assembly is a figure shrouded in myth, the Iron Admiral. Commanding an army of the undead, he seized control before the escalating tension among the city-states, exacerbated by their prolonged deprivation of sunlight, could erupt into chaos. The first to align with him were the city-states of Cold Port and Morpheus. In the secretive ambience created by the sea mist, these initial members solemnly pledged their allegiance to the alliance through a binding agreement. In response to their unified efforts, a formidable naval force has now been established. This fleet stands as a guardian over the city-states left in shadow, navigating the perilous and mystifying darkness that the night has become. Meanwhile, a collaborative endeavor between the city-states and the church authorities has led to the formation of the Sunlight Distribution Committee. This committee diligently oversees the remnants of sunlight that plunged into the ocean. Their mission is to ensure that these fragments are harnessed to cast light upon the darkest corners of the night at the opportune moment. Heidi, having absorbed this intriguing news from the paper, shifted her gaze towards her mother, who was seated nearby, illuminated by the flickering light of a candlestick. Despite the restoration of the city's electrical power, which had bathed their living room in bright light once more, her mother preferred to maintain a candle lit at all times. Now no single city-state in the north is permitted to keep a sun fragment indefinitely. The Sunlight Distribution Committee circulates these fragments among the city-states, ensuring that no area remains engulfed in darkness for too long, which could lead to dangerous mutations. Heidi recounted the information gleaned from her visit to City Hall, illustrating how the northern city-states have embarked on a remarkable initiative to share daylight. This initiative involves large engineering vessels traversing the cold sea, each towing a fragment of the sun. These makeshift suns play a crucial role in safeguarding the city-states. He took a moment to reflect before adding, "This arrangement has also revitalized maritime trade between city-states. Cargo ships now accompany the engineering vessels, ensuring that despite a decrease in operational efficiency, essential logistics and trade links between city-states have been re-established." After a brief pause, Heidi marveled at the ingenuity of their efforts, remarking, "It's truly astounding. It appears that the Iron Admiral isn't the tyrannical king of the undead that some rumors make him out to be. Remember, rumors often stray far from the truth. Don't forget, we still have the vanished tirelessly seeking hope for us at the world's end." Her mother replied with a gentle smile, continuing her sewing, "Is this what you found out from City Hall?" "The newspapers didn't provide all these details," Heidi responded, gesturing towards the newspaper on the table. "I got this information from someone in the secretary's office. The intricacies of the Northern City-State Alliance and the Sunlight Distribution Committee aren't widely publicized, but they're not exactly secret either." Her mother took a moment to reflect before responding slowly. "Is that so? It appears that we, too, will soon be part of our own City-State Alliance and have a Sunlight Distribution Committee of our own." Heidi was caught off guard by her mother's insight. The thought had not yet crossed her mind. It's a practical strategy for survival. In these times, any method that enables us to endure the night serves as a powerful incentive for city-state leaders to spring into action. If you've come to know of this, It suggests that the initiative has already gained significant traction among the governors. Her mother explained with a casual yet reassuring tone. The northern city-states have established a commendable model. The Iron Admiral has blazed a trail for us, and with the spread of this news, other city-states, regardless of their private reservations, are now compelled to consider adopting this strategy. But what if the city-states that have already secured fragments of the sun refuse to collaborate? Heidi understood the logic behind her mother's words, but remained concerned. Not everyone might be willing to share so selflessly, after all. Her mother paused to ponder before posing a seemingly unrelated question. Did you hear about the church's fleet docking at the military port west of Planned a couple of days ago? Yes, the cyclone of the Storm Church and the Logic of the Truth Academy, along with their escort fleets, were reported to have made a stopover during their patrol for maritime safety, Heidi confirmed with a nod. That's correct, Heidi, her mother said, her face lighting up with an affectionate smile. Now, why do you think the Iron Admiral prioritized establishing a united fleet under his command as the initial step towards forming the city-state alliance? At that moment, Heidi experienced a flash of insight. Despite her credentials as a respected psychiatrist and a distinguished scholar of the Truth Academy, she sometimes found herself a step behind in matters outside her field of expertise. But now, she understood the strategic importance. Let's celebrate, Heidi. After enduring such prolonged darkness, it seems we're on the cusp of witnessing something positive, her mother suggested with a smile, gracefully rising to head towards the kitchen. I'll prepare some of our finest dishes, and you can retrieve one of the bottles of premium wine your father has been saving. He won't mind if we open just one. Oh, Heidi murmured automatically, standing up before a sudden recollection halted her. But Dad has quit drinking. He gave away his entire collection. In the basement beside the white shelf, there's a wooden box that appears to have just a single layer. But if you tug on a wooden block sticking out from its side, you'll discover a secret compartment, her mother revealed nonchalantly. And behind the storage rack in the farthest corner of the basement, there's a chest containing 5 bottles of wine. Feel free to pick any one of those to bring upstairs. Heidi was momentarily lost for words. As her mother paused at the kitchen doorway, she looked back with a look of triumph. Did you really think I wouldn't be aware of it? What? Standing at the bow of the Vanished, Morris was suddenly enveloped by an unexpected chill. The sea around them was tranquil, with hardly a whisper of wind, yet he felt as if an icy breeze was piercing through his brass-constructed body right into the oil pump and the compact steam core nestled within. What's wrong? Duncan, picking up on the subtle disturbances emanating from Morris, queried with a blend of concern and curiosity. It's odd my body, being what it is, shouldn't experience cold, and yet, why do I sense a chill deep within? Morris pondered aloud, pausing in his maintenance of his pipe. It's as though something invaluable has vanished into thin air, or as if an item securely stored in a bank vault has been stolen. Before he could finish his thought, the captain interjected from behind, his tone light yet pointed. Your words bring to mind an old man whose treasures were pilfered by monkeys. Turning to face the voice, Morris found Duncan observing him, an inscrutable look upon his face. I'm unfamiliar with that tale, Morris admitted, his expression one of genuine confusion. What exactly is a monkey? Duncan paused, seemingly searching for the simplest explanation. Imagine it as a creature from another dimension, existing in subspace. Morris, struck by the concept, chose not to delve deeper into the mystery. Meanwhile, Vanna, who had been earnestly following their exchange, turned her gaze towards Morris, her demeanor growing increasingly serious. Could this be an omen from the god of wisdom? Do you have a premonition of impending events? It's unlikely to be that grave, Morris quickly dismissed the concern with a gesture. Were it a divine sign from the Almighty, it wouldn't manifest merely as a chill. It's probably just my spouse discovering my secret stash of wine again, nothing to worry about. Oh, Vanna responded, her interest visibly waning as she redirected her attention to the captain. Captain, when will we depart from these waters? The shift back to matters of the ship prompted a change in Duncan's demeanor, marking the return to seriousness. His gaze drifted towards the distant island, crowned by a grand palace and encircled by the shadowy outlines of Leviathan remains, as he slipped his hand into his pocket. The cool touch of metal against his fingertips was the second key, essential for the operation of certain intricate mechanical dolls. We'll anchor here for half a day. I need time to decipher the route provided by Gamona, he declared with gravity. Until my return, maintain vigilant observation of any activity, both aboard and in the vicinity of the ship. Pay particular attention to any alterations in the surrounding sea and document any occurrences." Morris acknowledged the command with a nod. "Understood, Captain." With that, Duncan turned on his heel and departed from the deck, leaving his crew to their thoughts and duties amidst the quiet mystery of the calm sea. The atmosphere grew momentarily still as Vanna turned away, her gaze lost in the vast expanse of the dark sea islands that lay silently in the distance. She seemed caught in a reverie, her thoughts adrift. "What's on your mind?" Morris inquired, standing beside her, breaking the silence. "Since I was very young, I've always dreamed of the sound of the sea, the gentle, rhythmic lapping of waves against the rocks," Vanna shared in a soft, reflective tone. "After completing my religious studies, I learned to pray, and in those moments of prayer I could still hear the sounds of those waves. The Storm Codex interprets these sounds as the voice of the divine realm." She took a pause, letting the weight of her words hang in the air before continuing, her hand gesturing towards the eerily quiet sea. "But listen, there's no sound of waves here. The sea is eerily calm, as silent as the grave, only disturbed by the noise of our ship cutting through the water." In her mind, the soothing cadence of the sea waves lingered, as if offering comfort to an unseen sorrow. "These are her memories," Vanna whispered, breaking the silence. "She told me she hasn't witnessed the tumultuous sea in countless years, almost forgetting the sight of wind-driven waves cresting and falling." Morris remained silent, simply packing his unlit pipe, offering a quiet presence beside Vanna. In the captain's quarters, Alice's curiosity was piqued by a brass key of distinctive design. "I've got a new key," she exclaimed, a mix of surprise and delight evident in her voice as she examined the key Duncan had given her. "This one's different. The last one had a figure 8 lying on its side, and this one, it's a circle pierced by an arrow. What's this circle supposed to represent?" "It likely symbolizes the outer barrier encircling the boundless sea," Duncan explained with a casual air, then looked at Alice, his expression a blend of resignation and fondness. "Don't you feel the gravity of the situation? Turning this key could lead to unforeseen consequences." Alice pondered his words, tilting her head in contemplation. After a moment, she seemed to grasp the seriousness but remained uncertain. "It seems, yes," she replied, scratching her head, her voice carrying a hint of doubt. "I feel a bit anxious, but whatever comes our way, you can handle it, can't you?" Duncan paused for a moment, then let out a resigned sigh, a smile breaking through his solemn demeanor. "Yes," he affirmed, taking the key and offering a reassuring nod to Alice. "Leave it to me." Chapter 786. Another Alice Mansion. Alice and Duncan, having worked together on numerous occasions, had a routine that was almost seamless. With practiced ease, Alice exposed the intricate keyhole embedded in her back and sat patiently on the bed, awaiting the captain to activate her mechanism with the winding key. In his hands, Duncan held a delicately crafted brass key, its handle forming a loop for ease of use. He moved towards Alice with the intention of winding her up when, unexpectedly, Alice voiced a question that halted him in his tracks. "Captain, I have a question." Pausing, Duncan looked at her, slightly taken aback. "A question?" Alice's voice carried a mix of curiosity and uncertainty. "You mentioned that this key is connected to the 3 nodes along the outer barrier, and since I am Navigator 3, this means I am also linked to them. This implies that I can navigate us to any destination given a path, even to the world's most remote corners." Her voice trailed off, indicating her struggle to articulate her thoughts fully. Duncan, sensing her hesitation, did not press her for clarity. Instead, he waited with a patient silence that eventually encouraged Alice to gather her thoughts and proceed. "So, are there other paths we can take? Or, in the absence of this new key, could I navigate us to new places on my own?" Now visibly puzzled by the sudden depth of inquiry, Duncan responded, "Why did you start thinking about this?" Alice's reply came slowly, reflecting her reflective mood. "I just suddenly felt curious about my own existence," she confessed. "Up until now, I've been happily performing my daily tasks aboard the ship, surrounded by those who clearly understand their roles and purpose. They possess something I've struggled to understand, a sense of purpose. It appears everyone has one except me." She paused, lost in thought, before articulating the question that had been forming in her mind. "Should I have a sense of purpose as well?" Duncan offered a gentle shake of his head in response. "There's no definitive should or shouldn't," he reassured her, "but that doesn't mean you shouldn't muse over and seek to understand yourself better. Understanding oneself is a crucial part of personal growth, which is always beneficial." This sparked a new curiosity in Alice. "Can dolls grow too?" she inquired. "Absolutely," Duncan affirmed. "Growth is possible for anyone who is open to it. Since joining us on this ship, you've experienced considerable growth. You've acquired knowledge, met new people, visited new places, and seen new sights. Growth is about change, about being different today than you were yesterday. And by that measure, you have indeed grown." Alice pondered this for a moment before a sudden realization brightened her expression. "Ah, so even forgetting a few words I learned yesterday morning counts as growth." Duncan found himself at a loss for words, momentarily speechless. Alice, noticing the silence, prodded, "Captain, why aren't you speaking?" Duncan, attempting to maintain focus on the task at hand, responded with a mixture of resignation and humor. "Sometimes my words may not capture the full complexity of what I mean," he explained, carefully avoiding Alice's inquisitive gaze as he concentrated on the keyhole. "You need to consider these things more dialectically." Alice pondered over Duncan's words but found herself puzzled. She was unfamiliar with the term dialectically. Nevertheless, sensing the captain's assurance, she accepted his explanation with a cheerful nod, expressing her readiness to proceed. "Okay, then I have no more questions. I'm ready. Wind me up, please." Taking a moment to gather himself, Duncan inhaled deeply, steadying his thoughts before carefully positioning the brass key in the keyhole on Alice's back. As he did so, a click sound resonated in the air, indicating the key had found its place. The key seemed to be magnetically drawn into the lock, and as it slid into position, the intricate patterns surrounding the keyhole began to glow faintly. The winding process commenced automatically, accompanied by a gentle clicking noise that seemed almost soothing in its rhythm. Suddenly, Duncan experienced a familiar sense of vertigo, an overwhelming rush that seemed to reset his senses. Darkness swiftly enveloped the surroundings, akin to a thick curtain obscuring all in its path. Then a cool sensation swept over him, giving the impression of passing through an unseen portal. In the midst of this darkness, specks of light and shadow danced and reformed, eventually coalescing into a scene of spacious opulence, though dimly lit and imbued with an eerie aura. Regaining his bearings, Duncan hastily shook off the lingering dizziness and scanned his new environment. He found himself within the confines of a grand mansion, its living room expansive and adorned with a dark red carpet. A spiral staircase curled upwards to the second floor, while high, Gothic-pointed windows and a gloomy chandelier that seemed to sway subtly added to the mansion's somber ambience. However, Duncan quickly realized that this was not the Alice mansion he remembered. The ambience here was darker, the candlelight providing only a feeble illumination that barely pierced the surrounding darkness. The mansion's ceiling appeared more deteriorated, with parts revealing a skeleton-like structure, creating an atmosphere even more sinister and foreboding than he recalled. It felt as if unseen entities lurked in the shadows, observing the newcomers with an invisible, chilling gaze. With a sense of unease, Duncan noted he was standing on a second-floor platform. Overlooking the hall below through the open space at the platform's edge, he caught sight of the spiral staircase that descended into the hall. After a moment's deliberation, he decided against descending to the first floor. Instead, he turned and made his way towards the corridor that led deeper into the mansion's second floor, determined to explore further. As Duncan shifted direction, a sudden gleam in his peripheral vision halted him in his tracks. The fleeting glow that captured his attention sent a ripple of anticipation through him. Curious, he moved toward the source of the light, pushing aside the encompassing shadows as if they were tangible, thick curtains of darkness. As he dispersed the gloom, what he discovered seemed utterly incongruous with the surroundings. Before him was what appeared to be a modern screen, akin to an LCD panel. This object was incongruously embedded into the wall at the corridor's end. Its silver-white metallic frame seemed to fuse seamlessly with the wall, creating a surreal integration, while the screen's surface emitted a soft glow. Duncan scrutinized the text on the screen for a brief moment, recognizing its similarity to the device he encountered within the illusionary Holy Island cave. The text's meaning unfurled in his mind as clear information: Core escape pod offline. Illegal release, operation unauthorized. He absorbed the message, a wave of realization washing over him as he turned to gaze at the corridor's damaged terminus and the great void beyond. His thoughts shifted between the New Hope navigation segment and the Alice mansion, leading him to a startling conclusion he hadn't reached until now. The Frost Queen had commandeered the escape pod from the New Hope. This revelation explained her ability to traverse the world with her room. The structure was, in fact, a repurposed spacecraft's escape pod. Chapter 787, Awakening. Duncan found himself momentarily frozen in the hallway, struck by a revelation that was as bewildering as it was enlightening. He grappled with a mix of emotions, feeling both incredulous at the absurdity of the situation and at the same time strangely convinced by its logic. This internal conflict swirled in his thoughts for some time before he managed to push aside the desire to voice his perplexities, choosing instead to concentrate on the peculiar screen that was integrated into the wall before him. As he stood there, lost in thought, his expression slowly shifted to one of deep reflection. The cataclysm known as the Great Annihilation had ushered in a collision of worlds, fundamentally altering the fabric of reality. The New Hope had not been spared, part of it morphing into what was now known as the Alice Mansion, suspended in subspace. Within this mansion, after employing a navigation key to access an alternate version, Duncan encountered a screen at the corridor's end which purported to unveil the truth of the mistress's bedroom. In essence, the Alice Mansion that was accessed with the navigation key had parts of its structure restored, or rather, rematerialized to their original form. Mulling over these revelations, Duncan raised his gaze towards the far end of the corridor, pondering what had become of the garden and the doll that once lay there in slumber. He descended from the second floor, retracing the path engraved in his memory down the stairs, through a narrow passageway adjacent to the main hall, past the now silent rooms that once seemed to whisper secrets, making his way toward the garden. His journey was momentarily interrupted by a peculiar door along the corridor. Among the numerous identical doors, one stood out, shimmering with a silvery metallic luster, its edges highlighted by soft blue glowing lines, making it look like a piece of advanced machinery set within the mansion's classical decor. Drawn to it, Duncan approached and noticed an observation window set above the door. Peering through this window, he observed a room bathed in cold blue light, filled with densely arranged cabinet equipment on large racks and brackets, interconnected by pipes that dangled from the ceiling, linking these enigmatic machines. Duncan attempted to open the door, only to find it immovable, as if it were merely an illusion affixed to the wall, never meant to open. Yet as he studied the room's interior, Duncan found himself deep in thought. He recalled the whispers that seemed to emanate from the mansion's corners in the version of the Alice Mansion he knew well, along with the soft music that appeared to drift from an unseen ballroom within its expansive halls. Could it be that those ghostly sounds were in fact the humming of server arrays in operation? Entertaining this surprising thought, Duncan moved away from the door with its flickering metallic glow, continuing his path toward the garden's entrance. The corridor Duncan traversed felt immeasurably longer than he recalled, stretching out before him as if defying the limits of memory and space. Yet, through the dim light, the silhouette of the garden gate was persistently visible, serving as a beacon that seemed to call out to him, urging him to hasten his steps as though guided by an unseen force. As Duncan advanced, the environment began to reveal startling anomalies. The doors and walls beside him started to unveil their original forms beneath their classical exteriors. Doors gleamed with a futuristic metallic sheen. Sections of wall transformed into the interiors of spacecraft cabins, complete with embedded lighting. Irregularly shaped metal plates surfaced unexpectedly. These remnants of a bygone era emerged amidst the traditionally elegant facades and rooftops like the shedding of dragon scales, revealing the metallic infrastructure and power lines that lay beneath the architectural skin. Eventually, Duncan reached the end of the seemingly infinite corridor, where the garden gate awaited him. Crafted from an array of colorful stained glass and set within a classically designed frame that emitted a soft, pale blue glow, the gate stood in silent invitation. A screen was unexpectedly placed among the stained glass, displaying the words, Navigation Core Server Mind Core Chamber. Pausing momentarily in front of this gate, Duncan extended his hand towards it. To his recollection, the gate opened with ease as though it had never been secured, revealing a dimly lit expanse that unfolded before him. Beyond the gate lay a hall, its farthest reaches shrouded in a mist-like darkness that blurred its edges and dimensions. Within this haze, dark, obelisk-like shapes loomed, their outlines intermittently pierced by flickering lights. The only clearly visible feature in this enigmatic space was a circular platform at its center. From above, countless wires and pipes cascaded down, converging on a peculiarly shaped protrusion on the platform. These connections were illuminated by a soft light that danced between them, reminiscent of fireflies in the night. The arrangement gave the impression of a surreal, living tree, with light coursing through its branches, as if it were the lifeblood of the structure. At the base of this extraordinary and chaotic tree, the doll sat silently on the platform's edge. She was awake, Yet she made no move to acknowledge Duncan's entrance into the hall. The doll, a mirror image of Alice, sat motionless, clutching a white drawing board to her chest, her gaze fixed ahead in an unfocused stare as if frozen in a perpetual state of readiness. Duncan inhaled deeply, treading carefully towards the doll at the root of the tree of cables. When he had covered a certain distance, the doll showed the first sign of awareness, subtly turning her head. It appeared as though her attention shifted from the door to Duncan himself. Despite her slight movement in response to Duncan's presence, the doll remained silent and expressionless, her gaze following him not with the curiosity or warmth of a living being, but rather with the detached, programmed responsiveness of an inanimate object. She was like a doll in the truest sense, equipped with only the most rudimentary form of interaction, basic motion tracking. Yet, as Duncan observed this minimal reaction, he felt an unexpected wave of emotion wash over him. This simple, almost ghostly, interaction with the doll stirred a peculiar sense of poignancy within him, as if her mechanical behavior had somehow tapped into the eerie essence of their surroundings. He moved closer to her, and as he did, the doll slowly lifted her head, her eyes mechanically adjusting to keep him in her line of sight, yet without any hint of real recognition or emotion. Suddenly breaking the silence, the doll spoke, "There's no way forward." Her voice, unexpected and clear, cut through the room, startling Duncan. He hadn't anticipated that the doll, which had so far shown no sign of life beyond basic tracking, would speak. Caught off guard, Duncan responded, "No way forward, what do you mean?" The doll's response was cryptic, guiding New Hope to jump to a safe domain. She turned her head in a stiff, slow motion, her gaze drifting as if she was looking through the fog at the servers hidden beyond, or perhaps at images from a past that had vanished from the space. Her voice, devoid of emotion, reverberated through the hall, guiding jump to gravitational focus, jump engine disabled, star chart malfunction, standard stellar deviation, no navigation points found, destination analyzing failed, there's no way forward. Suddenly, she seemed to freeze, her eyes widening as though a surge of realization had jolted her from a deep slumber. "There's no way forward. Navigator 3 apologizes to all crew members. There's no way forward, apologies, there's no way forward." She began to repeat herself, caught in a tragic loop of apologies, her voice echoing endlessly. A low, ominous noise began to fill the hall, emanating from the fog in every direction. As she continued her distressed repetition, her voice growing increasingly urgent, "There's no way forward, there's no way forward, there's no way forward, there's no." The background noise escalated into a shrill scream, accompanied by a sensation as if something massive was collapsing within the fog, shaking the entire hall. Just as the situation seemed to spiral out of control, Duncan, driven by a sudden impulse of desperation, grasped the doll's shoulders firmly and called out, "Alice! Alice, can you hear me speaking?" To his astonishment, the doll ceased her repeating chant, her head turning slowly towards him as if the sound of her name had reached some part of her. A flicker of what seemed like recognition passed through her otherwise vacant eyes. As the shrill noise and the vibrations subsided, the doll whispered, "Captain." Gazing directly into Duncan's eyes, the doll's voice emerged with the strained and stilted quality of a long-dormant machine stirring back to life, each word a laborious effort. Then with deliberate motions, she turned her head from side to side, as though recalibrating her systems. Following this adjustment, her speech flowed a bit more smoothly. "Captain, are you hungry?" Duncan found himself at a loss for words. The thought that this innocent doll would prioritize such a mundane concern, upon regaining some semblance of consciousness, was both bewildering and oddly touching. "I'm not hungry. This isn't the time for that," Duncan replied, swiftly regaining his composure. The possibility of actually reviving some part of Alice's awareness in this surreal setting seemed beyond belief. "Look around you. Do you understand the situation you're currently in?" It was only then that Alice seemed to fully register her surroundings, noticing for the first time that they were no longer aboard the familiar confines of the vanished. A fleeting expression of confusion crossed her features as she turned her puzzled gaze towards Duncan. "What place is this?" Duncan paused, considering how best to explain the complex reality of their situation to Alice's innocent consciousness. How could he describe that they were essentially inside the core server room of the New Hope's navigation chamber, which had been reimagined by the observers, in a way she could comprehend? After a brief moment of thought, he took a decisive stance, grasping Alice's shoulders firmly. "This is the world inside your brain." Alice's response was one of naive bewilderment. "But I don't have a brain." The reply left Duncan momentarily speechless, struggling to find a response to her literal interpretation. After a beat of stunned silence, he managed a stern reply. Just pretend you do. Lo. Chapter 788. Analyzing the star map and the uninvited guest. Alice's excitement was unmistakable. Her eyes sparkled with amazement as she keenly observed every nuance of her environment. She appeared ready to rush into the enigmatic fog at the end of the hallway, only to be stopped in time by Duncan's intervention. Pulling eagerly at Duncan's arm, she flooded him with a barrage of inquiries about everything she saw, from the cables hanging above them to the mysteries concealed behind the doors they passed. Through Duncan's patient explanations, Alice gradually learned that they were traversing a special section of the Alice Mansion, a discovery that exhilarated her. She treated this revelation as an extraordinary adventure. How fascinating! So this is the essence of the Alice Mansion, Alice, with her doll-like appearance, remarked joyously. She explored the area around the platform where she initially stood, expressing her wonder. Is this truly my home? It's so vast. It's just unfortunate I cannot reside here. First off, we are currently exploring just a fragment of the Alice Mansion, specifically a grand hall within it, Duncan elaborated, his eyes following Alice's exploration. He felt compelled to clarify. Additionally, not every Alice Mansion mirrors this one. For instance, in another variant of the Alice Mansion, you would find a garden in place of this hall. I surmise that accessing different Alice Mansions requires using distinct keys for opening varied doors. Oh, Alice responded, her nod indicating a partial understanding of Duncan's detailed explanation. Duncan's focus then shifted to the drawing board Alice was clutching. This board was in her possession even before she had awakened, and she had instinctively continued to hold on to it. Recalling another version of the Alice Mansion, specifically the garden, where the doll had captured a catastrophic celestial event on her drawing board, Duncan became curious about the current contents of the board in her hands. Alice, may I have a look at your drawing board? He inquired suddenly. Drawing board? Alice appeared momentarily puzzled by the request, but quickly realized she had been holding on to something. With enthusiasm, she approached Duncan and presented the drawing board, saying, "Here you go." Upon receiving the board, Duncan flipped it over, revealing not a drawing but a screen filled with an array of incomprehensible lines, symbols, and constantly refreshing data. It seemed to be engaged in intricate calculations and reconfigurations ceaselessly. As Duncan studied the screen intently, a wave of speculation washed over him. At that moment, Alice, driven by curiosity, leaned in to get a better view. The unexpected revelation made her gasp in astonishment, leading to a prolonged exclamation, "I." Immediately recognizing the drawing board's significance, Duncan urgently asked, "Do you comprehend what this represents?" Without hesitation, Alice accurately described, "It pinpoints our location within the vast spatial and temporal structure of this refuge." Then, without waiting for Duncan to ask more, she added with a touch of confidence, "What did I just say?" Duncan was momentarily speechless. Ever since Alice's awakening, her remarks had increasingly left him uncertain about how to respond. Yet Alice's comment confirmed Duncan's suspicion. They had indeed uncovered the route. The navigation key provided by the Leviathan Queen to unlock the route was indeed connected to this doll residing in the mansion, specifically through this drawing board she possessed. Noting Duncan's thoughtful silence, Alice, tilting her head, expressed her bewilderment. "Captain, why are you silent?" Brought back to the moment by Alice's question, Duncan looked at her earnestly and posed a crucial inquiry. "Alice, if I'm correct, this route leads us to the nodes of the external barrier. Are you capable of operating it?" Alice seemed momentarily perplexed, reclaiming the drawing board from Duncan and gently tracing her fingers across the screen's dynamic data and symbols. After pondering for a moment, she voiced her thoughts, as if thinking out loud. "I believe I might understand. However, it seems I need to look deeper into it." With a contemplative expression, she continued, "The operation method appears to be ingrained in my consciousness, as though I'm instinctively ready to initiate something, but fully comprehending it requires a bit more time. Don't worry, Captain, it won't be long." As Alice shared her insights, Duncan's attention was diverted by a sudden activity. He glanced up to see the tree at the hall's center, composed entirely of intertwined cable conduits, beginning to animate. Its branches, illuminated by myriad twinkling lights, became more lively, uncovering numerous cables stretching toward the edges of the hall, enveloped in mist. A low hum emerged from the mist, indicating the activation of some mechanism, its power gradually intensifying. Alice's fingers gracefully navigated the drawing board, tracing the intricate lines and symbols displayed. As she did, data materialized out of thin air beside her, floating like ethereal figures. She became absorbed in her task, her concentration so deep that it seemed her entire being was immersed in the complexities of her work. Unexpectedly, Duncan was startled by a voice that filled the hall. It was unmistakably Alice's voice, yet it emanated not directly from her, but through an overhead broadcasting system. Main engine initiating. Star map analysis underway. Authorization acknowledged by Navigator 1. Duncan watched the unfolding scene, a mix of astonishment and anticipation building within him. Just as he started to feel a surge of excitement, a sudden cacophony disrupted the tranquility. The luminous activity on the tree and the buzzing of machinery throughout the hall rapidly diminished. Analysis halted, unauthorized access detected. A wave of concern flickered across Duncan's eyes, reflecting a brief disorientation in Alice, who appeared momentarily taken aback. Then, as if emerging from a trance, she looked up, her expression one of sudden realization. "Captain, there's someone at the door." The idea of someone knocking seemed almost unfathomable. Yet Duncan's reaction was swift, and almost simultaneously with Alice's announcement, he detected the sound of knocking. It was not loud, but its clarity was undiminished by distance, reaching him as though no space separated them. The knocking was persistent, its rhythm mechanical, devoid of any urgency yet relentless. Clutching the drawing board closely, Alice leaped down from the platform, her actions betraying a hint of apprehension as she approached Duncan. "Captain, shall we respond to the door?" After a moment of reflection, Duncan replied solemnly, "Follow me," pausing to add, "Keep the drawing board with you at all times." "Oh, okay." Alice's reply was marked by a surge of anxious anticipation as she quickly aligned herself behind Duncan, moving toward the door. Leaving the shadowed confines of the navigation hall, they ventured down the mansion's extensive corridor. With Duncan leading, they passed silent rooms and porches, their pace brisk and purposeful as they approached the main hall on the ground floor. Throughout, the knocking continued, a constant sound that seemed to resonate deeply within, unceasing in its persistence. The sound of knocking momentarily transported Duncan back to memories of his solitary apartment and the mysterious visit from the Frost Queen amidst enveloping fog. He quickly set aside these wandering thoughts to concentrate on the pressing situation at hand. With a firm grip on the drawing board, Alice quickened her pace to stay close to Duncan. She gazed around with wide-eyed curiosity at the grandeur of the mansion's corridors, its slender windows, and secretive doors that seemed to whisper of mysteries locked away, her mind teeming with questions she had no time to ask due to the urgency of their task. The sprawling complexity of the mansion was overwhelming. Alice came to the realization that without Duncan's guidance, she could easily lose her way in its vast, winding passages. After navigating through the intricate maze of hallways, they arrived at the grand entrance hall of the mansion. There, at the end of the corridor, stood a daunting door, its significance amplified by the continuous knocking sounds resonating from the other side. With a look of mild concern, Duncan made his way towards the door, Alice at his side. He attempted to sense any potential threats or intentions from the other side, but was met with a puzzling silence. There were no signs of hostility, danger, or even the faintest hint of presence. Though persistent, the knocking seemed to urge them to make a pivotal decision. Duncan recalled the headless butler's solemn warning, "Do not open the door at all costs, for beyond it lies the great annihilation," and hesitated, his hand hovering over the doorknob. Alice, though visibly anxious, maintained her trust in Duncan, clasping the drawing board as though it were an anchor in this sea of uncertainty, her gaze locked on the formidable door before them. As Duncan's hands made contact with the door, it let out a creak of protest, yet surprisingly gave way with ease. Despite its daunting appearance and the eerie sound it made, the door opened smoothly as if it had been eagerly awaiting their approach. With the door now ajar, a flood of sunlight pierced the darkness, washing over Duncan and Alice in a warm, welcoming light, revealing a new reality beyond the threshold that they had never anticipated. In the midst of the emptiness outside, a radiant sun shone brightly, its luminous rays enveloping the entrance of the Alice mansion in a dazzling brilliance. Remarkably, despite the intensity of the sunlight, it felt soothing to their eyes, causing no discomfort. A strange familiarity washed over Duncan as he took in the sight of the sun, which soon began to shift its position in the sky, its blazing corona gradually dimming to reveal the truth hidden beneath its fiery exterior. Beneath its scorching guise, an ancient deity emerged, a disturbing fusion of pallid, decaying tentacles and swollen flesh that formed a celestial being. At the heart of what seemed to be a sun, this entity featured a massive eye amidst its tentacles, slowly directing its focus towards Duncan and Alice, who stood on the brink of the mansion. This entity was known as the Black Sun, not just a cosmic phenomenon but a revered figure among the Suntists as the true Black Sun, and this very entity had been knocking. Before Duncan could process his thoughts into words, a feeble voice echoed, not through the air but directly into their minds. The ancient god, its appearance marked by the toll of its luminance, spoke in a voice layered with exhaustion. "I was on the verge of abandoning my attempt to reach you." Caught off guard and momentarily lost for words, Duncan observed the deity. Its eye, challenging ordinary perceptions of distance and scale, scrutinized them intently. Navigating from the depths of the mansion to the door is no small feat, especially in response to your knock. Hearing Duncan's observation, Alice promptly concurred, voicing her agreement with genuine enthusiasm. "That's right, it's vast. Our journey here felt like it took forever." The cosmic entity fell silent for a brief moment, as if mulling over their statements. After a short pause, it acknowledged their explanation with a simple acknowledgement. That explains it." Chapter 789. The Rotting Black Sun. In the vast, empty void of space, Duncan gazed at the sun, a celestial body he had always associated with light and warmth. However, in a startling revelation, he realized it was no more than a mere shadow in this emptiness. This epiphany came swiftly, altering his perception drastically. Despite its grandeur, the entity before him, which he knew as the creeping sun wheel, provided neither warmth nor the comforting presence of life. To him, it was hollow, a distant echo of something far more profound, reminiscent of his first encounter with it through the golden mask. Duncan pondered over this enigma, the true Black Sun, which had somehow pinpointed the Alice Mansion's location to project its illusory presence. What had drawn its attention? Was it Duncan's own arrival or the disturbances caused by Alice's navigational endeavors? The mind brimming with curiosity yet tempered by caution, Duncan inquired, "How did you find this place?" His voice, careful yet devoid of hostility, reflected his complex history with the followers and descendants of the Black Sun, a history marked by challenges but ultimately shaped by understanding and empathy. Duncan had come to recognize that the intentions of this ancient deity were never malevolent towards the mortal realm. Unlike other ancient gods, this deity had been metaphorically simmered over a gentle flame by its own worshippers and progeny. If it were capable of expression, the true Black Sun might have labeled itself as tragic on each of its tendrils. "I heard the disturbances from subspace. Navigator 3, after years of dormancy, suddenly activated, signaling the approach of a significant moment," the sun, marred and misshapen, revealed. Despite its weakened state, there was a softness in its voice. "Usurper, our paths cross once again." "The approach of a significant moment. You anticipated my arrival." Duncan seized upon the sun's statement, his concern evident. "And you're aware of Navigator 3. "I am also one of them," the creeping sun wheel responded, its pace measured. "Before the birth of a new sun by Navigator 1, I played a role in this sanctuary's creation." Duncan paused, his gaze laden with reflection. He then spoke, his voice resonating with a clarity of purpose. "What do you seek from me? Do you still harbor hope that I might assist in ending your existence? If so, I must confess I'm currently preoccupied. Your progeny and adherents persist in reigniting your flames, and my ability to intervene is limited at this time." Before Duncan could fully articulate his thoughts, the disfigured sun interjected, its voice trembling once more. "Concern for my offspring, or the mortals who worship the Black Sun, is no longer necessary." Duncan's demeanor shifted, his eyebrows furrowing as he sought clarity. "What do you mean by that?" The sun's response was both shocking and disconcerting. "The faith in the true Black Sun has dissipated from this realm. The Black Sun will soon be forgotten, its stories and records transforming into ambiguous, distorted impressions, eventually replaced by semblances that mimic reality yet are mere illusions. Usurper, should you doubt these words, you have the means to verify them within the mortal realm. I trust in your capabilities to do so." The significance of these revelations dawned heavily on Duncan, his expression growing more solemn. He contemplated the implications, breaking the silence with a poignant question. What happened? Why has it come to this? He considered the possibility that the true Black Sun could no longer bear the burden of its slow demise, and had eradicated all traces of its offspring, remnants, and worshippers. Yet, the idea of memories and records fading into oblivion, replaced by illusions, suggested a scenario far more complex than mere annihilation. It hinted at the corruption of history itself. Observing the entity before him, Duncan noted its writhing tendrils and the flesh engulfed by its aura, which spoke with a voice tinged with sorrow. "I am rotting. After enduring for ages, my end is imminent." The concept of rotting struck a chord with Duncan, echoing previous mentions by various entities. Now the true black sun brought it up as well. "As all things associated with me begin to fade, so does the world's memory of me," the deformed sun continued, its tone reflective. "My homeland's visage, the faces and names of those key to my creation, those who were part of my essence, are fading. They are relics of the old world, vital to my existence. Usurper, it's uncertain if you can fully grasp what I'm conveying. My essence is eroding, and this disintegration is the final stage of decay." Duncan remained thoughtful, absorbing the profound revelations shared with him. After a moment he ventured, "So, you're suggesting that your self-awareness and memories are involuntarily fading, erasing everything tied to your self-awareness and memories from this world. Is this the essence of your rot?" "Precisely as you've deduced, it's a gradual process," the deformed sun replied, its voice now carrying an even greater weight of frailty. "Since arriving in this world, our decay had begun. This type of rot has been a constant throughout the sanctuary's history." The deformed sun shared its sorrowful truth with Duncan, revealing the tragic nature of its existence. "Unfortunately, the part of us capable of rational thought remains conscious during this ordeal. I'm painfully aware of what I'm forgetting, even as those elements vanish from my being. I understand what those lost aspects represented, but such memories are now futile. The remnants of our past, brought from the old world, continue to disintegrate, becoming unrecognizable scraps. This is my reality, and it applies to the entities known as the Four Gods as well. They, too, are experiencing this decline. Usurper, over the years, I've endured several intensifications of decay, with the fading of the Black Sun's legacy possibly marking its most severe and final phase. My time is swiftly depleting." Having conveyed so much, the deformed sun seemed to lose the strength to continue, its voice fading into silence. Duncan, his brows knitting together in concern, began to understand the concept of rot, as it pertained to the gods, linking it to various observations. Yet, his immediate focus was on the intentions behind the Black Sun's revelations. "You've sought me out, clearly not just to impart this knowledge. What do you wish for me to do?" After a moment of silence, the voice of the Black Sun reached Duncan and Alice, carrying a solemn request. "I implore you to end my existence. However, when that day comes, I ask that you consume my remains with your flames, reduce them to ashes, and then remember those remains." The notion of burning to ashes and holding on to memories intrigued Duncan, prompting a moment of insight. "It seems you've gleaned some understanding of my power," he acknowledged, his tone grave. "I have vigilantly observed this sanctuary for eons, enduring the ceaseless decay and isolation that have limited my actions, yet I have remained acutely aware of the myriad events transpiring within this realm, including those involving you," the Black Sun articulated with a measured pace, its voice imbued with a profound sense of purpose. "My desire is to cement a legacy." Duncan, absorbing the weight of these words, repeated, "A legacy in a new world." His expression remained thoughtful, a mix of skepticism and curiosity coloring his response. "Your request sparks interest, yet how can you be so confident that your actions will ensure a place in the new world? Furthermore, how can you be so sure that a new world will indeed materialize?" His gaze hardened, signifying the gravity of his inquiry. "You must understand, while I do harbor plans to reconstruct everything following the sanctuary's demise, certainty of success eludes me. I'm still in the process of devising a viable strategy. And yet, you approach with such a proposal, aspiring to secure a spot." At the core of our agreement, the entity before Duncan, a conglomerate of pale, shifting flesh, began to transform subtly. Slender tentacles protruded from the radiant aura enveloping it, reaching out as though in search of something unseen, highlighting the seriousness of its proposition. "Should you grant my request, I am willing to offer you a glimpse into the future, a preview that will undoubtedly serve as a boon in your journey." Duncan found himself ensnared by curiosity. "You claim to have proof." His keen gaze dissected the throbbing entity. "Do you imply you possess evidence that validates a successful transition into this new world is feasible?" A momentary silence ensued, after which the Black Sun offered a mysterious response. "At present, I do not." Duncan, momentarily thrown, pondered if the ancient being was jesting. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Given his extensive encounters with the myriad enigmas and inconceivable phenomena at reality's brink, he began to discern the significance behind the entity's statement. And how is this proof supposed to manifest? It will materialize once you heed my appeal, the Black Sun declared with a deliberate pace. Duncan lapsed into contemplation, weighing his options. You are free to take your time over my offer. The voice of the Black Sun resonated with a patient tone as the tendrils retracted into the fiery aura surrounding it. I recognize your hesitancy and the skepticism you harbor. The Black Sun has indeed been the source of many a catastrophe in this world, and while I may not pose as your foe, I have yet to earn your trust. Then Duncan shifted the dialogue, probing deeper with a query. Is it a place for yourself you seek, for the offspring now faded from your memory, or is it for something else entirely? For our civilization, replied the Black Sun, its voice now a mere whisper laden with nostalgia, a civilization that once flourished. Through this exchange, the ancient entity, the Black Sun, conveyed its deep-seated desire not only for the cessation of its existence, but for the preservation of its legacy within the fabric of a potential new world. Faced with the weight of this request, Duncan found himself at a crossroads between skepticism and the potential for unforeseen possibilities, pondering the implications of their impending agreement. Chapter 790, The Rotting Future. In a vast expanse of turmoil, a grotesque, deformed sun burned silently, its eerie glow casting light on clusters of flesh that formed malevolent stars, a far cry from their original identities. This ominous entity goes by several names: the Black Sun, the Creeping Sun Wheel, the True Black Sun, among others. Speculation abounds about its origins. Was it once a genuine star, encased in a Dyson sphere by a now-extinct civilization, or is the sphere itself a remnant of that civilization, serving as the sole evidence of its former glory? Among the many bizarre entities Duncan has encountered in this realm, the Black Sun is undoubtedly the most singular old god he has come across. It symbolizes the amalgamation of a once great civilization and its nurturing star, now fused into this aberrant form. This fusion may account for its decay proceeding at a pace faster than that of other old gods, its essence unraveling from the moment of its transformation. Despite the Black Sun's pleas, Duncan remains wary, sensing hidden depths and secrets within this twisted celestial body that perhaps even the four gods are unaware of, which keeps him on alert. For now, the Black Sun holds back its secrets, and Duncan is not inclined to probe further. The Black Sun has hinted at an impending end, but suggests there is still time for contemplation, understanding, and building trust. 8. I cannot agree to your request at this moment, Duncan communicated, expressing his reservations. I lack sufficient knowledge about you, and more critically, I'm unsure about your plan for reshaping the world. Until I gain clarity on these matters, I cannot pledge my support. That is understandable, came a deep, resonant reply from within the Black Sun, its voice vibrating with layers of sound. Then take the time to validate your plan, find your path, you will seek me out again, of that I am certain. Duncan, curious, inquired, will you maintain this projection here at all times? So if I need to consult with you, I should return to this specific location. The sanctum of the refuge limits my influence, and forcing entry would harm the mortal realm, but here my presence is unrestricted, free from consequences, the Black Sun patiently explained. I will maintain this projection. As long as you're in the borderlands, you can reach out to me. I will be listening. Duncan nodded in acknowledgement, understood. In the midst of this chaotic void, the Black Sun momentarily trembled before regaining its calm. Although Duncan had not agreed to its proposal, the entity seemed to accept this noncommittal stance as a satisfactory temporary resolution. Its corona gently enveloped itself, and its massive singular eye, partially obscured by flesh, closed in a semblance of rest. It's so quiet. Duncan was caught off guard by the soft, dreamlike utterance of the deformed sun. It has been ages since I felt this kind of quiet. Even the searing flames now feel bearable. Understanding the nature of the quiet being referred to, Duncan observed with a complex expression. You can no longer hear the prayers and sacrifices offered to you. Yes, it's as if they never existed, the Black Sun responded gently. This might be the respite I've longed for. Duncan tried to discern any emotion in its tone, pondering whether the Black Sun felt relief or perhaps a hint of sorrow, but the voice was too serene to reveal anything definitive. He contemplated the nature of divine decay and ventured. When the rot reaches its peak, what becomes of you? Do you simply cease to exist? Or do you linger in a state where you're disconnected from everything, forgotten by the world as you described? I don't know, as no old god has fully succumbed to decay, and the final outcome remains a mystery, the Black Sun answered slowly. But it's expected that the refuge world will continue to fade along with us. Long ago, we used our collective memories, born from the ashes of great cataclysms, to create the materials for constructing the sanctuary as you know it. As the gods decay, the refuge built from these materials will also deteriorate, symbolizing the gradual erasure of all memory of the old world as we disintegrate. One day, the ocean will forget how to form waves, life will lose the concept of death, flames will not know how to burn, wind will stop blowing, clouds will fall from the sky to the sea. Even if the sun, created by Navigator 1, rises again, it won't stop the collapse that begins at the very foundation of the world. Duncan absorbed these profound words, his thoughts drifting to the palace on the Black Stone Island, recalling the Leviathan queen who died alone within its walls. To protect the real world from her decay, she isolated her end within the palace's temporal flow, but now even that isolation has ended. This feels like an end as obscure and lightless as the last flicker of a flame, Duncan commented, his voice tinged with emotion. The end of time is inherently dim and lightless, just as the brightest stars eventually cool and fade, the Black Sun replied gently. Moreover, since the refuge world was created, the rot of the gods has been an integral part of its history, with realities continuously eroding away from the true dimension. Who could notice? They have already vanished. Duncan contemplated these words, a chill running through him as he grasped the full implications of the Black Sun's statement. What exactly are you suggesting? After a pause, the Black Sun asked, do you remember how many intelligent races once thrived in the boundless sea? Duncan's thoughts briefly clouded, but he instinctively replied, I thought there were 4. He hesitated, sensing something amiss with that number. Which 4? The Black Sun pressed, its voice calm yet profound. Duncan fell silent, the realization hitting him with profound clarity, leaving him speechless. After a short pause, the Black Sun continued, its tone steady. You recall their existence but not their names or appearances. I, too, remember they existed but can no longer picture them, because the entities responsible for preserving their memory have been decaying, and ultimately the world corrected this by erasing their memory, reducing the lifespan of the sanctuary. Usurper, this is our world's reality. It has happened before and continues now, with the Black Sun disappearing from the world's view being just a minor aspect of this widespread disintegration. There's no need for grief, for death and oblivion have always unfolded this way. As the door of Alice's mansion creaked shut, sealing away the external world, the artificial sunlight vanished as if it had never been there. The mansion's tall, slender windows were covered in grime, with thorn-like shadows blocking any light. Sunlight seemed a distant concept, visible only when the main door was open. Duncan returned to the dim hall, standing in the unusual quiet for a long time before exhaling softly. Beside him, Alice remained silent while she looked anxiously towards the door, her unease evident. She seemed eager to ask questions, but unsure what to ask. I couldn't follow your conversation with the Black Sun, she admitted, scratching her head. But your demeanor suggests it was serious, right, Captain? Duncan turned to Miss Dahl, his expression softening after a moment. It's fine if you didn't understand, he reassured her, stroking Alice's hair gently. These are concerns for me to reflect on. Oh, Alice said, her expression showing a glimmer of understanding before quickly shifting to another question. So, are you considering the Black Sun's proposal? About the location of that new world or whatever it was? Despite not fully grasping the exchange with the Black Sun, she understood that it had made a request of Duncan. Duncan paused thoughtfully under Miss Dahl's watchful eye. I'm not certain yet, but the new world it mentioned, holding some evidence of it, intrigues me, he mused, and there's something else that has caught my attention even more. Alice's curiosity was piqued. What else? The true form of the Black Sun, Duncan disclosed, directing Alice's curious gaze with his hand. My interest in that is growing. Alice processed his words, her face a mix of understanding and bewilderment. So, are we going to search for its real form? No, Duncan responded with a gentle smile. That's a task for another day. We have more pressing issues to address. Pressing issues? Duncan's face showed a mixture of feelings. Remember the decoding we need to do. Oh, right, Alice exclaimed as realization hit her. Chapter 791, Sailor's Farewell. A fog hung over the ocean like a delicate veil, shrouding the mysterious islands that lay beyond the ship's railing. The sea remained tranquil, in stark contrast to the enigmatic ancient temple that had once stood imposingly in the distance, now entirely obscured by the fog, as though it had never been there to begin with. On the ship's stern deck, Sailor found himself seated atop a wooden barrel, his eyes fixated on the haunting mist at the horizon. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he seemed to be in a trance. The quiet was suddenly broken by the sound of footsteps approaching, pulling Sailor out of his deep contemplation. He turned, his body stiff as if he were more of a statue than a living person, to see who was coming, lifting his eyes to meet theirs. "Miss Vanna, good afternoon," he greeted her, a hint of sadness in his voice. "Ah, you're really tall." "That's something I often hear," Vanna responded casually, taking a seat on a barrel next to him. She looked out at the captivating fog that had so thoroughly entranced Sailor. "Agatha mentioned you've been here all day. What's been on your mind?" "I'm not entirely sure," Sailor admitted, sounding a bit puzzled as he shook his head. "Just lost in thought, I suppose. In this state, there's not much else I can do. No need for food, drink, or sleep, and there's hardly any manual labor required on this ship. It seems to run itself quite efficiently. The most we ever seem to do is clean up after Miss Alice's chaos." Vanna listened quietly, allowing Sailor to speak his mind. Though he seldom spoke since they arrived on the Vanished, when he did share his thoughts, they flowed freely, making one wonder if he had always been this way, even in life. As Sailor eventually trailed off, Vanna offered a kind smile and shook her head gently. "You shouldn't talk like that in front of Alice. It would break her heart." "Ah, I know. I wouldn't dream of it," Sailor quickly reassured her, his expression becoming a complex mix of emotions. "Besides, I probably won't get the chance to say it anyway." Vanna looked at him with curiosity, but chose to remain silent. Sailor's gaze returned to the fog, towards where the temple once stood. "You hear it too, don't you? The gentle sound of the waves," he suddenly said. Vanna appeared slightly surprised, but before she could respond, Sailor continued, seemingly indifferent to her reaction. "Since we set sail, I've occasionally heard it, the whispers among the waves, speaking in languages I don't understand. They seem to communicate with me, just as I am now sharing my thoughts with you. Is it wrong, do you think, to speak this way?" "That's a blessing from the goddess," Vanna answered, pausing for a moment as if choosing her words carefully. "She's aware of your presence. Her voice naturally reaches those who have faith in her." "But I've lost my memory of her," Sailor said quietly, a note of sorrow in his voice. "I remember arriving here, something important happening, but the days I spent as a priest in the Storm Church, offering prayers, seemed to belong to someone else. It appears I can no longer be considered a follower. It's been 2 centuries since I last prayed to her." "The goddess might not be in your current memories, but you are certainly in hers," Vanna replied with a firm belief, her faith unwavering. "The goddess remembers each of her children, even those lost for centuries like you. As the Storm Codex teaches us, prayer is just one form of connection. Our true bond with the goddess goes beyond rituals." Sailor looked at her with renewed respect. "Your faith is strong." Vanna's expression softened, showing a hint of curiosity. "Do I not seem like a devout believer usually?" Sailor decided not to delve into that question further. "I'm nearing the end of my journey," he suddenly said, his voice carrying a sense of finality. "The captain has plotted a new course, and it seems my services are no longer needed." Vanna's face showed she was about to say something, but she paused, allowing Sailor to continue uninterrupted. "After this last mission, it's probably time for me to leave the ship. I'll take nothing with me. These old robes and coats belong to a past era, destined to fade away just like me. So you don't need to worry about settling any affairs for me, just." His words were cut off by a commanding yet calm voice from behind. "Just what?" Startled, Sailor quickly turned around, and Vanna also stood, turning towards the source of the voice. "Captain, you've returned," Vanna said with a mixture of relief and complexity in her tone, nodding towards Duncan before looking back at Sailor with concern. "Captain Sailor, he." Duncan raised his hand, indicating he had overheard their conversation and focused on Sailor. "Go on, you were saying just what?" Encouraged by Captain Duncan's steady gaze, Sailor began to speak more openly than he had before. "Just feel sorry for Captain Lawrence. I left abruptly, without a proper goodbye, without hinting I might never come back. The crew of the White Oak probably still waits for my return." He paused, then offered a smile filled with both regret and freedom, embodying his complex feelings. "Could you relay a message for me? Just let them know that Sailor was proud to serve on the White Oak, even if it was for a brief period. Despite the constant noise and chaos, it was truly the happiest time in my recent memory." I don't have any personal belongings to leave behind, but please extend my apologies to Gus, the White Oak's first mate. I regret that the 2 pounds of fine tobacco I owe him will likely go unpaid. And not just to him, but also to the second mate, the boatswain, the stoker, the engineer, and the priest. He paused, counting off a few names on his fingers before spreading his hands wide, a rueful smile on his face. Gambling never ends well, does it? This includes bets against people. I had also planned to leave something for you. I intended to write you a letter and slip away quietly. There are things that always felt too awkward to say in person. But as you can see, things don't always go as planned. As Sailor shared his thoughts under Duncan's understanding gaze, he took a deep breath, a gesture more symbolic than necessary, given his lack of need for oxygen, blending with the surrounding mist. Facing Duncan, Sailor's expression became serious, his eyes conveying a depth of sincerity that hadn't been there before. I am truly honored. Despite my initial fears, I am deeply grateful for the brief time I spent with the Vanished. You are the greatest explorer and captain of our era. I'm convinced that whatever you aim to achieve, you will succeed. I don't have proof, nor do I understand prophecies, but I have a strong feeling whatever you seek, you will find it. So if there really is a new world out there, I hope you'll remember the story of the sea song and share it with those yet to come. Let them know that, in the twilight of our world, there was a crew who gave their all. And finally, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done so far and for continuing to try to save this world. Though it feels cold and twisted to me now, I vaguely remember it once being a good place. With that, Sailor's voice remained steady, his earlier hesitation and remorse dissipating like fog in the sun. He then bowed deeply to Duncan, showing the utmost respect and gratitude, and upon straightening up, he turned to Vanna, drawing the symbol of the waves across his chest with his right hand. Vanna, visibly moved, stepped forward as though she wanted to reach out, but instead, she simply reflected the symbol back to him, a silent exchange of understanding and respect. Are you sure you want to leave? Duncan asked, locking eyes with Sailor. You've come back, so it's time for me to move on, Sailor replied with a serene smile, taking a few steps back. I'll find a peaceful place to rest. It's been a long time since I've truly rested. Duncan nodded, his silence a solemn acceptance of Sailor's decision. Sailor walked across the deck, disappearing into the thick fog that had quietly enveloped the ship. His form faded into the mist, eventually vanishing from sight entirely, leaving Duncan and Vanna in a poignant silence. After a moment, Vanna, unable to stand the silence any longer, turned to Duncan, her voice carrying a mix of emotions. Captain. Duncan raised his hand to pause further conversation, then posed a thought-provoking question. Vanna, do you know how many times a person can truly face death? This question caught Vanna off guard, hinting at a deeper meaning. She remained silent, her gaze lingering on the place where Sailor had disappeared, perhaps hoping for one last glimpse of him. Eventually, she turned her attention back to Duncan, ready to move the conversation forward. Captain, what are our next steps? Acknowledging her readiness, Duncan walked towards the ship's helm at the stern, signaling a readiness to continue their journey without looking back. We have much more to explore. The Vanished will chart a new course. Alice is ready, and now we'll test her navigation skills for the first time. Vanna, understanding the shift in focus, followed Duncan promptly. At the helm, Alice stood beside the wheel, visibly anxious as she awaited further instructions from Duncan. The mop, bucket, ropes, spare iron hooks, and other deck items seemed to anticipate the significance of the moment, congregating around the helm as if drawn by an unseen force, ready to witness the unfolding events. A rope gently nudged Alice's leg, offering reassurance or perhaps seeking comfort for itself. Admitting her apprehension, Alice whispered, I'm a bit nervous. Despite Duncan's reassurances, her voice betrayed her anxiety. Even though the captain said it's okay, I can't help but worry. The ropes, bucket, and other items nearby responded with a cacophony of clattering and rustling, their movements creating a symphony of sounds that, to Alice, felt like the voices of her friends, each expressing their own nervousness. It was clear that Alice wasn't alone in her feelings. The entire ship seemed to be holding its breath, bracing for what was to come. Chapter 792, Alice's Liberation. When Duncan and Vanna ventured towards the stern of the ship, they stumbled upon a scene that was as bizarre as it was unexpected. Miss Alice was found in a peculiar position, nestled awkwardly among a disarray of ropes and buckets right next to the steering wheel, deeply engaged in an activity that seemed quite out of the ordinary. At first glance, she appeared to be talking to herself, a solitary figure amidst the maritime clutter. However, driven by an innate curiosity, Duncan moved closer, almost on tiptoe, to better understand the situation. To his astonishment, he discovered that Alice wasn't merely talking to herself. Instead, she was offering what seemed like psychological counseling to the inanimate objects surrounding her. The core of her counseling session revolved around a strange confession. Even though I have no idea how to steer this ship, there's really no reason for us to panic. The fact that I'm not familiar with navigation comes from an honest understanding of my own limitations. Duncan had been hesitant about the idea of leaving Alice alone on the deck. Now, having witnessed this peculiar behavior, his concern grew, convinced that her actions were contributing to an underlying tension that seemed to permeate the entire ship. It was at this moment that Alice noticed Duncan's presence. She quickly untangled herself from the cluster of buckets and ropes, stood up, and warmly greeted him with a wave, exclaiming, "Captain, you've come." Duncan's reply was a subdued marked by a solemn expression. He made a conscious effort to overlook the odd phenomenon of the objects seemingly shifting on their own, choosing instead to direct his focus towards Alice. "Are you still feeling nervous?" he inquired. "Just a little," Alice responded, her bashfulness evident in her nod. Yet her demeanor soon brightened with a smile. "But I'm feeling much better now. I've had a meaningful conversation with my friends here. It turns out they were also feeling a bit anxious, which made me feel less alone with my nerves." Observing this unusual interaction with a mix of confusion and amusement, Vanna said, "Do you understand why they're feeling anxious?" "Not the faintest idea," Alice replied, her voice tinged with a note of contentment. "They didn't go into specifics, but they assured me they're keeping a positive outlook." Vanna was momentarily speechless at Alice's answer, while Duncan sighed, his expression one of resigned acceptance. He then offered Alice reassurance, "Don't dwell on it too much and don't be concerned. Goathead and I will monitor the situation on the ship. Remember, your role here at the helm is symbolic. Do you recall our earlier discussion?" Alice's expression turned thoughtful as she recalled her time with Duncan at the Alice mansion, the feeling of holding the drawing board amidst an eerie black fog, and then she nodded solemnly at Duncan. "Yes, I remember. You advised me to hold on to that sensation while at the wheel, to treat it as my drawing board, and to transmit all my memories to the vanished, right?" "That's correct," Duncan confirmed. "This approach is inspired by the feedback we received from Sailor during our navigation of the ship. But at this point, we're still unsure if the vanished is able to understand the instructions you're giving, since the information you and Sailor have documented isn't completely aligned." "Understood," Alice replied, her nod full of determination. "So we're about to conduct a preliminary test, correct, to see if I can truly connect with the ship before we leave this place." Quietly, Duncan and Vanna moved to the side of the control deck, their eyes lingering on the essence of the vanished. In a silent exchange with the ship's somewhat restless consciousness, Duncan remained concentrated until he was confident that the vanished was ready for the next steps. He then subtly nodded to Alice, who was stationed by the steering wheel, signaling, "It's time to begin, Alice." Sensing the significance of the moment, Miss Doll advanced cautiously and took a deep breath. Though unnecessary for a doll, this action served as a symbolic mimic of a deep, calming breath, a human technique to steady one's nerves before a daunting task. The steering wheel before her, dark and foreboding, silently awaited her touch, presenting a challenge she had never imagined facing. Alice paused, reflecting on the surreal nature of her current predicament. Despite not possessing vast intelligence, her thoughts often drifted to far-off places. Yet she had never envisioned herself in this position, assuming the role of a captain and taking control of the steering wheel of the vanished. This responsibility bestowed upon her by Duncan was not to be questioned. Filled with a mixture of apprehension and anticipation, yet devoid of doubt, Alice reached out, her fingers wrapping around the wheel that felt as though it bore the entire weight of the night sky. At that moment, Alice's perception of the world around her transformed dramatically. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she experienced a disconnection from her doll body, only to realize she had merged into a new body. She felt as if she was floating in the ocean, enveloped by a fog, her hull gently caressed by the cold, calm waters, her deck illuminated by the faint glow of the sky, her invisible sails at the mercy of the spirit world, ready for the journey that lay ahead. Alice had become one with the vanished. She was now the ship in its entirety, its rudder, its sails, its deck, its ropes. These ropes, akin to the strings that control a puppet or the nerves that weave through a human body, represented countless thoughts and connections. In this bewildering state, Alice marveled at the transformation of her body, feeling a deep connection with these threads. It was then that she realized something she had previously overlooked. The vanished possessed a soul intertwined with these very threads. While it had always kept its threads, hidden now with Duncan's permission, Alice was granted the ability to perceive them. Overwhelmed with joy and an insatiable curiosity, Alice's consciousness roamed this vast new body, exploring every corner with zeal. She discovered parts of the ship beyond her previous awareness, including Duncan's private quarters and sections of the ship's underbelly, which remained hidden from her. Yet even without access to these hidden areas, Alice uncovered numerous secrets previously unknown to her. Unexplored rooms, locked cabins, and concealed passageways and levels known only to Duncan. But suddenly, Alice's joyful exploration was abruptly halted by an unexpected force, as if she had collided with an unseen barrier within the intricate, ship-shaped network, created by myriad delicate threads. In that instant, halted by what seemed to be a collision with one or possibly two entities, Alice's journey came to an unexpected pause. Confused and slightly disoriented within the dimly lit expanse created by the fine threads, Alice encountered a figure she recognized: Goathead. Goathead seemed to float in the void, his expression as perplexed as Alice's. Their mutual confusion lingered in the silence between them until Goathead, appearing almost like a phantom and semi-transparent, broke the stillness with an exclamation of surprise. "What's this, Small Kapar?" "Mr. Goathead," Alice exclaimed, her voice filled with delight at their meeting. She instinctively wanted to wave in greeting, but then remembered that her current form was merely a consciousness within a different vessel. Instead, she shouted, "The captain has allowed me to steer." "I can see you're at the helm," Goathead replied, still visibly perplexed. As someone who had always monitored the entire condition of the ship, he had never anticipated encountering an anomaly within the spirit of the vanished, a wandering entity. Curious, yet inadvertently colliding with the adventurous doll, he inquired, "But why are you here?" "I'm not entirely sure," Alice answered honestly. "Isn't this part of steering? And may I ask, why are you here?" "I've been intertwined with this ship for a century, growing alongside it. Why do you think I'm here?" Goathead's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the doll before him, which to him appeared as a cluster of phantom light. "And who told you that steering involved immersing your soul into the ship's essence? You're moving around so carelessly. Aren't you concerned about colliding with someone?" Alice paused, her thoughts racing before a realization dawned on her. Under normal circumstances, would you encounter someone within the ships? Goathead remained silent, offering no reply. "But I did encounter someone." Alice quickly changed the subject before Goathead could respond, her voice a mixture of surprise and embarrassment. "And it felt as though it wasn't just you I ran into. It seemed like there was also a fleeting shadow." As she contemplated this aloud, a weak and aggrieved voice emerged from the void. "It was me." Startled, Alice then realized that indeed, amidst the dark chaos around her, several discordant and eerie shadows lingered, drifting like fragmented echoes among the threads and the faint silhouette of the vanished. Shortly thereafter, the most prominent shadow began to stir. As smaller shadows swiftly merged and reformed, a human figure emerged from the darkness. Agatha, adjusting her adventurer's coat and smoothing out her appearance to regain her human form, shot a glare at the doll. Her presence added another layer of complexity to the already enigmatic situation Alice found herself in. Agatha, typically known for her affable demeanor, expressed her annoyance with an unusual sharpness. "You just rolled right over me, shattered me into pieces. Do you really need to move around so recklessly?" Alice, taken aback, glanced at Agatha and then turned to look at Goathead, finding herself unexpectedly privy to another layer of the ship's intricate internal dynamics. After the captain, she was now the second crew member to gain insight into the first mate, and the lookout's unique and vibrant existence aboard the ship. Opting to momentarily revel in this revelation, Alice responded with a playful, "Well, well." This remark quickly stirred both Goathead and Agatha's frustrations. Their attention then returned to Alice, observing her with a blend of curiosity and concern. "Your current state is quite remarkable," Agatha remarked, scrutinizing Alice, who now seemed to be an integral part of the vanished, with a mix of astonishment and analytical interest. Drawing upon her expertise as a former gatekeeper, she examined Alice's mental phantom with a professional eye. "So, is this your essence? Or rather, is it closer to your true essence?" Pondering the question, Alice inquired, "What do you mean?" Agatha elaborated, "It suggests that your usual form has been constraining you, and now, being merged with the vanished, this more powerful vessel has granted you a new level of freedom." She patiently explained to Alice, now accustomed to her transformed appearance, "Have you noticed this yourself?" Alice's realization dawned upon her, her dimly glowing form in the void expressing a sense of elation. Yes, I feel light and liberated, though there's always this nagging sensation that I feel. Always feel what? Goathead and Agatha asked in unison, their interest piqued. Alice hesitated, then confessed with a thoughtful pause. Always feel something isn't quite right, slowly looking up as she spoke. This isn't my body, that is. Both Goathead and Agatha, momentarily taken aback by Alice's statement, instinctively raised their gaze skyward. A massive, fragmented shadow, larger and more imposing than the vague silhouette of the vanished, loomed ominously over the chaotic expanse, having emerged into their consciousness without prior notice. Damn. Chapter 793, Temporary Communication. The scene began to subtly change, as a massive, undefined structure started to form near the vanished. Duncan, who was stationed at the stern's helm, was intently monitoring Alice's condition. However, he was suddenly overcome by a strange sensation. Almost simultaneously with Vanna, he looked up towards the sky. A huge, vague form was slowly appearing through the dim sky and light fog, coming into view. This form seemed to be made up of many large, separate pieces that were loosely joined together, creating a shape that somewhat resembled a space shuttle. It appeared as if it had been torn from a larger entity, with its central part visible as a fractured, interconnected framework. The scale of this apparition was awe-inspiring. Gazing through the distant mist, Duncan and Vanna couldn't determine its exact size or how high it was above the vanished, but its mere presence exerted an overwhelming force, making it feel almost suffocating. After some time, in a voice filled with wonder, Vanna asked, "What is that thing?" Duncan quickly turned his attention back to the figure at the helm, Alice. She was standing quietly, but at some point her gaze had dropped, her eyes half closed as if she was about to doze off, her spirit seeming to drift away with numerous faint lines emanating from her. Possibly due to their past experiences of sharing visions, Duncan could just barely make out these almost invisible lines. They descended from the sky, densely packed, resembling a colossal tree with an intricate structure, or perhaps a cluster of inverted spikes. These lines were clearly connected to the massive phantom in the sky at one end, and converged behind Alice at the other. Alice felt as though she was in a long, strange dream, in which she was a grand spaceship traveling through the stars. She carried the hopes and futures of many, departing from a slowly disappearing time cocoon, leaving her origin never to return. Behind her, stars burst into life like waves before dimming as if withdrawing, the fabric of the universe unraveling behind her, while a terrifying vision, similar to a red comet, chased her relentlessly through the disintegrating celestial bodies. She navigated through dying worlds as if racing through a shrinking, collapsing tunnel, dodging deadly gravitational traps, and enduring storms of bombarding rays like torrential rain. She calculated tirelessly, constantly adjusting her trajectory, searching for an exit among the stars, charting a course to escape the collapsing tunnel using a star map built from the collective knowledge of millions. Every marker on the map shifted, everything in the universe veered off its intended course. First the positions of the stars, then the laws of matter, and finally, calculation itself. There was no way forward, no means left for navigation. The very act of calculation had broken down. The protective shields failed, the ship's structure began to fall apart, and alarms sounded with urgent intensity. The database crashed, life support pods burst into flames, the thoughts of the passengers dissipated into the vast emptiness. Everything culminated in a bright flash, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. And then Navigator 3 woke up amidst a sea of error messages. She had been lost in a long and strange dream. In this dream, she found herself as a doll, engaged in the surreal yet mundane tasks aboard a ghost ship, cleaning, cooking, doing laundry, and fiddling with oddities. The ship sailed through a sea of glowing embers, and it too seemed to be made from a kind of compressed ash. She wasn't alone. A few other beings created from ash lived on the ship. Occasionally, the ship would dock next to islands, enormous chunks floating in the embers, bizarrely merged into strange shapes, maintaining some kind of obscure function amidst the ashen sea. The islands buzzed with activity and sounds, the ash mimicking the life that once was, producing noises that seemed intelligent. At times, Navigator 3 found these sounds and shapes somewhat familiar, as if echoing information stored in her memory, and this familiarity often stirred a feeling of sadness within her. Yet in the dream, the doll found joy making peace with the ash. To her, all ash was the same. She wandered this world, reborn from the flames, as if given a meaningful existence. She had a shell that mimicked the embers, allowing her to run, jump, and laugh among the other ash-formed beings. In this dream world consumed by ash, there was a single entity not made of ash. It was a fragment of the undying cosmos, stars flowing like a river through the sea of smoldering ash. Alice, or as she was known in this scenario, Navigator 3, suddenly opened her eyes. She found herself in darkness, surrounded by vague shapes and lines, inside the navigation cabin of the New Hope, a place from her memories. "Mr. Goathead, Miss Agatha," Alice called out, her voice tinged with worry as she remembered her actions before the darkness engulfed her. The familiar figures were gone, leaving no trace. "Where did you all go?" Her voice echoed in the void, her advance stopping after a long silence, her spirit lowered. "Did I mess things up again?" Suddenly, a light broke through the darkness, interrupting her contemplative murmurs. Alice looked up, surprised by the appearance of light. Before her stood a towering rectangular silhouette, topped with a red light that looked like the eye of a giant, set in the upper part of the figure. Around and behind this shadow were numerous flickering lights, looking like a multitude of eyes hiding in the darkness. Alice paused for a moment, instinctively feeling the urge to approach this mysterious figure, and just as she formed this thought, her vision briefly blurred. When her surroundings came back into focus, she found herself standing right in front of the imposing shadow crowned with a red light. The surrounding darkness acted like a curtain, hiding the finer details of the figure before her, yet part of her, the part connected to her identity as Navigator 3, recognized it instantly. "Navigator 2, she said in surprise, her voice pronouncing a name that felt unfamiliar yet deeply familiar, as if she had known this entity for a long time. "It's been a long time, Navigator 3, the tall rectangular shadow responded, its voice tinged with the static of interference. "It seems Navigator 1 has indeed succeeded. Though the results were not as I predicted, I am nonetheless relieved to detect your identification signal once again." "Did you call me here?" Alice asked aloud, her mind swirling with thoughts that if she had a physical brain would surely have overwhelmed her. "How can I go back?" Navigator 2 was silent for a moment, as if Alice's response had unexpectedly veered away from its calculations. But then, breaking the silence, Navigator 2's voice reached Alice again. "I merely intended to observe you beforehand, to check your stability. The navigation key I designed for you was a bold move. Given my projections and understanding of our current reality, its success is uncertain. After all, I have avoided direct interactions with Navigator 1 for a long time to prevent cross-contamination." Alice's eyes widened as she processed Navigator 2's explanation. She then, with a thoughtful look, asked, "What exactly does that mean?" Navigator 2 paused again, its red light dimming as it did so. Alice waited patiently, her eyes fixed on the flickering lights in front of her. After a moment, the light grew brighter once more. "In the last message I received, Navigator 1 mentioned that a fragment it had sent out found an exceptionally capable host within the sanctuary, someone capable of preserving the backup data you carry. Yet, why does your current operational efficiency seem so misaligned with my calculations?" Navigator 2 queried. Alice took a moment to reflect on this, then looked directly at Navigator 2, asking, "Are you saying I'm not smart enough?" Navigator 2 remained silent for a beat. "Even though I'm not entirely clear on all the details, you seem to be talking about something related to the duplicate of the Frost Queen from before, right?" Alice responded, showing some understanding of the situation. "I'm not sure about the specifics, but the captain mentioned it was due to a mistake by the Nether Lord's duplicate, which targeted the wrong entity for duplication." She paused, her curiosity evident as she looked at the light. "Is that a big problem?" The red light on Navigator 2 flickered slowly, as if it were pondering the question or perhaps letting its computational processes run. After a significant delay, it replied in its slightly static-laced voice, "No, if the objective is merely navigation, then what we have should suffice." "Do you feel regret?" The light dimmed slightly. "You've lost a vast amount of your memories. You were once celebrated among us for your quick processing abilities and your capacity to multitask, charged with mapping the vastness of the universe. Yet now you're confined to such a limited form." Alice blinked, taking in the words. The comments were cryptic, yet she sensed an underlying meaning. This time, she pondered before responding. "I don't think so," she said after a while, gently shaking her head after some thought. "I might have felt lost before, but now I've found my way, so I don't have any regrets. Besides, I'm so busy every day, I don't really have time for regrets." The red light on Navigator 2 dimmed again, before returning to its previous intensity. It seemed to be contemplating as well, and after a short pause it said, If that's the case, then that's good. In the darkness, the towering rectangular silhouette began to fade away. Are you leaving? Alice asked quickly, a hint of urgency in her voice. This connection is temporary, enabled by the experimental navigation key. I can't sustain it for long, Navigator 2's voice replied, growing fainter in the darkness. We'll meet again. I'm glad to have detected your signal once more. Alice's smile widened. Though she didn't fully understand the situation, she felt a deep sense of happiness. The captain had always said that happiness was something to be cherished. Then, until next time, she waved enthusiastically into the thickening darkness. I'll come to find you with the captain and everyone else. The darkness did not respond, except for a brief fading chirp. Chapter 794. Don't speak your last words too soon. The grand illusion quietly faded away, leaving only faint traces of light that slowly vanished within the murky, tumultuous clouds. Standing next to the ship's helm, the doll suddenly blinked her eyes as though her soul had just rejoined her body, reviving her expression with lively animation. She gazed upwards, seemingly bidding farewell to a figure swiftly disappearing into the abyss, and waved enthusiastically in that direction, exclaiming, "Goodbye, goodbye." "Who are you waving at?" Duncan's voice emerged from nearby. Turning, Alice saw both the captain and Miss Vanna standing close to her, each wearing a puzzled look. Vanna, in particular, seemed to be searching the skies as if expecting to witness some remaining marvel. "It was Navigator 2, Alice replied with a burst of excitement, openly sharing her recent experience. "I suddenly felt connected to the vanished. Then I encountered Goathead without realizing I crashed into Agatha first. She broke into pieces, though, but she managed to reassemble herself. After that, I met Navigator 2, who said it had come to greet me. I saw a huge ship soaring through the stars, and I even had this amazing dream where I was flying at incredible speeds. And also..." Miss Dahl was clearly overjoyed, launching into a barrage of stories that prevented Duncan and Vanna from interjecting. Initially full of questions, Duncan found himself completely overwhelmed by the doll's enthusiastic storytelling. Remarkably, the doll managed to make each sentence leap to a different topic without any logical connection. Despite their combined efforts, Duncan and Vanna struggled to comprehend Alice's narrative, partly due to Vanna's background as a sports enthusiast. Stop. Let's take a moment to calm down and sort through this from the beginning," Duncan finally intervened, quickly ensuring that Alice's connection with the ship was secure to prevent any mishaps. He then carefully asked, "Are you feeling unwell now?" "Me?" Alice paused her torrent of words, looked down at herself as if puzzled by the question, and then shook her head. "No, I feel pretty good, though there was a moment when I felt detached from my body, which was quite startling." "You felt detached from your body?" Duncan's concern deepened, recalling the massive illusion behind the clouds and the numerous threads that had seemed to connect to her, along with the sudden presence he had sensed within the vanished. He nodded thoughtfully. "It's possible that for a moment your consciousness had left your body. Now, can you describe exactly what you saw, but take it one step at a time, calmly?" "Okay." The doll nodded, made an effort to calm down, and began to systematically describe her experiences as they occurred, including her guilt over accidentally breaking Agatha. "Don't worry about Agatha too much. She's used to it. Sometimes Shirley skips her homework, and Agatha ends up breaking just like that," Duncan reassured her, dismissing her concern. "But the appearance of Navigator 2 is quite unexpected. I didn't anticipate it would leave a method of communication in your navigational key." As he spoke, Duncan observed Alice closely, checking for any signs of change or damage. "Are you concerned?" Alice quickly picked up on his tone, but waved off the concern. "Don't worry, I'm feeling great. Navigator 2 didn't seem harmful. Even though I can't remember everything, it felt friendly. I'm not worried about malintent. I'm concerned about its impact on you. Technically, you were both once part of the New Hope. Now there's a significant deviation between your state and your essence. It's uncertain if this change poses any hidden risks," Duncan explained, adding, "but it seems there's no immediate cause for concern. Since Navigator 2 reassures you're fine, I'm relieved." Alice scratched her head, looked at Duncan with a mix of hope and uncertainty, and asked, "Captain, I think I've got the hang of steering and navigation now. When do we set off again? I promised Navigator 2 I'd be the first to find it." "In a day," Duncan nodded. "We're adjusting the vanished based on the feedback we just received. We'll depart in a day. Everyone should rest and prepare for the next journey, and also..." He trailed off, looking towards the mid-deck cabin entrance, but didn't finish his thought. Alice followed his gaze, then suddenly remembered something. "Oh, Captain, where's Sailor? He was at the helm earlier. I thought he'd definitely come to see." "Don't worry," Duncan said with a knowing smile. "He'll show up soon." However, Sailor didn't appear on the deck, nor did he join the crew when they discussed the illusion in the sky. Even as Alice prepared dinner for everyone and they gathered in the dining hall, Sailor was absent. When the captain announced their next destination as the Node, where the god of wisdom Laham resided, Sailor was still nowhere to be seen. It wasn't until later, as Duncan and Vanna walked on the deck with Alice beside them, that she couldn't help but inquire again, "Captain, where did Sailor go?" Letter 1E59. Duncan stopped, leaned against a mast, and looked out over the empty deck. He then turned to Vanna. "Do you remember what I asked you earlier?" Vanna paused, trying to recall, but before she could speak, hesitant footsteps interrupted her. Turning, she saw a hesitant, hunched figure emerging from the misty deck, a mummy moving step by step, its face so wrinkled that all features were compressed together, yet its bewildered expression was unmistakably clear. "Captain," Sailor approached Duncan, appearing awkward beside the doll. I have a question." "Alice has taken over the helm," Duncan stated. "You must have noticed the commotion on the deck." Sailor's face froze, then he hesitantly asked, "So?" "Your steering duties have been temporarily assigned to Alice. She will handle navigation from now on." Sailor stared at Alice, then Duncan, and finally pointed to himself. "What about my task?" "It's completed," Duncan said nonchalantly. Sailor couldn't contain his confusion. "Then why haven't I vanished?" Duncan looked at the mummy with indifference. "Did I ever say you would?" Sailor was stunned for a few moments, then it dawned on him, and his already wrinkled features twisted further in realization. "Wait, that doesn't make sense. My task is done, I even felt the bindings on me loosen, and my connection to the shroud severed. Why am I still here?" "Because you're on this ship, obviously," Duncan retorted. "Did you think leaving the Vanished was that easy? Even subspace can't take anything from this ship after it lingered there for a century, and you thought you could just leave." Sailor was speechless, finally grasping a crucial oversight. Duncan continued, "Honestly, your words earlier were quite touching." Sailor's demeanor shifted towards unease and avoidance. "I was moved, and I'll be sure to pass on your confessions to Lawrence." Sailor started fidgeting, attempting to blend into the ship's deck from embarrassment. "However, the debts you owe to the first mate, second mate, and others of the White Oak must be settled by you personally. You've admitted yourself that gambling and betting are detrimental habits. Don't pretend you're without means. I've confirmed that Lawrence has been compensating you as an official member of the crew." Unable to contain his shame, Sailor began aggressively scuffing the deck with his toe, as if attempting to spark a fire from sheer agitation. "Please, stop, I beg of you." Duncan merely shrugged, and turned to Vanna with a questioning look. "Do you now grasp the essence of my earlier question?" Vanna appeared visibly perplexed, her mind trying to untangle Duncan's cryptic words. "I had assumed you were alluding to the multiple endings one faces when forgotten by others." Duncan elaborated, his arms folded across his chest in a display of casual indifference. "I was referring to the concept of social death, a phenomenon that can occur repeatedly. Each time you're remembered, you face another kind of ending. Hence, it's wise to refrain from declaring your final words too hastily. It proves quite embarrassing should you not actually meet your end." Vanna remained in a state of befuddled silence, struggling to digest Duncan's philosophical musings. Duncan, undeterred by Vanna's puzzled look, cast his gaze down at Sailor, who had now resorted to squatting on the deck, aimlessly picking at the wooden planks while mumbling to himself. "I had a feeling something about your demeanor was off at that moment, but I hesitated to ponder too deeply. I just knew something was amiss." At this, Duncan allowed a smile to break across his face, a clear sign of his satisfaction with the unfolding scenario. He was decidedly in high spirits, reveling in the fact that he pulled a prank on this mummy. Chapter 795, The Body of Civilization. Late into the night, the Vanished and its crew found themselves navigating the fringes of the known world, enveloped in a persistent twilight. Above them, the sky melded into a perpetual haze of gray, casting a diffuse, eternal light that seemed to ignore the passage of time, cloaking everything in an unchanging glow as if day and night had ceased to exist. Midst this eerie atmosphere, sailors, a being whose face was etched with the signs of many thoughts and emotions, sat contemplatively on the stern deck. He had been in this reflective state for what seemed like eternity, motionless as a statue. Breaking the silence, Duncan approached Sailor, casting a glance at the mummified body nearby before posing a question. "Still lost in your collection of last words?" "Not exactly," Sailor shifted uncomfortably, his voice barely above a whisper. I'm just suddenly uncertain about what lies ahead. The future? Duncan queried, one eyebrow arching in curiosity. In my initial plans, I was supposed to have disappeared from this world already, Sailor confessed after a brief pause, his tone serene yet deliberate. I never envisaged a life beyond this mission. I hadn't entertained any thoughts of what comes after, having roamed this world for countless years. The prospect of facing a future now seems daunting. Duncan regarded him with a seriousness that belied the casualness of their conversation. If you're truly reluctant to continue, I can grant you the eternal rest you seem to desire. It would be quick. At this, Sailor's expression shifted subtly, betraying his internal conflict with a slight adjustment in posture. No, that might not be necessary after all. A faint smile graced Duncan's face as he crossed his arms, gazing out at the mist-enshrouded sea. Do you honestly still yearn for that eternal rest? This time, Sailor took even longer to respond, as if the question had unearthed a depth of contemplation he had not yet explored. After what seemed an eternity, the preserved body unexpectedly stirred, its voice rasping. This world remains as cold as ever to me. Duncan responded lightly, but the world to come will be warmer. There you might not have to remain as you are. Perhaps even in your state you can still feel warmth. A trace of surprise flickered in Sailor's eyes. A new world. Have you forgotten your own beliefs? The change we're working towards will succeed. There will indeed be a new world, as you once assured, Duncan said, locking eyes with him. Do you still hold that belief? After a moment of reflection, Sailor nodded. I do, I always have. Then wait and see it for yourself, Duncan encouraged with a smile. It promises to be a better place. The tale of the sea song and many others deserve to be told by those who lived them. If you wish for these stories to endure, you should be the one to carry them forward. Listening to Duncan, Sailor seemed to come to a realization. Gradually, the deep lines of contemplation and concern on his face eased into a smile, albeit one that carried the weight of his experiences. All right, I've decided. He rose slowly, his gaze sweeping over the cold world around them, yet now with a semblance of peace. I wish to witness this new world, Captain. Indeed, I am not ready to die. Our retroflex. Good, Duncan replied, a smile of relief spreading across his face as he clapped Sailor on the shoulder. Then let's not die. Following a night of rest, the crew assembled on deck, with Alice taking her place at the helm at the stern, the doll miss, assuming a posture of grave determination before the dark wheel. Ease your tension, Duncan said, standing next to Alice and speaking softly. You've managed this once before. The ship is ready, just do as you did last time. With a nod, albeit a stiff one, Alice stepped forward, her expression resolute as she reached for the heavy steering wheel. Before her fingers could graze it, Duncan and Vanna turned, their gaze drawn once again to the mist-covered ocean, a gentle farewell whispered by the waves amidst the islands. Duncan offered a slight nod in that direction, murmuring a farewell meant only for his ears. Goodbye, I'll come to see you again. In the next instant, as Alice's fingers touched the steering wheel of the Vanished, the navigational system of Navigator 3 had assumed control, ready to chart a course into the unknown. From the sky, a colossal illusion descended, its arrival shrouded in the strange, eternal twilight that bathed the world in a murky light. This grand vision, a fragmented echo of new hope, unfurled across the sky, casting expansive shadows that enveloped both the Vanished and the bright star, as well as a significant swath of the surrounding sea. Amidst this surreal event, a voice, virtual and distorted as though it traveled across vast distances of time, resonated within the minds of all present. Jump engine activated, New Hope will set sail. May we meet again at a distant destination. The future's hope awaits us all. This voice, laden with static and distortion, gradually faded away, and with its departure, the fog that had veiled the sea began to lift. Beyond the rails of the Vanished and the bright star, the world itself seemed to drain of color and detail, reverting back to that all-too-familiar monotone of gray-white. Hovering above the two ships, the ancient projection of New Hope lingered like a guardian figure, its wings outstretched protectively. At the helm, Alice's grip tightened on the wheel, her eyes wide as she peered into the distance. Invisible threads seemed to weave her, the ships, and the projection of New Hope into a singular narrative, her consciousness momentarily transcending her doll's form to become the guiding will of their journey. The way forward was clear, charting a course toward the very brink of the world. Meanwhile, the boundless sea remained cloaked in the veil of an endless night, within which a new order for survival had begun to stir. A radiant sunlight, slowly traversing the sea, was being towed by a robust tugboat, dragging a massive copy of the sun between city-states. This pale golden radiance emanated from the tugboat, extending its light tens of kilometers around. Within this glow, numerous cargo ships, both large and small, navigated the waters. These fleets, voyaging between city-states under the shield of this moving sunlight, were propelled by potent steam cores through the perpetual darkness. Captains delivered essential supplies to cities in dire need, bringing with them the promise of hope that the sunlight symbolized. Each city would bask in this light for 3 to 5 days, the brief respite allowing defenders to regroup before the fleet, laden with new cargo, would embark once again, bringing sunlight and hope to the next destination. This endeavor had become a widespread operation across the entire boundless sea, with increasing numbers of fleets transporting sunlight and supplies in this manner. The Northern City-States Union had already sprung into action, and in the Central Sea, the new sunlight route, centered around Planned, had successfully completed its first long-distance material transport under the cover of darkness. In Planned, the White Oak, leading the charge and towing a fragment of the sun, pierced through the night's encirclement, reconnecting cities that had been cut off from one another. Far away in Wind Harbor, several fleets organized by the church had embarked on their journeys into the night, destined for Mach and Lanza, breaching the nocturnal blockade. As sunlight coursed through the night, these fleets, navigating a world on the brink of submersion, resembled ancient explorers venturing into uncharted territories, armed with axes and torches, combating the encroaching darkness. As civilization teetered on the edge of decline, these efforts sought to sustain the lifeblood of society. Taranel stood atop the highest tower in Wind Harbor, his gaze lost in the diminishing pale golden glow on the horizon. He observed a massive glowing geometric shape, akin to a crystal crafted from light, being towed by a hefty tugboat into the darkness, with the silhouettes of numerous ships faintly discernible within the fading sunlight. This was the inaugural cargo fleet from Wind Harbor, embarking on a 7-day journey through the long night. Protected by sunlight, they were to deliver supplies to Mach before proceeding to the Central Sea, integrating into the sunlight route established by Planned, thereby reconnecting the Central and Southern Seas. For the past year, the sunlight that had enveloped the city-state departed, and Wind Harbor, once shielded by this light, confronted the long night in its full extent for the first time. Darkness descended upon every street, with gas lamps flickering under the night sky, tracing the outlines of the city in Taranel's view. As footsteps approached from behind, Taranel, without needing to look, knew who had come. "Truth be told, I feel a bit melancholic, Ted. Do you understand this feeling?" He spoke casually, his voice tinged with sentiment. "For almost the entire past year, I've been engrossed in studying that piece of the sun, which had almost become a part of Wind Harbor, including myself. Many of us never imagined it would leave. It has transcended being merely a research sample. Following the fall of Vision 1, it has become a lifeline for many city-states." Ted, the Truth Keeper, joined Taran at the terrace's edge, their eyes surveying the city swallowed by night. "The Academy has issued orders. Survival is now the foremost mission for all city-states and their inhabitants, superseding all else." Taranel listened in silence, absorbing the gravity of Ted's words. After a long pause, he finally exhaled a heavy sigh, breaking the silence. "Let's take a walk along the docks." Chapter 796, The Days When the Waves Calmed. Following the departure of the cargo fleet, the docks, under the cloak of night, transformed into a realm of unparalleled quietude, a stark contrast to the usual hustle and bustle. The once busy machinery for loading and unloading now stood silent, its operations halted, and individuals unrelated to the dock's operations had been ushered away from the work zones. In this newfound stillness, only the essential security personnel remained, their presence complemented by the soft glow of gas lamps flanking the roads, serving as silent sentinels through the night. Venturing down the southern ramp of the docks, traversing a lengthy staircase, one would find themselves greeted by the expansive sandy shores. By daylight, this locale was a cherished haven for the town's residents, offering a respite from the daily grind. However, in the present nightly atmosphere, all that remained was a deserted beach, its sands caressed by the dark, endless sea. The night air, tinged with the salty chill of the sea breeze, seemed to carry within it whispers of sorrow as the waves relentlessly battered distant rocks, their frothy upheavals casting ghostly shadows under the moon's ethereal light. The solemn-faced guardians, tasked with securing all pathways leading to this coastal domain, stood with lanterns and swords in hand, their vigilant eyes piercing the veil of night that lay beyond the city's limits. "The coast is now off limits," declared a fully armed truth guardian, halting Taranel in his tracks. The guardian shone his lantern upon the scholar's face, meticulously scrutinizing his features and the count of his eyes. The outer perimeter is now dangerous, truth keeper. Upon noticing the figure trailing behind Taran, the guardian, illuminated by the lantern's soft glow, expressed surprise at recognizing the visage of Ted Lur. "We merely seek a stroll along the shore," Ted Lur assured the guardian with a gentle nod. "We shall return within the hour." "You may proceed, but this gentleman must present a pass," the truth guardian responded after a moment's hesitation, his gaze fixed upon Taranel. "Without it, passage is barred." "I am Taranel, a university professor granted second-tier night passage privileges." Taranel promptly produced the requisite document from his attire, a pass he always carried. "This grants me access to the coastal region." Upon inspecting Taranel's credentials, the truth guardian's demeanor softened, and he allowed them to pass. "Thank you," Ted Lur expressed his gratitude to the guardian, advancing forward. Yet as they were about to cross the checkpoint, the guardian felt compelled to voice his concerns. "Truth Keeper and Professor Taran, with the departure of the Sun fragment, the coast has been sealed. What purpose brings you here?" "We aim to see any alterations to the coastal region after the Sun fragment's departure," Taranel explained as they continued their walk. "Will not be long." Silence enveloped Taranel and Ted Lur as they meandered along the quiet beach, a silence that was soon broken by Taranel's observation. "It seems this area too has been cordoned off," he remarked, noting the heightened vigilance. "The guardians here are exceptionally dedicated." "They were chosen by me," Ted Lur revealed. "This coastal zone is merely one of many sealed areas. Should this have been the Great Steam Core or a Level 1 containment zone, even I, alongside the governor, would be obliged to present identification and justify our presence." A moment of silence ensued before Taranel voiced another thought. "Any word yet?" "The vanished and the bright star crossed the border a month past. Now their existence is all we can determine," Ted Lur replied with calm resolve. "Captain Duncan remains stationed in Planned, and the Avatar at Frost continues its daily actions. Occasionally, tidbits concerning the vanished are all there is to go upon in terms of information. The news about the end of the world is still mostly confined to secrecy among the city-states." After a brief pause, Ted Lur added, "Even my resources are limited to such snippets of information." "Knowing they are alive and active at the border offers a bit of comfort," Taranel confessed softly. "The irony isn't lost on me," Ted Lur said, slowing his pace, a complex emotion surfacing, "that amidst all this, neither ship has encountered a single soul truly alive." Taranel couldn't help but roll his eyes, hence my use of alive. Was that not apparent? Ted Lur shot Taranel a look of mock frustration. How could that have been clear? Their laughter broke the night's solemnity, offering a brief respite from the cold air. Taranel then turned his gaze toward the horizon, where the storm church's arc once stood. Now only the vast, empty expanse of sea met his eyes, its surface a pale glow under the fissuring crack in the sky. "The arcs have departed," Taranel mused, a sense of abandonment enveloping him. "Wind Harbor feels so forsaken." "Quit it with your melodrama," Ted Lur chided pragmatically. "Bury yourself in grading papers for a night, and such fanciful notions will quickly fade." "I am unlike you," Taranel retorted, pride in his tone. "My students are diligent, their submissions reflect earnest effort." Ted Lur merely snorted, dismissing the scholar's sentiment. Yet after a prolonged silence, both men found common ground by speaking in unison. Grading papers has its merits. Caught off guard by their simultaneous realization, they shared a moment of bitter laughter before retreating into silence once more. Just beyond where they stood, the vast expanse of the sea mirrored their silence, its surface as still as glass, unmarred by any ripple. The sea air, laden with the tang of salt and the bite of chill, swept in from the unseen horizons, yet the sea itself remained eerily calm as if under a spell. The celestial luminescence bathed the world, casting a uniform, ghostly glow over everything, transforming the nocturnal seascape into a scene of otherworldly calm. Ted Lur, his expression clouded with concern, gazed out toward the tranquil coastline, his forehead creased in confusion. "What seems to be the matter?" inquired Taranel, noting the unease on his companion's face. "It's weird, I suddenly have this sensation that we're missing something." Ted Lur voiced his unease, his words tinged with uncertainty. "Don't you feel it too? There ought to be sounds, the whisper of wind caressing the sea's surface, the gentle batter of water against the shore." He trailed off, his gaze fixated on the distant, silent sea as he stood enveloped in the night's stillness. Gradually, both men persuaded themselves that perhaps all was as it should be. Meanwhile, Tyrion, standing at the shoreline, faced the sea's unnatural stillness with a furrowed brow. A momentary wave of disorientation swept over him, blurring the lines between reality and something else entirely. Shaking his head in a bid to dispel the fog of confusion, he grappled with an internal contradiction. His senses told him the sea's calm was normal, yet a part of him stubbornly held onto the memory of a different scene, one where waves danced and frolicked. Breaking the silence, he uttered, "The waves have vanished." Turning to address the imposing figure beside him, he sought confirmation. "Father, is there something amiss?" Duncan remained silent, pondering, while the confused Aiden asked, "Waves? What's wrong with them? What do you mean?" Tyrion's confusion deepened upon hearing Aiden's response, prompting him to physically shake his head in an attempt to clear the unsettling sensation. He gazed out at the sea, feeling a fundamental aspect of it slipping away from his grasp, a natural vision of the world fading from collective memory. Then Duncan's voice reached him, solemn and grave. "She has forgotten the waves." This declaration seemed to anchor Tyrion back to clarity. The mention of the waves by his father abruptly dispelled his confusion, replacing it with sheer astonishment. He looked out to the sea, eyes wide with realization. Aiden, too, appeared to snap out of his own befuddlement, his gaze towards the sea now filled with a mix of realization and fear. In this moment it became apparent that across the world, the sea had transformed into a mirror-like calm. The concept of waves had been erased from existence. "Father," Tyrion turned sharply towards Duncan, a sense of urgency in his voice. "The storm goddess, she." "It's rot," Duncan interjected softly, his voice carrying a weight of inevitability. Tyrion and Aiden froze, absorbing the gravity of the situation. "Fear not, she remains with us. Although the decaying rot deepens, the sea endures, and thus so does she," Duncan reassured them, dispelling the dread with his calm demeanor. "This peeling away is but part of the rot's progression, a phenomenon not unfamiliar to our world." Tyrion, momentarily stunned, echoed, "Already occurred before." Duncan posed a question, seemingly out of the blue. "Do you recall how many intelligent races inhabit our world?" "Of course there's 3, Tyrion responded almost reflexively. However, Duncan's question hinted at a deeper, more unsettling truth, suggesting a loss far greater than just the waves, a hint of forgotten histories and beings. "Before long, you'll also lose the memory of waves breaking against the shore. The world will correct this, erasing it from existence. Until then, cherish the memory of their existence," Duncan spoke softly, his hand resting reassuringly on Tyrion's shoulder. "Do not mention waves from now on. The very word is considered a blasphemous concept and will contaminate those who hear it." Chapter 797, Navigator 2. The soothing murmur of the ocean had ceased, leaving Vanna in a stunned silence. As one of the vanished's crew and having undergone the transformation of subspace reshaping, her senses had been honed to exist in a realm where the whispers of the waves were a constant presence. The abrupt disappearance of this sound jolted her to immediate awareness. Without hesitation, she sprinted from her cabin to the deck, seeking the captain. "Captain," Vanna exclaimed, a rare look of confusion etched on her face as she approached Duncan. "The waves in my mind have disappeared. I fear something dire has befallen the storm goddess." Duncan nodded, his expression grave. "I am aware," he acknowledged. "The decaying rot has escalated." Rooted to the spot, Vanna absorbed his unequivocal response. It took her a moment to shift her gaze towards the endless expanse of gray-white that stretched before the vanished, her heart silently calling out to the goddess in a prayerful whisper, as she had done countless times before. Yet the comforting cadence of the sea remained elusive. Instead, faint whispers and chaotic murmurs, once dismissed as mere distractions during her prayers, now offered a strange solace to her unsettled spirit. Out of the corner of her eye, Vanna noticed shadows beginning to form in the monotonous gray-white void that lay ahead of both the vanished and the bright star. Suddenly, a seemingly endless layer of dark figures emerged, and a mirror-like expanse unfolded before them. A voice, eerily reminiscent of Alice but heavily distorted, resonated through the minds of all on board. Migration concluded, detaching from the passage. In the blink of an eye, the gray-white corridor encasing the vanished and the bright star silently fractured, and the ships plummeted into a nodal sea composed of solid matter, skimming the mirror-like surface without creating so much as a ripple. Duncan, with a solemn look, observed the view beyond the deck, and then silently contemplated the sprawling shadows cast upon the sea surface. As they came into clearer view, what appeared to be mountainous forms rising from the sea were, in reality, immense clusters of black crystals. These gargantuan crystals stood like islands, their surfaces continuously fracturing and expanding, forming a forest of jagged crystal clusters. Illuminated by the chaotic light of the sky, their translucent edges blurred into the surreal landscape. This was a realm far removed from the tranquil domain of the storm goddess. Shirley, too, made her way to the deck, her eyes widening in awe at the sight of the crystal-laden sea, letting out a prolonged gasp of wonder. "We've entered the nodal sea," Duncan stated, regaining command of the Vanished. "Our next task is to locate Navigator 2, hidden somewhere within those crystal formations." Morris, also on deck, pointed confidently in a direction. "It's that way, I can sense it," he declared. Under the scholar's guidance, the Vanished and the Bright Star cautiously made their way deeper into the crystal sea. Alice emerged on deck, her eyes wide with amazement at the sight of the massive, blade-like crystals retreating from the ship's side, some pulsing with a vibrant glow. Despite her loss of memory regarding the New Hope, she instinctively felt that this alien landscape bore no resemblance to it, nor to the aftermath of the great annihilation that had reshaped her Alice mansion. Suddenly a voice echoed in her mind, "You've arrived." Startled, Alice turned towards Duncan, exclaiming, "Captain, someone is speaking to me." The voice hesitated before revealing itself reluctantly. "I am Navigator 2. Duncan approached with a look of understanding, gently patting Alice on the head as if to reassure her. "Inform Navigator 2 that we're on our way to it." Alice, acknowledging with a nod, paused thoughtfully for a moment before looking back up at Duncan with a mix of confusion and concern. "It's not responding to me anymore," she admitted, troubled by the sudden silence from Navigator 2. Duncan remained silent, his face devoid of emotion as he took control of the Vanished, skillfully navigating through a complex maze of crystal clusters that rose like peaks around them. Time seemed to lose its meaning as they journeyed, until the world around the Vanished suddenly expanded. Emerging from a gate-like structure created by intersecting giant crystal columns, they were greeted by an unexpectedly vast expanse of sea. At the heart of this immense body of water, Navigator 2 stood alone, silently awaiting their arrival. Observing the orderly black array before him, Duncan softly instructed, "Switch to the small boat," as they stopped a short distance from Navigator 2. The crew then transferred to a small boat, approaching the central mainframe with caution over the mirror-like surface of the sea. From the direction of the Bright Star, a small white paper boat approached, carrying Lucretia at its bow, accompanied by Rabbi the Rabbit and Looney the Clockwork Doll. As the two boats met, approximately 100 meters from the mainframe array, Lucretia turned and shared her observation. "Don't you think? It appears quite strange." Duncan, staring ahead with a grave demeanor, eventually responded, "Perhaps appearing strange is the most normal state here." Reaching Navigator 2, they finally beheld the so-called God of Wisdom in its true form, revealed from within the mist. It was a collection of server structures of varying sizes, resembling steels, with a particularly large black rectangular core adorned with a red light that seemed to watch over its surroundings, reminiscent of the dark red core of the Nether Lord. Surrounding the core were 22 smaller units, each several meters in height, their surfaces alive with flickering lights and a multitude of indicators blinking in an endless dance. From these structures emanated a deep, continuous hum. The servers were interconnected by a network of what appeared to be nerves and blood vessels, creating a living, breathing entity. Flesh-like materials extended from each server, merging with the metallic exteriors and even transforming some parts into skin-like textures. At various convergence points, pulsating organs and brain-like tissues were visible, adding to the surreal fusion of technology and biology. As they drew closer, a mass of flesh at the base of Navigator 2's mainframe reacted, sending an eyeball on a stalk out to confront Alice, who, startled, slapped it away. The eyeball quickly withdrew, and the entire network seemed to respond to this act of aggression. A moment later, a synthetic voice questioned, "Navigator 3, why did you hit me?" Alice paused, scratching her head a bit sheepishly. I got a scare and slapped without thinking much." Duncan, having observed the disturbingly altered server matrix, asked, "You didn't originally look like this, did you?" Upon Duncan's inquiry, the central mainframe's red light pulsated gently, and then a profound voice filled the space around him, offering insight into the peculiar state of their world's technology. "No, I did not. My current state should help you grasp the reasoning behind the phenomenon of why machines could be possessed in our world now. Duncan's face subtly registered his alarm. He gazed intently at the fusion of organic and mechanical components within Navigator 2's mainframe, noting the eerie appearance and disappearance of eyes within the network of blood vessels and nerve fibers. He made a concerted effort to maintain a composed demeanor despite the bizarre sights before him. When did this transformation begin? He posed his question with a depth of curiosity. The response came with the red light dimming and brightening slowly. The change commenced with the first cry of a newborn echoing across the boundless sea. It was when Navigator 1's nanomachines completed their inaugural task of reshaping our world that we began to change. Given your encounter with Navigator 1, you're likely familiar with its altered state, so my current appearance shouldn't come as a surprise. There was a brief pause as if the entity behind the voice was contemplating its next words. Then, with a tone that seemed to carry the weight of resigned acceptance, it continued. Think of it as a form of adaptive adjustment. My situation, while unsettling, is not unique, yet it could be seen as less severe compared to others. After all, I am still capable of having this direct conversation with you. Chapter 798, The Hardcore Navigator 2. From the very moment Navigator 2 began to articulate its thoughts, Duncan had already discerned a notable divergence in this entity's state, especially when contrasted with the Storm Goddess. This distinction was not attributed to any contaminated condition manifested by its physical host mechanisms, but rather to its preservation of awareness. Expressing his intrigue openly, Duncan posed a question. Our encounter with Gamona revealed her approach to sealing away death and decay within a temple to mitigate the erosive forces within the sanctuary. I had presumed your circumstances to mirror hers, yet it appears your situation is markedly different. Responding to Duncan, the central host conveyed with a slight shiver. The dilemma of decay and corruption infiltrating our essence is a shared ordeal among us. However, the strategies we employ to decelerate this rot vary significantly. The burden of being the foundation of the world weighs most heavily on Gamona, compelling her to adopt the drastic solution of splitting herself in two. Ta Ruijin, on the other hand, chooses to hibernate amidst flames, postponing his decay within the confines of an endless dream loop, while Bardock has constructed a solitary jail for himself, a boundless wilderness from which escape is impossible. In contrast, my existence is perhaps the most unique. As you observe, I am merely a machine crafted by mortals, only to be bestowed with the traits of life and decay through the cataclysmic event of the Great Annihilation. My method of combating this is through iteration. The central host's lights flickered as Duncan registered surprise at this revelation, prompting him to inquire, iteration. I currently operate as version 16.8.102 beta, Navigator 2 elucidated with a mix of calmness and gravity. Perceiving a subtle shift in Duncan's demeanor, it offered a detailed explanation. The first numeral denotes the generation, the middle number represents the major version, and the final digits signify minor version updates. The beta designation reflects a recent update to my light driver, which remains unstable. Those are the light effects you see dancing across the auxiliary servers, now capable of executing 4096 distinct light patterns. Upon concluding its explanation, Duncan's expression grew even more perplexed. After a brief pause, Duncan managed a wry smile. I had assumed those lights were critical status indicators. My condition can either be self-reported or monitored externally, though such was the case when my creators were present. Now, there's no one to assess my operational state, Navigator 2 continued, maintaining its serene and earnest tone, oblivious to Duncan's shifting mood. As for the lights, they were an addition by one of my creators post-creation. It paused momentarily, the sound within the central host wavering slightly. The rationale behind his action remains elusive to me, yet he seemed to believe it significant. The joy on his face upon witnessing my first blink is a memory I cherish. Hence, I've committed to mastering more blinking techniques over the years, ensuring the retention of those lights with each version iteration, Navigator 2 shared. Behind the central host, lights on the auxiliary servers resembling tombstones began to blink intermittently, their glimmers akin to stars in the night sky. Duncan's mind drifted to a memory of the vast, dark ocean, recalling the immense form of Navigator 1, adorned with countless enigmatic lights. Alice's eyes lit up with wonder as she admired the twinkling lights on Navigator 2's frame, whispering in awe, "How beautiful!" "Indeed, their beauty is perhaps their purpose," Navigator 2 replied softly. In the ensuing silence, Morris, having contained his excitement, seized the opportunity to inquire. So, you employ iteration as a means to delay your own decay, but could you elaborate on what iteration entails? Navigator 2's red light shifted upwards as if directing its gaze towards Morris, and replied with a gentle tremor emanating from within. The exterior may be fragile, yet the realm of knowledge is ever-renewing. Thus, it is through the ceaseless evolution and rejuvenation of oneself that those perpetual truths can be upheld. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars and tremors filled the air as shadows of varying sizes on the distant sea surface began to oscillate within the fog. Morris, taken aback, scanned his surroundings, only to witness an unforgettable spectacle. The sea surface was adorned with innumerable black crystal formations, which gradually began to bloom like a forest of blades. The crystals split and cracked open, revealing previously obscured silhouettes within. These were vast, tombstone-like black mainframes. The sight stretched across the sea, presenting a mysterious and majestic tableau, yet it was, in reality, a graveyard of countless tombs. "Each of these are former incarnations of myself," announced Navigator 2, its voice breaking through the silence and effectively pulling Morris back from his state of astonishment. The voice of this god of wisdom retained its characteristic tone, revealing, every cycle of iteration leaves behind such remnants. Still reeling from the revelation, Morris turned to face the scene again. Lucretia, standing nearby, shared in the shock. She had mentally prepared herself to encounter the remnants of ancient deities, having already witnessed the colossal form of an ancient god within the storm goddess's sanctuary. Yet, the sight of these divine forms amassed like mountainous relics was beyond her wildest expectations. "This concept of iteration is truly remarkable," Duncan admitted, somewhat stunned by the visual before him. This was not the scenario he had envisioned upon hearing Navigator 2's explanation of iteration. "The software updates I'm used to certainly don't involve such dramatic manifestations." "Indeed, it does provoke quite the reaction," Navigator 2 responded with composure. "Each cycle of upgrading necessitates a method for disposing of my previous incarnations. However, there are instances where the new version fails to overtake the old, resulting in a temporary regression. However, I typically have multiple contingency plans ready, which are initiated in the event of a failure. Then, the concerted effort of several new iterations ensures the triumph over the previous version, guaranteeing the success of the update." Duncan was left speechless at this admission. The notion of Navigator 2's system upgrade felt extreme, akin to a physical transformation or a tangible hardware update. Yet while Duncan grappled with these thoughts, Morris and Lucretia beside him had moved beyond their initial astonishment. Even Nina, who stood close by, nodded in agreement, whispering, "Our mentor always taught us that the quest for truth is inseparably linked to both a strong constitution and the spirit of a warrior." Morris, hearing this, expressed his approval. "The pursuit of knowledge is indeed a battle, a truth you've clearly grasped." Inspired by the conversation, Shirley added softly, "I've always been adept at combat, yet I've never felt knowledge flood into me in the same way." From her shadow, Dog emerged, quipping, "Your situation is unique. Knowledge struggles to keep pace with you." Alice, observing Navigator 2 and the interchange among Morris, Shirley, and Dog, appeared puzzled by the ongoing discussion, simply allowing a giggle to escape her. Vanna, positioned at the stern of the vessel, crossed her arms and sighed, shaking her head. This prompted Duncan to reflect, drawing parallels and forming bizarre associations among his companions. In this world, scholars chase knowledge as if it were a wild beast in pursuit of mortals. Yet for his companions, the dynamics seemed askew. Knowledge eludes Shirley, finds Alice approachable, but fails to penetrate the mind of the doll lady. As for Vanna, the lady appeared indomitable, likely having vanquished knowledge during her academic endeavors. Shaking these fanciful thoughts from his mind, Duncan redirected his attention to Navigator 2. He now had a newfound understanding. He recognized the source of the scholars' formidable resilience in this world. The challenging conditions they faced were merely a facet of their determination. The real catalyst seemed to be the physical enhancements undertaken by the God of Wisdom, an entity that literally opened up its own cranium for the sake of progression. In that moment, Navigator 2's focus shifted, its central host's red light sweeping across Duncan's boat and eventually resting on Dog. "This dog's appearance seems familiar to me." Taken aback, Dog remembered something from its past, instinctively retracting its neck and seeking refuge behind Shirley. Shirley quickly acted. grasping the chain near Dog's neck and looking up with apprehension at the enigmatic deity before them. "There's no need for alarm," Navigator 2 reassured them in a soothing tone. "You're safe here. No force will tear you apart now. I'm merely surprised to find such a unique being among the imperfect creations of Navigator 1. Its red illumination intensified, betraying a hint of curiosity for the first time. "What happened with you two?" Navigator 2 inquired, its voice soft yet filled with genuine interest. Chapter 799, Possibilities Beyond the Blueprint. Dog was visibly uneasy and afraid in the dim, unsettling glow of the God of Wisdom, a dark red light that flickered like a subdued flame. He tucked its head close to Shirley's legs for comfort, a clear sign of its nervousness. Despite this initial fear, Dog gradually overcame its trepidation and began to share its and Shirley's story with this ancient entity they stood before. Their tale was one of catastrophe instigated by cultists, a transformation from an ordinary dark hound, indistinguishable from other shadow demons, into something more by feeding off a symbiotic relationship with humanity. As Dog spoke, a soft green light danced in its hollow eye sockets, waxing and waning in intensity, a visual sigh of its easing tension. It eventually lay down, resting against Shirley, who offered comfort by occasionally petting its head and adding to the story with her own words. When their narrative concluded, Navigator 2, the entity they addressed as the God of Wisdom, fell into a deep silence. Its body, adorned with star-like lights, dimmed and then brightened periodically, suggesting it was lost in thought, or perhaps it had simply entered a restful, breathing mode. After a pause that seemed to stretch indefinitely, Navigator 2 finally broke the silence, its curiosity piqued by the unusual turn of events. "So, you gained humanity, and your symbiote turned into a shadow demon. Young lady, can you show me what your demon form looks like?" Shirley, caught off guard by the request, instinctively looked towards Duncan for reassurance. With a gentle nod from him, she transformed. The sound of cracking bones filled the air as she shifted forms. Her small, frail body was now encased in dark bony plates. Bone-like wings sprouted from her back, adding a mix of maturity, ferocity, and an odd beauty to her appearance. Carefully, she adjusted her new skeletal limbs, trying to maintain her balance on the small boat. "This boat is a bit cramped, isn't it?" Navigator 2 observed Shirley closely, its internal lights brightening as if showing interest. "Sample coupling?" Navigator 2 finally spoke, its voice betraying a mix of surprise and confusion. "An individual beyond the blueprint, why?" Shirley, struggling to keep her balance, looked up in confusion at the entity's remarks. Navigator 2 elaborated, "In this sanctuary, everything is created and evolves according to a preset blueprint. This includes events as significant as the sun's extinction, all within the original design. Ideally, only occurrences that align with my calculations should manifest in this world. But we never anticipated someone like you." Its gaze shifted between Shirley and Dog, pondering the implications. The case of the Dark Hound falls within expected possibilities. By their nature, shadow demons lack the capacity for rational thought due to inherent flaws. The external introduction of humanity could theoretically endow them with cognitive abilities, albeit with extremely low probability. That's still within the realm of possibility. "But you perplex me, young lady. Based on the original parameters set by Navigator 1, you should not be alive. While humans and shadow demons share a common ancestry, the transformation you've undergone doesn't follow any logical pattern, and its result diverges from the initial design." The dark red light intensifying its glow, Navigator 2 looked at Shirley with evident confusion. Shirley, for her part, was even more baffled. After a moment of contemplation, Shirley hesitantly pointed towards her chest, suggesting a possible explanation. Interwoven black bones formed a protective cage around her heart, within which beat not one but two hearts. Enclosed by this bony structure, a soft green light flickered quietly, perhaps holding the key to the mystery surrounding her unique transformation. Navigator 2 focused intently on the small, flickering flame before its attention shifted towards Duncan. "Flame Usurper, I wish to have a word with you," it said, calling out to Duncan in a tone that demanded attention. Caught off guard, Duncan hesitated for a brief moment before recovering. He glanced around, somewhat puzzled. "But it doesn't seem like there's a spot for a private chat around here, does it?" Navigator 2 remained silent. However, a subtle click noise emerged from its core, signaling something was about to happen. Duncan watched as a compartment at the base of the entity's cabinet-like structure opened, revealing a sophisticated mechanical slot that extended outward. Duncan, initially taken aback, quickly realized what was expected of him. He frantically searched his person, his fingers eventually brushing against something cold and metallic. It was the brass key of the doll, marked distinctively with an infinity symbol. The key underwent a transformation right before everyone's eyes, morphing as if it were wax melting, only to solidify back into a sleek rectangular device. Its black surface was etched with intricate, fine lines, and one end boasted a delicate metal interface, its complex metal contacts starkly exposed. This was a form of the key Duncan was all too familiar with. It was reminiscent of his initial attempts to unravel the key's mysteries using fire. During those moments, he had glimpsed its true nature and had also witnessed the tragic spectacle of the New Hope disintegrating and crashing down in this world. Lifting his eyes, Duncan noticed the slot on Navigator 2's surface, surrounded by a soft, pulsating blue light. A deep voice resonated. The startup key of New Hope is universal. There were two keys, one for starting up, the other a specialized navigation key. Understanding dawned on Duncan. He grasped the fundamental nature of these two wind-up keys. Amidst the intrigued and anxious looks from those around him, he gave a slight nod and took a step forward. Just then, Alice tugged at his sleeve, her expression a mix of concern and entitlement. She gazed up at the red light emanating from Navigator 2 and asserted, "Let's be clear, this key belongs to me." Navigator 2 paused before responding. "Lend it to me for a moment." Alice released Duncan's arm, though her worry was evident. "Just don't damage it. I still need it to wind me up." Sensing her apprehension, Duncan nodded earnestly, offering Alice a semblance of reassurance. He then inserted the startup key, now a delicate metal device, into Navigator 2's waiting slot. A distinct click resonated through the air. Instantaneously, their surroundings dissolved, giving way to an expansive, serene, and purely white space that unfolded from the point of connection. Then this seemingly empty expanse burst into life with breathtaking landscapes in what felt like a mere heartbeat. Vast plains stretched out before them, suddenly cloaked in a blanket of vibrant green as vegetation sprouted rapidly. Rivers carved their way through the land, while the outlines of distant cities began to materialize on the horizon. The sky, initially a blank canvas, adopted a soft, light blue hue crowned by clouds that glowed with a subtle purple luster. A radiant sun ascended, bathing the entire scene in its warm glow. Duncan found himself on a small hill, an ideal vantage point overlooking this newly formed world of plains and rivers. Before him stood a man clad in a white robe, his attire suggesting that of a scientist. He was tall, slender, with somewhat disheveled hair and a look of weariness etched upon his face. As they stood amidst the created landscape, the figure before Duncan began to explain. "This form, it's borrowed from one of my creators. After my initial activation, he suggested that if I ever wished to forge friendships with humans, I could adopt his likeness." Intrigued by the revelation, Duncan couldn't help but inquire, was he also responsible for programming your lighting effects? "No, that was the work of another," the figure replied gently, his gaze drifting over the lush plains before them. "I owe my existence to many creators. They endowed me with much. Their appearances, wisdom, the essence of thought, an abundance of code, personality traits, and those enchanting lights." As they took in the beauty of the surroundings, Duncan remarked softly, "This place is stunning," his eyes following a majestic bird species soaring across the sky, its wings shimmering and casting specks of light that faded into the horizon. "Is this your homeland?" Navigator 2, embodying the figure, shook its head in denial. Confused, Duncan sought clarification. Navigator 2 responded, after a lengthy pause filled with reflection, "I can't recall what my homeland looked like. Despite my efforts to retain the original data through countless iterations, the degradation was inevitable. Information became distorted, unreadable, or lost entirely. Even though I strive for a perfect restoration, the image of my homeland has blurred beyond recognition." He might have sighed if he could, yet he only fell silent briefly before adding, "This landscape is a reconstruction based on the faintest of memories left to me, a mere approximation of what my homeland might have been." Sensing the admission's gravity, Duncan cautiously broached, "Is it rot?" "Yes," Navigator 2 acknowledged, a note of resignation in his voice. "Initially, I believed I could outpace the decaying rot through continuous self-updating, yet the truth is inescapable. Everything succumbs to the decay." The conversation paused as Duncan processed this somber truth. Shifting the focus, Duncan asked, "What did you want to discuss with me?" Navigator 2 faced him directly, its gaze intent. You've facilitated the emergence of an entity not foreseen by our original design. Do you comprehend the significance of this deviation? Duncan, understanding the reference to Shirley, frowned. Are you referring to Shirley? While her transformation might have been unforeseen by your standards, I wouldn't say I created her in the strictest sense. Navigator 2 persisted. In a system designed to be closed and deterministic, even the smallest anomaly can disrupt the entire framework. Your influence catalyzed a deviation from the preordained plan. Yet, rather than leading to destruction, Shirley has survived and continues to exist in a stable state. This outcome has mitigated one of my deepest concerns. Intrigued, Duncan pressed, and what concern is that? Navigator 2 expressed a profound apprehension. I was worried that the new world you create would become just yet another larger boundless sea. In my calculations, there was a great possibility of this happening. Chapter 800, Gazing into the Future. Upon hearing Navigator 2's statement, Duncan's face turned serious. He looked intently into the eyes of the individual before him and spoke with gravity. A bigger boundless sea? What leads you to think this way? Navigator 2 took a brief moment to gather his thoughts. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, he posed a question that appeared to be unrelated. In the place where you originated, the civilization responsible for your creation, did they achieve the ultimate stage? The ultimate stage? Duncan's brow furrowed at the question. Do you mean? To master all known truths within their world, to unravel all its mysteries including the universe's origins and its eventual fate, and to possess the capability to alter the universe itself, turning the laws of nature into tools that can be manipulated and redefined, rather than unchangeable laws to which one must conform. As Navigator 2 expressed these thoughts, his demeanor showed a trace of emotion and nostalgia. Since making his appearance, his emotional expressions seemed to have grown more aligned with those of humans. My creators referred to this phase of civilization as transcendental criticality. Though they never fully reached this stage, they had grazed its brink and thus outlined the prerequisites for achieving it. Their greatest accomplishment was the creation of a time capsule during the erection of the New Hope, safeguarding a century's worth of knowledge as the end of their world loomed near. Flame Usurper, while my creators never actually attained transcendental criticality, they deduced through comprehensive analysis that it was possible for mortals to achieve such a state, and that through the might of civilization, the mathematical principles of the universe could be harnessed. Navigator 2 maintained his intense stare into Duncan's eyes, loading his gaze with a palpable pressure. Flame Usurper, having observed your civilization for countless years, and after rigorous calculations, I have come to believe that the civilization standing behind you has surpassed my creators. I am eager to know, have they truly reached that ultimate stage? Were my creators' theories on the zenith of truth accurate? Confronted with Navigator 2's penetrating stare, Duncan eventually nodded slightly. Yes, they have reached it. This might have been the confirmation Navigator 2 had long awaited, but upon receiving it, his eyes momentarily lost focus. He stood frozen for several seconds before abruptly snapping back to reality. So this phase really exists, hence, civilizations can genuinely transcend boundaries. The system is not closed. Duncan, perplexed, was about to inquire further when Navigator 2, as if jolted awake, hastily continued. Then, your civilization must have already mastered observations beyond our universe. Are they aware of other universes and have begun to ponder over how to traverse that barrier? Duncan paused to reflect, then remembered the message conveyed by human civilization among the myriad stars, an event that defied their understanding, that occurred outside the universe. After pondering briefly, he responded, I can't confirm if they've begun to consider the existence of other universes or the barrier you speak of, but they have indeed observed an event outside the universe. The first and unique extra-universal event they witnessed was the Great Annihilation, which had not yet breached our dimension of reality, or more accurately, the collision with another universe. Yes, precisely, witnessing an event from outside our universe. This marks the initial step, theoretically the first step. My creators wanted to confirm if such a thing was truly feasible, and here it is. Navigator 2's words flowed quickly, his excitement unmistakable, a stark contrast to his demeanor up until now. Clad in a white robe, his form echoing that of a long-past human with a countenance marked by fatigue, he paced energetically around a small mound, only to halt abruptly in front of Duncan, his eyes alight with fervor. As the wind swept across the mound, the expansive plains beyond heaved with waves of grass, and rivers glinted under the sun's glow. Flame Usurper, the concept of outside the universe is crucial. Our universe is not alone. Its very nature reveals the great annihilation as the clash of multiple universes. In essence, facing cataclysms like the Great Annihilation, a civilization's advancements, no matter how sophisticated, or the fortitude of its refuges, even if they span star systems or superclusters, all become futile upon the cataclysmic impact of another universe. Navigator 2 extended his arms, his gestures dramatic, embodying not just the likeness but also the essence of one of his creators, endowing him with a persona nearly indistinguishable from a living being. Pop akin to a soap bubble obliterated. His stance lingered, his expression complex, as if attempting to muster a smile yet teetering on the brink of sorrow. In the event of external events, all constructs within our universe are rendered powerless. None can withstand such force, akin to the shell of the New Hope. Despite being forged from neutron star material, it fractured as effortlessly as paper. As Duncan's eyes gradually widened, a realization dawned upon him about the profound message this ancient artificial intelligence sought to convey. Thus, for a civilization to be genuinely safe, it must master the capability to transcend its world, he asserted gravely. And currently we have not achieved this pinnacle, not even the civilization I hail from, which only glimpsed the possibility of transcendency. Therefore, we must ensure that the next world harbors the potential for transcendence, or in other words, the successors emerging in the new world must be afforded the chance to ascend to such a level, Navigator 2 declared, lifting his gaze solemnly. The new world must embrace this potential, must be capable of nurturing such a possibility. Duncan remained silent for a moment, struck by a profound astonishment. Navigator 2, this ancient artificial intelligence, exhibited foresight surpassing any ancient king. While others debated the viability of this sanctuary as a means of salvation, he was already contemplating the demise of the new world, because destruction is inevitable, whether caused by another great annihilation or some unforeseen calamity. Fear, this was the first emotion I experienced. Navigator 2's voice resonated, calm yet profound. What concerns me may appear distant, but after countless external sensors relayed the sensation of the universe's collapse, this fear has been woven into my core logic. I understand such an event is bound to recur eventually. Flame Usurper, I find myself devoid of any sense of security, and truth be told, the others share this sentiment. The mortals in our sanctuary refer to us as gods, yet they are unaware that their gods are engulfed in a profound fear that spans from dawn till dusk. The memory of calamities on the scale of the Great Annihilation haunts us, and until we discover a method to counteract such disasters, this fear will persistently linger. This constant yearning for security has led me to contemplate a significant question. What is the ultimate development stage a civilization can achieve, and what level must it attain to effectively withstand all calamities and thrive amidst them? It might be that there is no definitive end, but from my perspective, transcending the confines of our world emerges as a pivotal milestone. Breaking the silence, Duncan responded. So, essentially, you are concerned about two aspects. Firstly, whether it's possible for mortal civilization to grow to the capability of transcending the world. And secondly, regarding the new world I have conceived, assuming it truly exists, whether it can nurture such an evolution of civilization. Navigator 2 offered a slight nod before posing a question. Flame Usurper, are you aware of the fundamental distinction between a genuine world and a sanctuary like the boundless sea? Duncan remained silent, prompting Navigator 2 to provide the answer himself. While possibility is a term that comes to mind, it doesn't quite capture the essence accurately. In my view, the most significant difference lies in randomness. A fully functioning and healthy universe is characterized by the emergence of true randomness, Navigator 2 elaborated, whereas within a sanctuary we encounter only false randomness. Duncan quickly grasped the implication of these words. Therefore, nothing that surpasses the information threshold of the sanctuary could ever manifest within it, he articulated promptly. Similar to a figure on a two-dimensional plane, no matter the speed at which it moves, or even if it masters instantaneous travel within that plane, it can never ascend. Only a system that permits true randomness can facilitate the occurrence of supercritical events that transcend the system itself. My creators referred to such phenomena as ultimate transcendence, believing it to be the potential zenith in the evolution of mortal civilization. At that point, we would be truly safe. Navigator 2's voice softened, and he slowly lifted his gaze towards the void above where the new hope could never arrive at the final destination. Duncan finally comprehended the message Navigator one had conveyed to him amidst the profound depths of the sea. Indeed, from the very onset of our journey, Navigator too had already deduced the eventual outcome. The destination that remains unreachable for the New Hope symbolizes a chasm in the progression of civilization, before which a spaceship propelled by a jump engine and constructed from neutron star material, and a steel longsword hurled skyward with force by a warrior, stand on equal footing. For when confronted with external events, all constructs within our universe are inherently fragile.